This young man just opened his eyes and the scene has completely changed, with screams echoing nonstop around him. Seeing the panicked crowd and the dark, unfamiliar scene, Hanzu smiled. He had truly returned to the past. Now everything was in the palm of his hand. Hanzu watched the scene grow more chaotic and thought to himself, no wonder they were panicking. It was their first time in the underworld. The underworld, a world that devours other dimensions, a place ruled by hell. Everyone who comes here learns skills, but the strange monsters have turned it into a nightmare. This is a world of violence and lawlessness. Anyone who goes to hell will be transported to the demon world, and when everyone from the world gathers, the door to hell will open and a fierce battle will begin. I have 5 years to become truly strong, but all the skills I learned and my strength are gone. Forget it. Now it's probably time for it to appear. Sure enough, not long after, a crack appeared in the sky, and then a bizarre creature emerged. Hello, I am Fairy's assistant, here to help everyone speed up the process. Please pay attention and listen. Hanzu secretly despises Fairy's fake smile. So yeah. The quick procedure mentioned is to tell everyone to rush in and fight each other. Fairy then continues enthusiastically explaining, first welcoming everyone to the underworld. From now on, everyone will have a surprising opportunity. A hot-blooded man interrupted, Wait a minute, what is this place? Stop talking nonsense. I want to go home. Listen to my explanation. The smile on Fairy's face suddenly disappears and is replaced by a terrifying expression as she asks, Do you have unlimited freedom here? Do you ever dream of a world without rules, order, or morality? Moreover, the physical limits holding you back will also disappear. Depending on yourself, that power can reach infinity like the heroes in movies. This is your chance to do everything you've ever imagined. Amazing, isn't it? Let me give an example, like this. Fairy pinched her thumb and forefinger together, using the man's earlier statement as a target and firing a beam of light to send him to meet his ancestors. Sorry, I hate loudmouths, Fairy said proudly. The crowd witnessed this scene in terror and immediately screamed and scattered in panic. Fairy then aimed at the fleeing crowd and shot out a few beams of light, shouting angrily, I told you I hate noisy things. Seeing many people fall, the crowd finally realized the seriousness and immediately froze in place, too scared to make a sound. Suddenly, silence enveloped the entire space. At this moment, Fairy snapped back to her senses and cheerfully said, Isn't it better when it's so quiet? I keep going home. It pulls out a stone and explains that this is a rune. When you defeat any living creature, you will get it. There are 8 other ancient scripts similar to this one that will appear randomly in different colors, but if you work hard to grow, you can obtain better ancient scripts. And this is the power-enhancing rune. Does anyone want to take it? A hand is raised, and it's none other than Hanzu. Fairy was surprised and stared at Hanzu for a moment, then happily flew around him, praising him, very enthusiastic, and said, Come on, give me your hand. Hanzu, expressionless, opens his hand as Fairy says, and instantly the ancient language hovers in his palm, while around him, a silver light similar to the color of the language appears. You're so stupid, aren't you? The ancient language can bend the rules. Scientifically, the weight limit for the ancient script flag is 117.1 kilograms, but now it is increased to 122.3 kilograms. Moreover, the ancient script. Hanzu silently sighed in his heart, so bored, having to listen again and again to things he already knew. Fairy's talk about old cars was spoiled by Hanzu's expressionless face, so it flew away somewhere else to continue spreading knowledge. Different types of ancient scripts will have different effects. Your science cannot fully explain the supernatural abilities of ours. I want to show you one more example. Does anyone want to try? As it says this, it reveals a sinister smile that makes the crowd feel uneasy. Phew, forget it. No matter what happens, remember that the language or power-ups don't really matter. Everything is useful, so gather as many ancient scripts as you can if you want to survive. At this moment, the runes from the bodies of the deceased soar into the air. Everyone watching this feels excited, but just seconds later, they rush forward like hungry tigers, fighting and grabbing the runes for themselves. The fairy watching from above couldn't help but feel delighted. Just as it was about to speak, it said, judging by the young man's reaction earlier, I guess I don't need to explain anything more. So, I will take back the relics. Saying that, all the relics simultaneously fly into the fairy's hand and then disappear. Oh, and if you touch your right hand, you'll see the number of runes you have. You love measuring everything, right? Usually it's 10, that's enough to know. Power 11, HP 9, Intuition at 8. Hanzu looked at his stats and thought to himself that his strength had just increased by 1. If he collected more ancient scripts after the mission, his mana and magic power stats would also go up. It doesn't matter what you'll get. At first there will be some unfairness. Now Fairy continues, I will grant you a special blessing. Forget your past and enjoy this new life. According to it, everyone now has an extra knife in their hand. When I leave, the forging will begin, so everyone do your best." While everyone was still stunned, someone shouted in panic, "Look behind you!" Everyone turned their heads at the same time and saw a troop of original soldiers slowly approaching them. Just as everyone was unsure what to do, a girl stepped forward to block the way, calming everyone down. "Don't provoke them and slowly retreat." Seeing that the girl has a point, everyone follows her advice. Unfortunately, no matter how far they retreat, a giant wall suddenly appears behind them, blocking their escape and even pressing inwards, meaning they are being pushed closer to the Gyeokbin army. At that moment, a young man suddenly managed to squeeze through the wall, leaving everyone in shock. How did he get all the way out? The young man stopped pressing down and said, "I don't know either. I can't explain how I was able to pass through." At that moment, someone noticed the number 49 appear on the wall. Another person also took a risk and successfully passed through the wall, and the number on the wall then decreased to 48. Could it be that only 50 people can leave? One person hypothesized, then caused chaos to fight for a chance to pass through the wall. Hanzu sighed deeply at this scene. How tragic it is. All of us need to keep our heads cool and fight together. We might suffer some injuries, but it will result in fewer casualties. When I first arrived here, about 40 people had already died at the hands of the goblins. Among all those unable to escape the wall, only 10 survived. This time, it's different. First, I need to clear this area and move on to the next floor. Thinking to himself, Hanzu drew his weapon and killed a rampaging Gokbin, saving a person in the nick of time. After gaining the upper hand, Hanzu continued to use his superior skills, single-handedly killing a few more Gokbin while everyone watched in horror. This felt a bit uncomfortable with my body from 10 years ago, but I was somewhat lucky. Hanzu checks his stats, and his agility has increased by 0.1. Increasing agility not only speeds up the player's perception of time, but also doesn't mean the player can perform actions much faster. Just like now, Hanzu was able to send a Gyeokbin flying with a single note. As expected, the remaining Gyeokbin, upon seeing the blood, went berserk and charged, but of course they all turned to dust under Hanzu's blade. A significant number of witnesses seemed to be empowered by what they saw, no longer thinking about fighting for space outside the wall, but bravely taking up weapons to fight the Gyeokbin. Hanzu felt somewhat reassured. Usually there's no need to rush at the beginning, but now is not the time to waste time relaxing. Including this place, there are still many travelers' houses. If we count the entire world, the number would be countless. The first year here, over the next 3 months, humans will be protected within the guidance zone. Once the 3-month protection period ends, we will be forced to fight against groups 52 and 53. But no matter what you think, this is an opportunity, a chance to become stronger, even if only a little. Kendyang sending me to this time was the right choice. Every battle eventually comes to an end, and the team that was wiped out was the core soldiers. Now, the survivors sit exhausted on the ground, eyes filled with fear as they look at Hanzu. Did he really fight and defeat them all alone with just that short sword? He's a monster. Just after the battle ended, Fairy appeared again, looking a bit surprised and saying, "Wow, you did well. You must have had a hot time, and there are still quite a few of you left. Now you've probably found a way to survive. Then I'll cancel the shield mark here, just keep going like this. I still have work in other areas, so good luck." Fairy disappears in anger as the crowd protests. Seizing the moment of calm, Hanzu steps aside alone to check his stats. Strength 14.3, Agility 10.9, HP 10.1, Intuition 11.2. If it's just like this, it should be enough for the training circle. I also found something quite useful. Hanzu glanced at the sword in his hand, then put it away, and continued to think about his plan of action. First, he needed to find a way to get stronger quickly. Eris, Kangti, Kendian. If it were them, what would they do now? Hanzu remembers there was a time when Kendian mentioned the hidden dungeon. Hidden within the training area is the most difficult dungeon I couldn't conquer. No one can get through it, Kendian said regretfully. So you've only managed to get through a little of that hidden dungeon, and you're already this strong? That's right. Isn't my presence here as a Vakiji member proof enough? Kendian said proudly and seriously. If I could go back to the past, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I can do it, I might be able to beat you, Hanzu. One thing I can be sure of is that the higher the difficulty, and the more impossible it seems to complete, the greater the reward will be if I succeed. Thinking this through, Hanzu silently resolved his goal was set. If he wanted to do that, he would need to take care of a few things first. The first floor of the training room is where 100 people gather and act together, operating in the designated area once a week and working on this field for 3 months. After completing the second floor of the training room, the safe zone will open, allowing interaction with those who came before. There are currently 2 hidden fragments in the first level of the training room, and no one has reached the end yet. To get to the depths of the hidden dungeon, I must retrieve them. That is the only way to become stronger quickly, but first, I need to get the nearest hidden fragment. Let's see. It should be around here. While Hanzu was looking around and searching, he noticed the sound of a quarrel nearby. It seemed that a beautiful girl was being forced to follow a group of thugs who claimed it was for mutual survival during the trial, but she refused. I don't have time to deal with this. I need to find the hidden piece because it will disappear in a week. Thinking to himself. Hanzu turned away and ignored him just as he was about to leave. A young man called him back. Hey Hanzu, you're Hanzu, right? Again, just when I'm in a hurry. Hanzu sighed softly but still responded politely. You know me. At this moment, the blond young man strode forward to confront him. Hanzu. Are you crazy? We were together just before coming here. What do you mean by that? After he found out his name, after going through some memories, Hanzu finally realized they are college classmates. The young man with blonde hair is Jin Tae-sung, and the guy wearing the bracelet over there is Sanjin. You traveled with them before, but you forgot because they all looked up to someone else. We're going with him, Jumihi, the beautiful girl from earlier, who saw Hanzu and immediately pushed the thug aside, confidently walking straight to Hanzu. Hanzu quietly looked at Jumihi. With her appearance, she would definitely bring trouble. The thug ignored Jumihi and was furious, ready to teach Hanzu a lesson, but as soon as he realized who Hanzu was, he hesitated a bit. That bastard was the one who had wiped out the gang earlier alone. If he attacked now while he's exhausted, then, thinking of this, the thug subtly glanced at his underlings. They immediately understood each other's intentions and smirked maliciously. Now, that thug has no idea what's coming as he dares to provoke Hanzu's group. You guys need to stay quiet until others finish speaking. I don't know who that guy is, but he's pretty badly injured. So do you think he can do anything to fight back? Come here while I'm still talking nicely, the sooner the better. You guys should come over before I get there. Hanzu responded fearlessly. Such people are everywhere. He became more excited after the first fight, not knowing who his opponent really was, while fantasizing he could defeat them. Hanzu said as he stepped closer to the thug, his face full of fierce intent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then he pushed the thug aside with his shoulder and strode arrogantly past. This bastard! That little punk is grinding his teeth in fury. What else does he want to say? Hanzu asked, drawing the thandao in preparation to show the thug what a festival is like, when his leader appeared with good intentions to reconcile, implying that we are not bad guys. Why don't you join us? Looking at the current situation, there are many things we need to do. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate? Hanzu stared intently at the leader, assessing him with this look. He has fully adapted to this place now. There is no longer any reason to hide his true nature and act crazed like a wild beast. In the end, he's someone who acts outside the law. Should I deal with him right now? Canyon's words echoed once again in Hanzu's mind. Eris said there's no need to kill unnecessarily, but don't feel pity for the monsters that could harm the Great War. Then, Eris's words appeared again, urging not to distance oneself too much from others and to do your best to protect and care for them. Eris, you have saved countless lives. It's not that I don't have time to deal with these guys now, but they will self-destruct when left alone here. Hanzu thought to himself, whatever, and turned around to leave. This bastard, the guy who was bragging earlier, got stopped by his leader. Hey Dong-ho, that kid doesn't matter. Our goal is to establish order here, in this strange place with weird monsters, and above all, that damn fairy. But there's still something that suits me well. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity, Sung-ho? At this moment, Sung-ho didn't say anything, and obediently left with his leader. How can a human be more terrifying than Gobin like that? Shung watched the figures of the girls leaving, and then followed him, secretly judging himself, knowing that Jung is a strange guy. But is he always like this? He's just an orphan who always sits dazed in a corner, so I didn't think much about him. Suddenly remembering something, Shung immediately questioned him. Hey Shung, why do you act like you don't know us? Shung quickly made up an excuse about losing his memory. The response I received was 3 parts judgment and 7 parts like the Shung guys. Serious? Why is he talking like that? Is he acting like an old man? Mi-hai laughed at Hansu's expression, combined with Shung's words. Once again, Hansu remained silent as he looked at Mi-hai. It's a pity she could have lived a comfortable life, but here, beauty is a double-edged sword. If used wisely, it can be a powerful weapon. Well, I think they'll be fine. Besides Mi-hee-jung and Sanjin, there are a couple more friends in the group, and they all just follow Hansu. Looking at the desolate scene before her, the blonde girl couldn't help but ask, We've been walking silently all this time. Do we have a specific destination? Mihai, hearing this, also hesitated before speaking. That's right, Hanzu. Where are we headed? She will know when she sees it. As I said, you quickened your pace. The first destination is the underground train station where the hidden fragment is kept. Gangnam Station. Gangnam Station, but why is it here? I'd rather not bother explaining trivial things. If it weren't for what Eris said, I would have gone alone, and I have no other choice. To avoid explaining too much in the future, introverted Hanzu decides to say he has a gut feeling. Mihai repeats in shock, intuition. Hanzu replies, yes, when I remembered, I thought of this place. I have superpowers. Everyone gasped in unison. Superpower. Hearing their reactions, Hanzu whispered, we have money here. Superpower isn't that hard to achieve. The blonde girl behind quietly asked her friend, are you sure it's safe to follow him? Even though she spoke softly, Hanzu still heard her, and he turned to her with a smile, saying, no need to follow. I am someone who really enjoys doing things alone, so if you want to stand around and watch, it's up to you too. Taeyong felt a pang of jealousy at Hansu's indifferent attitude. No matter what, he still found him annoying to look at. It's really hard to bear, but in this situation, I guess I have to endure it. The group heads down to the station. Taejung, pretending to be friendly, pats Hanzu on the shoulder and asks, hey, are you sure we're heading to a safe place? This place looks a bit strange. Hanzu replied, no, we are here to meet some friends who have been here for a while. Taejung asked again, what do you mean who lives in a place like this? Is that someone you know? Just then, Hanzu suddenly spoke up, wait a minute, what's going on? Mihi just opened her mouth and seemed to see something terrifying, so she screamed, Taedong, get out of the way! Taedong hesitated and turned around, seeing Hanzu standing beside her, lowering the dagger in his hand. Adidong, pale with fear, stared at the spear tip getting closer and shouted, what is that? But then suddenly realized that Hansu's target was actually a worm-like monster right beneath his feet. Hanzu pulls the spear out of the monster, lifts the red gem, and begins to explain, this is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station, and these are the green worms that emerge after sensing sounds from underground. They hate sunlight, so they usually stay underground. If they bite you, your flesh will easily be torn apart and rot from the inside. So be careful. If you get bitten, you'll faint and die before you can react. I'll tell you a simple way to fight them. After a while, thanks to Hansu's guidance, everyone gradually adapted and managed to kill the green worms themselves. Hanzu stood aside observing, noting that 4 people were performing quite well. Meanwhile, there has been someone holding a spear all along who caught your attention. That is Sanjin. Hanzu approached Sanjin to remind him, if you're not confident, just walk on the intact marble slabs, and if you see a water stain on the ground, stab your spear there, and be careful to watch your hands. Not far from there, Mihi just finished dealing with a green worm. She stood up, wiped the sweat, and told the blonde girl that she probably had to stab into the spot where the ground was rising. The blonde girl replied pensively, it's like a brutal game. Seeing this, Sanjin clenched his dagger tightly, encouraging himself that he could do it. He must do it. Suddenly, a small patch of water bulged up from the ground behind Sanjin, and a blue worm shot out rapidly toward him. Besides feeling scared, Sanjin couldn't do anything else. Fortunately, Hanzu pushed him back just in time and struck twice to kill the green worm. Surviving the disaster, Sanjin smiled at Hanzu. Hanzu. Hanzu didn't reply but turned back to hunting monsters. Very quickly, all the surrounding blue worms had been wiped out. Hanzu approached a blue worm's corpse, lifting a seed cool when he noticed the crowd staring intently at him. So he stood up, turned around, and asked why he didn't just take them all. Mihi, representing the group, replied that they thought it would be better if he just took all the roots. And protect us, because you are the one who will keep us safe from this place, so take everything. We're not as strong as superheroes just by collecting more of those roots. So, just take everything, and in return you will protect us. That wouldn't be better? Hanzu sighed and said, whatever you hunt, just take it. If you want to go with me, at least follow the basic rules. The explorers who have spent decades wandering and exploring this area have created the simplest rules for us to live by. I take what I hunt. In group hunts, the loot is divided based on each person's contribution and priority level. In life-threatening situations, strong relationships can easily be broken. They will soon realize how cruel and ruthless this place truly is. Hanzu, serious, looked at the group and said, the most important thing everyone should trust is their own ability. If you're useless, you'll be eliminated soon enough. That's the rule. Hearing that, everyone froze for a moment. Then Mihi was the first to react, turning to a green corpse. The others looked at each other and then started to split up and collect the orbs. Inside Hansu's mind, he thought it wouldn't be long before they got used to it and wouldn't need to be told, and automatically fights to acquire the tokens for himself. Suddenly, T-Sung shouted, "Hey, look, there's a strange token here!" Everyone gathered around out of curiosity and saw that T-Sung was holding a purple-colored core. The essence of the set is the demon Akal. T-Sung looked at the system's introduction and smirked secretly, thinking that if he could get this, he would gain a new superpower. His eyes full of ambition, he silently said, "With it, I will have a super ability." Then T-Sung glanced at Hanzu, who was emotionless and standing not far away. Earlier, he said sharing items was just for show. If I push too hard now and demand to share items, he'll definitely make things difficult for Mariam. So, T-Sung asked Hanzu, "This is something you're familiar with and belong to you, right? Once you agree, you won't change your mind later, right?" Hanzu nodded in agreement, thinking that the Akul Dwarf Demon Clan's trait is good to have at the start of the game because it increases defense and grants regenerative abilities. Everyone playing this game needs those two things, so it's quite sought after. Also, it leans more towards an archaic passive voice, but it makes the user hungrier. But if you become stronger, you can just steal others' food, so there's no need to worry about hunger. The level of a skill determines its power and mastery. Individuals with both sharp intellect and a large amount of common magic will have around 100 skills. Kendian alone has more than 1,000 skills. However, we are not the same. Hanzu remembered that once, in front of him, there were several colored orbs with different hues. You pick up an orange gem to absorb it, while Eris tries to absorb a green one and sadly says, "Just as I thought, we are only allowed to have. You can only learn up to 7 skills. If I had known this earlier, I would have learned stronger ones. Everyone is limited to 7 skills, so this rule is deadly for players." But Hanzu possesses an immense power that makes those limits insignificant. Thanks to that great strength, Hanzu has infinitely evolved all his skills. The divine essence of Dororo initially only boosted rapid regeneration, but then evolved to the point where it could confront Kang T's immortality magic, and Ganglion tore out hair, becoming as fast as Kendian's specialty move, the Mind Collapse. 7 Sins is the nickname Eris gave to Hanzu, a position where he is so strong that he can evolve infinitely 7 skills. Thanks to that, he was able to catch up and stand alongside them, even though he was 20 years behind. Hanzu thought to himself that it was the skill that defined who he was. It made him return here, facing them again. So I must not make any mistakes until the very end. Eris said that, right? Choose 7 skills very carefully. If everything goes according to plan, we will slip through the training area from start to finish. At this moment, T-Sung couldn't wait any longer and decided to use the essence of the Akul Dwarf Demon Tribe. The system notified him. Physical resistance has been added. Akul's skill and essence are proficient at 1.0%. T-Sung touches his finger to open the personal stats panel. T-Sung, strength 11.1. Accuracy 10.1. Stamina 12.5 plus 1.5. Perception 10.3. Physical resistance 10.7 plus 0.7. Looking at the chart, T-Sung felt happy. He had gained more physical resistance stats. The other stats also increased significantly. Then T-Sung turned his head, sneering at Hanzu in his mind. "You idiot! If it's so good, I'll never give it to you. Just wait. Sooner or later I will catch up with you." Hanzu doesn't know what T-Sung is thinking, and he doesn't want to know either. He waved his hand to signal everyone. "Let's go." T-Sung approached and casually put his arm around Hanzu. "Oh, from now on it's going to be dangerous up ahead, so let's go together. The stronger one should go in front to protect, right? Anyway, you still need me, right?" T-Sung said as he turned his head with a knowing look towards Mihi. Pay attention to T-Sung's gaze. Mihi feels a bit annoyed, wondering why he suddenly looked at her and said that. Hanzu briefly glanced at T-Sung. "Don't tell me he sees me as a rival. Come on, if you're already bad, don't try to look cute. I have no intention of ignoring what just happened either," I quietly said. Hanzu quickly took T-Sung's hand off his shoulder. The group went down the stairs, and Mihi asked curiously why they didn't take another route, but went down instead. Hanzu replied that it was to catch the subway. Mihi asked in surprise, "So the subway still runs?" "I see, got it." Hanzu replied to Mihi, but in his mind he remembered a time when he and a friend with colored hair sat talking. The friend with colored hair said, "That person's information is never wrong. So after all those tunnels, what then?" Just then, a black-haired friend stepped in and said, "Those tunnels are probably a real pain to crawl through." The blonde-haired friend asked, "Who borrowed the Sen vase?" The black-haired one replied, "It's because you keep checking Facebook too much, and on top of that, you get the basic facts wrong." Then, the black-haired guy approached, pushed his friend aside, sat between Hanzu and him, and continued, I will tell you the fastest way to get stronger. You need to touch the most important thing in the training area, which is below the underground train. The locations of the underground train stations vary and their structures are different, but from the third floor upward they are exactly the same. If you go through the gate in the middle of the staircase and go straight down, there's an underground train that hasn't departed yet. If you can get on it, you're basically done. But the problem is, it's very difficult to reach it. Back in the present, the group has reached a large gate. Hanzu glances at the gate and quietly says, "Another day, the train will depart. I have to figure out what it is today no matter what." And Mihi is also staring intently at the gate from behind. It's really not the Gangnam Gate. I've been to Gangnam many times, but I've never seen this gate before. Suppressing his doubts, Mihi asked Hanzu, "Are you really planning to go in there? You don't even know what's inside." Hanzu replied, "I just follow my instincts. Like I said before, anyone who wants to retreat can do so." Tidung quietly smiled and said, "I will go in there." Mihi looked determined and said, "I will go in there too." Looking at Mihi, Hanzu silently guessed that she seemed worried. She probably also understood her own situation clearly. Someone like her will face even greater danger. From now on, somehow or other, she must become stronger, even if it means sacrificing her appearance. At this moment, the blonde girl in the group spoke up. "We will stay here. Anyway, I can keep hunting here, but surprisingly, Sanjin said that even if I go, I want to go inside." Taeyong sneered and said, "What are you going in there for? Just now you were too scared to do anything." Sanjin looked at Taedong with a dark expression and replied, "What I do is my business. What does it have to do with you?" Taedong felt insulted. He pointed directly at Sanjin's nose and asked, "What did you just say? You're talking too much for someone who performed poorly. Take back what you just said." Suddenly, Hanzu shouted, "Enough! Stop arguing over things that don't matter anymore. There's no time, so just do what you can." After saying that, Hanzu headed towards the gate, with Mihi following and even walking faster, surpassing him. Taeyong Kam watched their backs and muttered angrily, "Those bastards dare to insult me in front of Mihi." Stepping through their gate, Hanzu began to ponder that with over 1,000 types of monsters in the training area and diverse terrains, there must be some commonality. Suddenly, Hanzu stopped and looked ahead, quietly saying, "Just as I thought, here it is." Behind them, Sanjin also exclaimed in surprise, "No way, is that a convenience store?" Hanzu's group entered the store and split up to find the items they needed. Hanzu looked around and wondered if the reward was the fact that there was always a convenience store on the second floor of the train station, and Taeyong hesitated while holding a dagger, thinking whether he should take different kinds of weapons. Hanzu quietly says as he approaches a kitchenware aisle, "He said it looks more like a supermarket than a convenience store, but it really has everything he needs." Noticing Hanzu taking out a pot, Mi curiously asks, "Hanzu, what are you doing?" Hanzu places the pot on the stove, takes out a bag and starts cooking. He opens the bag and pours the liquid inside into the pot. Mi often saw that liquid and wondered silently, "Is that green monster blood?" She suddenly remembered that earlier Hanzu had collected some monster parts in a bag, and at the time she wondered what he was doing. At this moment, Hanzu takes out a piece of elf, tearing it into small pieces and putting them into the pot, contemplating that the elf's skin becomes very toxic. When in contact with the blue blood, the preformed elf transforms to counter the deep blue and their toxins, which are very strong. Hanzu was concentrating on the potion when Taedong suddenly leaned in, sniffing. "Can I have a piece?" Hanzu remained expressionless and said, "It's toxic." Hearing that, Taedong was startled and stepped back 3 meters, shouting, "What? If it's poison, you should have said so first." Hanzu slightly frowned and retorted, "You're the one who came here after smelling it." 2 seconds later, Mimi looked at Hanzu and asked with a smile, "We never thought about cooking that. How do you know how to do it?" "Superpower. My brain is full of knowledge." Hanzu's answer made Taedong grind his teeth in anger, secretly cursing. Clearly he's avoiding the question. That bastard. Actually, Hanzu thought his head was about to explode from trying to remember all this stuff. He recalled Canyon's training sessions. At that moment, Hanzu struggled to sit and listen, feeling like his soul was about to leave his body, but on the screen above, Canyon kept jumping nonstop. Even if he returned to the past without knowledge, it would be useless. The amount of information you gain is the most important thing. It's not just about collecting items, but also increasing their power. And without a brain, you wouldn't understand why that's important, right? But you must not share this information with anyone. Remember, knowledge from the future will accelerate the collapse of the abyss. You must not become Prometheus in Greek mythology, the god who can see the future. You are only allowed to use this knowledge when it is truly necessary. Regaining his composure, Hanzu looked at the poison pot and whispered to himself, "If I don't know the exact ratio and boiling time, this will become useless." That's good enough. When the poison potion is finished, Hanzu pours it into an empty bottle and sprays a little poison onto his weapon. Mihei, standing nearby, nervously asks, "Can we use that?" Hanzu replied, "Sure, each use will be half strength or stamina." Taidong shouted angrily, "Hey, you're too stingy. I can give it to you, but in the long run, it might not be a good idea." Hanzu said this because he knew very well that a relationship built on one side alone is very likely to fall apart. Mihei spoke up, "I'll give it to you soon. Let me use that first." Hanzu turned back, looked at Mihei for a moment, then handed her a vial of poison. At the same time, he reminded them to be careful because it would hurt a lot if it got into their hands. Seeing this, Taedong silently bit her lip, thinking if he intended to do that, she wouldn't be able to steal it. The evil plan failed, so Taedong could only say that I'll use it first and return the bottle to you later. Sanjin also spoke up, "Me too." Hanzu didn't refuse anyone, letting them use the poison bottles themselves, while he began preparing other things. Not long after, Hanzu was carrying 2 full backpacks. He quietly thought to himself that this preparation was enough. "The others are also ready and coming over. We're all set." Hanzu turned around, silently watching them intently. Seeing this, one person immediately asked, "Why are you looking at us like that?" Hanzu pointed at the stuff on their backs and said, "Carrying such a big bag, are you planning to be bait for others?" Then Hanzu demonstrated how to bury some items in the ground and said, "If you don't want to carry and fight at the same time, just bury them like this. Moreover, if you take everything with you, others will chase after you with a desire to live. So leave some things for others." Mihai's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hanzu. "At first, I thought he was just quiet, but he's really impressive. Can I have superpowers like that?" Mihai wondered, sitting down to learn from Hanzu's method, her heart full of determination. "Hundreds of millions of people went missing yesterday, but no one can come back. I have to survive here for the rest of my life. I have to survive at all costs to survive. I must do my part well. And if there is Hanzu..." Once again, Mihai looked at Hanzu without a word and hurried to follow him. Seeing this, Tizung irritably said, "That bastard, acting as if he's him." Then Tizung threw his backpack forcefully at Sanjin, regardless of whether he agreed or not, and chased after Hanzu to ask if we could have the superpower he mentioned. Hanzu replied, "Maybe so." Hearing this, all 3 exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Hanzu replied, "Yeah." Kendian once told Hanzu that among those who come to this world, some have developed special abilities they don't actually possess. Nguyen Van Ko said to be careful with the people coming to this world, as some have developed special abilities they don't actually possess, especially since these abilities are very diverse, and some individuals are truly dangerous, with extremely prominent traits. Their survival ability compared to others, so if someone is useless, just eliminate them. Remove them. Misunderstanding the last sentence, Hanzu's gaze sharpens, and his whole body becomes more ominous, causing Taesung behind him to jump in surprise. "What's wrong with him?" Immediately after, Taesung chuckled and said, "By the way, you really lost out this time. Are you still trying to provoke me?" Hanzu paused briefly, then turned to look at Taesung. "I'm not used to it because I don't have much to talk about." As he spoke, Hanzu kept walking, and in his heart he thought back to 5 years ago when he arrived here, facing those creatures that kept coming, hope gradually turning into despair, and then despair blinding everything. Taesung follows, watching Hanzu's back and quietly thinking, where did he hit his head during the fight? Why is he acting like that if not for that superpower of his? So I have already bowed my head in shame before him. I will wait until I am stronger, and then he and I will go on a date. I will eliminate that bastard Sanjin and Sai Hanzu once again. Taesung, still lost in his illusions, suddenly reached out and shouted, "Wait!" Taesung asked, "What is that?" Hanzu didn't answer. He sat down and used his hand to pick up some slime from the ground to examine. So what kind of seed is this? This isn't a type of seed from the life sword. It doesn't smell sour, and there's no dry blood, so it's not a zombie with a sword. The only possibility left is a land mermaid. This is probably a trace of a sea demon. They're not fast, but if we get poisoned and paralyzed by their venom, it won't be hard for them to overpower us, but I have a plan. Hanzu smirked, brushed the dirt off his knees, and stood up. Behind him, Taesung complained, "Don't keep acting alone like that. It's better if you know. I think you'll be surprised when you see this. Come help me." With that, Hanzu turned back to the convenience store. The 3 of them, Mihei didn't understand, but still followed to help. Soon, homemade bombs appeared in front of them. Even though there's no gasoline here, Hanzu says it should be enough. Mihei asks, "Fire bombs? Don't tell me these are from the convenience store earlier." Taesung picks up a bomb and says, "This is also a superpower. It's very convenient for you. You probably prefer this place more than our original world." I mean, you can do whatever you want if I have the ability to do so. Hanzu looked at Taesung, currently struggling in his mind, unsure whether he should just correct him right now. Noticing Hanzu's unusual gaze, Taesung flinched and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" He sighed and temporarily set aside his thoughts. Then Hanzu drew on the ground with a stick and said, "I will plan the strategy. Listen carefully. When one person throws the bomb, the other three will move forward and attack. The one in front will be prioritized for the neck attack." Taesung cheerfully said, "Then I'll go first. The skilled one should go ahead to protect, right?" Hanzu asked again, "Who will throw the bomb?" Mihei and Sanjin both raised their hands. Seeing that, Hanzu said, "Let's agree on who will throw the bomb." It was a bit reserved with Mihei, but while Sanjin was struggling with his thoughts, Hanzu had already decided, so the two can take turns. After making the decision, the four of them continued moving. Sanjin wondered how much further we have to go. Now I can't back down anymore. I followed just because I didn't want to be left behind, but do they all really think this is okay? Sanjin looked at everyone and was surprised to see that Mi-hee's body was also gently swaying. Just then, Hanzu warned to stay alert. "They're coming." Accordingly, strange screams began to echo. Hanzu immediately ordered, and Mihei hurried to the source of the sound. "Don't be weak, that's right. I can do it." Encouraging herself, Mihei takes out a homemade bomb from her bag, lights it, and throws it toward the source of the sound. The homemade bomb explodes, hitting a monster and engulfing it in flames, burning it alive. Mi-hee cheers happily. "I did it. The three of us will attack. Be careful not to get paralyzed and sprayed by them." Hanzu, armed and leading the way, signals to Taesung and Sangjin as we head toward the monsters. Taesung felt a surge of jealousy inside him. That bastard took all the credit again. I can't keep losing to him. Suddenly, a monster lunged from Taesung's side, startling him and making him shout, "Get away from me, you damn thing!" Taesung instinctively swung his hand wildly at the monster. "Damn it, I almost missed." Taesung, worried, suddenly notices the monster lying defeated on the ground. He can't help but look at the poisoned weapon in his hand and praise it. "Aha, this thing really works well." Hanzu asked, "The poison I provided is worth getting that sword, right?" Taesung didn't reply, his ambitious eyes fixed on the weapon in his hand, silently saying, "With this, I can catch up to that bastard soon." So Taesung eagerly joined the fight alongside Hanzu. Mihei and Sangjin were also doing a good job supporting Hanzu. Therefore, in Taesung's mind, the number of monsters on Hanzu's side was steadily decreasing. Hanzu thought to himself that, as he expected, in a battle with paralyzing and flammable poison, bringing fire bombs was a wise choice. The blade was dull, but it didn't matter since I prepared poison for this purpose. During the fight, Taesung was again attracted by some yuzu seeds on the ground. "All these roots belong to me." Taesung greedily reached out to pick up some roots without noticing a monster spitting poison at him. "So, a monster," Taesung muttered under his breath. "Damn, everyone is watching. This is so embarrassing at this moment." More and more monsters come out of the darkness heading towards Taesung. Taesung shouted in fear, "Damn it, get away from me! Save me!" Seeing Taesung in danger, Mi had tried to take out a firebomb to help, but then realized she had run out of firebombs in her pocket. So she quickly told Sangjin, "Sangjin, switch places with me." "Okay, wait a moment." Sangjin responded with a sound and tried to light the fire on the firebomb in his hand, but the lighter seemed to have a problem and wouldn't ignite. Sangjin kept trying to light the fuse, praying silently, "Please catch fire, please." Finally, he succeeded, but before he could ignite it, a monster crawled right up to his feet. Sangjin was startled and dropped the firebomb bottle, which shattered. Taesung shouted in frustration, "You idiot! I told you to set the bomb, not destroy it." Fortunately, Hanzu finished dealing with the monster and ran over to save him. Hanzu split the attacking monster in two and calmly said, "Stay calm and follow the plan. Just follow the plan and there won't be any problem. Rest a bit and go get your relics." Escaping danger, Taesung exhaled and said, "I think I was dead. Thanks to my skill, my leg has been healed." Hanzu told Taesung that if he improved his physical condition and rested, he would recover faster. "So go get your ancient language." Seeing the pile of ancient language pieces divided, Taesung felt unhappy inside. "Is this all I have? This calculating bastard is dividing things too carefully." Then, when Taesung notices Sangjin, a bad idea pops into his head. What if I also take that whole place of ancient language? So Taesung sneered and went over to question Sangjin. "Hey, Sangjin, is it the Choi family's tradition to be so ruthless, are you?" Without waiting for Sangjin to finish speaking, Taesung grabbed his neck with one hand. "Sangjin, Sanjin. You idiot, you can't even throw a burning bomb. Did you forget that it was because of you that I almost died earlier? Sanjin said. It's because of you. My high approaches and scolds, Jin Taesung, what are you doing? Let him go now. If this continues, he will die. Because Mihai spoke up, Taesung also threw Sanjin to the ground and said, Your fate is sealed, damn it. Taesung sat down in front of Sanjin, grabbing his hair and warning him, From now on, look carefully and do whatever you can to survive. Not long ago, you were still bowing your head and dragging yourself on the ground. Looks like you've forgotten your place. Just follow others all your life like your father, and don't cause trouble. Then Taesung turned his gaze away and focused on Sangjin's ancient script. I'll take these things. As he said that, Taesung reached out to take the amulet, but a thrown dagger stopped him, lodged between him and the pile of amulets. Taesung quickly pulled back his hand and shouted, What are you saying? The person throwing the dagger is Hanzu. You look at Taesung and say, That's not your part. Taesung stood up and asked with a smile, Are you planning to give the relic to this useless guy? Don't you see that it's no different from throwing them in the trash? What can it do? Come on, you and I can split this amount of gold. Honestly, without this guy, we wouldn't be in any trouble either, right? Am I wrong to say that? Hanzu calmly replied, We need to divide everything fairly. From the very beginning, you shouldn't have touched someone else's livelihood. Knowing you can't change anything, Taesung dismissively snorted and said, What kind of livelihood is a mouth? Don't regret it later. Hanzu looked at Sanjin and warned, You should also keep an eye on your own share. Maiha watched everything from the side, hesitating as she approached and asked nervously, Hanzu, do you find us annoying? With the current situation, I just think seeing others fight might make you uncomfortable. Hanzu replied that this was already good enough for him. If you do anything poorly, I won't complain about it. Miha asked again, So are you going to stay with us until the end? Hanzu, it seems like you're just acting like you're about to leave at any moment. Hanzu also didn't look back, walking away while saying, It's up to you whether you want to follow me or not. You're doing very well, so there's no need to worry. Noticing the ancient runes on the monsters, Hanzu pondered that they mainly dropped runes for strength and stamina, so I guess you can't ignore the creature's characteristics. It's not too bad since both strength and stamina are important right now. These are also the stats I need. Hanzu raised his hand to open the personal panel. Strength, 25.3. Stamina, 24.5. Agility, 14.1. Just need a little more. Thinking to himself, Hanzu took out a stamina relic to absorb. Hanzu's personal stats show his stamina has increased to 24.8. The system notification confirms his first achievement. Along with the system notification, Fairy suddenly appeared in front of Hanzu, who shouted out the total strength and stamina stats that exceeded 50. Congratulations on becoming the first traveler. Mihei was stunned by Fairy's sudden appearance and shouted, Where did that thing come from? Hanzu smirked to himself and thought, Got it to appear then. Oh, aren't you the traveler who raised their hand earlier? I wondered who was progressing so quickly. It seems my assessment was correct. We always favor those who try. So for the most dedicated traveler, I will give a small gift. The curious one doesn't know what it is, right? Should I tell you? Suddenly Mihei raised her hand and said, Well, isn't that unfair? From the beginning, our body indicators have been different. There's no need to be so afraid because once it starts, neither of us will touch the other. We won't kill anyone just because we don't like them. As she spoke, Fairy flew over to Mihei, leaned close to her ear, grinning like a demon, and whispered, But there will always be exceptions, right? And you could also be one of them. Mihei's face immediately paled with fear. Seeing that, Fairy burst into loud laughter. Of course I was just joking. This way of leading is never boring. Ha ha. Then Fairy quickly hides her smile and glances at Mihei. What was it again? Not fair, come on, you know it well. You have a side that's better than others to the point that no one can catch up, right? But you didn't get rid of it to become equal to others. Life has never been fair. With that said, Fairy couldn't care less about what Mihei thinks. It laughs and flies over to Hanzu, saying these pointless stories are a waste of time. Now, it's time for you to receive your reward. Hanzu quietly thought to himself, I know what the reward is. Fairy continued. The reward, when the total score exceeds a certain number, is 3 optional ancient languages. You can choose which one, either the language of perception or the healing language. Although it can only be used once, if someone's stomach is punctured, it can heal that. And it can also treat most types of injuries. It's like having an extra life. Hanzu quietly added that it would be useless if your limbs were cut off too. The 3 Maihei people's eyes lit up upon hearing about the healing rune's effects, so that means they can survive at least one danger. The 3 of them looked at Hanzu with hopeful eyes, thinking that if things got worse, He would at least save one of them with that ancient language. Hanzu asked Fairy without caring about the three of them, so is there a curse language that is compatible with magic? Fairy was a bit surprised but still smiled and replied, of course there is. Hanzu kept watching Fairy, and seeing no unusual expression, he pondered. It seems that tricks at this level are still okay. Healing spells are good, but refined magic and physical skills are hard to find during training. In special cases like paralysis or increasing stamina, they only affect movement speed and recovery. While physical and magic defenses are basic forms of protection and refinement, I can use experience to counter physical attacks a bit, but magic attacks are different. After a while, when Hanzu received the reward he requested, his personal stats changed. Strength 25.3, stamina 24.8, accuracy 14.1, perception 15.2, magic refinement 13. Hanzu wondered if this was enough to avoid dying or if it was still risky. As a reward, Fairy politely takes her leave, saying she's finished here and is heading out. Also, I rely on you, so in the future make sure to do a good job at home. Oppa is handsome and tall. The three of Mihai gasped in surprise and exclaimed, Oppa, is that a girl? Let's go. Hanzu, why do you look like that? The three of them avoided eye contact and said nothing's wrong. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the third wall. Mihai just finished killing a monster, wiping the sweat from her feet, and muttered to herself, it's definitely easier than before. Suddenly, she noticed Hanzu's actions again. He was doing something else, probably poison too, right? But it seems like Hanzu's actions are still the same as before. Curious, Mihai went over and asked, you know a lot of ancient languages, so why hasn't your speed improved at all? She's watching carefully. Smiling to herself, Hanzu raises his wrist and says it's because of this. Mihai, curious, asked what that was, and the others also stopped their actions to pay attention. Hanzu demonstrated while explaining that you can collect ancient scripts this way. Raising his hand and thinking about the scripts he has gathered, Mihai exclaimed in surprise, wow, how can you do that? Hanzu replied, with my superpower, I should try it once. Mihai humorously picks up a language crystal to try learning it, but Hanzu says, following my way isn't much different. Mihai, confused, asks, but why is that? First, it will slow down the hunting process, so you won't be able to keep many of the ancient languages. Second, if I die, these languages will be useless anyway. All the ancient languages I collect this way will be lost if I die. Sanjin asked curiously, so why do you collect them? Later on, I will use them to trade. I secretly added, although this is very unlikely to happen now, once some rules are established, they can be used instead of money in the training area. Hanzu opened his mouth to advise, you can't do it, just pick them up one by one. Taedong angrily questioned, is it because you follow his words that you dare to look down on us? If you can do it, why can't I? Hanzu silently sighed. These people still don't realize where they are. Once they go down and get scolded, they'll finally wake up. But before that, I still need to straighten things out a bit. Looking at the weapons in my hand, Hanzu turned around, seriously looked at the three people, and said carefully, listen up. Whether you follow me or collect ancient scripts, do whatever you want. I don't care. But instead, now I need you to follow my orders and hand over all your weapons. As expected, Taedong strongly objects. Do you think you're a thief? If you already have your own weapons, why are you still asking for ours? I mean, ours. We can't defeat the monsters with this. Hanzu threw his weapon to the ground and said, the pain is too much. I can't use it anymore. I also need a new painkiller. Understand? Taedong's voice is getting louder. Do you think just saying that means I agree? This bastard is half smiling. If you take all our weapons, what are we supposed to fight with? We also have to fight monsters. What do you want us to do? A hiding place behind you? Then I guess I'll also bring my weapon. He hadn't even finished speaking when Taedong cut him off and said, do you want to fight the monster down there? Taedong replied without hesitation. Fine, no need to overthink. Leave it to me. I've always hated that condescending look in your eyes. So this time, let me show you. Taedong's response surprised Hanzu a bit. I thought he would refuse, but I didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Oh, right. He doesn't know what kind of monster's down there, but my limit is only here. He secretly thought Hanzu gave everyone two options. 1, I withdraw and you fight the monster yourselves. 2, you step aside and watch me face it alone. Whatever you decide. Sanjin firmly said, I will step aside. Mai also responded similarly, so will I. If you say so, then that monster must be very dangerous. Taedong, seeing this, desperately tried to persuade them, saying that's why we should work together and help each other in dangerous situations. That cowardly guy wants to abandon his friends and take all the rewards for himself. Are you guys really going to let him do that? He doesn't care whether the failed Sanjin retreats or not. But if Maya does the same, it will be very difficult for him. Friends, that's a nice word, even though I have some memories of being friends with you before. You should be glad Kenyern didn't come back here, and surely he's wandering in the space of the signal zone. I can't stay here too long, I have to get there as soon as possible. Hanzu listened to Taedong rambling for a while, and finally couldn't hold back, reminding him enough. Once we got down there, I thought to myself, if I had known they would argue like that, I wouldn't have said anything. In the end, we finally moved down. Mai should have done it earlier instead of talking nonsense. Thinking Hanzu would compromise, Taedong smugly said to herself, watching how Hanzu struggled to go down alone. It was clear that bastard knew something important down there. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. Maybe luck would lead to a good item. But not long after going down, Hanzu was the first to run out. Mie, right behind him, shouted in fear, "I told you so. I told you the monsters down there are very dangerous." "Anyway, run away," Taedong also shouted loudly to warn them. Remembering the image of the gigantic monster they just witnessed, Taedong shivered, unable to believe that he knew the creature was from a completely different dimension. It's hard to believe he's planning to fight it alone. His sanity can't be in order. After Taedong's group ran away, Hanzu faced the giant snake alone. As soon as he saw it approach and lift its head to play, Hanzu immediately covered his ears. Immediately after, the monster roared, and a beam of light shot straight toward where Hanzu was standing. Because he was already prepared, Hanzu quickly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack from the giant snake. I think I can withstand this attack a bit, thanks to my magic resistance stat. The powerful electromagnetic wave suggests it has quite high magic, and its scales are so hard that no ordinary sword can pierce through. This isn't an easy opponent, but I know its weakness. Its scales are tough, but the areas between the scales are very vulnerable. Thanks to knowing this weakness, Hanzu dodged the monster's attack while precisely aiming at its vulnerable spot and pierced it with a star. The monster roared in pain, then went berserk and attacked Hanzu furiously, taking advantage of the disorienting sound of the gun wave and poison fumes to whip its tail violently, causing Hanzu to crash into the wall behind him. Finally, it reacted when its weak spot was attacked. This is its nest area, so even its physical resistance is quite high. I was still weak before its poison spewed out. Now Hanzu has 5 knives in hand, which is why there are so many. Of course, besides Mihai and Shangshin, Taesung was also very perceptive and willingly offered them to you before fleeing from here. So Hanzu also isn't in a hurry. He gets up from the rubble, stares intently at the monster, thinking to himself, just enjoy a little until I achieve my goal. At the same time, Mihai suddenly stops while running, his eyes filled with worry as he looks into the tunnel, even though he's fighting far away. The sounds still reach here. Will Hanzu be okay fighting alone? Taesung noticed Mihai's unusual behavior and asked concernedly, "Mihai, why aren't you moving forward? We don't have any knives on us, so we need to hurry to the convenience store and hide." Mihai stays silent, but after a moment of inner struggle, she decides to go back and help Hanzu. These idiots have ignored her warnings from the start, and though Taesung is annoyed, he still acts chivalrous and joins Mihai in turning back. "Hanzu, are you okay?" Mihai hadn't finished speaking when she was stunned by the terrifying scene before her. Hanzu's left arm is being held tightly by the monster and won't let go. Seizing the moment when the beast's mouth is clamped on his hand, Hanzu uses the poison dagger in his hand to stab its weak spot, causing it to cry out in pain, and his arm is freed. All right, I finally managed to stab it 3 times. I hesitated a bit earlier when it bit my hand, but thanks to my clothes, I held on. Luckily, I increased its durability so it should heal quickly. In the next stage, these creatures will evolve to a new level, so their attack and recovery abilities will also improve significantly. At that point, using poison no longer worked, and their use of strength and special abilities made them even harder to defeat, so applying poison at this stage was truly effective. If it weren't for the poison that paralyzed it, I wouldn't have been able to get here. Now it's much easier. Seeing the monster gradually succumb to the poison and lose its resistance, Hanzu immediately delivers a final stab with his knife, making the monster vanish. "Hanzu, are you okay?" Mihai called out loudly and ran over to Hanzu. "Hanzu, did you overdo it earlier? I didn't realize you were here until I heard you calling out, but you don't seem to show any reaction." He quietly walks over to his backpack and asks, "Are you still here? I came back because I was worried about you, but it seems it's not necessary now. Is your arm okay? It's just a minor strain. It's healed already, so..." "Don't worry. I can't believe he managed to fight off a monster like this alone." Taeyong looked at the corpse on the ground, and then at Hanzu, her eyes filled with confusion. "I know he's very strong, but is the gap between us really this big? How can I catch up to him?" Just then, Hanzu suddenly let out a cry from the reward he was claiming from the monster's corpse. Mihai, curious, asked afterward. Hanzu silently looked at the ancient script in his hand, probably because this was also a quite strong monster, so the reward was the Great Abyssal 3. If I had a magic ancient script, this would be much more effective. But since it requires magic to activate, I can't use it right now. Taeyong saw the ancient runestone and ran over to Hanzu to ask, "Are you planning to use it?" Looking at the size of that monster, it's probably a good one. I'm so jealous. Hanzu honestly replied, "No, I won't use it. You can use the 7 ancient runestones, so keeping it with you is pointless. And besides, you don't like broadcasting sound from it at all." Hearing that, Sanjin looked hopeful and asked, "Can I use it then?" "You won't be able to ruin its effectiveness." "Know your place," Taeyong said while pushing Sanjin aside, and then eagerly told Hanzu, "If you're going to give it to that guy, then stop and give it to me instead." Sanjin rubbed his chin where Taeyong's elbow hit and said with dissatisfaction, "You already have one, didn't you? Do you think this neck talisman will work for you, you sneaky bastard who just sneaked behind me earlier? If I had your strength, I could also become a demon lord. And actually, I could do even better than you." Taedong felt insulted and immediately shouted in anger, "Much better. Wasn't hitting you enough earlier. You want me to break your neck so you can beg for mercy." Mihui saw both sides arguing and stepped in to stop them, while Hanzu chuckled and said, "I never said I would give it to anyone I want to sell it if someone buys it. Now I will give a 5% discount, see who will be the first to close the deal." With just this statement from you, Hanzu immediately shut Taedong and Sanjin down. After a moment, to regain composure, Taedong nervously asked, "Can I pay in installments?" "In that case, choose someone to represent the 3 die. Hanzu gave them time to discuss, then approached and asked, "Have you decided yet?" Miha nodded and said, "Then I will take it." Just as I thought, they don't trust each other, so now only one person remains to continue the deal. Moreover, I noticed earlier that he secretly collected magic spirit stones because he killed monsters himself and gathered them, so there's no reason to hide it, but it's not surprising either. The more secrets a person has, the more advantageous it is. It's thanks to survival instinct. It seems he also has quite a potential in that area. After collecting enough items, Mihi handed over to Hanzu 1 speed talisman, 3 perception talismans, and 7 endurance and strength talismans. Because I said I would give a 5% discount, only 6 crystals of strength are needed. Then Hanzu returned 1 crystal to Mihei. Miha forced a smile and replied, "You really are quite particular. Don't say I've always been a bad person. If you get used to receiving free heads in situations like this, sooner or later, you will have to die. In this world, nothing comes without a price." Hanzu said something wise and then turned to walk straight ahead. "Now, just start making that thing." The appearance of that snake proves there is Zotorium nearby. Sure enough, before long, Hanzu also found the Zotorium. He carefully breaks a Zotorium branch, then collects some large leaves before starting to craft something, with Mihei and Sanjin trailing behind like 2 tails, watching every move of Hanzu and guessing wildly. Even Taesung, seeing Hanzu abandon the gathered materials and start boiling them, couldn't hide his curiosity and approached to ask, "What are you going to make with it? Are you creating poison too?" "No. This time it will be something else. The snake's appearance looks quite sturdy, but not strong enough to be used as a weapon. This time you need to create something different. The 11th weapon out of 134 that can be crafted from monster parts and materials collected in the designated area. Its damage range is limited, making it difficult to cause bleeding, but if you can accurately identify the opponent's weak points and are confident enough to strike there, this needle is the best choice." Hanzu looked at the finished product with a bit of disappointment. The tip of the needle was slightly dull. "Oh well, I made it by hand, so I can't expect too much." Hanzu tests the quality by hitting the needle with a pin. Seeing that the needle remains intact, he feels reassured. All right, it has to be at least this strong. Considering the time alchemists have spent to create a weapon, this is the best one that can be made from the basic materials available in the area. I need this to pierce through its scales, the monster I must defeat to get the 2nd hidden fragment. Hanzu wrapped one end with cloth to make a sword sheath, finishing the new weapon. "Coco Lajard, this is a bit stronger than 1 to 17. If I can defeat it, I can make a better weapon. But this weapon isn't bad either. It's the best option right now." Taesung stood aside, observing how hard he was trying to get that item. Surely it's much better than his current weapon. Quietly, Taesung hinted at wanting to buy Hanzu's sword. "This thing is hard to use. If you're interested, I can sell it, but I can't make any more right now. I already used up all the materials earlier." "No, there must be better things ahead. It's best to hold back for now." Taesung comforted himself and then followed Hanzu with everyone else. This must be the final stop, with electricity and a very clean train. Most importantly, seeing how the always ready for battle name is so calm now, it seems there's no need to fight anymore, so I can relax and take over freely. Taesung was secretly happy, and as he, Mihai, and Sanjin boarded the underground train like Hanzu, Hanzu's question froze them in place. Why are you all on the train? Only one person is allowed to get on here. Get off now. Seeing the three others still standing still, Hanzu turned back and repeated, not listening to her. The train only runs if there is just one person, so all of you get off. Sanjin then speaks up. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's surprising. How do you know this train is only for one person? Taesung also joins in. And what law allows you to go? After all the battles we've been through together, why are you so selfish and only think about yourself? You got this far thanks to us. Oh my god, is this the hypocrite who steals and then screams about it in legends? I hope the author quickly gets rid of it because I feel headache already. Let's get back to the main story, Hanzu. Hearing Taesung's cold words, sighs softly and hesitates to draw his sword. These fools, they think seizing opportunities for themselves is clever, but there's still one thing they haven't realized, of course. No law states. I have to go first because in this world there are no rules. Hanzu directly drew his new sword to threaten him. Now you choose, either go down or settle this here with me. But if you choose the second option, remember to write a letter to the United Nations later. Maybe they will listen. So you just stabbed Taesung in the neck and asked, what do you want now? You bastard, is he serious? He talks like a crazy uncle but keeps doing crazy things. But if we all attack him together, we might have a chance to win. If we win, we'll take all his weapons and ancient words. If we lose, just apologize, and it's over. He won't deal with all three, right? It's worth fighting for. While Taesung was deep in thought, he caught Hanzu's fierce gaze. And not long after, the train departed with Hanzu as the only passenger. After coming to his senses, Taesung kept blaming himself. Trembling, if he had moved just a little, he would have been killed on the spot by him. He is capable of doing much more. So why did he freeze just because of Hanzu's gaze? We shouldn't push him away like that. We owe him for carrying all three of us this far. We shouldn't have provoked him like that. Let's move on. We need to keep moving forward. Taesung secretly mocked in his heart upon hearing Mihai's words, those evil bastards. That's why your group will never succeed. Where is that desire for power? Aren't we here to become stronger, regardless of the cost? I will become stronger. While waiting for the train to the next station, Hanzu quietly thought that if he summarized the information he had here, this is what he had collected. The subway will stop at 20 stations along the route. The achievements found at each station are random. Once you pass a station, you can't go back to it. It's a design that messes with your mind. Even if I reach the final point, there's no guarantee of a good outcome. So caution is necessary. Currently at Station 12, Larune's Ring, Kento's Claw, Ograng's Steel Gloves, I have collected 8 weapons. Maybe because they are weapons that can be collected with a hidden fragment, their quality is quite high. The Laren Bracelet combines sensory stats to reveal monster weaknesses, but since I already know all the weaknesses of the monsters, it's not useful to me. I have many weapons, so I hope something will be different, maybe something like increased mobility. With it, I can move freely in battle, or at least that's how it seems. Hanzu stepped off the ship, staring in amazement at what was unfolding before his eyes. Maniac's Cigarette. When placing a cigarette in your mouth, the ancient language stat will start to increase. When smoking, the stat will continue to rise. If you finish smoking and inhale all the smoke, all the ancient language stats will increase by 20%, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Hanzu couldn't help but feel excited. Even though it couldn't be used outside the training area, it was still a useful item. Holding the pack of cigarettes in his hand, Hanzu suddenly remembered her. Are you going to smoke again like before? You know you always told me that every time you smoked. You look very fake, you know. If you keep going, you'll ruin that handsome face of yours. Don't worry, this time will be different, Hanzu whispered to himself before returning to the initial touch. When you returned, Mihe's group had already left. Hanzu didn't care and went alone to the convenience store, casually grabbing the pot he used last time to craft weapons. There are still 4 days until the next hidden fragment appears, and within 2 days you have 2 choices. Focus on hunting and collecting ancient scripts or participate in the remaining missions. No need to think twice. Let's see, I've completed a few missions along the way. I don't know what I'll get from them, but now I just need to focus on doing the missions I think have the best rewards first. Among the remaining missions, there is one with quite promising rewards and a short completion time, the Sacrifice Stone with a summoned mage escort. It increases my basic stats by up to 10, including its own bonus and the ability to heal potentially lethal wounds. The promising rewards and such achievements are quite rare, not only in training, but also in the Red Danger Zone later on. But who would have thought that someone could activate such a stupid mission? Oh, that's her, Anvi Aaron. A member of the Death Squad, she was dragged into the abyss while volunteering in prison. I heard that the people she trusted most were there, but when the training began, they all betrayed her, and her fury awakened her power. Within 7 weeks, she tore through and slaughtered everyone there, then ripped out their hearts. After that, she tried to end her own life, and this mission appeared. Thinking of this, Hanzu decided to skip this mission. It doesn't suit him and also conflicts with his goal of saving as many people as possible. It must be night now, so some night-restricted missions will appear. Wait a moment. Tomorrow night, Hanzu will remember. Look at this, Fu Hao's luxury food bag. First, I will use this. Anyway, I need to make sure I have enough strength. I will protect it under the moonlight. But first, I need to eat. Hanzu looked at the convenience store, now empty. Even the food buried under the ground had been dug up and taken. Now only 2 moons remained as scraps of food and drink scattered on the floor. Those fools, the moon will rise soon, yet they still dare to do something this stupid. Let's see how brave they really are. At the same time, the group of girls, after clearing out everything from the convenience store, are transporting the items to the train station. Mihei's group has reunited with the blonde girl and her friend. They just stood aside watching the girls carry away the food. After a while, the blonde girl angrily said, "How could they steal everything? Should we stop them now? We were in such a rush to escape when we heard they were coming. I couldn't even hold on to anything. They also took my share. How could they steal everything so quickly?" Mihei hesitated and said, "We might be stronger, but..." Sanjin replied to Mihei, "They have too many people. Even with higher stats, we would be in danger if they team up. Hashu hasn't returned yet, so don't rush." My blonde-haired, blank-faced friend then whispered to her, "I've never heard him talk this much." "Me neither," the guy beside us replied. Mihei looked at those people, suddenly feeling suspicious. She couldn't believe they knew the location of the convenience store. "I thought we had more time than this." "Let's go, hurry up!" Sung-ho ordered his followers, and upon noticing Mihei's group, he simply smiled and waved, causing everyone to be startled. Did he just wave at us? They're trying to provoke us by bragging that they've taken everything. There's no need to respond to him, let's go. Taesung muttered irritably and turned away, secretly cursing the idiot. Why did he wave at me? Anyway, I'm still doing pretty well. Why did Sung-ho wave at Taesung? Simply because not long ago it was Taesung who took the initiative to find them, and then personally led them to the convenience store. And the reason he did that, it's simply because he underestimated Hanzu, thinking he would have to fight these guys to get the food. And because you can't easily defeat so many people, you'll have to ask him for help. I remember that moment. After hearing Taesung's offer of help, Sung-ho laughed in his face and said, "Why should we trust you? It seems like you're trying to set us up to fight that Hanzu." Taesung, confident because of the tribal curse of the Yakun dwarf tribe, looks down on us, unafraid, grabbing Sung-ho by the collar and acting superior. "Don't you understand the situation you're in? Just follow me." "What are you saying, you bastard? Do you realize our boss helped you?" Sung-ho hadn't finished speaking when Taesung physically pushed him, causing him to spray soy sauce and fall to the ground. Taesung now stands watching him, acting superior and saying, "None of you 3 are on my level. Enough of this. Why should I set a trap for weaklings like you?" Duin carefully considered, "I'm giving you a chance." After the gang leaves, Mihei and the others decide to stay at a shop near the station to wait for Hanzu. As soon as Mihei saw Hansu's figure through the glass window, she happily called him over, and all her worries seemed to instantly fade away. Taesung, seeing Hanzu, then smiled maliciously. "No need to worry. Moreover, no one knows I set that trap. Even if I get caught, I'll just have a reason to escape." As soon as Hanzu entered the store, Mihei immediately updated him on the current situation. "We're in trouble. While we were escorting GS, and why you and the others arrive, they are taking all the belongings from the convenience store." Hanzu calmly replied, "I know I saw on the way here how much food we have left." Taesung smiled and said, "Not much. We tried to gather as much as possible, but, things happen. Now that you're here, we just need to take back what's theirs, right? Of course, it'll be hard for you to handle all of them alone. I can help if you want." Hanzu still didn't understand his nonsense, but he didn't bother to argue, just sneered contemptuously and sat quietly at the table to eat what was there. Taesung saw Hansu's smile and got furious, immediately approaching him to complain, "Wait, this isn't right. You really don't know the value of this, do you? We risked our lives to keep this food. Shouldn't you be offering something in return instead? Bring something out here. If you give me something good, I might reconsider." Mi was so shocked to hear that. "Taesung, what's going on? We're sharing this with everyone." Taesung argued back, "So we should just give it to him without expecting anything in return. We risked our lives for this food, and you should too. Even among friends, there should be fairness." Hanzu didn't lift a finger while we struggled to gather food. "Didn't anyone tell you not to expect anything for free?" Young Yu and Jixien nodded in agreement. Taesung felt even more excited as everything was going according to plan. This is his chance. If I can bring everything to my side, this guy won't be a problem anymore. Let's see how long he can keep that annoyed look. Thinking this, Taesung smugly turned to look at Hanzu, waiting for the moment he would compromise. Sorry, I have nothing to trade for food. What should I do now? Taesung was just waiting for that and immediately made a request. Come on, you have plenty. Share what you got inside. Jishin, hearing that, asked curiously, what did he say? What did you get inside? He just went into some secret places, as you can see. He must have found something good. He should share with us, right? Taesung turned around, explained, then handed Hanzu an energy bar, smiling brightly and saying, so let's just go. Just share it because you're going to be with us anyway. Why do you have to be like that? Please don't do this. Hanzu glanced at Taesung, sighed, and said, You're very well learned. What do you mean? Stop changing the subject and answer me. Hanzu didn't even bother to reply, and Sick below left the shop. It's not like I brought them because I needed them anyway. I don't need their language. Aries, I came all this way because of what you said. I've done everything I could. If we consider Kang Tae, Taesung would have disappeared since Chapter 3. No need to wait until now. Anyway, it's fine. Stay safe. Be strong in the future, Hanzu said before turning and walking out the door. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Jishin quickly stepped forward to calm everyone down. Come on, let's not argue. We got here without a single sleep, so why stir things up? We'll bring him back. Let's go, Mihai. Let him go if he wants. There's no need to stop him, Taesung said confidently, cursing inwardly. Whatever. Go ahead and act arrogant until the very end, you bastard. He pretends like that, but if we give him free stuff, he'll just leave. Why do we need that guy? We can handle it ourselves, fine. As Taesung was rambling, he was startled to see Mihai suddenly walking towards the door. Mihai, what are you doing? Are you leaving us to follow that guy? Mihai, was a little shaken, but only for a moment. Then she quickly pulled Hansu's sleeve and said, I'm coming too. Hanzu, can I go with you? Hanzu didn't even bother to turn his head and said, I can't take you with me. That's right, of course. Just as Mihai was about to give up and let go, Hanzu said, but didn't I tell you already? It's up to you if you want to come along. Mihai's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. No, you can't go, Taesung shouted loudly. You haven't taken your ancient language yet. I can give you my ancient language, but Sanjin hasn't, right? He is worried right now. Do you think I will let you go? I can let everyone else go, but not you. It's fine because I will go with them too. Sanjin suddenly spoke and slowly walked toward Hanzu, but as he passed Taesung, he was stopped. Do you even know what you're saying? You can't keep acting like this. Do you really think my father will just let your father get away? I raised a stray dog, and now you're brave enough to abandon it? You idiot, don't you know who your boss is? I should. Taesung hadn't finished speaking when Sanjin pushed his hand away and asked back, What will you do? We can't go out right now either. The others don't know we're still alive, so exactly how would you tell my father? At this point, none of that matters anymore. I have no reason to listen to you anymore, understand? Taesung waited and watched Sanjin and Mihai leave, screaming like crazy, whatever, just disappear, all of you. We only have all the food we have now. Do you think everything will be different somewhere else? In the end, you'll all come back here, so let's see. After the Hanzu group walks a bit, Jin nervously talks to Mihai about the food. Are you sure we shouldn't bring some? We don't have much in our pockets? You're right, but a clothing store right on the street catches Hanzu's attention. He looks at the new jacket on display, then puts it on to replace his torn shirt from the fight with the big guy, and says to the two behind him, it doesn't matter. It would be pointless anyway. We have work to do, so let's go. Seeing Mihai and Sangjin's skeptical expressions, Hanzu kindly explains that it's almost midnight. At midnight, Mihai repeats, then freezes in shock, pointing up at the sky. There's something strange about the moon's face. Everyone looked up at the moon, which was normal, until suddenly an eye appeared on it. And then that eye slowly opened. While Mihai was still stunned, she heard Sangjin scream, What is happening? The food has turned into sand. No way. All the food we bought is gone. Mihai hurriedly opened her bag to check, only to find it filled with sand instead of food. What is that? It's glowing. Mihai looked in the direction Sangjin was looking, and then felt even more stunned. Is that it's a human? They are glowing? Their positions are becoming visible. Mihai instinctively raises her hands to look. Are we also glowing? I think maybe if we stand next to each other we won't see it. But the people over there are glowing, even through walls. Mihai realized something terrifying. Everyone can see each other, but that means we might have to fight each other. Sangjin recalled Hanzu's earlier words and asked hesitantly, Did you know about this beforehand? Hanzu chuckled and replied, Come on, I have superpowers, but that doesn't mean I can see the future. But you're so calm about it, Sanjin. You're quite the aesthetic. Just then, the sound of arguing gradually grew louder from the distance. Hey, who's stealing my stuff? Who took all the food? You finished it, right? I'm going to deal with you. Hand over all the food. We didn't take it either. Hanzu sighed quietly. This world really is a mess. That's why I told you not to take everything, because once that moon, which only exists in this world, appears, all the food everyone has will disappear. Meanwhile, T-Sung also just realized that their stored food had vanished without a trace. What should we do now? Should we go look for food? By now, everyone must have taken all the food from the convenience store. Hearing Ji-Sung and Yang Yu, T-Sung clenched his fists, realizing Hans had known all along. Did Hans just deceive us? That bastard has superpowers. Just then, Ji-Sung discovered something and hurriedly called T-Sung outside, where a group of girls was fighting with swords. Where's that con artist? How dare he deceive me? Go find him. T-Sung quickly hides behind the wall, secretly worried that if they gather together, they won't be able to win. Should we escape and pick them off one by one? In this urgent situation, Ji-Sung quickly comes up with an idea. Just go to Hanzu. T-Sung stubbornly insists that we should go back to the half-witted guy who abandoned us and beg him, "Do you have any self-respect?" Ji-Sung retorts. "And what do you want to do? Can you even stay conscious? Staying here won't do any good anyway. Think carefully. If they can't find us, they will chase after Hanzu. We can support them if they are in danger, right?" Yang Yu also agreed with Ji-Sung, saying that using force to win is the way to go, so talking to them a bit should be fine. They are also right, and a temporary alliance is not really my thing. I don't like it, but if I can take this opportunity to use him, then it's fine. Thinking to himself, T-Sung agreed with Ji-Sung's idea, but as soon as he stepped out the door, something suddenly tied his feet. What is that? It's moving. It won't let go. Hey! Help me pull! Ji-Sung and Yang Yu were about to step in, but suddenly stopped, their eyes filled with fear as they looked behind T-Sung. Hurry up, what are you two looking at, you fools? Not yet, right? If you dare to bring him along, you might end up in a wheelchair. Or do you want to come here? I just want to talk. The gang leader shouted a threat, and Ji-Sung and Yang Yu immediately ran away, leaving T-Sung alone to face whatever fate awaited him. Hey, you two dogs! T-Sung shouted. The leader slowly approached T-Sung. Oh my God, why are you so harsh? You're still young after all, he said as he looked at T-Sung's chained legs. What do you think? It's called Oren's trap. While you were busy fooling around, I already set them up. If it's a group fight, what's the point of the fun anymore? All right. Enough joking around, but why are there only 3 of you left? Where are the others? Seeing T-Sung not respond, the leader immediately raised his foot, making T-Sung scream in fear. But he only stomped on the ground instead of hitting T-Sung, though that was enough to make T-Sung tremble with terror. Immediately obedient, I will tell you everything I know. Ask anything you want, I can show you where they are. I'm really happy to see you being so understanding. By the way, there's someone who needs to talk to you earlier. After saying that, the leader turned to look at Sung-ho. It's time to finish this and move on. Sung-ho happily approaches and asks T-Sung, so we meet again, huh? Are you doing well? If I don't do the same to you, I'll be so angry I can't breathe. T-Sung gritted his teeth and thought, this worthless little pest. If those bastards hadn't abandoned me because they would work with us, I'll handle it within my control. The leader left a word and then left. Listen, everyone, beat him within our control. Sung-ho warned his subordinates and then charged to beat up T-Sung. T-Sung looked up, saw Ji-Xian and Yang Ji-woo running away, and clenched his teeth, thinking, how dare they abandon me? I will deal with all of you. Ji-Xian and Yang Ji-woo soon found Hanzu and his group sitting around the stove, enjoying a meal. What are you guys doing? Are you guys just running around? 2GA? Looks fine, let's eat together. Ji-Xian tried to act as natural as possible before walking over to the steaming pots of food. Both of them must have already known that all the food had disappeared. Hanzu sat up, pointing his sword at them while munching on his food, warning them not to come any closer. Huh? Why are you so childish? We didn't fight with you, it's T-Sung. If I go in, what do you guys plan to do? Hanzu smirkingly replied, my superpower says you won't be safe. Yang Ji-woo looked displeased and said, does that superpower tell you all that nonsense? Hanzu turned back to the food and replied, it also told me a few other things, like, you two will face danger soon. Hey, you're pretty sharp. The familiar voice suddenly rang out, making Jisoo and Yang Ji-woo startle and turn around. All I see is a group of girls led by the leader standing not far away, looking at them with interest. Amidst this complicated mission involving the wealthy Yiki's food bag, Hanzu still keeps his cool, calmly enjoying a piece of fragrant meat under their bewildered gazes. This guy, is he okay? Meanwhile, Taesung, looking battered as if he had just fought the whole world, was venting his fury on poor Jixian. At this moment, someone pushed through from behind, blocking Tasung's words. "Come on, calm down." "Newbie, maybe you should calm down a bit," the leader of the girl gang reminded him. He then turned to the group of Hanzu and said, "Nice to meet you again, young man. You have some skills. Where did you find that piece of meat? Tell me now." Not bothering to listen to the leader finish, Hanzu chews on the piece of meat nonchalantly and says, "It's everywhere, of course. I probably don't need to explain what the meat looks like." The gang watching Hanzu eat the sticky glue meat wondered if he dared to eat that. "I had my men try it, but my local guy's all dehydrated from the poison, yet he eats it as if nothing's wrong. I won't bother listening to his questions. If you stew it in demon blood, you'll be able to eat it." "Go ahead, that's all I have to say." The leader of the girl gang looked at Hanzu as if to say, "There's a lot more I don't want to tell you." Then he remembered that the guy said you have a superpower. He also said that this superpower helped you gather a valuable item at the train station, and today seems to be the right day to fight you. Although he has some combat skills, I can still overpower him with brute force, and besides, he's just a 20-year-old kid. He might be used to fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean he's experienced in fighting humans, the leader of the cult thought, sneering slightly. He then called Tasung and said, "What are you doing, you little brat?" Then he ordered you to try a bit, talk to your friends, ask for a little help. What's wrong with that, right? Hearing that, Taesung thought to himself, who would bother to be friends with him? Why is he suddenly giving me orders, he snorted. This way, it would benefit him because he wouldn't cause trouble in front of everyone here. Seeing their intention to approach, Hanzu also slowly stood up. Even Jumihai tensed and got up as well. Taesung from the other side stepped forward and said, "He's right, let's talk for a bit." Jumihai saw this and shouted to intervene, "No, don't come any closer. Don't cross that line." But Taesung refused to listen, insisting on moving forward, shouting, "Move aside, you're just the same, you bastard, wait for it." He even sped up. "It's over," Hanzu muttered to himself. "So, you chose death," the boy then thought silently. "Don't blame me." Eris then quickly drew her weapon in a decisive stroke. Taesung suddenly collapsed, gasping in surprise, as if she had done something, touched his head. Then he collapsed to the ground. Junjun muttered in his mouth, "Why? Why?" Then seeing his leg far behind, Taesung painfully grabbed it and shouted, "My leg, damn it, you crazy bastard, are you out of your mind?" The people over there are once again silenced and stunned by Hanzu. Even Jisun and Yangyu were just as surprised. Taesung on the other side was still shouting in shock, "Damn it, my leg, where is your humanity? Why did you do this to me? Just for a piece of meat?" Clearly, earlier Junmihi tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Now she can only sigh. Maybe only Mihei knows Hanzu would act like this, because even Sanjin was just as surprised as the others. Taesung then turned to the condo leader and said, "Think carefully, he's only doing this because he doesn't want to share the food. If he's even stronger, you think he'll leave you alone? He'll kill all of you just to get that relic." Taesung kept urging them to kill him now, thinking he could befriend him, you fool. The condo leader, after hearing that, immediately turned to his men and said to prepare to go. But at this moment, Sung-ho, who was scared by Hanzu, quickly said, "But boss." Sung-ho then fell silent, reassuring himself, and looked at Hanzu, thinking to himself, he's not wrong. He has no intention of fighting now, but if he becomes stronger later, he will be able to easily defeat us. Our side is almost out of options, and his body is glowing because of the moon, so he can't escape. We need to deal with him now. Then he carefully examined Hanzu's cold face, trembling as he thought, damn it, what kind of college student has eyes like that? What did he go through to have them? Hanzu didn't need to say anything. His face exuded confidence. Anyone afraid could leave. As he saw them rushing forward, he recalled how Eris and Candian often argued despite their alliance, with Eris saying they shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. But Candian said, if the enemy is right in front of us, we have to completely crush them, because otherwise, one day, they will overthrow us. Both Eris and I agreed with that view, Hanzu thought. Then the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Then he raised his hand, summoning a few ancient stones, his smile gradually losing all humanity. This expression immediately caused the others to panic. What are you planning to do now? Since it's like that, just cut him down right now, guys. They then charged forward, shouting together, "Kill him!" Seeing this, Hanzu clenched his weapon tightly, warned one last time, and then leapt into the air with a powerful kick to cut through the sky. He rushes forward swiftly and says, "Let me try these moves on you." Only then does he realize he's messed with the Grim Reaper's scythe, and his spirit collapses in shock, wondering how he could move like that. While he was still thinking, Hanzu charged forward, clearing half of the way. At this moment, in the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Not running means death. The remaining ones also realized this and immediately fled to their deaths, leaving only the leader standing there, still stunned. It was only then that he suddenly realized that he had collected all the ancient scripts. At this rate, immediately afterward he shouted, "Don't run away! We are more numerous, we will take their flesh to give birth to our people." But the henchmen are not that stupid. Anyone who's afraid can go back. I'll go back if I'm scared. In an instant, only 2 people remain, and the leader realizes he's in a life-or-death situation. Even knowing death is near, his pride still comes first. He forced himself to stand tall, challenging, "You think I'll back down, you little brat? Think carefully. Think about it. Killing people means you'll survive in this chaos. This is quite different from killing monsters. Right now, what you're doing is killing people. Killing people. What could a kid like you do so easily?" Hanzu didn't let him jump anymore, a sharp cold sword splitting the leader in 2. Hanzu moved so fast that by the time he landed, the corpse only just began to react, flying into the air and exploding like a balloon. Compared to the tense battle, the battlefield was now flooded with bodies and blood everywhere. The defeated enemies lie scattered, their agonized screams echoing through the space, until suddenly a cracking sound rings out, as if someone has been pierced, blood splattering everywhere, causing Yangyu and Gixian nearby to startle in shock. Hanzu calmly approaches, checking each person on the ground. Those still moving will be pierced a few more times to quickly reunite with the ancestors. He sneered, his eyes full of challenge, and asked Yangyu and Gixian if they still wanted to fight here. Seeing that expression, both of them paled with fear. They could only remain silent, eyes meeting each other in utter confusion. Hanzu said nothing, only turned around and skillfully swung the stick in the middle of the staff. Seeing that, the 2 quickly ran away without looking back. Hanzu lowered his staff and approached with a cold expression, like a confident swordsman. Hanzu sat down, lowered his head, pulled out a small knife, and casually stabbed it into the piece of meat before bringing it to his mouth. Mihai looked at him confused, wanting to ask what on earth he was doing. Hanzu chews the meat messily and then turns to say to Mihai, "What's wrong? If you stare like that, I won't share my food." Mihai blushes and stammers, "No, it's nothing." Then the group sat down to rest and scooped ice to finish the 2 enormous pots of meat. The sky was clear blue, with not a cloud in sight, but it felt anything but poetic. From afar, a blinding light suddenly flashes, and a spherical object gradually descends. It looks like a bulging eye, scanning the entire city. Then it quickly closed itself, disappeared into space, and the 3 of them hurriedly moved on. Hanzu walked along, groaning, feeling uncomfortable from eating too much, to the point of wanting to vomit. In his mind, conflicting thoughts arose. I've messed up all the missions related to humans. But when he held the small bag in his hand, Hanzu chuckled to himself. At least you managed to protect the food supply for the next 2 weeks. That bag has a magical ability to preserve food from moonlight and store items in a separate space. Hanzu leads the way confidently while Sanjin and Mihai follow awkwardly, unsure of what to say as the atmosphere grows tense and uncomfortable. Finally, Mihai couldn't take it anymore. She stopped and asked if he thought everything was okay without killing them all. Hanzu bowed his head, his face darkening, and remained silent. After a moment, he lifted his head, sighed, and said mockingly, "A girl like me is really scary. I've always been afraid of you." Mihai blushed and stammered in response, "That's not it. I just care about you." Hanzu said nothing more, just stood there, knowing full well that even if they tried to get up, they couldn't do anything. Hanzu is growing stronger, making all resistance futile. The journey continues as the 2 quickly catch up to Hanzu's pace. They comforted themselves internally, realizing they no longer needed to worry about others. If Hanzu wanted to help them retrieve the relic, it would only make him stronger. Hanzu put his hands in his pockets and silently assessed Mihai. Her appearance showed that she had begun to understand the dangerous situation here. He also guessed that she had the right perspective on everything. Though leading the way, he kept glancing back to watch her. In his mind, he kept thinking about how to save the most people, minimize conflicts, and unify the forces needed to establish rules. He understood that to achieve that goal, killing people just to obtain the ancient language was not an option. Although killing and using their ancient words might bring power, it cannot compensate for their loss. Hanzu realizes that if he continues to kill recklessly, others will see him as a ruthless person. To impose rules and control the situation, someone powerful must step forward, and you can't reveal any weakness. The atmosphere grew tense as Hanzu's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. He knew that living in this way would attract those seeking the ancient scripts, and that would change everything. Suddenly, Sanjin stopped and declared that he would no longer continue. Mihai was surprised and asked again in disbelief, "What did you say?" Sanjin replied honestly, without fear or hesitation, I don't think I will go with you anymore. Mihye is shocked and can't understand why he made that decision. Hanzu shows no surprise, simply calmly saying, do whatever you want. You say it simply, but with a respect for Sanjin's decision. Hearing that, Sanjin turned and quickly left, running far away from the group as if trying to escape the impending disaster. After Sanjin left, Hanzu quietly asked Mihye why she didn't do what she wanted to do. The question startled Mihye, and Hanzu looked directly at her with cold eyes, asking again, aren't you afraid of me? Mihye was still stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She avoided Hanzu's gaze, but admitted that, I'm afraid, but seeing Hanzu standing there amidst the battlefield of death, she thought as long as she didn't cross the line, everything would be fine. Mihye bowed her head, approached Hanzu sadly, and said that if she left now, she wouldn't be able to come back even if she wanted to later. So she decided to follow him to the end, as far as she could go. Hanzu looked at her, his eyes carrying the weight of many past experiences, but still holding a hint of affection. After Mihye finished speaking, her mood became complicated, her eyebrows furrowing. Still, Hanzu just nodded and turned to walk away. So if that's the case, then let's go. And so the two continued their journey, while those Hanzu had just knocked out began to wake up. Jin Tai-sung, Junjae, Lungung Bojae, Big Mosquito Chu, this useless thing. Only good at talking. If it weren't for that dog beating us, I would have killed you all already. He was crippled in one leg by Hanzu and can only drag himself along the ground. He swears that once his wounds heal, he will kill those bastards, and then it will be Hanzu's turn. With a body covered in wounds and exhausted, Jin Tai-sung crawled on the ground, filled with hatred. Mihye, I won't forgive you guys. His face battered, but he still kept his bravado, pointing fiercely, until suddenly he froze as a figure appeared before him, who turned out to be Sanjin. This idiot is just now coming out. He's overjoyed, thinking this is his chance. Sanjin, help me up, he shouted. But Sanjin still stood still. Hurry up. You can't leave me here, we have to work together, he pressured, playing on Sanjin's mind. This is your chance to become stronger. From afar, the leader of the first group of soldiers had also regained consciousness. Seeing that, he turned back to mock. Who do you think you are, living and dying like that? He threw a knife to Sanjin and ordered him to kill him. You're good for nothing. I'll split half of the treasure with you. Sanjin picks up his knife, his eyes full of determination. He continues to give orders. Kill that guy and I will share with you. But as Sanjin stepped closer, he started trembling with fear. What are you doing? Sanjin grabbed his collar, shook him hard, and he yelled out loud, tears and snot streaming down his face. What the hell are you doing? Let me go. Sanjin's face darkened, leaning in close. Now I understand. Seeing that tough look on your face, I wonder why it suddenly looks so strong. He looked straight at him and cursed like a beast, wiping his face in a hurry. I should have taken this chance long ago, right? Now it's your turn to be humble. What nonsense are you talking about? Let me go. His eyes wide with a cold glare as he looked at him. Unable to hold back any longer, he tried to grab Sanjin's shirt, but Sanjin acted first, stabbing the knife straight into him. He almost shouted, Motherfucker, son of a bitch. You said I should know my place. Now it's your turn to mind your own business. He looked straight into his eyes and cursed himself for being useless, not noticing the half-smile, as you used my father to threaten me. Sanjin let go of him, looked at his hand, then burst out laughing. The blood-stained knife slowly falls to the ground. Sanjin collapses, his mind in turmoil, trying to calm himself down, not to be weak, especially over something so trivial. His eyes shifted to the ancient stones scattered on the ground. This is just trivial, he thought to himself, but he still couldn't shake the thought. Why didn't you kill me, Hanzu? He stood up quickly and continued toward the gang leader. The leader, Huang Hot, hurriedly raised his hands. Hey, can we talk? If you let me live, we should team up. It would be stronger. Sanjin was overwhelmed. Does he think I am that pathetic? He reflects on the past, feeling a ripple in his heart. If I had enough courage to fight alongside you, if I weren't so weak, you wouldn't have left me behind, Hanzu. With determination in your eyes, you examined the ancient stones tightly. I will prove myself and become stronger like you, if I take advantage of these fools to catch up with you. And he doesn't spare anyone. He's finished off. Sanjin turns away, only thinking about one thing, and then you'll have to see me differently. The ruined city is filled with death and no sign of life, as the black demons with their terrifying wide mouths descend to tear apart anything remaining. Amidst the black rain of crows, Mihi stands there, eyes wide with confusion, as she watches the frantic creatures swirling overhead. She takes a deep breath and begins to sing, her voice echoing so loudly that the crows startle and tremble, as if hearing Jaeun's corrupted voice. With just a song, she made them faint and fall to the ground. Suddenly, from behind, a giant creature appeared and charged straight at Mihe. A blue light flashes and Hanzu appears, slicing the creature right in the mouth, causing the garlic bulb to heat up immediately. He feels a bit nervous, fearing she might also become roasted if she doesn't get help. Hanzu, after defeating the creature, handed her some ancient runes as a reward and advice, emphasizing that relying on others and acting alone are two different things. If a skill has flaws, it's necessary to ask teammates for support. But remember, this is a 50-50 relationship. I will keep half of the ancient wordsmiths. I need to accurately assess my skills' strengths and weaknesses. Miha looked at the system screen with concern, wondering if 2 days had already passed. Today is the 3rd day since we arrived here. She keeps pressing repeatedly, deciding to buy skills from Hanzu to boost magic recovery speed and durability. Without these skills, keeping up with Hanzu will be very tough. She glanced around nervously, trying not to rely too much on Hanzu. He sighed wearily as Hanzu's screen displayed his stats, which had increased compared to before. He was delighted with the result. I managed to catch 42 fruits. The best method is to keep all the stats balanced. Because Minhee's strength and endurance are a bit lacking, I didn't need to put much effort into adjusting the stats. Suddenly, a shaky voice rang out. Hello. Test mic 1, 2, 3. Can everyone hear me? All the basements right at the starting point and be on time, or you'll be penalized. Mihei and Hanzu immediately focused, recognizing this as the voice of the assistant fairy. Hanzu immediately nodded and followed the order, and the two of them walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Mihei felt a bit tense and glanced at Hanzu. He sensed that look and felt a little embarrassed. If there was something he wanted to say, just say it directly. Mihei's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, unable to speak. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes to gather courage, and then asked loudly, Hanzu, have you already had your first time? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and she stood up with all her might. After asking, he felt her question was quite rude and wondered if it was too personal. Although she knew she shouldn't think that way, seeing Hanzu's handsome appearance beside her, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He nervously fidgeted with her hands, shyly, actually wanting to ask a different question. Seeing he standing beside him like a fairy, Hanzu felt helpless, thinking she seemed shy but was quite comfortable in her way of talking. He thought Kangtae would definitely like this question, even if it was just small talk. Hanzu recalls how he was so nervous at first that she couldn't speak. She looked lost, then said, No, it's nothing. It was just a simple question, but it made Hanzu think so much. Your girlfriend, huh? She's just someone I've never met before. I can't lose her again. In the end, he answered, I don't remember. Hanzu's response made he feel completely deflated. The conversation ends here, and the two continue their journey in silence. Finally, he and Hanzu reached the starting point where everyone had gathered in a swarm like ants. He recognized many familiar faces, as if she were participating in a real-life version of a face recognition show, but the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned strange and hard to describe. Suddenly, a yellow-toothed demon flew overhead, laughing loudly. Are the explorers checked in enough yet? Everyone gathered so quickly, it's boring as hell. It looked around with a bored expression and continued, so let's get straight to the point. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. The demon raises its finger. First, if you survive the next 72 hours, you can leave this place. It flew while talking, looking more smug than a peacock. Is that good news yet? Clap your hands, but everyone just froze in silence. They stood still, not moving, as if they didn't know how to act. The demon's eyes almost seemed to pop out, and it asked, Isn't there any reaction? Finally, everyone clapped together to make the demon feel 1,000 times less embarrassed. Even though their happiness seemed somewhat fake, the demon happily responded, very pleased that you all seemed to enjoy yourselves. It keeps acting up, so now let's introduce the star of this event. Suddenly, the palace begins to shake as if a storm is coming, causing everyone to panic. This palace you are seeing is undergoing a major upheaval. It is the most important location for this event, the demon explains. Everyone shouted, What is this? From afar, a large building appeared. It was the magic altar. He saw the huge thing in front of her and felt surprised. The altar, she thought. A large claw appears inside the altar, along with a big set of teeth. The demon continues, There is a very cute pet waiting for all of you. It looks small and cute like this. The demon flies forward and asks, Have you seen it yet? It also introduces that this boy is a carnivorous monster. Everyone feels a chill down their spine. Their faces turn pale, and they gape in fear. The yellow-toothed demon continues, especially blue for you. I've starved it all day long. The muffled sound of footsteps coming from inside the altar shows the monster is anxious to escape. The fairy tapped the altar with a clink, giggling. It looked cool, but in reality it was pretty weak. It could shatter in an instant. Look at the shards falling apart. The monster inside the altar keeps howling. Fairy continues, I wonder how many people would survive if this boy manages to escape. The ones below, watching the starving monster in front of them, hesitate. If the altar collapses, will we have to fight that monster? Fairy with yellow teeth, grinning, now I will announce the second news. It carefully picks out a pillow to lean on and sleeps peacefully. Luckily, there is a way to lull it to sleep. If it sleeps, the altar will be safe, and it won't escape, right? Fairy blows 1,000 kisses to those below and continues. I wonder what that method is. Can anyone guess them? If you do well, I will bless you. The people below feel colder than the monster in the shrine. We don't need that. Hearing this, Fairy also lost her enthusiasm. Truly a boring group of actors. I will let you know. It smiles, showing a cunning expression. This method is very simple. 5 people a day. Just feed it 5 people a day. It's a very effective and efficient method. Everyone was horrified to hear this. So 72 hours means you have to feed it 3 times, right? Hanzu looked around and thought that with more than 60 people present, if Fairy's plan was carried out, a quarter of them could become food for the monster. Fairy continues to explain that people can choose to keep fighting or give up. For those struggling to decide, Fairy has prepared a video. With a snap of his fingers, a blue screen appeared showing those who had fought the monster before. They were screaming in pain, their bodies covered in wounds, as the blood-red-eyed monster bit into some of them, gnawing fiercely. These people quickly became tasty prey for the monster, turning into its meal. Fairy emphasizes that this video illustrates how individuals from different regions chose to fight the monster and the consequences of that decision. Everyone started whispering and debating about fighting the monster, considering it pointless. Suddenly, one person bravely raised their hand, drawing everyone's attention. This person asked how they would choose the sacrifices, causing everyone to feel confused and awkward. The fairy lazily responds that whether to force or draw lots depends on them, and emphasizes that the only thing they need to do is sacrifice the living. Then it announces that they have 1 hour to think and sets a timer for them. Within 24 hours, they will have to choose additional sacrifices. As the screen activates and the countdown begins, Fairy disappears, leaving everyone in frustration. Mihei, feeling a bit scared, turns to ask Hanzu what to do now. Hanzu, calm and unshaken, replies that the decision has already been made, and the person who asked earlier now suggests a fair way to choose 5 people on the first day and 5 on the second day. Hearing this suggestion, Hanzu laughed and asked why it had to be done that way. The others were stunned, and she stood behind, terrified. Sanjin also stepped forward, looked everyone in the eye, and said with confidence, "Why bother with fairness?" An ordinary day, but nothing was normal anymore, as the usually insecure Sanjin suddenly switched to being number 1. While the group around June trembled in fear of the giant monster, Sanjin stepped forward with a completely relaxed expression, as if taking a walk in the park. "What did you just say?" One of the group members suddenly stood up, probably shocked by Sanjin's calmness, but Sanjin didn't seem to be surprised at all, and simply responded with a very normal remark, as if he was right about everything. "I told you so. Is there any reason we have to be fair?" Hearing that, the other person was speechless, but still tried to act tough. "So what do you want us to do? You can't just talk casually without offering a solution." Sanjin remained as calm as water and replied, "Why not?" Then turned around and walked straight ahead, a vintage phone. Placing his hand on the phone as if planning something big, he said, "We have a simpler way." After finishing, he suddenly smashed the antique sword in half without hesitation, leaving everyone there with darkened faces, so shocked they didn't know where they were anymore. The ancient tree fell to the ground with a loud crash that deafened everyone, while Sanjin looked at them as if to say, "See, I'm so powerful." He didn't stop there. Sanjin continued his performance, starting with the weakest, most useless ones, just throwing at 5 people, right? Then he turned back to look at the crowd, as if preparing to choose someone for the monster's lunch. Seeing the increasingly pale faces of his teammates, Sanjin felt satisfied, even smiling because he thought he looked so cool. He continued, "Now is not the time to waste. We must sacrifice the weak so the strong can survive." Facing the monster, "Forget it, we don't need to do that. We need to work together for a greater purpose, and to do that, we don't need someone weak like you." Then Sanjin glanced kindly at a guy in the group, but he didn't stop there. He continued, So obviously we should throw the weak ones first as sacrifices, right? So, now Sanjin turns to Hanzu, who has been standing silently all this time. What do you think about this, Hanzu? Sanjin asks, hoping for an agreement from the strongest person in the group. Hanzu looks at Sanjin with a calm face, but inside he's probably thinking he's afraid of his younger brother. But before I could say anything, Sanjin kept defending himself. I'm not weak anymore, Hanzu. You see that, right? Now I am much stronger. I will help you because I have no intention of making you my enemy. I will become even stronger, and to do that, I need your help this time. I am sure you will make the right decision because my opinion is the best. Hanzu crossed his arms, sighed, and replied that the idea wasn't bad, but he had a suggestion. If everyone followed it, we could all survive. There's no need for anyone to sacrifice themselves. Hearing Hanzu say that, those people seemed to see a miracle in the desert, cheering up. Is there really a way like that? Only Sanjin starts to worry, thinking to himself, please don't tell me. Then suddenly a guy with a red knit cap in the group quickly says, don't tell me you're suggesting we fight the monster together. That's unrealistic. After watching that video, you should realize it. Even when we try to overwhelm it with numbers, fighting the monster that regenerates every time it eats someone is truly nothing but a cruel joke. We don't know why the whole group has to fight something so tough. And then Hanzu, with a completely expressionless face, calmly said, Hongbei, no one said you all have to fight. The red-hatted guy immediately froze, hesitated, then what else? You're saying you're going alone? And then Hanzu sealed his mouth and proudly said, spot on, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Of course, as soon as they finished, everyone started to chatter, but their chatter was more of worry than laughter. Then suddenly a bald, fat, and ugly old man shouted loudly, what are you talking about? These aren't goblins. He even considered the timing as a way to monitor it, so we only have less than an hour left to decide what to do. Hanzu kept interrupting every conversation, but everyone was tense. On the other side, Sanjin sat there feeling turbulent inside, muttering to himself. I thought I was close to catching up to his strength, but now he's strong enough to defeat that monster alone. He seems to be lost in his own world, where only Hanzu exists. Hanzu suddenly said, I will fight it, but not now. Sanjin immediately saw hope, like, oh, you need help too, right? But Hanzu suddenly snapped, enough, stop talking. You guys just love interrupting me, huh? Truly unpredictable and hard to read. Sanjin was angry but still tried to stay calm and asked again, so what is your suggestion? Hanzu then fell silent, pondering. Mihai looked at him nearby, then started to think Hanzu would bring it with him into battle, but then contradicted herself. No, there's no way he would do that. There's no way he... Hanzu thought for a moment and then said, it's simple. If everyone gives me all their ancient language stats, I will take responsibility for killing the monster. Immediately, those people started to panic. Some are suspicious. Some are talking about 60 ancient languages. Who would actually give such languages to others? Hanzu didn't bother to listen to the buzzing in his ears. He calculated in his head that his strength is 100, stamina 100, speed 50, perception 50. If I can increase all these stats and use healing items along with some tricks, I might be able to win. The second hidden fragment. Even Kandian Erez and Kangte can't defeat it. The only one who discovered that is the warlord Krementai. Even he, who shares the same inner strength and combat ability, had to be nearly dead to defeat that monster. I must get this hidden fragment. This time I am much stronger and faster than before. As he thought, Hanzu instinctively clenched his fist to show his determination. He spoke, I don't care who gave it to me. When I gather enough to defeat the monster, I will go to the altar and face it immediately. Any delay will only lose us the advantage. At this point, nearly 20 minutes have passed. On the other side, the bald old man begins to react, growling. A person as weak as you can't have that many scrolls. If we had that many, we would be much stronger already. He turned to the crowd, shouting, damn it, everyone! Give me the ancient language! I will fight, or we draw lots to decide who will sacrifice. If we can't decide, then let's do that. But no one bothered to respond, only looked at him as if watching a monkey in the zoo. Another person stood up with a cold voice, you selfish bastard. The bald old man turned back, angry, what, who dares say that? Behind him, a long-haired, muscular man stepped forward with a faint smile. It's really you. You're the first one to be thrown in there. If we start with the weak, then why should we give the ancient language to someone as weak as you? The gap between the leader and the last is like heaven and earth. Or maybe because you only have a few words, you didn't want to give them. The long-haired guy stepped closer, his threatening gaze making it clear that someone as weak as you was just trying to hide. You can't do anything here. The bald old man trembles, trying to stay calm. How dare you say that? You bastard, but that guy keeps emphasizing, don't be stupid, you're pretending. Or do you want to be cut to pieces and thrown there? He said as he drew his weapon, causing the bald man to startle and step back. Do you treat elders like that? You don't respect Lazia? You don't understand Lazia democracy? The old man shouted, but the long-haired guy just smirked and said, fine, let's vote. Let's see if we should save you or sacrifice you. Of course, a secret ballot, just like you like democracy. The bald old man, knowing he's at a disadvantage, ran to beg for help. You can easily extract the language from him, right? If you kill a few strong ones, you'll have enough without risking yourself. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful punch to the face made him fall backward. What are you talking about? Do you have a death wish? Turns out it's just a guy in a beanie. The bald man desperately begged for help, saying he would give all the ancient scripts in exchange and pleading for mercy for his family. It was a truly touching scene, but no one paid any attention. The guy in the wool hat stepped forward and threw him ahead. If the monster isn't satisfied, we're all going to die. Hanzu ignored it, looked at his watch, and saw there were just over 38 minutes left. He sighed, be quiet, and go home to argue. The chaotic scene leaves Hanzu speechless. They never know when to retreat or when to move forward. As always, nothing about this is surprising. We need to resolve this gun crisis. Hanzu said, everyone be quiet, and the crowd immediately stopped. I will give everyone a few options to find the sacrificial target if no one is willing to hand over the relics. This is a command for the weakest among you. Hanzu selected 5 people, including the bald man, the guy with the knit cap, and a family of 3. All of them were stunned, trembling, unable to move. Are you saying we have to sacrifice ourselves? Some shouted, but Hanzu only smiled coldly because you deserve it. The clock keeps ticking. Now, only 29 minutes and 56 seconds remaining. The steady ticking sound creates a tense atmosphere. In front of the white and pure altar, Du Mihei stood there with a worried face. If he kept like this, just let him go with her. Suddenly a familiar voice called out from beside him. Maybe she'll let you go with him, Sanjin said, causing Mihei to softly call his name. You still don't know what kind of person Hanzu is, do you? Mihei's face twisted, with a hint of mockery in Sanjin's tone. The words immediately froze Sanjin in place for a few seconds, his face becoming stiff. His eyes immediately turned toward her. I also want to go with him, Mihei sighed, her gaze distant, no longer teasing Sanjin. But how can I follow him forever, right? Her voice turned serious, her face becoming solemn. Sanjin remained silent, his heart filled with fear of being left behind. He asked Mihei, so what do you plan to do now? Just sit here and wait for him? No way, Mihei replied quickly, then turned to leave. If I do that, Hanzu will scold me badly. She looked back and smiled, and I wouldn't be much different from those people. Her tone was a bit bitter, and elsewhere Hanzu stood before the trembling crowd. He asked coldly, while others were busy, what were you all doing? Does Hanzu care whether they are working together or not? He said, once you've made your choice, you have to take responsibility. Hanzu's gaze looked at the trembling crowd with seriousness and coldness, not because they are weak that they were left behind, but because your own weakness is the reason you can't keep up with them. Hanzu crossed his arms and said firmly, so you're here but still want to take it easy. Hanzu looked at the group avoiding his gaze, speaking softly, yet with authority. If you want a chance to survive, each of you take out 2 ancient scripts, all 15 of you. Hanzu looked at Mihei with a commanding tone and said, I can only help up to this point. Your job is to go hunting and return what you borrowed within the next 72 hours. If anyone tries to run without paying, just let me know. He smirked slightly and said casually, I'll cover for you. If you have the guts, try it. Mihei turned to leave after hearing that, but before he went, she didn't forget to push Sanjin. Hanzu always keeps his word, so he will definitely handle this himself. That also means I have to speed up. Her eyes grew sharp, showing her determination to catch up with Krat. Sanjin, expression unchanged, replied, all he needed was to go with us. The others also want you to come along. Those words made Mihei stop. She turned back, smiled brightly, thanked him, but not yet. I'll get back to you later. Then she continued on her way. Sanjin watched Mihai's back with a full heart of thought. He didn't need to see her fight to know that since the last time they met, she had become much more formidable. You silently clenched your fists, telling yourself, I have to show them too. This isn't enough yet. I need to be stronger. Sanjin was lost in thought when suddenly a voice interrupted his train of emotion. A guy with a cool, long ponytail spoke out, followed by a group of men exuding menace. Under the gaze of their statues, Sanjin simply responded, Secretly trying to decipher the intentions of these people before he could get a handle on the situation, a well-dressed man like an idol stepped forward from behind, gently patted the long-haired guy on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Relax, bro. No need to be tense." This man confidently introduces himself as Park Soo-yeon, and then asks Sanjin if he is the leader of that group. Sanjin looks confused and says they are just friends, but Park Soo-yeon insists that he is the leader because everyone usually listens to him. He threw a bottle of water to Sanjin and offered to talk with him about Hanzu, someone he had seen before. Somewhere else, Hanzu was perched on the wall of the magic altar, next to a door leading to another dimension. He checks his gear on the ground, thinking that the original plan is useless and he needs to use a paralytic poison. He picks up a small bottle and a stick, then mutters that he's probably wrong. Then Hanzu looked at the prayer bead, a small item that helps restore stamina which he had swallowed during the hunt, and decided to swallow it. He gently stepped down the stairs. Now his stats were unbalanced, but there was no turning back. To fight the terrifying monster in front of him, he knew that his current state was not enough. The monster had a bizarre appearance, with a bull's head, a horse's face, but its body and legs resembled a dragon, creating a hideous figure beyond compare. Hanzu didn't care and just took out a cigarette pack from his shirt pocket. He knew he would have to use this many times and quickly put a pill in his mouth. It's been a long time since Hanzu last felt this way, and he quietly thought that it was understandable. Watching the wind blow upward, Hanzu knelt down on one knee, hand pounding the ground. A suitable ancient language appeared in his mind. When the language's stats exceed the 100 limit, the colors will blend together, creating a unique language that starts from colorless and gradually shifts to red, purple, and yellow. Currently, Hanzu's stats include 0.01% colorless strength, 0.01% colorless stamina, 50.5 agility, 50.6 nerves, 26.4 magic, and 1.5.6 magic resistance, all fluctuating about 20% due to Maniac's cigarettes depending on the situation. The more Hanzu realized that although the normal ancient language with a 99.9% index was no different from the colorless ancient language with 0.01%, at higher levels the difference between them becomes enormous. He looked at the monster in front of him and thought that even though it didn't appear in the first training round, the colorless ancient language was still enough to match it. Hanzu muttered to himself that if he had the high-quality essence of the Loon Demon, defeating this monster would be much easier. He whispered to himself, excluding the name of the warlord as he approached, gripping his weapon. As he approaches, Hanzu thinks that as the only one to complete the hidden mission, he can be sure that the harder it is, the greater the reward. He looks at the monster, aware of his presence, and is determined to fight on. He raises his weapon, ready to unleash his skill, as a few people step through the mysterious door, connecting to another dimension. Park Soo-yeon reminds everyone to stay silent and greets Sanjin cheerfully. He asked if Sanjin was upset about not bringing a friend along, even though the people around seemed unhappy. Sanjin simply replied softly and quickly asked for directions to help Hanzu. The savage monster's racial skill is not only innate, but also used proficiently. The terrifying creature facing Hanzu slams the ground, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Hanzu swiftly dodged the attack, and the monster, no pushover, quickly read his move. Its 3 bulging eyes gleamed brightly as they stared directly at Hanzu, causing him to feel dizzy and freeze for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the monster used its enormous hand to strike at Hanzu with terrifying speed, creating an incredibly strong gust of wind that could blow away everything around. But Hanzu is no rookie. He quickly dodged to the side and landed softly on the ground. He understood how the monster fights. It paralyzes the prey with fear. Then, using the living antenna of the prey, the carnivorous creature's skill will heal it. Looking at the monster before him, the loud roar of the creature made him a bit worried. After the monster sprays blood and uses its blood-sucking skill on living creatures, you won't be able to defeat it. As Hanzu realizes that scattered wounds can't stop the monster, he decides to focus on limiting its movement. He observes the blood vessels on the monster's body, knowing that causing pain to the main nerves will be effective. Once again, the monster reaches out to grab Hanzu, who swiftly dodges, not attacking immediately but focusing on the right moment to stab vital points that will paralyze it and achieve greater effectiveness. Finally, Hanzu sensed the moment was right. Like finding gold, he was determined and directly stabbed his staff into the second pressure point between the joints on the monster's body. Immediately, the ugly monster roared like a pig being poked as pain spread throughout its body. "This size should be fine now," Hanzu said with supreme confidence. "Let's wait and see when it freezes again." The countdown clock has only 12 minutes and 1 second left at Hanzu's playground. A loud noise echoed again, but Hanzu remained composed, continuing to withstand the attack as the giant monster charged wildly, forcing him to retreat while blocking and dodging like a ninja. Hanzu gently brakes to avoid going further away. The monster looks a bit exhausted, even though it seems to have run out of mana. Its 3 eyes opened wide again, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to float in the air. Hanzu immediately recognized this as its powerful skill and remained calm. The monster roared again, but Hanzu remained still and unmoving. He thought that the effect of the skill depended on each person's mental state, and that magic resistance also reduced damage. Compared to the monsters he fought in the previous chapter, this one is just for kids. He sneered, confident in his skills, feeling no need to worry. To survive against many ferocious monsters, Hanzu learned to enhance his senses and read his opponent's actions. The more Hanzu recalled Kangtae's words that fighting is just predicting the enemy's moves. He laughed loudly, took out a cigarette and lit it, continuing to boast in his mind. Now I finally understand what he meant, he thought, observing the monster and predicting where it would strike next. When the monster attacked, Hanzu simply dodged to the side. Kang bowed politely, and Hanzu realized that even though he had anticipated some of it, facing the monster was still far from easy. He worries that if he doesn't boost his strength and stamina from the start, he won't be able to keep attacking or dodging like before. Damn, fighting in this temple is still tough, he mutters to himself, while glancing at the cigarettes and remaining time, feeling the need to act quickly. Meanwhile, from above, Park Soo-yeon stands with his group and observes. His strength is truly impressive, Park Soo-yeon silently praises. Even with long hair draped over his shoulders and a tall stature, it's hard to believe he's daring to go solo against that monster. He even has time to smoke a cigarette. What a crazy guy. It seems he was confident he could handle it easily before, but now he's in a rush. Time is running out. Park Soo-yeon emphasized that Kang Hansu didn't need to take their ancient language and suspected that he might be deliberately stealing from them, while Sanjin's gaze grew serious as he assessed the situation. If there aren't many ancient languages to boost your stats, you probably can't beat that monster, the long-haired guy said softly, then quietly reminded him, "Let's go. Stay quiet and go down." However, Sanjin secretly moved closer to the standing spot. Suddenly, Sanjin shouted loudly, "Hansu, we're here to help him!" His words made Hansu, who was fighting and sweating, turn his head and look back. Sanjin kept shouting loudly, "Wait a moment, we'll come down right away." This made Park Soo-yeon panic, jump in surprise, and shout, "What the hell are you doing? I told you to stay quiet down there. What if we get discovered?" Park Soo-yeon tugged Sangjin's shirt, sweating, and said, "Don't do that. Try to stay quiet." Meanwhile, Sangjin just pretended not to hear and replied, "Of course, Hansu should know we're here, but if you scream loudly, the monster will know where we are." Park Soo-yeon makes an excuse, causing Sangjin to just stroke his head, sigh, and say, "You're right, I didn't think it through. You didn't think about it." Yeah, maybe it was just a coincidence." "Ha ha ha," Park Soo-yeon stammered, awkwardly smiling with a humble look. As he turned to leave, he even muttered, "Turtle," under his breath. Oh my god, that idiot never thinks before acting. Sangjin suddenly smiled slyly and said, "Oh my god, I feel so guilty." Down below, Hansu helplessly smiles and says, "Ha ha, look at that guy. We might get caught because of that idiot," Park Soo-yeon whispers to the long-haired man standing beside him. His face tensed up as if the situation had gotten out of control. "But don't worry," Park Soo-yeon continued, trying to stay calm. "Once they become careless after that beastly monster devours, we can send both of them away. Neither of them has time to notice us anymore." He gently stepped down the stairs and looked down at the chaotic battle unfolding below, feeling an inexplicable anxiety as he observed Hansu's actions down there. He sneers quietly to himself. He's not like us. He's a tiger full, but still craving more. His crazed eyes send chills down my spine, as if he's waiting for prey to come to his mouth. The image from that first night still haunts him. Hansu alone could handle that crowd without breaking a sweat, seemingly enjoying every second of the chaos. I can't let such suspicions run wild freely, Park Soo-yeon thought, a wave of anxiety rising. Once I deal with him, the remaining henchmen and the girl Mihai will be mine. Mihai will be useful, and I won't miss this chance. He turned to the long-haired man and ordered, "Go down and check out what's happening downstairs." By this point, there was nothing left to fear, as the movements of the beast had slowed to a crawl, causing Sangjin standing behind to hesitate slightly. Then he suddenly smiled again and turned his gaze elsewhere, but as the long-haired man prepared to leave, he noticed the suspicion clearly visible on his face. The long-haired guy turned back, worriedly saying, "That fool suddenly fell silent in an unusual way." At that moment, the staircase they were standing on suddenly collapsed and everyone let go. "Be careful, it's about to collapse." The guy angrily swears as he feels himself losing balance and falls freely. Damn it, what is this? When they hit the ground, luckily there didn't seem to be any serious casualties. The long-haired man let out a hoarse sound and said confusedly, "Why did the staircase suddenly collapse?" He looked around and kept thinking, "We're trapped, but the monster seems to be exhausted. We can do something." However, the monster starts to flick its long tail and looks at them with a hungry expression. Everyone felt the heavy pressure as they faced the 3 giant eyes of the monster. "Damn it, what should we do now?" they muttered, feeling the fear rising within them. The monster growled fiercely in front of us, and Park Soo-yeon felt uneasy. He thought, we can't attack and defeat it, but with Hanzu here, it will be fine. However, he noticed Kang Hanzu standing still, not intending to intervene. "Hey, where are you going?" the long-haired guy asked loudly when he saw Kang Hanzu leaving the broken stairs. "You should have come down here to help us take down this monster." Park Soo-yeon also turned, surprised and worried, thinking that if we worked together, we could take it down quickly. The long-haired guy's face turned pale with fear, as if he was about to pee his pants at any moment. "Don't say he's about to give up, when everything is about to end." Kang Hanzu hesitated for a moment, when he heard him speak, then exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, "I was going to do that, but now everything's fallen apart. That monster has started bleeding again." I looked at them and thought to myself, I barely dodged its attack thanks to the cigarette. They're not skilled enough to beat it. Once it takes them all down, how much paralysis toxin do I still have left to use? Hanzu turned away, leaving them surprised and worried, then continued to think I need to level up and try again if possible. "You guys should try to kill it," the long-haired man shouted in anger. "So you're planning to run away?" he yelled. "It seems you've forgotten that your friend is also here. Maybe we should use him as bait and bring that beast over here for me." The man turned to ask Park Soo-yeon, but received no answer. He still shouted angrily, "Where is he?" Suddenly, Sanjin calmly stepped down from above the stairs and asked, "Who are you looking for?" He smirked sarcastically and said, "You all think I fell down there because of the explosion too." The long-haired guy and the others looked terrified. "You bastard, blame him for being silent," the long-haired guy thought. "He destroyed the stairs because he was wary of us. I will kill you, Sanjin." Sanjin calmly replied, "Come up here if you're confident," then looked at the monster waiting behind us. "But do you even have time to do this? That monster is already waiting for you guys. Just waiting for you to panic and scream, you know?" The monster growls again, its eyes full of excitement and thrill as it looks at them. Park Soo-yeon anxiously shouted, "If it recovers its strength, it'll only be a disadvantage for you. And if you abandon us like this, things will get worse." Then she yelled again, "We have to cooperate. That's our only chance to survive." Haju calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about the stairs breaking because of the monster. Weren't everyone volunteering to come in here to sacrifice themselves?" Park Soo-yeon didn't understand and asked again. Their shoulders trembled violently as they looked at the monster. The fairy's voice suddenly rang out and its figure appeared. Its method was very simple. It said just 5 people a day. Feeding 5 people a day is enough. The monster opens its mouth wide towards them, and Park Soo-yeon and the others can only tremble in fear and cry out in despair. Finally, a loud cry of despair echoed as they realized there was no hope left. Kang Ha-ju said with a cunning look, while maintaining a polite attitude. He gently stepped onto the high wall and approached Sanjin, asking why he did it. "I know you brought those people here for a reason," you continued, "but be careful with your words from now on." He looked at Sanjin with a thoughtful expression. And finally, I understood. Sanjin suddenly said and smiled mysteriously. "The way for me to become useful," he whispered. "Now use me as a tool." Sanjin looked at Kang Ha-ju seriously, but he still didn't respond right away. You only glance at him with a calculating look, as if weighing your next move in this dangerous game. Sanjin keeps his eyes fixed on Kang Ha-ju, his gaze determined as if to say, "I'm not enough." Meanwhile, Kang Ha-ju also looked straight at him with a serious expression and shrugged dismissively. Ha-ju crossed his arms and challenged him back. "So you want me to see you as a tool to be used? Why should I do that?" Sanjin didn't need to think long and responded immediately because I knew your purpose wasn't like everyone else's. Ha-ju took a deep breath and stayed silent as Tai continued to listen to Sangjin's words. "Your friend keeps going, always having a long-term vision and never stopping his actions." Sangjin silently adds in his mind that even though he fought Jin Tae-jung and the other soldiers, he never killed anyone. That surprised him, quietly noting that it could cause him trouble in the future. Sangjin continued, "Others might harm him later, even if the altar appears. You could easily use violence to eliminate them, but you don't do that. I don't understand why you don't just kill them." "I guess your true personality isn't like that, right?" Hanzu remained silent, not replying immediately. Sanjin, with determination and a hint of daring in his voice, emphasizes again. So use me. I will do the dirty work for you. He held out his hands in front of Hanzu, his voice trembling with a plea. Instead, take me with you, or just let me follow you, Sanjin insisted. This time, Hanzu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, shocking Sanjin. I don't know either, Hanzu said calmly, passing by Sanjin after causing all that trouble. Sanjin was forced to explain himself, this time because there was no other way to handle the situation, so he also got caught up in it. But next time, I won't let anything happen to you. He turned to look at Hanzu with certainty. Next time will be different, I promise you. There will always be someone trying to block your way. In Sanjin's mind, a series of thoughts raced through. You're so outstanding that for those you can't handle on your own, I'll take care of them one by one so you can focus on your goal. Sanjin thought that if you told me your goal and let me follow you in exchange, I would become more powerful. The stronger Hanzu is, the more I will be too. Suddenly, Hanzu stopped and turned back to look at Sanjin, which made him feel excited. Even if I agree with you, what do you plan to do if a situation arises where you can't join me? Hanzu looked at Sanjin with a knowing smile and said, what if I have to retreat? You tell me. Sanjin immediately replied, then I will become stronger and come find you. After that, you can continue to see me as an ally. Hanzu softly replied, go ahead. Then he turned around and walked away, enjoying his cigarette. Sanjin stood there, confused and thinking to himself, damn it, is he still abandoning me? Before Hanzu walked further away, Sanjin stepped closer and shouted loudly, Hanzu, give me a chance! I will correct the mistakes I have made so far. At this moment, Hanzu simply steps on the burning cigarette without saying a word. Sanjin kept shouting, begging Hanzu to use him. Suddenly, Hanzu stopped, turned to look at him, and coldly said, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Sanjin recovered, and before he could react, Hanzu continued, meet me here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Hanzu kept walking and slowly said, because at that time, the monster down there won't be here. You pull out a pack of cigarettes from your pocket, ready to smoke something else. Yeah, Sanjin muttered, still blank-faced because he didn't understand what you meant. Hanzu casually added, and also, take all the curses down there. You already used up those 10 names, so take their curses too. Maybe that will be enough. You open the box of medicine, softly saying your final words before leaving. See you later. I hope our spirits will be better next time. I'm off now. Goodbye. And so Hanzu left Sanjin standing dazed and lost in the empty space. A few seconds later, while Sanjin was excited like a child given a chance, Hanzu simply silently pondered. He still wasn't sure about him, but he would need him later. In my mind, the image of Eris reappears. She once told you that no matter what, you are going back to the past to save humanity. But ironically, there will be those who want to block your path. Prepare yourself a punisher. The punishers, Hanzu silently recalls Eris's words. They are the ones who do the dirty work for the ruler and help him get closer to his goal. He looked at Sanjin struggling to gather the ancient scripts below, thinking to himself, I will give him a chance, but I'm not sure he will stay loyal when the second round of training begins. When everyone is forced to move to different places, will Sanjin change his mind? But with 8 ancient scripts and some medicine if he can find an effective punisher, Hanzu thinks this first investment is worth it. But if I fail, there is nothing I can do. You turn back, only focusing on the urgent task ahead of getting the hidden fragment. I will prepare carefully again and take it down for good, Kang Hanzu surely thinks, to see what I will get. The savage beast roars again as it blocks his strikes. Looking at the condition for the second hidden fragment, it's actually quite simple. He exhaled heavily, still biting his medicine, while the owner continued to think with his weapon in hand. Before the beast breaks the altar and escapes, the stones are once again knocked off balance by a strong force and fly into the center. Meanwhile, he remains focused on his thoughts. To defeat it, indeed a person who says and does. At this moment, Kang Hanzu stands alone on the carcass of the beast, exhausted as he breathes out and says, a golden door appears before him leading to another dimension, along with a notification that the hidden quest has been completed. He steps through the door and reaches out for the glowing object in front of him. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he held it in his hand. The ring of Lord Maka of the Numahan line. He looked at the metal ring with the glowing stone and said, I still wonder where that little girl and the angry king got this from. Hanzu chuckled to himself, realizing this was why no one could find it. The Numaha ring, a metal band with a glowing gemstone embedded in it, a priceless treasure. In the middle of the warp, magical items glow with vibrant colors. Hanzu ponders silently. In the world of magic, there are ways to categorize relics by grade, but nothing is more important than their colors. An ordinary item only has basic colors, while high-grade relics have special colors and a shimmering layer like starlight. But life is never as dreamlike as it seems. There are always exceptions that shock you. Just like explorers who create runes capable of changing the color of artifacts, making them look like they belong to another world. Among them, the most exceptional item is the numbered series, a rare magical artifact with a bright purple shimmer, marked by the 9 shimmering layers on Numaha's ring. The artifact symbolizing Clementine, one of the rare numbered series. Hanzu was surprised, and in his mind he pictured Clementine, a person with silver hair and red eyes like a demon from the abyss. He secretly thought that Clementine was the only owner of Numaha in the past, so it became her symbol. This item is so powerful that anyone who faces the 8 powers from the ring would be completely overwhelmed. Hanzu couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my God, I have this now. He held the ring in his hand, sneered a little, and couldn't hide his satisfaction. Great, I can't believe it. Hanzu puts the ring on his finger, proud of his achievement. Looking back at the hardships I've been through, I realize this isn't easy to find. The ring is now in my possession, and a somewhat sinister smile spreads across my face. Who do you think you are, just a numbered item? The system immediately displays a message. Numaha's ring, colorless. Currently only 1 power can be unlocked. Hanzu is a bit suspicious. I heard Numaha's ring has 8 powerful abilities, so why is there only 1 ability now? The system now displays information about the current power, destructive power, and disabling a trait or ability of an object, including both internal and skill-based attributes. Additionally, by simply activating the ring, you can directly target an object to attack the opponent. The effect duration will automatically end once the time is up. On the red frame, the system displays the text. Destruction ability time limit 0.00. After hearing that, his heart blossomed with joy because he realized he could disable the opponent's skills, which is a huge advantage he must make the most of. Hanzu predicts that to use this ring, at least one of his stats must be compatible with the colorless language. He checked the stats, and the system display showed strength 84.3, agility 85.8, durability 42.1, intelligence 42.2, magic 22, magic resistance 13. For a long time, only strength and defense stats have been increasing rapidly, truly a disciple's trait, needing diligent training. A faint purple aura radiates around Hanzu. He strokes his chin, a mysterious smile on his face. So now I need a lot of magic runes to access the 8 powers. As for balancing the stats, I'll focus on that later. From the purple magic gate, a familiar foot steps out. Exactly. No one else but Hanzu, returning from the barrier and the shattered, devastated real world after a fierce storm. Seeing you return, Mihai quickly ran towards you and shouted, "Hanzu!" She was surely happy, convinced you had won. I heard from Sanjin that you defeated that monster, right? Suddenly, an earthquake shakes the entire city, causing everyone and Mihai to panic. Meanwhile, Hanzu remains calm, eyes fixed on a certain point as if nothing is happening. Everyone gasped with their mouths open and eyes wide in shock at what they saw. Someone shouted, "The altar, it's shaking! Turns out the altar is moving." The system now displays a countdown of 00.00 Mihai, seeing that the altar has disappeared, says in shock, "It's gone." At this moment, Hanzu finally spoke calmly. "I already told you." Mihai looked a bit stunned, but Hanzu smiled playfully. "If I were there, I'd probably have to put on sunscreen. I will take responsibility for defeating it, right?" Oh, Mihai's heart can't take this. Her face is blushing. She turned her head away, tucking her hair back with a gentle, feminine gesture, her heart pounding wildly, whispering softly. Meanwhile, Sanjin stood beside her, secretly feeling pleased. "You really are lucky to have chosen the right person. I believe in him, and he's succeeded." Hanzu turned to Mihai and said that there was still some time before the next training session. After speaking, Hanzu quickly turned and walked away, determined to do a little more during his free time. "Then let's go now." Mihai's face darkened as she called out, "Hanzu, I want to split up." Hanzu stopped and turned to look at her. She looked pensive and worried. "I don't have the right to stand beside you. When I'm near you, I become dependent on you." So Mihai forced a smile and continued to justify herself. Luckily, Sanjin said he would go with me. "I also know a lot of people here." Sanjin was surprised and asked, "Really? Did I say that? Why don't I remember?" However, Sanjin still has to work with Mihai to finish the script. He glanced at everyone and said, "She is very welcomed. Everyone likes her." Mihai reassured herself, feeling a bit embarrassed, but thinking that separating from Hanzu was the best choice now. Well, as long as she could handle it herself, that was even better. Hanzu, as if reading her feelings, thought silently that since we will part ways when the training for the two begins, she has already started to consider independence. That's definitely a good decision. Feeling grateful inside, Hanzu turned around and continued walking. Mihai hesitated, but since it was her own decision, she couldn't say anything more. Then suddenly, she shouted, "Wait!" and Hanzu stopped abruptly. He turned back. Mihai promised that next time we meet, I won't give up so easily. She smiled brightly, her hair flowing in the wind, her eyes shining with determination. See you again. You better keep going. Hanzu smiled to himself, seeming to look forward to the next meeting, wondering what surprises she would bring. He turned away, leaving Mihai and Sanjin behind. Then you keep going. Ah, Sanjin, seeing you call my name, did I scare you? You said you wanted me to take advantage of you, so if you're serious about that, just tell me. The decision is yours. Hanzu's words make Sanjin happy, his eyes like a squirrel, crying, smiling brightly. A week later, at the gathering place, Fairy hovered in the air. It spoke in a haughty tone. You've all been waiting long enough, haven't you? Then let's start the second training session. You damn very close to death, huh? It seems a bit surprised to see more people than expected, but still looks cold. This round is more than I thought. But who cares? Fairy smiles strangely, revealing dull yellow teeth as if they haven't brushed in decades. It continues. I predicted this. Hanzu's cold eyes stare fixedly at Fairy as if trying to pierce it with that deadly gaze. Fairy smirks mischievously, then snaps her fingers to give the order. All right, let's change the location. Fairy smiled broadly with her teeth showing, and immediately a blue light burst from the ground throughout the city. Everyone panicked. What is that? Mihail trembled as there was light beneath our feet. A young girl beside him clung tightly to her father's arm, crying out in fear, "Dad!" Hanzu stood still, with a confident expression, as if he had foreseen this moment. And finally, it began. The blue light shifted and Hanzu landed safely. Sukana really did it, leading everyone into a completely unfamiliar space. Someone asked, "Where are we?" In the room, a strange voice echoes, "Everyone is already here, right?" The girl who called her father earlier is now so scared she wants to cry. The voice continues giving instructions, saying that before starting the second training, everyone should check the numbers first. Hearing this, the people present grew suspicious, and a short black-haired man broke out in a cold sweat, asking, "Is that correct?" The system explained the rule. From now on, only 50 people are allowed. Those nearby worry and recall the tears shed during the first training session. This time, you're all doomed. There won't be more than 7 people in a room. That's the rule. If you're scared, go home. In this cramped room with 4 solid walls, you're too weak. The system issues a command, ensuring no more than 7 people in each room. We will continue after checking, as the brown-haired guy with glasses frowns and surveys everyone in the room. He pursed his lips and said with annoyance, "Damn it, there are 8 people here." His sharp voice like a blade echoed again. "I don't mind reducing the number further. Each room may have different situations, but they all start the same way." "Don't you think so? Discuss among yourselves." The short-haired young man who has been silent all along is also thinking, "Well, everything is happening too smoothly. So what should we do now?" He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Hanzu, who was standing silently in the corner with a strange needle-shaped weapon. A girl with long black hair and a shiny top, wearing a purple jacket, quietly watching Hanzu from afar. Is this Hanzu? There's nothing special about him, but that look in his eyes, he's not someone to underestimate. "As a beauty like me, you need sharp eyes to see clearly," she said softly, but with calculation. After all, the others will fight together. So someone has to leave, right? We can't ignore this important matter. Her voice is sweet, but each word feels like an arrow shot straight at everyone in the room. Why don't we introduce ourselves to persuade everyone? She spreads her arms, her face pretending to be innocent but full of hidden meaning. The whole room falls silent, all eyes fixed on her, waiting and watching for an opportunity. Suddenly, a bold person stepped forward with a smug voice, saying, "I will go first." The one who stepped out was a tall, fierce-looking man. In his hand is a sword engulfed in flames, emanating terrifying power. He raises the sword high, with an arrogant look in his eyes. "This is the first time you've seen this, right? I am Dakun. Don't think any skill here can defeat me. I'm not an ordinary opponent." Hanzu, from the corner of the room, stared intently at Dakun with a calm yet profound gaze. "It's true you haven't seen the coffin before crying. The technique. He's using a technique." In Hanzu's mind, thoughts flash like blazing fire. What is this technique? It is an ancient skill that uses magic to boost all attributes. He can also conjure weapons by enveloping them in magic. But can he use it properly, or is he just a boastful show-off? Everyone in the ease room looked at him, thinking he was truly powerful. But as you carefully observe the weapon in his hand, you coldly assess that it looks strange. And the brown-haired guy wearing glasses suddenly comes up with an idea. His eyes flash with arrogance as he steps forward confidently. If we consider the importance of skills, then I have the advantage. I'm Kangmin, I have healing skills. Seeing Kangmin introduce himself, another guy didn't want to be left in the dark. He wears a white shirt, has black hair, and steps forward saying, I am Han-chan, I have combat skills. Anyone can fight, it's just a matter of strength or weakness. Isn't it obvious that in the corner of the room, a family of 3 starts to worry? The father immediately asks, so who is supposed to die? We are a family, can we be an exception? The mother and son hug each other tightly, eyes pleading. An exception or not, it's unclear who will decide their fate. The 3 men in the room exchange intense looks, silent, but each with their own thoughts. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze to the black-haired girl, confident and provocative. She hasn't introduced herself yet. She's the first to make a proposal, so lead by example. The girl forced a smile, but her eyes still radiated confidence. My name is Jimin. She moved gracefully, slender yet undeniably alluring, and she was determined this was no coincidence. Everyone watched her every step, sensing the danger radiating from this girl. Jimin spoke softly and ambiguously as she walked, and as for my abilities, I will show everyone soon. Her steps gradually moved closer to Dakon, causing him to instinctively retreat in panic, shouting, Why is she coming so close? Jimin's eyes began to show a fierce, cruel expression. She is about to do something. Everyone hold your breath and watch. She ignores Dakon's threats and continues to move forward. He stepped back, raising his weapon, warning her she would regret if she dared to attack him. But Jimin didn't listen to those words at all. He just didn't understand. In that moment, a direct stab from behind into Dakon made him cry out loudly, echoing throughout the room. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. He clutches his face with both hands, as if he has seen a ghost. How could this happen? He stands upright, unable to believe his eyes. Although terrified, he still clenched his fists and stepped forward to stand in front of the mother and child, embracing each other. Dakon's corpse lay there, blood flowing and soaking into the floor. All the stunned, terrified looks are directed at Jimin. What did she just do? Without any hesitation, Jimin spoke softly. How lucky she was. A fake smile appeared on her face as she then approached Dakon's body. I can't believe it actually dropped. I'll take this skill. In Jimin's hand now is a glowing red gemstone. This is the skill he was bragging about to everyone. Jimin turns back, her voice gentle yet commanding. Let's share the rest with each other, okay? In the corner of the room, Jung Han Cheon stepped back, his eyes full of suspicion. Asking for food without doing anything, is it that simple? She's really crazy. I should be more careful. There's no porridge to suck on here. He bowed his head, lost in thought, clearly unable to trust Jimin. From afar, Hanzu stands with his arms crossed, sighing. So once again, an incompetent has gained something beyond his ability. Everything is easier now. He coldly observes the situation, feeling the surrounding atmosphere grow more suffocating. The girl saw the scene and was terrified, trembling in her mother's arms. The mother tried to comfort her, saying, Don't worry, my child, but inside she couldn't help but feel scared herself. The old man pondered silently. The people who had died in the past were now here inside this room. The flow of fate had already changed. Hanzu edge of his seat, feeling intrigued by the current situation. This is getting interesting. When their group was down to exactly 7 people, Fairy appeared, gracefully flying through the air. Those were the first to reach 7 members. It looks impressive, with eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Very well, let's start the explanation now. Fairy waved her hand, revealing a magnificent scene before everyone, floating islands in the sky amidst swirling clouds. This is the path to ascend to heaven, Fairy explains, full of excitement. The tasks are very simple. You just have to climb the mountain continuously for 3 months to reach the dormant volcano at the center of level 2. That's the first goal. Fairy paused for a moment, her eyes flashing with cunning, but reaching it might be even more exhausting than climbing Mount Everest. Be careful not to shrink too soon, guys, it said cheerfully, its yellow teeth barely showing through the skin, looking strangely disgusting. Then the fairy started to coax, pointing towards the beautiful scene in the distance. Once you have completed this tutorial, the adventure world will open up before your eyes. A world full of wonders and powers. Its voice sounded like a whisper in the ear, but full of dangerous implications. After saying that, the damn fairy waved goodbye and disappeared into the void. Before leaving, it didn't forget to leave a sarcastic message. Good luck. The fairy's words made the whole group stand there, some worried and scared, others indifferent as if nothing was happening. Are they ready to face this challenge? Who will survive until the end? Hanzu sneered. We'll see soon enough. Along the hanging bridge in the air, the 7 of them moved forward, with Hanzu leading the group. The atmosphere around us is cold and tense, as everyone keeps their distance, seemingly afraid of something. Han Cheon always tries to connect with the group, speaking up. We'll be together for a long time, so let's stay united. Seeing how Hanzu walked ahead coldly, he felt like his words were meaningless. In Han Cheon's mind, Hanzu resembled the protagonist in Pham Duiton's Living and Dying Without Care, indifferent to everything around him, only concerned with himself. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he acting so strange? Han Cheon wondered to himself, a flicker of anger flashing. Suddenly, the father, who had always been at the back with the 2 children, shouted in panic, "Wait!" He turned around and realized the terrifying truth. The bridge was collapsing. The planks behind them started falling one by one, gradually forming a deep pit. The group didn't hesitate, following the father's command, running forward with all their might to escape the collapsing suspension bridge behind them as the pounding footsteps and splintering wood echoed, increasing their panic. Finally, they reached the mainland, with Hanzu standing there looking completely fine, while everyone else collapsed on the ground, exhausted and breathless. Just then, that damn fairy reappeared, pointing up at the sky as if it just remembered something. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that over time, the southern part of the island will start sinking, and the bridge will collapse even faster. Be careful. It's smiling brightly and carefree as if nothing serious is happening. Hey, man, why didn't you say anything from the start? The whole group looked at him with deadly eyes, secretly worried they had fallen into a trap. Who can beat him at this game? After their anger and helplessness, all eyes turned back to Hanzu. Han Cheon saw him keep walking without paying attention to them and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" But Hanzu still didn't bother to answer and kept walking. Seeing how Hanzu behaves, the whole group started to feel uncomfortable and resentful. This selfish bastard surely knows the rules but didn't tell us, they thought to themselves, and their anger gradually spread. Jimin, who could no longer keep calm, suggested, maybe we should just follow him. Han Cheon was surprised. What? She openly expressed her thoughts, speaking loudly so Hanzu could hear. Who knows? With his confidence, he probably knows where to go. A sense of agreement seemed to spread through the group, though no one dared to speak up, and the remaining 6 decided to follow Hanzu deeper into the island. After walking for hours in the light sweat, Han Cheon started feeling tired and irritated. We've been walking for hours and there's still no sign of a bridge. Does Han know where we're going? Jimin is beginning to doubt too. I don't know. Don't talk to me. She snapped back irritably, her face scrunched up at the appearance of the tiny but annoying bugs. Ugh, these bugs. She was annoyed and tried to brush them off from her face. Han Cheon sighed in frustration. Things are getting annoying. It seems everyone is starting to lose patience, while Hanzu keeps walking, cold and indifferent to everyone. Are we heading in this right direction? That question echoes not only in Han Cheon's mind, but also in everyone's concerns. Just then, Han Cheon noticed that Hanzu was walking and eating something happily. What are you eating? Han Cheon asks curiously, and Hanzu responds briefly that this works as a mild antidote. He raised a piece of oak bark in his hand, and Hanzu's system note appeared with a small line. Oak bark, antidote. Han Cheon became even more curious, wondering why he needed an antidote. But before he could ask further, a strange noise from above caught both of their attention. A giant green snake suddenly appeared, rushing down from the branches at terrifying speed. Han Cheon was startled, and before he could react, Hanzu quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the snake's attack path. Han Cheon shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" Hanzu didn't answer, only stared intently at the snake. Hanzu, as if he had foreseen this, Han Cheon thought, collapsing to the ground with his heart pounding in fear. Meanwhile, Hanzu still stood there as if nothing had happened. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. I found it, he said softly, as if speaking to himself. Hanzu just now looked like a god when he quickly pulled Han Cheon's shirt to save him from the deadly attack of the serpent. After things settled down, Han Cheon looked at Hanzu with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you know a monster was about to attack us?" Hanzu was unbothered, calmly chewing on an oak piece and replying, "You believe in superpowers?" Superpowers? Han Cheon asked in confusion, like a fool. The battle grew more intense, and before long, the serpent swiftly lunged and bit down hard on Han Cheon's right arm. He shouted in pain, "Damn it!" But ignoring the intense pain, Han Cheon forcefully pushed away, causing the snake to be thrown far away. "This stubborn little brat," he muttered irritably, eyes fixed on the snake lying limp on the ground, twitching after grabbing one of his daggers. It is a fully grown, ancient serpent, and as Han Cheon knows, its energy fluctuates unpredictably depending on the arrangement of the runes on its head. The random changes in the runes make the monster extremely difficult to predict. Seeing the deep bite mark caused by the sharp teeth of the snake on his hand, Han Cheon gasped for breath. Trying to speak, damn it, they keep attacking like this nonstop, not giving us a chance to heal, Han Cheon muttered to himself. That guy Han Shou showed us how to set the trap. But now I'm injured like this, and have no strength left to catch them. Filled with anger, he shouted loudly at a small family of 3 standing behind him. Why aren't you fighting with us? Stop standing still and come out to fight them. The father of the family stepped forward, still very polite, and said, I'm sorry, please understand me. I also have to protect my family. I can't risk helping you. Han Cheon stood there, his face dark as a pot bottom, with a faint aura of hostility. He thought to himself, damn it, so what if he has family? We are fighting up front, trying to ensure no one has to die here. After failing to convince that family, Han Cheon turned to Kam Min, who was leaning against a small tree nearby, as calm as if he were just resting. So what about you? You don't have family to protect, Han Cheon shouted angrily. Kam Min pushed up his glasses, a sharp smile quickly appearing at the corner of his mouth. He replied sarcastically, so you can't guarantee I won't get hurt in the fight, right? Who will treat my wounds if I'm not here? Hearing that, Han Cheon became even more furious, grinding his teeth in his mind, thinking, this guy, is his sword just for decoration or what? He turned his head away, speaking with a resigned tone, of course, because he is the healer. But before he could finish, the doctor added, and let me tell you, if you want me to treat you with 3 strong healing spells, you'll have to pay me that much. Otherwise, just 1/5 of your agility points or a little mana will do. Han Cheon angrily glared at him, eyes blazing with fury, thinking to himself, this bastard. Unable to hold it in, Han Cheon turned to Jimin and shouted, are you just going to let them push and shove like that? Jimin stood behind Hanzu, silent for a moment before asking again, what else could happen? Despair spread through Han Cheon. What a mess of humanity, he thought, looking around at his group. Meanwhile, Kang Min happily receives the ancestral language from the man in that small family, beginning to heal his wife, while Jimin and Hanzu fight fiercely in front. Yeah, I guess I'm the only one who sees how ridiculous this situation is, Han Cheon muttered, feeling like he's trapped among useless people. Kang Min looked at him, offering a friendly hand, saying, come on, stop standing there like an idiot and go fight. Han Cheon's face darkened with anger because this dog was acting like that just because he had healing skills. My hands are so dirty, I keep choosing the wrong people, I think. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Han Cheon's mind. Cheon, can you hear me? The tone from the other end caught his attention. Han Cheon, how are you doing over there? The other person asked. Han Cheon raised his hand and muttered, don't ask any more. How are things on your side? We're not doing too badly. It seems there's a rescue ladder above, so clear the way and climb up. Try to find some new teammates on the way there. Our group will be stronger, right? Hearing that, Han Cheon sighed deeply, feeling troubled, and muttered to himself, I want to do that too, but I don't know which of these people can go with me, he thought, then glanced at Hanzu, who claims to have superpowers, and Ji Min, the crazy girl with the sword. Next is Kang Min, a renowned healer, and finally an useless family of 3. Isn't the most important thing to survive? Captain, I will meet you later, Han Cheon replied tiredly. Meanwhile, all of his actions had not escaped Hanzu's notice. He looked at the mark on Han Cheon's backhand, which helps them communicate, and thought their kingly trait was developing too quickly. It's partly a player trait, and all kings like Eris or Nodu possess the ability to lead a group to become stronger. The king grants each team member a unique symbol, and those sharing the same symbol can connect with each other, thereby enhancing their tactical understanding. Hanzu, as he stabbed his spear into the serpent, thought that the number of followers a king can recruit is limited, but right now everyone is busy searching for members. If I have to compete with them, it won't be easy. He picked up the serpent's glyph, his eyes distant as he calculated. After a fierce and dramatic battle, the remains of the ancient serpent lie scattered on the ground, and Hanzu lets out a light, relieved breath. It seems the monsters are dwindling, and it looks like they have left their territory. He lightly taps his staff, his eyes brightening as he sees a wide-open space ahead, quietly smiling. Nearing his goal, the den of the mutated ancient serpent is not far now, but instead of joy, a giant ancient serpent appeared before him, coiling around a massive tree as if doing yoga. When the snake saw him, it immediately roared as if about to attack Innova right away. The father in the group suddenly interrupted. "Wait a minute, do you really think we need to mess with this snake? If we don't provoke it, it won't bother us. Maybe we should take a detour." Hearing that, Hanzu turned back, smirking. "If you want to take a detour, go ahead. I have some matters to settle here." After saying that, he prepared to step forward, startling him. "Wait, why fight it? What does it matter?" Hanzu calmly replied, "I think you misunderstood. I'm not with you guys, just passing through." Eventually, everyone has their own time to go, and after saying that, he coolly walked away without looking back. Jamin quietly turned to the group, smiled faintly, and said, "There's nothing more to say." When the father nervously asked, "Wait, then who will protect us?" Jimin shrugged. "He's not our bodyguard. He's capable of taking care of himself, so if you want, just stay here." He stood there, swallowing the cold lump in his throat, unsure of what to do. Jimin simply told his group to go and led them away, but Han Chaewon still stood there, gazing intently at Hanzu. "He's really stubborn, but I can't leave him behind," he muttered, scratching his chin. Kangmin, standing nearby, sighed. "Why haven't you left yet?" Han Chaewon smiled softly, thinking about how to get him to come with her. Kangmin shook his head. "Enough. No more rain. Everyone has needed my healing all this time, but he never does. He's truly scary, fighting like he's just out for a walk. No one can control someone like him." The therapist just turned around, muttering that with this fighting style, sooner or later, he'd be done for. Han Chaewon followed behind, but her mind was wandering aimlessly. "He's so talented, but I can't do anything to bring him into the group. It's really a pity. And he's also hard to manage." Meanwhile, Hanzu is fiercely fighting the giant snake, his eyes shining with determination, ready for a showdown with this yoga opponent. The ancient serpent glyph suddenly bit into a nearby tree, forcing me to dodge aside. However, I remained calm as always, continuously calculating in my mind, and when my glyph activated, it moved away instantly. But when it no longer senses the danger, it will attack me immediately. At that moment, the runes on the snake's head glow brightly. But before it could strike, Hanzu quickly used his hot rod to jab repeatedly into its arteries. He remained calm in his mind, thinking that it was stronger and faster than the snake, but still nowhere near as powerful as the beast that had previously tried to eat him. He observes the snake and plans in his mind that when attacked, it will switch to a defensive mode, weakening its strikes. If this fight drags on, it won't be hard for him, but it would be troublesome if something happens. Hanzu lights a cigarette, eyes fixed on the giant snake. The way to beat it is simple, he thinks. Focus on the cluster of trees right in the middle of that gap that looks like an opening. Looking at the space that the snake is trying to protect, he bit his lip. This is child's play to him. He naturally thought, forget the snake, attack that spot first. As soon as he said it, he charged forward, leaving the snake behind. Instinctively, it would loosen its guard to protect the hole, revealing its weakness. It's over, as the snake seemed to have caught you. But suddenly, you slammed on the brakes and swiftly jabbed your staff repeatedly into its vital points, making the snake cry out in pain. As the foggy village slowly cleared, Hanzu stood there looking like a hero from a Marvel movie. He stepped past the serpent, casually saying, "Turns out this was quicker than I thought." Then he approached its nest, where a large egg was marked by droppings. Using an ancient language charm, he spoke cautiously, but before he could examine it closely, the egg suddenly moved slightly. Hanzu gently lifts the tiny green egg, about the size of his palm, and brings a fragment of ancient script close. Warm light softly envelops the egg, treated with meticulous care like a treasure. Suddenly, with a snap, the water broke from the egg and a tiny yellow-eyed snake peeked out, looking super cool. "Oh my God, I'm fainting," I exclaimed when I saw the tiny snake compared to its kind. The system appears, the ancient language snake, in its juvenile stage. Its head is bigger than its body, looking cute and harmless, but it's actually very dangerous. "Eat it, sweetheart." Hanzu hands the scroll to the little snake. Her eyes sparkle. Her tongue sticks out in a heart shape, like she loves him the most in the world. "Go ahead and eat." This snake is very special. It can eat any 3 runes and release 2 at its owner's command. It looks innocent but is full of mischief, yet it swallows runes as big as half its body. Eat 3 houses at once. That's a bit clumsy. But the little snake is still very dedicated. After swallowing the scroll, it spits out the scroll that Hanzu catches. "Well done. Top notch. From now on, you can happily swallow ancient scripts." Hanzu happily patted the little snake, which also looked excited. "Now I should boost magic resistance and physical damage resistance first," Hanzu thought, then told the snake to rest. It crawled into your wrist. Hanzu looked at it affectionately, With you, I will make it happen. Should we go now or what? Hanzu pondered silently, a small family groping to find their way. Daughter Lai whispered, "Dad, where are we going?" "Stay calm," the father said. The father stared intently at the ceiling, his face tense, and the way out from the room was too unclear, not showing the path clearly. "Does anyone know what's here or where it's safe? They've abandoned us." Suddenly the wife shouted, "Hey, do you hear that?" The husband froze for a few seconds, then broke out in a cold sweat. A monster. The other two, anyway, their fate is sealed. He spread his arms to protect his wife and child, trembling behind him. Suddenly, Hanzu stepped out from the bushes. "Hanzu, you're back already." The uncle was overjoyed, and Hanzu looked at him, wondering why you all are here. "Ayong." The uncle chuckled sarcastically. "So you ran away because you were afraid of the monster?" Hanzu nonchalantly replied, "I already killed it." His face is as stern as money, brushing off leaves from his hair, while that uncle's eyes are wide open in surprise. He managed to kill it. Hanzu left just a moment ago and is already back, his presence as light as a feather. "Where are those people?" Hanzu asked. The uncle remained silent, his wife looked on suspiciously, and the daughter avoided eye contact, scared stiff. "Going back a while, what are you talking about? Why are you saying to leave?" The uncle shouted at the group. His wife hugged their daughter, her face worried as she pretended to be calm. "Going alone is dangerous. Don't abandon each other. We don't need to fight," the uncle said, urgently. Han Chao sneered. "So you're just waiting for the shot, trailing us all the time." Jimin's eyes are cold as he says, "That's right. You look super cool splitting from the group. Having a few more people blocking the way would make things complicated." Kang Min looked at his uncle with disdain. "I like old dialects, but I want to go with someone stronger." Then the group headed in a different direction and blocked the uncle's way. He is in utter despair, thinking to himself, "These young people from Chao, how dare they look down on others?" Hanzu was about to leave when the uncle panicked. "Wait a minute, where are you going?" Adults should know how to listen when they talk, but his wife and children just stay silent. Hanzu turned away coldly, saying, "I'm leaving. This is a waste of time." The wife signaled it. The uncle understood and nodded. Hanzu walked away, but that family kept following closely. Hanzu turned back and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The uncle's hand immediately moved. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come with us? Just go ahead, we'll handle it ourselves," the uncle said, and the wife nodded repeatedly. Hanzu thought to himself, their attitude changes so quickly. Then he replied, "It's up to you guys. I'm used to soloing. It's a bit tough, but my stats are off the charts." After saying that, Hanzu continued fighting, swinging his sword to unleash skill after skill. The little snake slithered out of the collar and quietly moved toward the ancient script. Hanzu secretly rejoiced. Boosting resistance beforehand was the right move, while the little snake was happily swallowing the ancient script stones. The stats panel appears, showing Hanzu's strength at 0.13%, durability at 88.8, magic at 58.4, agility at 84, perception at 85.1, physical resistance at 32, and magic resistance at 32. Hanzu raises the ancient script bowl, now attacking softly like a feather. That family could only watch as Hanzu held a small knife, cooking first. The daughter's eyes widened in amazement. He's getting stronger and stronger, reaching the top. The mother breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's not paying attention to us. The daughter asks her father if she should fight monsters. "Dad, be grateful and stay calm. Appreciating each other is a blessing from heaven. Just staying safe is already good luck." "Good girl." "Yes, sir." The father signals, and the whole family follows Hanzu. Seeing Hanzu enter the dark cave, they were surprised. "Where is he going?" "Tunnel A." They watched Hanzu go into the cave with an emotionless face, sunlight shining through his face. The whole family quietly followed. Dad tried to keep an eye out, and the mother and child looked around anxiously. When they arrived at the departure point from A, Dad exclaimed upon seeing that Hanzu's destination was a crowded place. They looked at the newcomers with joyful faces, safe and alive. Oh, thank goodness. What a relief. Hanzu was stunned to see that those left behind were still alive. Looking at Hanzu, he thought, this guy returned safely. The rumor about him fighting a monster alone must be true. Fairy appears, voice high-pitched and loud. "You're late and still making noise." Fairy's face shows clear discomfort, and the uncle is startled by Fairy's sudden appearance. "You're the last ones. Close the door," Fairy said. The door creaked shut. Everyone was stunned. Fairy smirked mischievously, snapped her fingers, and prepared to dive in. It soars high, booming voice, welcoming you to the first-floor shipwreck, with 75 people left. Not bad at all. Quite rare. This special event is a ticket battle, with electronic tickets appearing before everyone. The little demon continues. You will use these tickets to travel from the collapsing first-floor island to another island, which may be full of monsters and surrounded by lava. But if you're lucky, you might reach the central or southern island, both full of treasures. But that's too boring, so I have a few rules of the game here. Fairy spreads her hands and explains the challenge rules. Each boat with 3 people, requiring at least 3 tickets. 3 people using 2 tickets will split up and go to different islands, just luck of the draw. 2 people using 3 tickets can go together, but without choosing the destination. If someone uses 3 tickets, they can jump and fly freely. Everyone breaks out in a sweat, and that uncle with his family looks terrified. As for Hanzu, he's still as calm as ever. The islands are starting to collapse from the outside in, with each island's difficulty on a different schedule. Everyone wants the best spots, right? Fairy, annoyed, pulls out her explorer outfit and binoculars, scanning frantically. 30 minutes until the entire first level of the island collapses, with 20 ships circling the volcano. Let's go, you know what to do now. Fight to survive at all costs, Fairy said with a savage smile. That's what makes it fun. Everyone started fighting crazily, killing and betraying each other for the escape tickets. Hand over the tickets, do you dare betray me? You're doomed, don't leave me behind. Hanzu looked at the chaotic scene. It will get even more lively soon. A voice rang out, and Hanzu glanced over. I beg you, just this once, help me. No, help my family. Hanzu looked at the uncle kneeling desperately in front of him. The uncle lowered his head and said to Hanzu, We need more tickets to reach the safe zone. Fragment. You pretend to ignore him, grabbing the ticket as easily as lifting a hand. The smug smile on your uncle's face makes Hanzu want to throw stones immediately. That kneeling is just a theatrical act to buy time, a cover for your uncle's hesitation. He lifts his head and continues to beg, just steal someone else's ticket and give it to us. The uncle pleads, convinced that if he can just get a nod, everything will go smoothly. You're saving an innocent person's life, please. The uncle begged desperately, but Hanzu only looked at him indifferently and answered coldly. You have to take responsibility for yourself and handle your own affairs. Even though the uncle keeps pleading and trying to persuade, Hanzu remains unmoved and unchanged in his decision. The uncle is as persistent as a leech, not willing to let go. What's so hard about it? You're so cold-blooded. Suddenly, a super cool voice rang out. Shut the hell up! Han Cheon appeared and kicked the uncle away. He grabbed his collar, glanced at Hanzu and said, He's so annoying, really irritating. Are you planning to just stay silent and listen? You just need to get the ticket, and it's over. Han Cheon chuckled sarcastically and said to Hanzu, Join our team, and I will give you a ticket if you need it. He mocked the uncle's family, even though they are my teammates. I don't like them at all. Han Cheon continued persuading, You feel the same way, right? I know you're strong enough to shout, so why not join those at your level? Han Cheon held out the badge in his hand and continued, This is the power my teammate awakened. It's different from a skill. If the leader approves, you can have it too. He turned to Hanzu and said, I already told the leader about you. The leader will approve, but going alone can be pretty lonely. Hanzu looked at his hand with a calm expression, shook his head in refusal. No, I refuse. Han Cheon saw this, panicked, and couldn't believe Hanzu's reaction. He listened and seemed to be convinced, but Han Cheon didn't give up and kept talking. Wait a minute, we're different from those nameless guys. Maybe you don't understand the value of a gang. Han Cheon reflects on the past, feeling that the bond was once very important to him. Your eyes are firm, as if this time you won't serve a king's proof, which could make you stronger. Han Cheon shrank back, then said, You still refuse to listen to me? Damn it, there's no other way. He throws the ticket to Hanzu and takes it. I stole it from that poor guy. My uncle shouted, That's my ticket. Han Cheon told Hanzu, I see you're regretful for refusing me, but I don't have time to argue with you here. Han Cheon sneered, I will meet others at the central island. Consider it a gift for the future. I'm sure we'll meet again, and I'll ask then. Hanzu thought, no matter what he does, it's useless, at least for now. The crowd started to get noisy as a ticket fell at Hanzu's feet, and they rushed to snatch it like starving tigers. Someone grabbed the ticket and shouted, This is mine. The man who was clinging to the thief's leg, No, that ticket is mine. Give it back. But that guy refused because of it. He's furious. Do you want to die? Hanzu glanced at them indifferently, and just as he was about to stab the uncle to death with a knife, the daughter ran in to stop him. Dad, he grabbed the girl by the neck. Is this your daughter? Then let me give you a death you'll never forget. Fairy watched the scene unfold, smiled, and realized that from the beginning, they had arranged this family to be seen so that we could witness this moment. In the end, what they wanted has come true. no matter how much they reveal on the stage they built. Your deaths have already been arranged here. Its hands are controlling the players with countless threads like puppets. A voice asked Hanzu, "Hey, why did you refuse Han Qian's offer? Is it a personal reason? What does she want?" Jiman slowly stepped forward. Behind him, scenes of bloodshed and fighting. "I also want to make a proposal." She took a deep breath, pulled off her gloves to reveal her hands sealed with magic. "Come with me." She laughed at Hanzu's indifference. "I can already guess your answer. But before I leave, I have one question." Jimin looked at Hanzu with cold eyes. "There's no more pity in you, is there? I believe you're not that pathetic." He also glanced back at her, his eyes turning icy. "No more compassion or mercy," he laughs. "She is the last one. Everyone has left with the boats that have set sail. Now only one boat remains, and no one knows what will happen next. The others on the shore, like trapped animals backed into a corner, are screaming and begging Hanzu, 'Hanzu, you know me. Please, just this once. You can save us.'" Hanzu looked at them, his heart heavy. "These are all people I should have saved, but the monster in the guiding area is too strong. I can't save everyone. That's why I have to do what I must, because if I fail, everything will be meaningless. You think about turning back, facing the desperate ones begging for help. Sorry, you grip your hot weapon tightly, your heart full of compassion, but I know too well the fate of those who cannot reach the next land. Under the poisonous sea, the monsters watch them melt with delight. The screams of agony echo, 'Please don't kill us, it hurts too much.' Hanzu," my face darkens, "you can blame me as much as you want, so instead of enduring exploitation until death." His eyes are cold, but I am quietly watching in my own way. On the boat, Hanzu leans into the sea breeze, gazing up at the endless blue sky. "You carefully feed your peck with ancient language pills one by one." "You're quite something," Fairy said with a hint of surprise in her tone. "I didn't expect you to say such things, though it's a pity that everything ended so easily." Fairy chuckled, just as a rising star would. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." But its expression changed when it narrowed its eyes at Hanzu. "So I will wait for you up ahead." Hanzu remains calm, determined not to regret. I didn't turn back to save everyone, but to win. He clenched his fists, his determination burning. He couldn't stay here. He had to keep moving forward. The lonely boat carried Hanzu to the central island. The White Tears clock tower appears before your eyes, like a challenge. The system notification echoes, "Congratulations, 1,921 travelers have arrived here. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island." A white tower appears before you, and there is an unspoken rule that everyone must know here. First is protecting the crystal chamber, second is fighting in the dungeon to strengthen your power, and the last one is left unknown by the author. Outside, monsters are preparing to topple the pillar, while the monsters under the dry skeleton layer are waiting for a chance to attack the crowd. The players are urging each other to stop the monsters immediately. We're short of people. One by one they fell, but the monsters kept pouring in, climbing the walls to push deeper into the fortress. Everyone fought back with powerful attacks, doing their best to protect the fortress. The team encouraged each other, determined to push through. If we can hold out, we'll buy some time to stay safe. Come on, don't give up. Some people couldn't take it anymore. I can't either. Fighting for a month. I'm out of strength. Help us. They rallied together to maintain the defense line. Someone in the room slammed their hand on the table and said seriously, "We need to establish some rules immediately. We can't let this situation continue. Our defense was almost broken in just one day. The damage is too severe. How long do you plan to just stand there and watch? If this continues, not only will we fail to protect the crystal, but all of us will be slaughtered by the monsters." This man is Park Jung-guk, our guild leader. An Ju-hyun, the leader of Guangdong Gang, asked, "Should we wait for the other gang leaders to arrive?" Hong Sia, the leader of NOAA Gang, quickly replied that all the powerful people are already here. "If we wait any longer now, we're all doomed." Lee Guk-tai, leader of the Smog Gang, continued, "So what do you want us to do?" Park Jung-guk, with a serious expression, said, "The biggest issue is the lack of defensive forces, so let's bring in outsiders, even if it means using force." Everything is about to come together, but what about controlling the wandering travelers?" Sia asks. "We will deal with it with force. I don't think words will work on those who don't understand that. Another attack will come within 3 hours, and there's no guarantee we can hold them off this time. What if we join forces and fight alongside them? Do you think we can do it?" Park Jung-guk points out the challenges we need to overcome. The increasing number of people going to the target tunnel is a serious problem. They are now on par with the members of the Guild Alliance. Those people have formed an irrational group called the Tunnel Alliance. Since they started their actions, they have been beyond our control. My question is whether a guild alliance focused only on defense can handle them. We can't afford to stay at the bottom of society like this. Jungkook shouted down the tunnel first. Even though Jungkook immediately pulled himself back and responded, "Then who will protect the castle?" If that's the plan, the smaller guilds should go first to reduce damage. Sia thought silently. Everyone is just focused on their own interests, so noisy. If only the initial 1,900 people had focused on defending, Ko Kanjong would be worried, damn it. If everyone had just stayed to defend, things wouldn't have come to this. The strong ones get what they want and start to leave, leaving the weaker ones struggling to defend. At first, everyone participated in the defense because their survival depended on it. But when some returned from the dungeon with valuable items, they began to withdraw one by one. While she was worried about how to protect Fale, Jimin entered cheerfully and said, "Sia, I have some news." Sia hurriedly tried to dismiss him. "Stop, Jimin, my head is already hurting." Jimin quickly explained, "I didn't come here to bother you. I have important news. I received a report that someone is fighting against the Dungeon League." Sia was startled. "What did you say?" Then suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed out. "Save me! I told you I wouldn't go anywhere." The clan leaders immediately panicked when they heard that cry. Everyone together turns to one person, and in response to a man's sincerity, "I plan to stay for 2 more days and then return. I will join when I am stronger." We usually hang out. Without much talk, an arrow is shot straight at the target and flies away. The arrow pierced straight into the shoulders of the man who had been pleading, and he only had time to gasp. Then the face of a young man appeared, a cigarette in his mouth, and he said, "All right, starting tomorrow you will fight on the front lines, so if you slack off today, you'll have to work harder tomorrow to make up for it." The person earlier begged not to come near me, he thought to himself. Clearly his curse attribute is lower than mine, so why can't I beat him? It's Hanzu, the one with a kute snake on his shoulder. He reached out and ordered, "We need weapons," Kangmin stammered. His name! Next to him, an angry older brother shouted, "Who gave you the right to command me?" Without saying much, he clenched the knife and slashed straight at Hanzu. The boy calmly watched, analyzing that the knife had enhanced cutting ability. With an unassuming item, this is actually quite a good thing. Hanzu had to be gentle, revealing a shining ring, with his mouth tightly sealed around a cigarette, becoming more serious. Using just the strength of his arm, he easily knocked the guy away before he could touch him. Everyone cheered excitedly, encouraging him to finish him off. Yes, kill him. That bastard was annoyed, thinking his knife skill was gone, that even the blade couldn't pierce through anymore. How much strength does this bastard have to resist? His hands trembling as the knife gradually loses its effect. It's my turn now. No more beating around the bush. Hanzu throws a straight punch at him, causing his face to twist into an extremely ugly expression. I just think fighting you guys without killing is really troublesome, but I have no choice. After all, you are a valuable resource. You say you won't listen unless I speak softly. He falls to the ground, knocked out after just 2 punches. Everyone is amazed by Hanzu's strength, while he calmly says, "I only have one thing left, but it's enough." Kangmin and the people around him started to watch and feel scared of Hanzu. The gang leaders hurried over to check the situation, and were also shocked by the recent fight, asking, "Who is that guy?" Jimin beside him smiled brightly, and finally the leaders of the guilds gathered together for a meeting. Everyone was thinking of one person, Hanzu, the guild leader himself pondering. It turned out he was the one Han Che-on mentioned. Hanzu spoke first, saying that from tomorrow, the Chin Cave Alliance and the Guild Alliance will work together, taking turns between attack and defense. If anyone has any opinions, just speak up. Although his stern and commanding presence was frightening, the severed snake on his shoulder somewhat eased that fear. He continued, "After all, it's hard to give orders to them without someone strong. So, bring as many elite members as possible and have them join our guild. I guarantee that those outside will follow your orders, so there's no problem." "This is beneficial for us, but what does he really want?" Gukti replied cautiously. "What do you want? A person who is not on anyone's side and as strong as you just caused this chaos? Don't you have other intentions?" Hanzu simply smirked and calmly replied, "As long as the basic rules and systems are established, I have no intention of interfering. However, Gupta still doubts, who knows? Maybe you could suddenly change your mind and want to eliminate the Guild Alliance." He stood up and said, "I don't care about those messy disputes. But if you are worried, Hanzu will show everyone his strength." Everyone panics, starts shouting, "He's disappeared, he's going to attack, get ready for battle." Everyone quickly changed their stance, ready to fight. Gukte, however, reassured them that it was only a simple transformation skill, and he couldn't move from his position. Hanzu quietly said, "You think I can't attack you? From somewhere you have moved behind Gukte and pressed a knife to his neck. Guktae suddenly realized that it wasn't just a simple trick, but a dragon that cut off sensory nerves. He couldn't believe he was caught so easily. Hanzu slowly said to everyone, "I have a new item before coming here, so we should prepare." On the other side, everyone panickingly shouted, "Your Majesty!" "Take out your knives and calm everyone down. Be patient. I have no intention of being hostile to you all. The current situation forces us to work together. Don't you see? That's all I want." Everyone continued to watch with wary eyes as I speak. Up to now, we've always been against each other, so it will be very difficult to unite right away. But there is still time, you said, as the heads of the noble families looked at you with helpless and bewildered expressions. This is only the beginning of what is to come. He paused to think before leaving the meeting. A voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait, are you just going to walk away like that? Jimin asks you to talk with him. This time I want to hear an answer. What do you think? Hello, Hasul. Do you want to join our gang? I already asked you before, do you want to join our gang? She stepped lightly closer, her breath carrying a faint floral scent. This time I'm making a sincere invitation. Going alone is lonely, or are you dreaming of somewhere else? She continued, her tone playful, saying she heard you went with a girl named Mihai at Gangnam Station. What's going on? Your face still shows no reaction, as cool as ever. She cupped her chin with her hand, her sparkling eyes looking at him and thinking to herself, no reaction, huh? Then it's not grass. A bright smile like a blooming flower appeared on her lips, so that means it's okay, right? It would be great if you joined our gang. You didn't make a move at all and quickly slipped past, leaving her with a stunned look. What is that? Does your icy expression scare her? I'm heading to the city wall. She widened her eyes, unable to believe her own hands. Hey, you can't even pretend to listen to me. Frustrated and disappointed, she shouted, You bastard! You just sighed with a long breath and didn't bother to reply. In another scene, screams echoed loudly amid the chaos as they gathered the fallen corpses. We need more relief supplies and support-skilled personnel to come here immediately. The gray-haired man quickly asked the soldier in front of him, Sergeant, has the southern wall been reinforced somewhat? Deng Hanjin immediately responded to his subordinate. Good, those who are injured go downstairs, the rest up. He also asked how our guild is holding up. The gray-haired guy immediately responded after his question. We've managed better than last time. He then looked back at the scene of chaos and said, We've assigned people to all positions without missing a single one. The members who joined from the Tan Ham Alliance initially didn't cooperate, but they did quite well, and thanks to them we didn't suffer much damage. Han Cheon just stood there, sweating and stunned, because in that situation they couldn't afford to slack off. With monsters guarding the defensive line, what options did they have? Han Cheon thought of Hanzu, and a scene filled with deathly colors appeared. Han Cheon softly said, He alone could handle a whole bunch of monsters. I see him drive his iron spear into the ground, gently wipe the sweat off his face, and handle a large number of monsters on his own with determination. Turning to Deng Han Cheon's angry face and his contempt, I wish he had some discipline. Then I could have recruited him into the guild. In his mind, images of Kang Hansu flashed. Even heaven doesn't give everything to anyone. He silently thought to himself, but with this speed, we can handle it. Suddenly, his subordinate shouted loudly, Wait a minute, there's writing in the sky. Then a strange face appeared. Oh, Banana Plum, that's the name of the silly fairy. It gently spreads its hands and descends, offering a smile and a wink. Hey guys, you've been waiting for me a long time, haven't you? 2 days isn't enough yet. Han Jion's face shifted from surprise to panic, thinking to himself, Oh my god, this demon appearing can only mean trouble. Fairy clapped her hands happily and cheerfully. Get ready, everyone. There's a Kang death mission coming up for you. From today on, demons will appear in defensive battles. They are very powerful creatures, but don't worry, the monsters you fought so far are just the tip of the iceberg. But defeating 4 demons will drop small crystals. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. Everyone open the system together to see what items can be exchanged. Han Jian is also focused on the shop. It keeps teasing, you can exchange these crystals for cool items at an exclusive shop here. And it's not just items, you can also use crystals to buy tickets to get out of here. Isn't everyone eager to leave this crazy place as soon as possible? Hey, can you hear me? We can get out of here. Han Jian turned back and saw a middle-aged man with a hopeful expression. He said it really, just as the fairy said. We can buy tickets with crystals. Everyone around started to get excited. Han Jian looked at the system shop and saw a new item. Exit ticket from the tower. 600 crystals. 600 crystals. Han Jian muttered to himself. This is really a good deal. Then, let's get on top and start the demon hunt. A vast blood-red sky suddenly tears open the heavens above the fortress. From the hole, a long arm with countless sharp claws like razors slowly emerged, making the air thick with fear. The hideous face of the monster gradually appeared, its mouth full of blood-red teeth. Its savage laughter echoes through the space, causing everyone to loosen their grip. Damn it, it's coming. That monster is advancing towards them step by step. Everyone started to panic, screaming for help. Please, someone take the lead. We don't know how powerful that demon is. I also want those items, but... Amid the chaos, a calm voice rang out, and everyone stepped back. Hanzu leapt up suddenly, holding a sword taller than himself, making everyone stare in amazement. He charged straight at the massive monster with lightning speed, swinging his sword to strike it down. The creature simply raised a hand to block, not giving Hanzu a moment to breathe, and then launched a terrifying attack in his direction. The deer dodged at the last second, but its incredible power shattered the ground into pieces. With his sword on his shoulder, Hanzu silently thought, it's truly a demon, even if it's a weak version. I can't deal a critical hit with normal attacks. Without the cloud wheel, I boosted my defense and resistance using the ancient serpent glyph. You look up at it, keep calculating, but your attack power isn't enough. Now, I will make the most of the items I obtained from the dungeon, but with the lower-level monster, Hanzu's image looked cooler than ever. He braced his legs, channeling all his strength into that spot. Tin. The system appears, glowing with Rosu light. I will fight it with speed, he thought as he acted, responding swiftly to the monster. Whoosh, you jump high into the air, raising your heavy sword to strike down directly. The monster is also surprised, glancing quickly at your super-fast speed, using both hands to block your swift attack. Immense power erupts, creating dazzling slashes that streak through the air with every rapid strike. His face grew more serious as he swiftly swung his next strike. It couldn't keep up, forced to endure the full force of his devastating blow. Not to be underestimated, it clenched its palm to form a sphere, preparing for the next attack. That immense power aimed straight at him, and he quickly used his sword to block it. The explosion erupted after blocking the monster's attack. You were slammed against a rock but still survived that ultimate move. The system provides your assistance, instantly disabling any skill upon contact. Everyone is talking about you. Oh my god, you're soloing against that demon lord. Han Qian asked in amazement, how much stronger has he become? The person next to him quickly urged, get ready, Han Qian, we should seize this opportunity too. Han Qian asked again, Captain, do you want us to join the fight? I'm not sure that's the best decision. Captain Dunguk replied that even if we don't try, others will fight for this opportunity. Everyone rushed to jump down, competing with each other. Only one evil creature remained, and everyone was holding their breath. I'll take that thing down, and we'll join in too. Jimin saw this and suggested to Sia, I don't really like this either, but we're joining in, Sia. Sia quickly replied, Sanaiki replied. No, wait. Sia looked at Hanshu, then whispered, the more Hanshu, I need to see how capable that guy really is. Everyone moved closer to him to support him, and he glanced at them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he sighed. It's so complicated. Han is about to use his skill. I can't let the other veteran travelers distract me. Facing a powerful monster, it sneers silently, and I wonder if he still hasn't used his ability at this point. He doubts what it will do next as Hanzu stands there, calmly facing the Kuai while his mind keeps analyzing. He realizes that each Kui possesses different racial skills, making them unpredictable and dangerous. His sharp thinking helps him understand that if this Kuai hasn't used its skills yet, it is probably waiting for the right moment to unleash a powerful, wide-area attack. You can't underestimate any of its actions because a small mistake could lead to serious consequences. The monster raises its hand ready to unleash a destructive skill capable of wiping out everything in its reach. The tension filled the surrounding space, and Hanzu didn't hesitate, shouting loudly for everyone to fall back. He knew this Kui was not an opponent to take lightly, and anyone daring to face it directly could pay with their life. Kongbin stood nearby, unable to hide the worry clearly visible on his face. The growing sense of unease in his heart made him wonder if they should retreat and let Hanzu face the monster alone. But before he could say more, another young man cut in, firmly insisting they must stay close and be ready to deliver the final blow when the chance arose. His determination burned like a blazing fire, preventing anyone from stopping him. The monster, with its sharp teeth bared and a sinister grin, its hands glowing brightly, prepares to unleash a deadly attack. The ground cracked open, as if swallowed by a raging sea of fire, the intense heat rising wildly, making the air thick and suffocating. He told himself that he could easily extinguish these small flames with the ancient artifact he just acquired, but deep down, greed and selfishness took over as he thought about the reward he would get if he delivered the final blow to the monster. Still, fear crept into his mind, causing his body to tremble before the enemy's overwhelming power. Screams echoed everywhere as people panicked and tried to escape the raging sea of fire devouring everything. Someone is burned by the scorching flames, and the chaos worsens as someone panics and shouts that the monster is approaching. While others flee, Hanzu remains standing there, the heavy sword resting on his shoulder, showing no fear. You are the only one standing firm in the hellfire, unshaken by the situation. The ring in Hanzu's hand begins to emit a blue light, flickering as if responding to the power of the surrounding flames. He understood that at this moment he had to channel all his strength into the ring, with no other options left. With unwavering determination, Hanzu raised his sword, pouring all his power into the blade. The blue light from the ring merges with your power, forming a mighty force ready for the final confrontation. Hanzu channels all his strength into his sword and delivers a powerful slash that shakes the ground. His sword is sharp and powerful enough to cut through the rushing flames, causing another tremor that shakes the ground beneath him. The blazing red fire is split in two, revealing a straight path ahead of Hanzu. Hanzu stands there, his face calm yet full of authority, appearing like a true hero. Even after delivering a powerful strike, he knows the monster is no easy foe. The ground trembled beneath your strike, but this is only the beginning. Your hands start to shake after unleashing such overwhelming power, but you refuse to back down. The monster slowly approaches, while Hanzu reflects on his mission as the only one capable of facing this creature with the infernal firepower of hell. The monster sneers wickedly, flames burning fiercely in its hand. With ruthless fury, it charged at Hanzu, and he was ready to face it. When the monster swung its flaming arm toward him, Hanzu poured his strength into his dagger, blocking the fierce strike. Thick dust rises, obscuring everything around. The onlookers from afar, including Gukte, can't help but feel anxious about the intense battle unfolding. Gukte looked at Hanzu with a mix of surprise and admiration, wondering if Hanzu was just an ordinary cultivator like them. Starting from the same point, Hanzu has already pulled ahead of everyone else. Gukte realizes they need to come up with a plan to catch up with Hanzu or risk being left behind. The battle between Hanzu and the monster is intense, with Hanzu's blocks not only perfect, but also showing enough strength to withstand that terrifying creature. Light beams clash rhythmically, reflecting Hanzu's unwavering determination. The fight accelerates with increasing speed, making the atmosphere tense and oppressive, as everyone watching the battle remains on edge. Some are surprised by Hanzu's strength, others panic at the bleak outlook, and some sneer, thinking this is only natural. The monster prepares to strike again, charging at Hanzu like a cat pouncing on its prey. A sinister smile spreads across its face, eyes gleaming with malice, signaling that a formidable move is about to be unleashed. Hanzu must act quickly, as the situation is becoming more dangerous than ever. As the tension rises, the members of the guild quickly regroup, preparing for the next attack. Shouts echo everywhere, calling everyone to change positions and be ready for any situation. The bustling, tense atmosphere is filled with noise, but amidst the chatter, Jimin stands silently, arms crossed in the corner, seemingly waiting for someone. A voice echoes from behind Jimin, cold and subtle. Han Qian stands beside Jimin, his voice gentle but convincing. He unconsciously scratches his head, showing his helplessness and frustration with the situation. Jimin remains calm and evasively asks Han Qian who he is waiting for, as if she doesn't want to admit what both of them clearly know. Han Qian just gave a faint smile, feeling there was no need to say more since, besides the tension, there was no one else left to wait for. Their conversation continued in a more relaxed atmosphere. Han Qian asked Jimin if she was also following the orders of the monarch, but she tried to evade the question, unwilling to reveal more. But Han Qian, with his persistence and calmness, continued to persuade her that there was no need to be overly cautious, because only the two of them were here. He also mentioned the current situation of the alliance, that it was wavering, and everyone knew the reason. His voice grew more serious, emphasizing the importance of what he was about to say. Jimin refused to show weakness and responded immediately. She wondered why Han Qian was sharing this information with her, when it was all so obvious. But before he could explain further, he suddenly stopped, feeling a chill down his spine as he looked around. Jimin, surprised by his action, asked what was going on. Han Qian replied that he just had a feeling someone was watching them. But even after looking carefully, he still saw nothing suspicious on the deserted road. On a nearby tall building, the prince quietly observed everything unfolding. He looked down at the two people below, pondering the current situation. It had been a while since Kong Hanzu started poisoning the demons, and the lack of any reports from the Alliance made Guktai even more suspicious. Kok Tze turned to his close aide, his eyes full of calculation. The servant, who was well informed, reported that they had been closely monitoring all of Kong Hanzu's movements. However, besides defending, exterminating demons, and occasionally exploring the underground dungeon, Hanzu hardly ever rests. This makes defense easier, but also gives rise to another problem. Those who haven't joined the guild continue to cause trouble, attacking members and creating potential threats. Guote, with a sharp gaze, looked down on the report with contempt, having anticipated this. Hanzu's presence, a non-faction member, allows troublemakers to appear freely. It's understandable, as even alliances must follow Kong Hanzu's orders. As the prince was contemplating the situation, a group gradually approached the room where he was standing. He greeted them with a calm smile and confidently assured that he had prepared everything. Just as they arrived, the prince spread his arms, welcoming everyone to the crucial meeting, emphasizing that if their authority wavers, control will become more difficult than ever. For the sake of the future plan, they cannot let this situation continue. While the meeting is ongoing with tense discussions elsewhere on the battlefield, a magnificent scene unfolds. Hanzu stands tall in the middle of the battlefield, having just defeated the terrifying monster. The sword in his hand gleams under the morning light. The monster's purple blood oozed into pools, creating a scene both terrifying and majestic. Hanzu looked down at the sword in his hand, feeling the power almost depleted. The sword here has become dull and no longer retains its original perfection. He drops the sword to the ground, realizing it is useless after this battle. Hanzu let out a breath, sweat beading on his forehead, as he gently cradled the small snake slowly crawling out of his shirt, smiling with satisfaction at having reached level 60. Thank God I finally got it, he thought, feeling a sense of achievement and satisfaction. He opened the crystal shop where high-quality relics were displayed. Every item in the store is specially designed for guilds, with powerful effects. Hanzu considers the fierce competition that could arise if these crystals fall into other guilds' hands. He knew that to protect his interests and those of his teammates, preventing this competition from the start was essential. The little snake, now hidden inside his shirt and no longer bothering him, Hanzu continued to observe the shop and added that there was also something very useful here. When the system confirms the exchange of 60 crystals and deducts the corresponding amount, Hanzu smiles proudly. I can use most weapons, but it's best to stick with what I'm familiar with, he says as a chain gradually appears in his hand. This is the weapon you have mastered, Decretos' judgment. You feel familiar and confident holding it, making combat feel easier. With a serious face and a hint of confidence, Hanzu prepares to test his new weapon. I have to try it every day, he emphasizes, spinning the chain and getting ready for the next battle. On the ground, a mass of slime begins to form. New monsters start to revive, and Hanzu keeps spinning his weapon, ready to face the skeletons slowly coming back to life. The surroundings begin to shift from the bright dawn into the red glow of the battlefield as he sneers, his eyes full of anticipation and determination. There are about 10 days left before the defense ends, and Hanzu knows he must prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, Gupta, with a sly smile on his face, has completed all preparations for the upcoming battle. His hand is marked with a red symbol, indicating thorough preparation and strong determination. Those Gupta invited are also ready, equipped with full gear and tactics for the upcoming battle. Everyone is ready for a decisive battle where everything will be balanced. In 10 days, Fairy is smiling cunningly, her eyes sparkling as she thinks about the exciting things to come. This adventure is definitely making things more interesting. For those who survive the longest, they've prepared an event no less shocking than Nam's twist. A piercing scream suddenly rings out, startling everyone. Some panic and wonder what is happening. It's not time for the monsters to appear yet, but people are already talking and spreading panic. The remains of the monsters are falling everywhere. Look at they're looking like grass being swept away. Suddenly, a skull head moved, its glowing purple eyes with slit pupils terrifying everyone around, who screamed in panic, not knowing what was happening. The corrosive demons gathered inside the fortress, their prey being pulled into a mysterious portal, gradually converging. And then, like a collection of something disgusting, they began to form a new shape. A monster with immense power is being reborn. Everyone senses that something terrifying is about to happen, as if a thought is forming in their minds, beginning now. The resurrection process continues, as an evil being gradually returns, preparing for an unexpected battle. Truly, this is content as pure as distilled water for those witnessing. The villainess appears with long white hair, full lips, and a pair of enormous horns that nearly cover her head. The secret mission on the central island is a battle of the Demon King's subjugation, and I am the Demon Lord preparing for the great war to come. A opens her eyes wide, revealing only bright crimson eyes that make her face look terrifying. A malicious smile exposes her jagged teeth, a grinning sneer on her face, her laughter echoing everywhere. A's power is unmatched, causing the chaotic piles of flesh to float in the air, her enormous black wings spreading wide once again. Because when I told the foolish players that if it were me, I wouldn't go near the wall of the fortress since holes can't be used to escape, you only have two choices. It sneered arrogantly at everyone's confusion and worry. Then it explains the rules of this battle. Either stay here and fight the upcoming attack of the undead, or escape using the crystals. But remember, the undead are still here, and if you don't want to face them, you can choose to confront the summoned Demon King inside the fortress. The castle, once gloomy, has now become more dangerous than ever. Zhu Yi'un's face paled in fear at the mention of the Demon King. The woman standing beside him, probably his wife, immediately panicked and questioned him. No one mentioned the Demon King before, and Fairy remained calm. That was just a minor thing. I don't want to talk about the Demon King because there's a high chance all of you will die. But now there's no way out. No adventurer has ever survived this. Fairy continues with the condition. The crystal will activate 30 minutes after the blood essence attack begins, and only 500 people can be transported. So half of you will be left behind. But if you can defeat the Demon King, everyone can leave. Although this event is very unusual, I will patiently wait for your answer. Everyone listening here is stunned, as if they can't believe what is happening. They look at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. I will be the one to survive. Sweat drips down, and their gazes meet as if they can see into each other's souls. The system starts a countdown timer. Cayman, panicked and angry, says, "Damn it, I thought we only had to survive for a month." Everyone else also started tearing at their hair due to this sudden event. Gukte tried to reassure everyone, clapping his hands to remind them that we will stay here for 30 minutes and escape using the crystal. Just hold on. Everyone, get ready. The Guild Alliance, gather near the crystal. Everyone in front, clench your fists with determination, resolute not to let this situation defeat us. Cayman, with uncontrollable anger, shouted an attack. "Do you think we don't see that you're just trying to let your comrades escape?" His eyes looked at Gukte full of contempt, as if daring him to face the truth. Gukte met his gaze and then calmly replied, "Isn't it better to move innocently than to defend poorly? We need to find a way to save as many people as possible." Cayman doesn't understand, he responds immediately. Truly a selfish person who only cares about himself, regardless of what happens to others. Someone who only wants to protect those who will obey you. Gukte chuckled softly, but his eyes remained full of calculation. He continued, "Do you have any other plans? Even the demons that wiped out dozens of our people with a single attack from the very beginning. How can we possibly defeat the Demon King?" He just recalled the bloody battle of Hanzu and spoke. Then, as if provoked, Gukte laughed maniacally, taunting those around him. "And what about you guys? Do you want to survive and reach the next island or rush in like moths to a flame?" He can't fight back, so he stays silent, biting his lip, pulling his shirt over his face in helplessness. Everything has completely changed now. The atmosphere between them is tense and suffocating. Zhu Yi'un thought to himself, a selfish idea began to form. Maybe we should form an alliance with the Mist Guild. That might be the only way to leave here safely. Someone stepped forward and boldly declared that the only way for everyone to escape was to hunt the Demon King. Zhu Yi'un looked up and was surprised to realize it was Hanzu. He continued to argue that if they focused on hunting the Demon King, all the survivors would have a chance to escape this place. Zhu Yi'un was annoyed, thinking to herself, why does this guy keep meddling in everyone else's affairs? He should just look out for himself first. Gukte looked at Hanzu, unable to hide his annoyance, trying to maintain a serious expression, but still sneering. "So you think you can confidently survive this, or are you just playing the main role in your own action movie?" Hanzu shrugged, sighed nonchalantly, "Who knows? But if we keep sitting here waiting for the crystals, more than 500 people will definitely die. But if you think that number isn't impressive enough, there could be even more." The people Gukte invited also started to agree. After thinking to themselves, well, I can't believe those gangs, there's no reason to follow them. Let's just say hunting the Demon King is like a picnic. They turned to Hanzu, deciding that maybe fighting the Demon King is less headache-inducing than listening to other plans. Join Hanzu now. Zhu Hyun silently cursed himself, knowing the situation was already out of control. He thought to himself, Zhu has to step in with his staff no matter what. But first, I have to find a way to break their spirit. Or else before I can strike, they'll rush in like a shattered hive. Zhu Hyun activated the power, imprinted on his arm. sweat pouring down like a shower. Yu-hyun looked at Hanzu and his allies, who were brimming with fierce energy, and couldn't help but think that he also had to worry about staying alive. Sooner or later, he might become a ghost. Just as Ju-hyun was contemplating, Hanzu suddenly turned back, glaring at him with a sharp, cutting gaze that made him flinch slightly. Hanzu smirked slightly and said, "Don't think about fighting among yourselves anymore. I know what you're planning, but now is not the time. Save your strength and focus on fighting the monsters." Han quickly dodged the threatening chain attack from Hanzu, the chain's blade digging deep into the ground with a fierce clash. Hanzu retracted the chain, his eyes full of authority, then issued a stern warning that those who can't handle the consequences would bear the responsibility. Ju-hyun stands frozen in fear, unable to move, while Gwok-tae glares at him with a fierce look, clearly not willing to let this go easily. Gwok-tae silently considers, for now, just trying to cooperate. Waiting for the right moment, we had anticipated this situation. Gwok-tae thought to himself, temporarily agreeing with Han's plan, but still holding a chance to turn the tide. Han Cheon and Kang Min, who were never close, are now forced to be in the same group, making the atmosphere even more tense. Hanzu looked around, noticing the discord within the group, and said to his ally, "It seems everyone has made their decision, but wait, we need to settle this first." Hanzu sneered, slowly approaching the crystal. With a powerful swing, he clenched the shard tightly in his hand, his eyes unwavering. Everyone was unable to stop it, and in just a moment, the crystal shattered into tiny pieces and fell to the ground. Gwok-tae and Ju-hyun were both stunned, unable to believe what they saw. Shouts echoed everywhere, "What the hell are you doing?" But Hanzu just smirked, his eyes full of satisfaction with his decision. He replied slowly, his voice calm but sharp, "Because we are about to enter the fortress, so we don't need that anymore. Leaving an escape route would only make everyone weaker." Hanzu's words are a boost to everyone's spirits. Together, they shout in unison, "He's right! We must look forward! Let's defeat the Demon King together with Hanzu." A loud shout erupted as your allies surged forward, ready for battle, but Hanzu suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. He told them with a determined voice not to follow him and slowly pulled back his chain towards himself, as if preparing for a great battle. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to fall silent. Time appeared to stand still, leaving only tension and burning determination. The battle had truly begun. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the ancient, mysterious fortress. The interior was dark and gloomy, completely different from what Hanzu's group had seen from the outside. They step inside, their footsteps silent with anticipation. Han Cheon scans around, surprise evident in his eyes as he realizes this place is unlike any fortress they have seen before. Inside, the candlelight gradually shifts to a haunting purple, making the space look strange and threatening. Everyone keeps moving, their steps slow with tension. They go deeper into the fortress, where the darkness seems to swallow everything around them. Flickering flames appear from afar, shining in the pitch-black space, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The long, endless corridor echoes with footsteps in the empty hall, every small sound amplified, heightening the tension in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the group stopped as they realized their surroundings had become stranger and more terrifying, with the darkness growing thicker and the atmosphere becoming heavier. Ahead is a darkness with faint flickering lights in the distance. Soon after, a cold, sinister laugh echoes from afar, breaking the tense silence. That sound is unlike anyone's laughter in the group. It carries a chilling and terrifying aura. The king appears, a shadowy figure standing out against the darkness, with blazing eyes and a mocking, sinister smile. It's been a long time since she spoke, her voice echoing through the space like tearing apart the silence. "You came all this way to play with me? Then I won't let you leave easily." Immediately, the door behind them slammed shut, its echo reverberating through the surrounding space, and panic erupted within the group as they realized they had been trapped inside this fortress. The situation worsened as the system announced that the fortress had been sealed. Before they could react, the floor beneath them started to shake violently, with the sound of cracking water echoing from all directions. The floor cracked and large sections began to collapse beneath their feet, as the group screamed in terror, trying to hold onto the stairs amidst the chaos. The cracks widened to reveal dark voids below, and from those cracks, horrifying hands slowly rise, hauntingly ominous. Those arms, engulfed in blazing purple flames as if rising from hell, soon gave way to hideous creatures emerging from beneath the ground. The demon creatures with sharp fangs reveal themselves, their mouths wide open, emitting horrifying sounds that shake the space. A young man in the group screams in fear, begging for help as a monster rushes toward him. But in that moment of danger, Hatsu quickly used his chain to trap the monster and stop it from attacking further. Hatsu calmly told his team, "Don't panic. These monsters are no different from the enemies we've fought before. Hatsu's team gradually regains their composure after his words. They gather together, preparing for the upcoming battle. Hatsu glances at the young man just rescued, his eyes full of determination and leadership. You order him to stay calm and fight? We will get through this. Hatsu looks at the cracked floor, carefully observing the tiny movements among the debris. In his mind, the real challenge lies at the gate. To face the Demon King, they must pass through it. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble fiercely, and a column of fire erupts unexpectedly from the rubble. Everyone immediately felt terrified and started to retreat to avoid the danger. From the flames, a swordsman with a sword in hand appeared. The brilliant purple light envelops its body as if born from hellfire itself, with the swordsman's eyes blazing red, filled with hatred and death. Hatsu immediately realizes that this is a powerful gatekeeper demon they must face. As screams echo everywhere while everyone tries to stay away from the demons rising from the ground. They appear in groups surrounding Hatsu's team. The demons line up in formation, their glowing red eyes staring intently at them, as if wanting to devour each person. One of them roared, its voice booming and full of power, swinging its sword in a long, fierce arc that could sweep away everything in its path. Dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring the group's view. After assessing the situation, Hatsu quickly orders everyone to prepare for battle, clearly dividing the roles. We have two fronts. Support personnel move to the back, those skilled in ranged attacks move forward, and those without enough skills handle the surroundings. Dong-hook, standing nearby, nervously said, "Wait a moment. Rushing in like that could put us in danger," but Hatsu didn't let him finish, cutting him off immediately. On the left side, we'll attack first. Without waiting any longer, Hatsu charged straight at the monsters, leaving Dong-hook behind, who was left stunned. During the fight, Hatsu observed and analyzed at the same time. This gatekeeper demon seems to be modeled after the one from the abyss, weaker but with similar movements. Based on that, Hatsu can anticipate its next attack. He skillfully wields his weapon and rushes like the wind towards the monster. His long chain reaches the creature with incredible speed. But just when it seemed the chain would pierce straight into its head, the monster managed to deflect your weapon. Hatsu remained undeterred, quickly thinking in his mind, knowing he could leverage Dakados' power. These tens of meters-long chains tightly wound around the monster's sword, preventing it from moving as it wishes. Hatsu easily controls its actions, completely suppressing its destructive power. The chain quickly tightened, forcing the monster to fall to the ground. Now, the demon was bound and immobile, completely under Hatsu's control. He slightly smiled, confident in his plan. The binding and suppression of the enemy were successful, and the chain not only drained the monster's magic, but also cast a curse that weakened them. Although it also drained Hatsu's own magic, he could still control the situation. The cord wrapped around his arm was his most powerful weapon against the demon. Looking at his teammates, Hatsu said, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" His power stunned the entire group. They froze in place, unable to believe their eyes. They were stunned by Hatsu's ability and took a moment to regain their composure. Dong-hook quickly urged everyone, of course not, to prepare for the attack. Remember that you are representing the reputation of the guild. In response to Dong-hook's call, everyone answered in unison, "Yes." Sia, another member, also shouted, those with low resistance, support from behind. "Come on, everyone," Jimin's voice rang out. "I will lead the way." The whole group poured their strength into wiping it out, shouting loudly, attacking. Weapons and magic exploded in the air, completely obscuring the giant body of the demon. The fierce attacks poured down like a storm, with magic and flames blazing everywhere. The demon retreated, its glowing red eyes fixed on the sword in your hand, ready to unleash its power to break free from the restraints. Hanzu realized it immediately, deducing that they were trying to summon the hellfire. And as expected, a shockwave struck down, the ground shattered, and the whole group shouted in panic. The demon begins to thrash, trying to break free from the binding ropes, and its immense power shatters Hanzu's control as it roars fiercely in that moment. Hanzu was knocked back, but he signaled everyone to keep attacking. Even though the chains still wrapped around the demon's chest, Hanzu knew that once it was struck by it, defending would become extremely difficult. But he was still determined not to give up, focusing intensely on the demon. He aimed straight at the monster's chest, where he had identified a weakness during the fight. With a powerful jump, Hanzu charged straight at the monster's chest. A deadly stab pierced through its body, but the hellfire still burned fiercely, causing no harm. Jimin was terrified that hellfire rendered all attacks useless. However, Hanzu ignored the warning and kept stabbing the monster's chest, despite the raging flames burning and searing his flesh. The intense burning pain seeped into every cell, but Hanzu kept trying to endure. I need to remove the firestone, he thought as he reached out toward the spot where the hellfire was contained. In a decisive moment, Hanzu used all his strength to jerk it out of the demon's body. His hand was burned by the flames, but he didn't care. With a clenched fist, Hanzu crushes it, causing the letter to vanish into nothingness. Below, the onlookers are bewildered, whispering among themselves, what just happened? The flames surrounding the demon have disappeared. Hanzu retracted the chain and ordered, "Continue the attack!" He turned to look at them, his eyes full of strength and coldness, as if to say there's no need to worry anymore. Keep fighting, it can't use fire anymore. Suddenly, someone in the group shouted, especially Hanzu, to be careful. He heard it and immediately glanced over. In a flash, Hanzu perfectly dodged an attack from another demon, one that outsiders are fighting. Dong-guk shouted, pointing his gaze at the fallen enemies. "Look over there!" Everyone in the group started to panic as they saw those who had fallen. They shouted for help and begged each other to save them. Underneath the monster are defeated corpses, and it stands there arrogantly looking down, disdainful. Everyone is scared and whispering to each other, "Isn't Kong Hanzu also supposed to deal with that demon? What should we do now?" They are afraid and panicking. Meanwhile, Guktae stood from afar watching and laughing alone. He said softly, "They are starting to move. Now everything is easier." Guktae slowly steps toward Hanzu, a sly smile clearly on his face. He stopped in front of you, his eyes full of provocation, and began to shift all the blame onto Hanzu. With contempt, he mocked Kong Hanzu. "You pushed everyone into death and still pretend you don't know anything." He kept pointing directly at your face, blaming Hanzu for everything they are facing. "It's all your fault. You made us end up in this situation, so take responsibility." Meanwhile, Hanjeon, despite struggling with the monsters, couldn't stay silent in the face of Guktae's criticism. He fought back, shouted loudly, covered his mouth, and came here to lend a hand. He gathers his strength and pushes the monster back with a powerful strike, then delivers a painful kick that forces it to retreat. Hanjeon keeps shouting, reminding everyone that it is Guktae who is standing aside, not helping, but only spouting useless words. Guktae showed no hesitation in the face of criticism. Instead, he looked at Hanjeon with a challenging gaze, declaring that he was not a weakling. "Do you think I don't fight because I am weak? Let me show you how I am different from a hollow vessel that only shouts." Guktae threw back his coat and shouted to summon his special forces to advance. His entourage immediately charged into battle, attacking the monster in front of them. Strong sword strikes cut into its legs while arrows fly straight into its back. In the end, the monster collapses in pain. One of the group couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "This is intense." Hanzu stood still, observing, then signaled everyone to join the fight. He gently slings the chain over his shoulder and steps forward to face the demon as it prepares to swing its sword down. When its blade strikes the ground, debris flies everywhere, but Hanzu quickly dodges and leaps into the air. The monster's eyes flickered with fury, but Hanzu remained calm. He spun in the air, wielding the chain, delivering precise strikes from the monster's shoulder down to its core. After executing the attack, Hanzu lands safely without a hint of hesitation. Zoohyun watches from afar, so amazed he cannot speak. He can't believe that the monster they needed a whole team to defeat is now taken down by Hanzu alone. What is he doing? Zoohyun muttered in amazement. While everyone continued to follow Hanzu's orders, he remained calm and unshaken. Even though Guktae is trying to boast about his strength and special abilities, it doesn't distract Hanzu. Hanzu stands there, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd as if he is the master of this battlefield. "Guktae, Doohyun has witnessed your strength, still resentful, but there is nothing he can do." Anger and fear are evident in his eyes, but his legs remain frozen, and he cannot do anything more. Everyone started gathering around the carcass of the beloved creature. Doohyun, holding a gemstone, raised it up and suggested using it to trade for items in the shop. He nervously explained that their special forces were built with the help of guilds and that investing in this force was important. Guktae, meanwhile, scoffed and replied that this gem would be used by Guild SMOG first because the special forces belonged to the Union. Hearing this, Dong-guk was surprised and wondered when the Union had created such a special forces. Se-ai immediately replied that it was the result of covert plots happening in the shadows. He already knew everything, and was thinking about how the Union had successfully taken control of their lord. But it seemed Hanzu didn't care much about what was happening around him. He simply quietly approached and opened his shop, continuing his work as if everything was unrelated to him. Se-ai and Dong-guk moved closer to Hanzu, worried about the possibility that the Union was secretly causing trouble for him. However, Hanzu just smiled and reassured them that he had foreseen everything and there was nothing to worry about. Zia still wondered, what could he possibly know? Hanzu responded calmly, if they really had a plan, then just watch what they do. After saying that, he continued with his work, ignoring the worries around him. Next to him, the small snake still obediently stayed close, like a silent companion. Hanzu knew he had prepared in advance, and nothing could surprise him. At the same time, Han Qian and Jimin also moved closer, discussing how the alliance members had gone to the front lines. Han Qian appeared optimistic, believing the situation would be easier now that they were no longer standing still in the back. However, Jimin still felt annoyed, doubting whether the unity of the alliance truly existed. Dong-guk emphasized that if they wanted to escape, they had to work together to kill the Queen Demon. Everyone agreed that the upcoming mission would be a tough challenge, but no one could give up now. Suddenly, a strong voice rang out unexpectedly. A girl approached Hanzu's group and introduced herself as Seo Ji-yeon. She stepped forward confidently, reassuring everyone that the only way out was to kill the Demon King. However, when she placed her hand on Hanzu's back, many in the group felt surprised and uncomfortable. Jimin couldn't hide her jealousy, while Sia and Han Qian could only stand and watch helplessly. Hanzu, with his usual cold CEO demeanor, immediately brushed Ji-yeon's hand away. He paid no mind to this sudden intimacy and continued to signal everyone to move forward. He didn't care about Han Qian's complaints and quickly led the group forward. As they moved further ahead, they were suddenly blocked by a large barrier. As they debated how to overcome this obstacle, a mocking laugh echoed through the space. Fairy appeared with a contemptuous and mocking smile. It claims that they don't need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island. Just hold the crystal for another 30 minutes. It continued to explain that if they could hold on, the crystal on the throne would activate, opening a gate to any island they desired, or they could use the crystal to buy an escape route, but that was not the official path. Hanzu stood silently, deep in thought, realizing that Fairy's game still hadn't changed. It was just another trap to test them. After bidding a treacherous farewell, Fairy disappears, leaving the group to face the upcoming battle. At the Demon King's throne, his figure emerges from the darkness, silently issuing an order as the surrounding corpses begin to rise. Dry bones gathered into strange shapes, and from the darkness, dark souls were reborn, rushing straight toward the battlefield. The Demon King sat leisurely on his throne, legs crossed, a proud smile never leaving his lips. Next to you are the minions you created from dark magic. Hanzu stands nearby, watching you intently, thinking about the power of the Demon King. This is only a downgraded version, not even half the strength of the original in the Abyss. I knew it, as Hanzu was analyzing. A skeleton soul suddenly charged at him, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow him immediately. In that moment, the System Shop notification appeared, suggesting that he could use crystals to buy an item. His hands began to gather blue light, gradually forming a new weapon, the pair of chain sickles called Degrados' Judgment. Without hesitation, Hanzu threw the chain blade toward the demon. The whistling sound echoed as the chain sped through the air, striking directly into the skull of the skeletal soul. Hit by the attack, the soul screamed in pain, while Hanzu prepared carefully for the upcoming confrontation. He decided to use Degrados' two unique skills, separation and salvation. The knife in his hand is enhanced and surrounded by a brilliant blue light. Hanzu quickly pulls out a series of small, sharp knives, this time taking things more seriously. The flying blade streaked straight toward the Demon King's seat, but she showed no sign of fear. The Demon Lord's minions quickly stepped forward to block Hanzu's attack. Smirking maliciously, she raised her hand, channeling magic into her palms, then launched a powerful strike toward Hanzu. That magic rushes toward you with devastating power. The Demon King laughs loudly, but Hanzu refuses to be overwhelmed. He quickly threw his energy to block the Demon King's attack, and the clashes created deafening sounds. However, the Demon King did not stop, continuously pushing Hanzu back with his enormous magical power, forcing him to keep defending. The battle intensifies as the Demon King orders another monster to join the fight. This giant beast charges straight at Hanzu, obeying its master's command, ready to tear them apart. Although trapped in a tough situation, Hanzu remained steady and ordered his teammates, "I will handle the Demon King, you deal with the summoned monsters." Han Cheon turned back worriedly and shouted, "But they are too many." He shouted at Guktae to fight, but Guktae and his men just stood still, replying coldly to step back and not get involved. Her answer made Jimin furious. She knew those bastards would do that. Han Cheon just sneered, realizing Guktae's plan. He told Jimin to hold the Demon King back for a bit. Jimin, panicked, replied, "What? How can we stop the Demon King without anyone else?" Hearing this, the Demon Queen's eyes widened in excitement as she laughed. She continues to summon another monster, and from the ground, a giant hand rises up, charging straight at Hanzu. Faced with this scene, he can only stand in shock and watch. Jungkook stands nearby, doing his best to create a sturdy shield to protect Hanzu. He collapses like rain after enduring the enormous power of the attack, then manages to say, "We can't hold out much longer, let's retreat quickly." Hanzu quickly changes direction, his cold eyes following the panicked crowd as they flee, desperately warning each other about the overwhelming number of monsters surrounding them. Amid the chaos, one of them suggested they should help their teammates by raising the alarm, but immediately a dagger was driven straight into their mouth and they collapsed dead on the spot. J-Hope shouted in panic, "What's going on?" Jungkook, with a sinister smile, ordered Hanzu's team that it's time to wipe them out. Hanzu had no hesitation in killing anyone who got in his way. Jungkook's soldiers charged to attack those who were once their allies. J-Hope stands amidst the chaos of the battlefield, shouting, "Do you think we will just stand still and take it?" Counterattack, but his soldiers are completely overwhelmed. J-Hope realizes the situation is dire and tries to negotiate with Jungkook, but the battle is not over yet. If this continues, we will all die. Neither you nor your gang can survive outside, but Jungkook doesn't care. Hanzu coldly replies, "It doesn't matter, they have chosen to die for the king." Jungkook's words make J-Hope break out in a sweat. In his panic, he silently wonders who the king and Hanzu are talking about. At that moment, someone rushed to attack J-Hope with a sharp knife, shouting loudly, "It's time for you to disappear!" J-Hope could only stand frozen, watching the blade rush straight at him. But before the blade could reach J-Hope, it was knocked away by a powerful force. Hanzu appeared just in time to save J-Hope. You pick up the knife and coldly say, "Finally, your true face is revealed. Your dirty tricks are still the same." Jungkook is furious about Hanzu's interference, shouting that you should be fighting the Demon King. "Why are you here?" Han's eyes filled with rage as he watches Hanzu interfere with his plan. But Hanzu remains calm, realizing that Guktai is just a pawn in a larger game. Hanzu is willing to sacrifice himself to stop him, but he knows he cannot be swayed by these tricks. "You're mistaken, I didn't come here to block your way, but to make a proposal." Guktai hesitated, but before Hans could react, Hanzu turned back to the battlefield. "Over there, your teammates are still struggling against the Demon King." Hanjeon, in a desperate situation, tries to resist but knows that time is running out. In the decisive moment, Hanzu charged into the battle, using his whip to seize the beast and tear it into pieces. Zia saw Hanzu return and wondered where had he been. Hanzu just shrugged casually and replied, "I'm getting ready for the next step." Zia anxiously asked, "What's the next step then?" But Hanzu didn't answer. He saw in the distance that Hanjeon was trying to help Jungkook up, while Jimin was being thrown down to the ground. After Jimin, Hanjeon shouted loudly, anxiously looking at his teammate. Jimin, who was just knocked back by the Demon King's attack, struggled to stand up, blood dripping from his mouth. The Demon King watched this scene, a faint smile on his face, as this was starting to become boring. Ataza raised his hand, and another giant arm emerged from the ground, ready to strike down where they stood. But Hanzu wouldn't let that happen. He threw his chains toward the Demon King, the strands spinning around, weaving past her giant arm, then grabbing hold of her body. The Demon King roared in pain, eyes blazing with fury, but Hanzu didn't stop. He raised his hand to prevent his allies from advancing. Hanjeon asked in surprise why you would block the way and abandon me. But before they could understand what was happening, a surge of purple flames from the Demon King shot back toward Hanzu. Hanzu braces for the attack, his body thrown back. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield in thick smoke. Your teammates scream your name in despair, Hanzu. A terrible explosion erupts, shaking the entire battlefield. Everyone shouted Hanzu's name in panic as the thick smoke obscured their view. "Is he dead?" someone said in despair, trying to see through the dense fog. They were worried because they couldn't see his figure. In that situation, everyone began to feel the fear of losing the hero who led them. Sia, she stays calm, looks around and reassures everyone. There's no way he was defeated that easily. But deep down, she can't help but worry. Hanzu is the pillar of the entire group. If he fails, everyone will face a tragic ending. As Zia finished speaking, Jimin, with a face full of wounds and exhaustion, stood up from the rubble. She looked up and pointed over there. Everyone quickly followed her finger and couldn't believe their eyes. Hanzu was still alive and flying through the air, preparing for his next attack. Seeing that Yorda still alive and fighting, everyone couldn't help but be amazed and admire Hanzu's resilience. He continued to unleash his skills, with blades enhanced from his hands flying faster than the wind, heading straight for the target below. The sharp blades pierced the chains tightly, forcing the Demon King down to the ground. His resistance now seems hopeless as Hanzu's power becomes overwhelming. As Hanzu delivers his final blow, one of the Demon King's wings falls off. Blood streaming from the wound and staining the battlefield red, the people around them cheer loudly, believing their attack has succeeded and victory is near. But instead of falling, the Demon King burst into a savage laugh, his excitement quickly turning into worry. This is so interesting, I say with a sarcastic tone, while restoring his magical power once more. A new arm slowly grows out from the severed wing, looking extremely grotesque. Hanzu silently wonders, is it planning to draw out magic and use that power to fight me? I can't let this fight go on any longer. You know well that if we don't finish quickly, they won't have another chance. Hanzu, determined not to let the enemy recover, clenched his grip on his spell, ready to deliver the final blow. He realized that the Demon King was gathering power to counterattack. His wings start transforming into giant hands, merging together to create blinding purple beams. Hanzu cannot let that happen. He strikes down hard, leaps into the air, and dodges the incoming beams of light. He knows this is the decisive moment. At the same time, the Demon King kept enlarging his wings, making them bigger and more powerful. A TA was about to strike down on Hanzu, but he quickly called out, "Hancheon, the Great Sword, hurry up!" Hancheon immediately throws his sword towards Hanzu. In that brief moment, he catches it and stays calm to handle the situation. The giant wings of the Demon King crash down onto the ground, leaving behind deep scars. Xia, Seaman, and Hancheon stand frozen, worried about Hanzu's fate. The space becomes silent, only dust rising from the wreckage. But just when everyone thought it was over, Hanzu's image still appears amidst the smoke. "You're still there, not defeated." Hanzu raised his sword and cut off the giant wings of the Demon King. The Demon King couldn't believe his eyes. Atta's eyes filled with horror. "How could you?" He screams out, rage filling his face, but Hanzu doesn't give a chance to fight back. He rushed past, approaching the Demon King at terrifying speed, his brow furrowing as he swung his sword down. The Demon King tried to breathe fire to stop him, but Hanzu didn't hesitate. He rushes forward, pressing his sword to Atta's neck as blood gushes out wildly. Atta screams in pain, unable to believe he has been defeated. Everyone around started to panic. Is it over now? They looked at each other in surprise as they saw the giant wings of the Demon King gradually vanish. But that silence didn't last long. The crystal still showed no change, no sign indicating that victory had truly been confirmed. Why is the crystal still unmoving, and the sounds of panic are ringing out? Fear begins to creep into their minds. Hanzu, even after defeating the Demon King, still looks serious. "It's not over yet," he says, his tone cold and tense. "It seems you've noticed something unusual. You clutch your side, clearly wounded from the battle." But before anyone could react, the Demon King's maniacal laughter echoed again, and A's eyes widened and turned a fiery red. "I won't be defeated that easily." A shouted loudly, and the dark power erupted once again, pushing Hanzu away. Hanzu crashes loudly into the wall behind, his body hitting hard and causing pain. The Demon King decides to unleash all his true power, holding nothing back. "I will unleash all my power," Ah shouted, his excited laughter echoing through the space. At that moment, a spear suddenly flew straight at him, piercing through the Demon King's arm. The attack caused A's attacking arm to recoil. Everyone was stunned to see the person who threw the spear. It was Xia who saved Hanzu just in time from the Demon King's deadly attack. The Demon King glanced at Xia with contempt. "You bunch of worms," A says, with a tone full of contempt. A immediately summons another monster and charges straight at Xia at terrifying speed. But Jin Min rushed in to protect his teammate, delivering a powerful slash that severed the monster's soul. Xia sighed in relief, praising Jin Min. "Well done, Jin Min. But we can only buy a little more time. Retreat now." The Demon King is not easily defeated. A raises his hand, gathering dark energy, preparing to unleash a final attack to destroy everything. "If anyone dares to run, just try it and I will make all of you disappear." A cackling laugh, eyes filled with madness as he prepares to unleash a destructive attack on Hanzu. Hanzu, now trying to get up after a hard fall, has only a few seconds to react as a dark energy rushes straight toward him, striking where he stands. Everything around explodes, debris and dust fill the air, obscuring everyone's view. The powerful shockwave from the explosion sweeps everything away, throwing them far apart. "We were swept away by the shockwave of the explosion." Han Cheon exclaimed in panic, trying to find Hanzu amidst the thick smoke and dust. Donguk, worried, calls out Hanzu's name. "Is he still alive?" From the thick smoke, a sudden blue light flickers and shoots straight ahead. That is Hanzu's blade. The good news is that he's still alive and didn't give up. The blade flies straight, piercing through the queen's chest, blood pouring endlessly from the wound. The Demon King, despite being seriously wounded, still manages a crazed smile. "I never expected you to survive that blow," she says with delight, as if praising Hanzu's incredible strength. But you, with your bloodied face, simply respond indifferently. Finally, I can rest now. The Kui Vuong's laughter gradually fades as she clenches that knife, trying to pull it out of her body. But even after being sealed, she kept howling, unable to believe that such a weak attack could do this. This damn restraint, but she also knew that time was running out. Everyone around is stunned by what they are witnessing. The Demon King still stands there, despite being seriously wounded. Look, someone is crying out, the monster is dead, and there's the crystal. For a moment, worry washes over them as they see the shining crystal on the throne. The system notification appears, indicating that the victory condition has been met. Finally, a member of the group cheers out. The crystal is glowing. We did it. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, joy filling their faces. Kang Hashu has defeated the Demon King. Cheers of celebration echo everywhere as the survivors rejoice for overcoming the terrible challenge. We did it, they happily said to each other, proud to have moved on to the next island after defeating the most terrifying enemy. But just as everyone started celebrating, the body of the Demon King began to shake violently. A fiery red glow from within enveloped her figure. The excitement in everyone's eyes quickly turns to horror. Fire! What's happening? A grown man, trying to understand what is happening before his eyes. Hashu also couldn't hide his surprise, standing still and staring intently at the burning body of the Demon King. "No way," he muttered. Both of her hearts should have been destroyed already. Hashu's eyes widened as he realized something terrible. The Demon King, though defeated, rises once more as if she cannot be destroyed. A cruel smile spreads across her face, her deep voice echoing at last. "I also feel a bit of excitement. This can't end so easily." The Demon King's face becomes more terrifying than ever, and she growls with excitement. She awaits her next slaughter, her eyes filled with a desire to destroy. "I swear I will burn everything before I am completely destroyed. Even if I have to pay the price, I will bury all of you here." Crimson flames engulf the entire body of the Demon Queen, signaling that her power is reaching its peak. The Demon Queen has nothing left to lose and is determined to reduce everything to ashes before she disappears. Hashu senses the danger and prepares for her final attack. But just as the Demon King is about to unleash a destructive blow, a sudden voice breaks the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. "Enough!" That cold voice belongs to Fairy, who points at the Demon King with a fearless expression despite her brutality. "I didn't expect you to dare use your true power in the training area," Fairy said sharply as if scolding. "You have violated the rules, and you will be punished for it." Without waiting any longer, Fairy suddenly summoned a giant arm from the sky. The arm looked like a colossal being, grabbing the body of the Demon King and holding it tightly. The Demon King was terrified as she realized she was being held tightly by a force beyond her imagination. Fairy showed no mercy, commanding her creature to erase her completely. The giant hand tightened even more, leaving the Demon King unable to resist. Although she screamed and struggled to break free, Fairy's power was too great. The Demon King, once their nightmare, is now just a helpless pawn in the hands of the true ruler. Fairy points directly at the Demon King, her eyes full of contempt, her cold voice echoing, "Who gave you the right to be so arrogant?" Without waiting for the Demon King to react, Fairy continued to order her subordinates to bring her here. A short sentence, but full of authority. Fairy didn't need to say more. Hanzu stood below, hands in his pockets, looking up. For him, this was no longer surprising. The Demon King, even under suppression, refuses to surrender easily. She screams, her voice echoing through the space. "You brought me here, and now you won't let me use my power. I won't go anywhere. I'll kill them all, these damn fools." Fairy no longer laughs, her face darkening, her eyes cold as ice. "This is why I hate hybrids like you." This statement seems to be the end for the Demon Queen. After Fairy's warning, the Demon King had no choice but to accept his fate of being retracted. Fairy's subordinates immediately acted without mercy. Everyone stood around, witnessing this terrifying scene. They said nothing, only silently watched Fairy coldly crush the essence of the Demon King. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying scene that no one dared to look directly at. Even the bravest warriors had to turn away, avoiding unwanted trauma. Fairy then turned back as if nothing had happened, smiling softly with a cheerful demeanor like after a performance, apologizing to everyone for the slight chaos. "But don't worry, everything's settled now. It's time to give out the rewards." Fairy flew over, a bright smile returning to its face. "It congratulates Hanzu's group. Congratulates you for defeating the Demon King." But unfortunately, there is only one prize, so I will give it to the biggest contributor. Hanzu, as usual, doesn't seem very excited about the reward. His face remains indifferent, and he's lost in thought again. He thought to himself as he received the gem from Fairy. The gem glowed in Hanzu's hand, its light reflected in his eyes. A powerful item, but definitely not easy to use. The system quickly provides information about the gem. When used, all runic stat values will be fixed at 99.99% for 1 day, but then all the stats will drop to 0.01%. Hanzu chuckled softly. Indeed, a trade-off that is not easy to accept. Fairy shrugged. Bid farewell. See you on the next island. It disappeared immediately after, and Hanzu looked down at the gem in his hand, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. There's still a lot I need to deal with, he muttered to himself, reminding himself that this was just a small step on the long road ahead. Han Qian stood beside Hanzu, his voice full of disappointment. So we defeated the monsters and only got one reward. He looked at Hanzu with visible frustration, as if all their efforts had ultimately boiled down to just one reward. Dong-Huk, standing nearby, quickly stepped in and said, "Don't worry, everyone knows it was him who killed the monsters." He tried to gauge the situation, but clearly no one felt any relief. Car A stands quietly in the corner, worried that the SMOG gangs won't let this go. She thinks to herself, feeling uneasy when thinking about the traitors in the battle, I need to contact the guild members immediately. Jim Min, who is always ready for any fight and never hesitates to suggest why not deal with them now. Her voice rang out confidently, as if this was just a small task they needed to complete. But Hanzu simply waved her off, dismissing Jim Min's idea and moving on. You don't want to get involved in any more drama, you need to focus on the main goal. That's the only thing on your mind right now. All eyes turn to the empty space where the monarchs once stood. Whispers of voices emerge, mixed with surprise and fear. They are gone. The tattoos have disappeared, which means they are dead. It's finally over. Sia stood still, trembling all over, unable to believe it. She exclaimed in horror, SMOG betrayed us. They used special forces to kidnap the monarchs. Hanzu stands beside him, a cold smile on his lips as a mysterious shadow moves like a whirlwind through the dark forest. Covered from head to toe, he vanished into the shadows, sword in hand stained with fresh blood. Gupta's group was completely wiped out, with no survivors. The cleanup crew has finished their work. A few minutes earlier, Gupta's group was gathered around the tall tower, where they believed great power resided. Gupta sneered, believing that Hanzu had already secured the victory. Very well, my only task is to cause chaos and eliminate all the monarchs. As easy as pie, Gupta was confident that everything was under Hanzu's control, but fate had prepared a different ending for Hanzu that he never saw coming. Hanzu has given his gang enormous power. He recalls what Hanzu handed him, the hidden pills that seemed like a great deal for betrayal. Hanzu, that fool, he sneers. We only made a deal with him to escape temporarily. Go contact them now, Gupta ordered his subordinates. It seems we are in a different place from the waiting spot. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted a warning. There's someone over there. A sharp blade of vegetable swiftly cuts through the air, stabbing straight into a club member, causing a piercing scream that breaks the silence and startles Gupta. Who? He can't sense anything at all. A mysterious voice echoes from the darkness. Are you really here? I still have my doubts. That voice makes Gupta's group cautious. They try to find the enemy but see no one. The thick darkness covers everything, making it impossible to tell friend from foe. An invisible force gradually grips Gupta's legs, preventing him from moving. Why can't I move my legs? I am sinking down. Gupta's terrified voice echoes in despair, but no one comes to help him. I already set the trap product in advance. The ghost materializes right behind Gupta, with a pale, expressionless face, looking like a hungry ghost not yet liberated. It is an object that activates after a certain time, he said evenly. All because I knew their location. I have Choppa's sixth sense, Gupta panicked, stammering. No way, how could you know? The ghost sneered, forgetting that I am Thansoya. My sixth sense is even better than Google Maps. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift sword thrust pierced through him from behind. Gupta fell, blood pouring out, staining the ground red. Juhyun stands beside, witnessing the horrifying scene before her, her face drained of blood. Please have mercy on me. He shouted loudly with a thick voice, I will obey your orders. I will dedicate myself to Thongok's studio. The mysterious person only responded to the stern command, no baby talk. In a flash, he lunged forward and slammed Juhyun's face to the ground. The blow was so powerful that the ground cracked like a mini earthquake. The one who doesn't have what I need, he said, slowly raising his hands, waiting for the people from the central island to come and kill them all. Slowly, he removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. For the first time I heard about the central island and the tower, I muttered to myself. I don't know what he means, but as always, he's still as formidable as ever. And it seems a little like a steamed rice roll in Sanjin's memory. Hanzu's image appears and says, "You want me to use you, right? If you want, then fine. Follow what I'm about to say, and you can become stronger than those starting from the same point. The place I mentioned is there. Whether you want to follow me or not is up to you." Only a surprising silence remains, and Hanzu quietly leaves before his eyes. A smile like an addict gradually appears on his face. Then he whispers to himself, "The more I trust following you, the more it feels like the best choice of my life." Under the moonlight, a shining crystal appears in front of the deserted forest. A few people are discussing together. The old man says, "Damn it," the old woman replies, "Who's that?" "Li Guktae." She frowned and crossed her arms, asking, "Central Island, did we fail?" The man replied, "He last contacted from the Demon King's fortress, so he's probably dead there. At least he cleared out a few enemies for us so we don't have to grind." He clenched his fists, revealing a symbol similar to Li Guktae. Kamdan said, "I already guessed, so it's no problem. It seems we have a troublemaker. This time I will personally take action to show him what a festival really is." He suspects that they are heading to the Tower Island, where there are more rewards than other places, and there is only one route after using the crystal to get here. Get ready, his guild has surrounded the Spirit Stone, and he is smug. You won't leave here unscathed. Images of small islands floating separately in the air are clearly depicted on the map. The map of the islands is distributed at the Thang Thien Road, showing hundreds of islands to climb. The islands are divided into 3 main stages, starting from the first stage at the Ascension Path, like playing Free Fire, passing through the Military Island and then the Skygate. Racing through training sessions like running, they go through the second stage islands, including the Central Island, and finally reach the third stage islands to complete the tutorial. One of the Stage 3 islands is said to offer the highest rewards. Hanzu explains to others the rules for conquering the islands to increase their strength. Tower Island is like the green zone in Free Fire, full of good loot, but also very competitive. Sometimes getting shot and killed without even realizing it, he says. However, pursuing high rewards to become stronger is understandable. Hanzu smiled, but his voice suddenly grew serious. "But you're still chewing the delicious piece of meat in your hand when someone questions you. What do you mean by that?" You look at them and say, "Seriously, if you're coming to Tower Island just for the reward, you should think again." Although he's explaining, their faces look confused, not fully understanding his point. Meanwhile, Han Qian gazes longingly at his meat, secretly wondering how much food he has in his bag. Despite appearances, this young man has a real talent for eating. Hanzu continued questioning them, this time asking if they were destroyed on the Central Island just for the reward, right? His face still had food on it, but his cold eyes looked up, warning them to think carefully. "I sincerely advise you." His warning made everyone tense. Surviving on the Tower Island will be much harder than on the Central Island. It's pointless if you die before becoming stronger. He did. Someone asked him, "So what should we do?" Sia asked, "Are you also planning to go to the Tower Island?" From afar, Xiao Jijian stood with arms crossed, leaning against a post. She seemed to have overheard the entire conversation. Hearing her ask that, Yu replied that every island has its rewards. "I only issued a warning. You must take responsibility for yourselves." The girl standing far away heard that, drew her sword, and turned around. Hearing his warning, Zia stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I thought he was the daring type. Am I wrong? When Dongquok heard you speak correctly, he defended you and he has a point. He told everyone that their guild had convinced the remaining adventurers to join. The kings have disappeared, and now everyone is exhausted and needs to rest. So it's better to go somewhere safe. You conclude, truly a leader, words are smooth, but the hits are hard." Hanzhou looked up and saw Dongquok extending his hand to him, saying that they were about to leave. He continued to express his gratitude, saying he wanted to thank him for everything, the ones we managed to survive with. But Hanzhou didn't even bother to shake hands, just turned away and said, "See you if you're still alive." Even after you fed him butter, Dongquok still calmly agreed to your appointment. "Yeah, let's go." He then turned to Han Qian and said, "Let's go." Han Qian replied, "All right." Seeing them leave, Xiumin asked Zi for his opinion, "Should we also get ready to go?" Zi follows your advice and responds, saying not to go to the Tower Island. "I think following it won't do any harm either." Inside the tower, a barrier gate suddenly appeared, emitting a blinding golden light. The commander had made the decision, but there were still some murmurs below. "So, are we going somewhere else? I really hate places like this. If even Hanzo can't handle it, then it's too dangerous. Hanzo told those people to go on. I have something to do. Deng Quoc responded. Then we'll go ahead first. Commander from China, Han Cheon, and their team head towards the Golden Magic Gate. Then he turns back and promises to stay alive. See you again. Over here, Si exclaimed, and Xiumin, seeing her slow and hesitant, moved forward. She snorted and said, I'll go ahead. The short-haired girl sighed and said, Do whatever you want. Hanzo just watched silently. Si also started approaching the barrier gate. Before leaving, she kept looking at him and said her farewell. I don't know about goodbyes, but see you again. Everyone has stepped through the barrier gate. The gate gradually disappeared, leaving only Hanzo standing there, watching them leave. Hanzo knew that someone was still staying behind. You tilt your head and ask her suspiciously why you're still here. Xiao Zhejian, with her distinctive freckles on her face, asks back why you didn't leave first. Do I need to check if your family used to sell butter? She teased. Whoever you meet, you invite them with tons of butter, making them so annoyed they want to explode. When Hanzo hears her say this, he turns away and replies, If you want it, I'll give it to you. He gradually stepped through the new barrier gate, and halfway in, he turned back to say goodbye to her and to meet the next person on the island. She just finished being fed butter and was given grapes, and her confused response to his goodbye was, what? Now that he's gone, she starts connecting her device to someone and whispers, They're gone. But some of them will definitely head in that direction. Beyond the barrier gate, a man with long orange hair appears. He sighed. The message had arrived quite a while ago. Seeing the gate emit a strong light, he looked up at it suspiciously. Did they just arrive here? His hand grabs the sword he had prepared for them while a row of masked assassins hide around him. He ordered them to prepare to go, holding his sword and smiling confidently before rushing toward the gate, shouting, I will kill the first one. The barrier gate opens, a blinding light bursts out from inside, and he narrows his eyes, ready to fight. He shouted loudly and collapsed. But the person stepping out from the gate was the freckled girl from earlier, who exclaimed in surprise, Soldier? He suddenly swung his sword at her, making her panic. But luckily she ducked just in time. Her face turned pale. She ran away quickly, her eyes wide open, and asked in wonder, Your Majesty. After escaping Han's attack, she finally regained her composure. That was quite a passionate exchange, but this passion was a bit heart-stopping. Someone with a heart condition like mine must be exhausted, I muttered. Seeing you come out alone with no one else around, he asked suspiciously, Why did you come alone? Where are the others? In response to his question, she said, I deliberately waited for them to leave first before coming. No one came after. His face darkened. Not a single ant was willing to cross. Someone definitely stayed until the end to confirm. She asserted confidently, I am sure I saw them leave. No mistake. I can't believe they all fell for the tricks of the chain user. Such a fool, he muttered, then angrily said, It's that news again. Both those damn kings ran away because of that kid's words. His hand veins bulged as he clenched the big tree tightly. He was so angry that he used his inner strength to blow up the tree. His face was dark as a pot bottom. Grumbling, he said, It's making me furious. The tree trunk crushed into pieces and rolled on the ground. Helpless. We can't kill them. Trying to locate the gate using my people is pointless. Now, beside him, a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair has appeared. He turned to ask Seolji Riol if she knew why he was doing this. She lazily replied, I don't know. But from how he fights on the front lines, it seems like he wants to protect everyone. He has never killed anyone either, see? Don't judge a book by its cover. You look mysterious and dangerous, but you're actually a really good person. Truly a unique style. The old king shows his hostility. He will be an obstacle to the plan. Then he orders the middle-aged woman to tell the other guild members on the different islands that if they see Kong Hanzu, kill him immediately. The woman retorted, But Kong Hanzu is as powerful as a king. He whispered sharply, No, didn't you say he doesn't kill people? If they attack him, tell them there's no need to fear anything. He approaches the woman, grabbing her scarf, and sternly says, Don't forget the goal. You haven't forgotten what the Kangs did, have you? Hearing this, the woman felt a bit worried. He firmly declared to eliminate all evidence at all costs. The woman covered her chest with her hand, feeling a bit frightened by those who had been lost. The two of them turn away and he speaks, Zizion, report Kong Hanzu's appearance and the weapon he used. Now let's go to the tower. The master departs, and Seol Zizion quickly asks, Aren't you waiting? He quickly gathered his energy and said, I don't like waiting, then ordered the assassins to retreat. Over here, the golden barrier gate opens once again. From within, a familiar figure steps out. It's Kong Hanzu, the one he has been waiting for tirelessly. You already knew her true intentions, so you hesitated a bit before coming later. Seeing no one else here, you felt confident, as if they had already left. I knew he would give up. His stubbornness is just like always. I can leave now. In the forest, there is a masked person hiding. Hanzu walks by and clearly recognizes the presence of the other person. You asked him how long he's been there, got caught off guard, and Hanzu, he just chuckled and asked back. Long time no see, Hanzu, I followed your instructions. Just get to the point. Did you bring what I asked for? Under the jacket is Sanjin, he smiled and replied, still the same as ever. I brought here the earrings of the 7 siblings. He handed over the skins to you with some confusion. I don't know what you plan to do with them, but since you've obtained what you wanted, I praise you. Well done. He sighs in relief. Then you say thank God. Now I will go to the next island. Sanjin blushed when Hanzu praised him. This is really exciting, everyone, I think. He was panicked when he saw her body transform into a girl. What was that look in his eyes? Hanzu explained to him that she used the creation, so it would be very hard to be detected. Hanzu officially becomes a girl. Oh my God, she's so beautiful I could drool. Now let's go up the tower. In the quiet midnight, the tall, sharp spire of the tower appears extremely dark and cold. Inside the tower, on the first floor, Hall 9, groups of people divided into factions are gathering together. Everyone seems uncertain about where to stand. Whichever side has more people, or maybe go somewhere a bit more deserted. Luckily, I just got here, but there are fewer people than I expected, a young man in an orange cap said while looking around. He keeps talking. Now that kid probably has to use that annoying voice of his to explain everything. As he speaks, the young man glances toward a girl in black in the distance. But isn't she supposed to be here? The girl with a sexy yet edgy figure, short bob haircut, and tight black shirt is talking to someone. The young man in the orange hat is suspicious. Who could she be? Looking around too much. Just as I was focused on observing, I was suddenly caught, and she turned to look back with a cold gaze that made me panic, not knowing how to react. She started walking straight toward him, staring intently. Is there something you want to say? She looked up, her captivating sea blue eyes exuding style and personality. The young man in the orange hat felt like his soul was leaving his body and stammered, "Have we met somewhere before, right?" As he asked, he kept thinking, even his way of speaking feels so familiar. As they were talking, from afar a young man wearing glasses spoke up. "Are you two together? They say people who wear glasses are usually dangerous." He called out in a tone like a multi-level marketing salesman. "Do you want to join us?" The young man with the hat immediately refused. "No, we're not going together." But before he could finish explaining, she pulled him away. "Let's go." The young man could only think to himself, truly a typical style. The scene shifts to somewhere else, where someone asks if everyone is here and if we can leave now. In front of them is a large gate emitting blue light, with him and the girl standing among a crowd. The young man with glasses spoke awkwardly, saying that everyone used to have their own guild, so it was hard to find members to join. "Luckily, we found some now. Ha ha, it seems. The higher you go in the tower, the greater the rewards." A young man with blue hair, hot-tempered like a volcano. "Why are you talking so much? Just go in already?" He sneered. "Just need to enter the room, defeat the others, and the survivors will get the reward. We didn't come here to make friends, so speak less. How many of us do you think will survive? Just by looking, you can tell who will die soon, so stop wasting time." He glared at him with an intense, captivating look. The scene changed, and giant ants appeared all around. Just looking at it makes sweat pour down. The shouts of the people signal each other, attacking one by one, separating them from the group. 2 yellow eyes and a mouth with 2 sharp claws, one large and one small, rush to attack everyone. They keep attacking, forcing the people to brace themselves to fight back and destroy them. A small ant just hit a brunette girl, knocking her back. Just as she was about to collapse, the guy in the orange hat and Hanzu heard the noise and realized. Hanzu silently thought that wearing earrings of the 7 sisters halves his intelligence. "I don't intend to fight head-on in this state, but..." A small blue knife appears in Hansu's hand. He mutters to himself, "I need to assess my current level." Thinking quickly, Hanzu runs straight to the brown-haired girl, blocking the way, pushing aside the guy in the orange cap to make space for her to show off. Then he grabbed the knife and charged straight at the ant, stabbing the monster. Then he leapt high, gaining momentum, and drove the blade into the ant's back, finishing it off. He looked up, thinking to himself that he could usually defeat them unarmed, but now he had to fight repeatedly. The brown-haired girl, having regained her composure, spoke up, thanking him for saving her. "You defeated that giant ant with just a small weapon. You must have fought a lot before." As she spoke, she smiled admiringly, saying, "I am looking for someone very strong here. I heard he helps everyone and uses a weapon like a chain shoe. Do you know him? I really need to meet him." You answer with a cold tone like those chop boys, so stop asking pointless questions. The guy in the orange hat then speaks up saying, "Talking a little won't kill anyone, so why do you need to be so desperate?" Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of her, the brown-haired girl turned to ask him, "Do you know him?" "I heard he's very powerful on the central island. His name is Hanzu, isn't it?" Hearing this, the rebellious girl smirked mischievously. The guy in the orange hat looked surprised, a hint of guilt on his face. "Big sister, let me tell you, I know him. We started from the same point." The girl's eyes lit up like headlights. "Really? Is he your teammate? That's amazing." Hanzu said nothing, just walked away coldly, not caring. The two others continued talking, the man in the orange hat curious. But how would he know about Kang Hanzu? "You are Kang Hanzu's teammate, right? Does anyone know where he is now?" The orange-hatted guy had to put on a look of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts regret. "I don't know. He's always busy, so where he is now is anyone's guess. He talks, but his mind is elsewhere. If there's a rumor about a very strong person named Kang Hanzu, it must be him." He looked back at Hanzu, thinking to himself, "Actually, she does resemble Kang Hanzu a bit. At first I thought he only knew how to talk big, but if Kang Hanzu hadn't been there, many people would have already died. He must have surpassed me a long time ago." The greenish-blue guy spoke arrogantly. "Is there no loot? Killing all these ants and only getting rules. With low difficulty and many people, the quality of the items will decrease." There's a door over there that looks like the one we entered." The young man with glasses spoke, and a giant door emitting blue light appeared. "So we can move on to the next level now. Once we go outside, will we get the loot? Then let's go outside." Suddenly, a scream rang out. "I won't allow it." The sneering, purple-haired guy smiled maliciously, with the bloodied face of the person he just knocked out. He shouted, "I will kill all of you and take the items." Starting now, he charged in without leaving anyone behind. As he swung his sword, he laughed. "You all die because you only know how to run with your legs up. You're all so weak." He charged straight at Hanzu. You were about to fight back, but he shouted loudly and threw the spear down. You collapse and he smugly mocks you. "What the hell is that? I thought you were the strongest here, but you're so pathetic, so weak." The orange-haired guy trembles but still shouts for someone to protect the girl, finally hiding behind me. When I give the signal, "Run far away." But he doesn't know that someone behind him is pulling out something. The girl calmly signals, "Stay there," leaving him stunned with his mouth open. She pulls out a bow, raises it, and says, "If you move, I will shoot right there." An arrow flies straight into the purple rice seed, knocking him out on the spot. The orange hat man turns around excitedly. "Great timing." He took advantage of his distraction. The girl replied, "Well, it's my first time using it, so I'm not very good at it. I thought she was on our side, but I didn't expect her to raise her bow in front of me." She continued, "I have to kill both of them at the same time." A shot hit the orange-hatted guy's head, causing him to collapse on the spot. It's only at the last moment that you realize who's friend and who's foe. After finishing, she happily picks up the artifacts, sneers, and finishes off both of them. She picks up the phone to report, "Your Majesty, there is no one using the chain in room 10 on wall 1. I have taken care of the remaining people. If I catch him, I will bring him as a gift for you. If I find him on the next floor, I will report back immediately." She reports without noticing that Hanzu is slowly getting up. The king on the other end of the line responds. "All right." Hanzu asked, "What if he's here?" She turned around in shock to see he was still alive. "I thought you were." Before she could finish her sentence, a blue chain shot straight at her, wrapping around her and tightening. Hanzu stepped forward, pressing the knife against her neck, and said, "The one looking for me, right?" "Well, well, surprise, 3 times over." Hanzu stepped closer, a dagger pressed against the girl's neck. She was panicked, her eyes rolling in fear as if she was about to pee herself. "Clearly a guilty person," she stammered. Hanzu looked straight into her eyes, cold and stern. "Seems like my acting isn't bad at all. Don't even think about contacting your king again." She hadn't even managed to speak before Hanzu covered her mouth with his hand. With a cold stare, I gaze at her silently. I will be the one to deliver the message to him. Then she suddenly collapsed and fainted. Hanzu gently moved the chain at her feet and muttered, "It seems they only planted one person here. Your snake is contemplating the crystal stone. I didn't expect them to give up so quickly." Hanzu stares ahead and affirms, "We will meet again soon." I've heard about this before in the guide area from the previous chapter. Remember what Canyon said. The hidden tunnels are not separate entities. The towers have a specific structure. It is a large and sturdy fortress that must be passed through the dungeon rooms to reach higher floors, meaning there are dungeon rooms beyond the 3rd floor. Hanzu stood there, tall and cold, glancing around. That was the final target of the guidance area. In the main hall on the 2nd floor, Hanzu stands alone, lost in thought. I need to do a few things first. He looks down at the ring on his finger. His current creatures are not of the right level. Except for the creatures like Numaha that have developed well, the others are quite poor. Suddenly, a noise sounded right beside me. I need to find new creatures to compensate for the ones that don't meet the requirements. Over there, everyone is chatting excitedly while Hanzu remains lost in his thoughts. Kang Te, I will use the guidance you gave me. A number appears on the notice board. Everyone gasps in shock. Only 50 people can enter from the first floor lore. Hurry up! The scene suddenly changes to a dense jungle. Fairy floats above and says, "Welcome to level 2. I'll explain a little. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? So let's get started." A treasure appears with many ancient runestone gems. The fairy says, "Welcome to the treasure island, where there is a cool spring and lush trees. You chose this room because you have good eyesight. Among all the rooms in the tower, this one is the largest. Your mission is to defeat the guardian of the treasure." Fairy transforms into a golden buffalo and emphasizes, "and bring the treasure to the center of the island to exchange for a creature." Everyone listened carefully, looking worried. Fairy continued, "The time limit is 2 weeks. And of course, what's too easy isn't fun, right? Only those who convert the treasure into creatures and own them can leave. In other words, without the creatures, you will all die." Multiple blue notification boards appear with different numbers. There is only one treasure. So you can choose to take some creatures and save everyone, or take fewer and let only a few survive. Fairy chuckled slyly. The fewer creatures, the higher the quality. I hope you will make a wise choice. Each of you faces a different number. There are a total of 128 guards. Fairy said she would mark them on the map. Hanzu couldn't believe it. 128 guards in 2 weeks. You glance at the others to see what they will decide. That's a tough challenge. Let's see what you will do. Suddenly, a brave person stepped forward and announced, "I have a plan." The green-haired girl laughed loudly and explained her plan, dividing into 5 teams of 10 people each. Each team will hunt and eliminate 2 guards every day. She looks around and asks, "You can do it, right?" Everyone started to discuss whether it was a good idea, with some suggesting that the factions should cooperate and form teams of only 10 people. Those not in the guild will suffer losses. Hanzu listened and commented, "Not a bad plan." Suddenly, a blonde girl nudged the person next to her, who immediately understood and said, "We also agree having 2 guards per group each day sounds reasonable. If we fail, you will be held responsible. Our guild already has enough members. Those 2 will be the ones to make the decision." Hearing that, the others became even more anxious and confused. "For now, we have no choice but to follow if we want to survive. If we find the treasure, we will inform everyone and head to the center immediately." Hanzu still stands there, motionless, watching those around him intently. 5 more people arrived here. Our guild now has over 10 members. Look at the map in front of you. 128 guards are scattered throughout this dungeon. You have to act quickly. Then you quickly turn away without saying a word. "I'll handle this for now on my own." The blonde girl watched confused. Where is she going? The sound of footsteps crunching echoes. There's a fragment hidden here. A dead stone appears. And the condition is... A loud voice rings out. "I bet no one but me has succeeded. Hanzu, I'm talking to you privately. Wash your hands and listen." Among the orbs obtained from defeating the guardians, except for one that glows, all are ordinary. People only crave treasure and often discard the orbs. Hanzu closed his eyes, speaking seriously, but I realized they were more than just ordinary orbs. Then he waved his hand and said loudly with a mysterious tone, "See how smart I am? If you collect all 32 spheres, you can exchange them for a replica of the dead stone. You don't know about this, right?" Then you laughed like a fool. Discovering hidden events is indeed my specialty, making others feel helpless and annoyed. What kind of person is always so talkative, I wonder? Hanzu immediately spoke up, even though it was different from the dead stone that Anvi Aaron ate, but the effect was probably similar. "The difficulty of the Crimson Hell is increasing, and the number of times we can face it each day is very limited. You grip the handle of the spear tightly, striking a cool pose, but if you want to go fast, you have to go alone. If you want to go far, you have to go together and not let others find out." Outside, something is lying still on the ground. Suddenly it stood up, sending dirt and rocks flying. A giant monster appeared, covered in mud and dirt all over its body. Its face turned straight up to the sky, emitting a strange sound. Everyone heard it and immediately looked up. "What is that noise?" Fairy suddenly announced that the second guardian had been killed. "Congratulations, you have killed 2 people in just 1 day. At this rate, you'll finish the mission soon." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, focusing everyone's attention. The girl turned around and said, "I know. The monster suddenly appeared from behind, opening its ugly mouth full of teeth, ready to bite her. But she quickly leans back to dodge, then raises her foot, ready to deliver a kick. In just that moment, the monster was flung 1,000 meters away, writhing in intense pain with drool streaming down as an arrow shot straight into its belly. His stance is incredibly cool, clearly able to dodge that attack without even looking. "I'm just wasting my time," the girl sighed. It should have been better if he had handled it himself from the start. The two of them argued for a while. We've never seen any guards before, but everyone acts so quickly. We've only caught the small pests so far. The girl shook her head. No. Both the first and second guards weren't defeated by a group. I have a feeling someone is going alone. The others heard that and turned to ask each other. So if someone said that, and it must be King Uchi, right? She replied, "I told you not to call me that. This ability is really troublesome." She looks at everyone and orders, "Let's move on quickly. It seems the ones in front have already run. Let's go." Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Wait, something is approaching. With this intense feeling, I've felt it since the starting point. Indeed, a formidable army is approaching from ahead. The leader said, "I told you, we shouldn't target the guards. Even if we find the treasure, we can't carry it safely to the altar." They walk and talk, looking at other teams, and I see many difficult opponents. "That's right, but we can't just sit still." The leader turned to look at them, his voice firm and precise. "While others are searching for guards, we should take this opportunity to train a bit. Han is coming up with all kinds of petty schemes, and even hunting monsters will give us enough strength to fight. We just need to target those carrying the treasure back. No one will notice if someone goes missing." They keep discussing their plan without realizing someone is eavesdropping. 2 weeks without finding the treasure means we might as well bury each other here. The girl hiding behind the tree muttered to herself, "Anyone who thinks like that is blind." But the strange feeling I have doesn't come from those kinds of people. Suddenly, Hanzu appeared and spoke. "I agree." His words made everyone startle. Hanzu leaned against the nearby tree and continued. "You should follow the new rules." The girl stared intently at him, silent, but in her mind she thought, her people are already doomed. Where is her group? Her face shows a bit of worry and fear, but I sense there's something very suspicious about her. Hanzu calmly turned to look directly into her eyes, smiling softly, their gazes meeting. In her female cosplay state, leaning against the tree, she said, "You should follow the new rules?" The brown-haired guy quickly turned around when he heard someone behind him, and with a sharp tone, he immediately aimed his bow at Hanzu and demanded, "Hey, what's sneaking behind? Are you alone? Answer honestly now." Hanzu calmly replied, "I'm here to give you a hint." The brown-haired guy, still not lowering his bow, continued to scold, "Are you crazy? Why should we listen to you?" Hanzu glanced at them and said, "Being cautious is right, but you've mistaken the wrong person. Besides, I'm not here to talk to you." Turning to the blonde girl, Hanzu said, "Your Majesty, I want to speak with you." Without waiting for her response, Hanzu continued, "With your intuition, you probably already know." The blonde girl listened to these words, sweating nervously, thinking to herself, "This person. She is the reason I have felt uneasy all this time. Although it's hard to notice at first, there's no denying it." She keeps thinking, she has a similar intuition to mine, or even sharper. This is not just her appearance, but also a facade hiding something more dangerous inside. There is something evil lurking within her. We have to be cautious of her in every situation. Damn, a woman's intuition really is terrifying. Seeing the tense look on the blonde girl's face, Hanzu reassured her, "There's no need to be tense. Didn't I tell you already? I'm just here to make a proposal." The brown-haired man standing nearby listened for a while, but still didn't understand, and continued to aim his gun, wondering what he was planning. If the person kept spouting nonsense about the leader or something, before he could finish speaking, the blonde girl stepped in to stop him, stepping back and saying, "I will talk to her." Seeing that reaction, the brown-haired man stopped, suspiciously thinking that our leader had never been this flustered. The blonde girl stepped forward, strong enough within herself to face this situation alone. "Why are you making this proposal to us? I need to know the reason. Even if you are strong, we won't back down easily." She said that, but kept inching closer to the brown-haired guy. Like, what, who knows what, no one knows anything. Got it? Hanzu, after hearing that, didn't really care, and replied, "Everyone has their own reasons. I need someone to fight on this front line for me." Hearing that, the blonde girl suddenly interjected, "You want us to deal with the people who just passed through here, right?" Before Hanzu could reply, she refused. "I understand why she wants that, but we can't handle 40 people like that." "Oh." Hanzu calmly responded, "What are you talking about? Just deal with 10 people at once, and those weaker than you." Using her authority as leader, she starts with the weakest groups, turning them into her members and increasing the team size. After hearing this, the blonde girl suddenly felt a headache and thought to herself, are they joking? Even managing this many people is already a headache. And now she wants me to take in more. Does she want me to die or what? But I only dare to think that. I don't dare to say it because my instincts tell me that saying this out loud would mean my destruction. The brown-haired guy next to her chuckled softly, realizing she was complaining about managing too many people. The blonde girl, feeling exhausted and helpless, replied seriously, I just want to get through this peacefully, but it seems I have no other choice. So, I will try. After saying that, she and the group turned around and left. Hanzu, watching from behind, warned, I will be observing. Hearing that, the blonde girl tiredly replied, I doubt it will succeed. After they left, Hanzu finally said it was the perfect time to prepare for the next step of the mission. A moment later, in the distance, a young man was lying on the ground. It turns out that the girl with blonde hair's group is controlling them. The brown-haired guy approaches and reports that these guys refuse to join the group. The blonde girl listened without much concern and simply replied, they are already part of the guild, so just restrain them without fuss. Over there, the dissenters were also restrained. Like tying them up with a sash, Benhouse in Dalat. A girl from the group speaks up, questioning why they need to be restrained. Are you discriminating against us because we come from a different group? We haven't done anything yet. The blonde girl scolds harshly, thinking to herself, she must really want me. In the end, I followed what she said earlier. But apart from these people, she has accepted everyone else here as members of the guild. She thought for a moment, then sighed in her head, feeling truly exhausted. I don't really agree with this, but this damn mission. Suddenly, a message sounded, congratulations, you have found the treasure. Everyone froze for 5 seconds, like what the hell is going on? The announcement continues to ring out, saying you need to bring the treasure to me for the exchange. The blonde girl was surprised and asked in confusion, but if everyone is here, then who found the treasure? Just then, from behind, someone spoke up. The leader. And then he approached, holding a shining, golden, glowing object, and handed it to the blonde girl, saying, I found this under that tree. The blonde girl approaches, looks at the object, and mutters that she will help us. She takes the golden sphere to Fairy and says this must be the real treasure, right? Fairy takes it, smiling softly, and confirms yes, it is the perfect treasure. Unfortunately, no one died here, but you did quite well, although it seems you weren't the ones who directly obtained it. The blonde girl interjected, so there's no reward then? The fairy replied, no need to rush, don't worry, I will give you plenty of time to choose. Then it snapped its fingers, creating a number draw, and asked, which number do you want to pick? Because you are the ruler, but the only yellow robe you have on doesn't quite fit. He, seeing the blonde girl about to make her choice. The others nervously swallow their saliva and pray silently, hoping each of them will get a creature of their own. It has to be number 50, only then does the blonde girl reveal her rotten nature. Giggling, what should I choose now? Should I choose number 1 and kill everyone? Hearing that, someone from the group shouted out, please save us. Then that person, loudly, number 50, you saved all 50 of us, we will follow you forever. The blonde girl looked at him as if to say, just shut up and go to sleep. She turned around, smiling coldly, but this is getting boring. Maybe it's time for a survival game, where all new members of the gang have to either kill each other or die. That's the guild's order, and hearing that, the people facing them all sneered, like, this girl is crazy, living weird, no one's playing anymore. They just stared in disbelief, about to rush toward the blonde girl. But at that moment, the mark on their hands suddenly lit up. One person shouted, do you think we will obey just because you are the king? But then they realized something was changing. The marks on their hands started breaking apart, not just one person, but dozens at once. Seeing that, they exclaimed that the gang tattoo on my hand had disappeared. That means we are no longer members of the gang, we are free. Fairy Chan enters, sneering, do you think that order will work without loyalty? How pathetic, hurry up, this place will be sealed soon. The path to the 3rd floor is already open. The crowd is stunned, starting a marathon towards the door to the 3rd floor, shouting and running, damn it. We have to get out of here now. While the crowd is no longer paying attention, the green-haired girl has freed herself from the ropes. She turned to her comrades and said, I've removed the shackles. Hurry, we have to report to the king. Another person replied that the king had gone ahead of us and was probably on the 3rd floor. Nearby, Hanzu stood quietly, listening carefully, and when he heard the word king, he started to pay more attention. The others kept talking without knowing that Hanzu was standing behind the tree, overhearing everything. One of them was on the phone with their king, saying, yes, your majesty, we could kill them all, but there's a problem. Before finishing the sentence, the other side seemed to give an order. The person immediately responded, yes, I understand. Then, the voice suddenly changed. What? You want me to come right now? Yes, I will go now. just secretly think, now show me the way to your king. Hanzu humorously thought about the upcoming encounter. The third floor is a very vast place, because it is called Hell. If you want to find someone here, it's not easy at all. Only one way. Earlier, Hanzu's group discussed their plan, and someone said if we don't catch the Dark King in the guidance area and let him move elsewhere, all our efforts will be in vain. While everyone was focused on planning, Hanzu was deep in thought, and the blonde-haired, intelligent-looking, fragrant-bodied guy spoke up, saying we must block all paths and lead him in one direction. Maybe we should choose the Tower Island to carry out the plan. Eris stepped in from outside, agreeing, you're right. Levels 1 and 2 of the Tower Island are impossible, but level 3 is accessible. There are hundreds of starting points on level 3, but once Hans enters level 3, he will need help from the guild members, so he will call them from everywhere. She emphasized that it would be your only chance. The third floor of the tower is where you must go before entering another world. Although it differs slightly from reality, the environment here is exactly the same. The monsters here are also of a different level. At this moment, the orange-haired guy suddenly wakes up from his nap and exclaims, so the plan is for us to lure Hans out. He then continues to say what everyone already knows. If Hans senses danger, he will run away immediately. Wait until Hans feels safe, then we strike. Hans is very cautious. I think he will call all the gang members to that area. Listening to the guy ramble, Hans gave him a look that said, are you done? Go play over there. The guy in the orange hair continued, he's not as strong as me, but he's still very powerful. You know what to do to kill him, right? Returning to the present, Hans is holding a red gem, a copy of the leather-like gem he took from the treasure. Everything is ready, Hans thought to himself. But first he must deal with the Dark King on the third floor. With that in mind, Hans rushed through the gate, crossed the boundary, and stepped deeper into hell. As he ran, he excitedly said, finally, it's time for me to face Hans directly. After Hans entered the third floor, the blonde girl's gang, hiding behind a stone pillar, smirked and muttered, just follow her. At this moment, amid the darkness and the cold, a clear voice echoes loudly. Quickly contact the guild members and tell them to go up to the third floor today. Turns out, the one shouting up there is Li Wan Ki Wung. A while later, Hans's entire guild had gathered, but at that moment, they were surrounded by 3 giant monsters. Hans whispered to himself, this place is full of poison. The atmosphere is very harsh. Monsters appear endlessly, and this is only the beginning in the other world. They said they wouldn't interfere, but I think it's no longer necessary, Hans thought. Just then, a monster suddenly appeared. It charged forward, opening its mouth wide and striking down at Li Wan Ki Wung. But just as its sharp teeth clamped down, Hans quickly used a giant sword to block its throat, causing it to break a few teeth. The monster keeps attacking harder, forcing Li Wan Ki Wung to struggle to hold his ground. Hans grits his teeth and warns, don't let him get you angry, or you'll tire yourself out. Then, somehow, Li Wan Ki Wung slashed open the monster's mouth like tearing fabric. At that moment, on the other side, someone shouted loudly, another monster is coming! Li Wan Ki Wung stepped onto the fallen monster, shouting loudly, follow me everyone, move forward, do not let the monsters defeat us. Following the king's orders, all members of the Lian Ho Lon Guild drew their swords and charged forward. Li Wan Ki Wung clenched his teeth and whispered to himself, I can't die here, I can't back down. My guild is the strongest on this floor. I've had to kill so many to get here. I will definitely not die. After a while, Li Wan Ki Wung began to notice something. He asked in confusion, are those monsters caused by that shard? It looks like a living creature, but upon closer inspection, it's actually people. Not just one, but hundreds of them, Li Wan Ki Wung exclaimed. There are people inside. Seeing that, he approached the bright red cross. When Fairy saw him coming, she spoke up, isn't it beautiful? Standing here to admire the view, you'd miss the bigger picture. Of course, there's more to it. Fairy smiles slyly and then says, look carefully. You might recognize a few familiar faces. Those who have passed through the guidance area. Immediately after, Li Wan Ki Wung glances at Fairy, then uses his hand to break the stones beneath the cross. As Fairy said, he sees a familiar face. Look closer. That person is his daughter. Seeing his own daughter, Li Wan Ki Wung was overwhelmed with emotion and reached out to touch her. He called out, Sojong, perhaps wanting to say, go home, my child. Then he collapsed, emotionally broken, muttering in pain, Sojong, my daughter. If only I had become king sooner. Li Wan Ki Wung recalled the past when we were on the first level, and when the monster appeared, everyone was panicking and fleeing. So-young clung to his leg, begging not to be abandoned, dragging herself along the ground, trembling, calling out, Dad, save me. Li Wan saw his daughter like that, he shouted. Sojong and rushed forward, but his filthy king at that time held him back. That one said, "You must protect me. It's an order." Li Wan hesitated and said, "But my daughter." "That damn king keeps going. Your duty is to protect me, not that useless one. You should remember, I am your king. If I knew there were monsters here, I would have caught that little shrimp long ago to use as bait." A moment later, when Sojong seemed to have completely lost consciousness, Li Wan rushed over, holding her and begging, "Sojong, please wake up." Unlike his sorrowful appearance, the king showed no remorse, and Vin Vao said, "Blaming the king was an honor for you all." Li Wan couldn't hold back any more. Hey, call when you're done." He stood up, muttering to himself, "If I knew my daughter was just a tiny shrimp in the eyes of someone like you, I wouldn't have joined this gang." But the other monster beside him, besides that giant creature, is a different monster now. So he still calls out, "Go quickly, but while the monsters are still eating the girl, you cannot resist my command." Before he could finish speaking, the king was suddenly attacked by Li Wan, who struck him down and pinned him to the altar to gaze at the divine rooster. After dealing with the chaos, Li Wan, holding a blood-stained knife, declared if beings like him could be king, so could I. Immediately after, some seals on his palm were activated, proving that Li Wan was qualified to become the king, with the mission to kill the bugs like that woman earlier. He held his hand, and Junjun said, "Because of this ability, I, for my daughter, will rule this world." Li Wan is filled with regret, becoming resolute as tears fall. The game is over. He whispers to himself, "I will not stop until I find my daughter." Back in the present, Li Wan still couldn't believe it. He muttered to himself, "I thought I would never see my daughter again, thank God. The gods still have mercy on me." Immediately after, Li Wan turned and urgently asked the fairy to tell him how to save the girl. The fairy, after witnessing this scene of a loving family, laughed and said, "Calm down, that's just a model. We create copies of people's information and store them in that cross. Although they are just copies, their power and memories are exactly like the originals. It means a lot to people, right? The rule is simple. I just need the materials to create a new batch, especially one person, Ali." Upon hearing this, another member of the gang immediately hoped and asked, so my son could also be involved. Li Wan on the other side was just as anxious and hurriedly asked, "But how do we find someone to sacrifice?" At this moment, the smile on Li Wan face gradually lost its humanity. He thought to himself, "I just need to sacrifice the weakest one, and Sojong will come back to life." Indeed, in front of a girl, all beings are equal. But it seems Fairy can read these secret thoughts of his like an open book. He immediately refused. "No, you can't use members of your gang. That's too easy. I want you to stuff someone else in. Choose carefully. Oh, 4 more people have gone up to the upper floor. There aren't many survivors left on this floor. You probably already know," Fairy said with a mocking tone. Li Wan, hearing this, angrily slammed his cross, then clenched his fists and cursed, "I've come such a long way. The chance to see my daughter again is only this once." As I was drowning in despair, a voice suddenly called out behind Li Wan, "Soldier! That person reports that someone has climbed up here and our people have been pushed down by them." Hearing that, Li Wan smiled, a smile that seemed to say, "If I get there, you're finished." Then he ordered them to be captured alive. Meanwhile, at the place where a member of Li Wan gang was knocked out, a figure quietly walked away. That person's Hanzu. He wiped a few drops of sweat from his forehead and sighed, feeling bored. If only he had a cigarette now. Just then, Hanzu noticed someone approaching. He glanced over and muttered to himself, "Here they are, Li Wan gang." Hanzu looked at the leader and thought to himself, "One of the kings I must eliminate. The Dark King, Li Wan. Talking about the crimes he has committed, it would cost a lot in his eyes. Although those crimes haven't happened yet, it will soon. The Dark King cannot save his daughter, so he becomes obsessed with finding his son and falls into an abyss. In his desperate search, he commits a massacre, becoming a slaughterer who leaves no blood on his hands. Hanzu, as he drew his weapon, thought to himself that he would save your son no matter what, even if it meant killing someone. One of the gang members saw the weapon in Hanzu's hand, suddenly realized something, and shouted, "It's him! The one I want to kill is willingly offering himself. So clever of him, he's practically giving his life as a gift for the chaos." Then, Li Wan changed his expression and shouted that he would take advantage of your broken life. Hanzu frowned but said nothing, perhaps thinking to himself, "Quiet now, my little girl. Li Wan-ki-wung said nothing more, charging forward with his spear, while Hanzu quickly prepared for battle. But before they could clash, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and both Li Wan-ki-wung and Hanzu immediately became alert. Suddenly, the ground exploded into shards, and from beneath the rocks, another giant monster, shaped like a massive worm, floated up. The members of the Shadow Guild immediately panicked upon seeing it, King. Li Wan-ki-wung looked at the monster in front of him, and Hanzu felt that the monster was too strong and too annoying. Damn it, if there's a monster here, we have to retreat now. Han turned to Zijian and said, Don't let the traitor escape, Zijian. Go back to the school. The issue is the skill, Hanzu interrupted. Then, Hanzu whipped the chain and quickly wrapped it around the fat worm like a sticky rice cake. Hanzu swung his hand, slicing the giant worm into pieces that fell to the ground. After quickly and efficiently dealing with the monster, Hanzu declared, Nothing can stop me now. If you're afraid, let me do it. And then he directly charged at Lai Wenkyung, who was still stunned in front of him. Han watched the scene unfold, unable to hide his amazement, and exclaiming, Is this guy a monster? Then he shouted, 500 brothers, kill him now. Receiving the Emperor's orders, my followers immediately charged forward. Hanzu saw this, sneered to himself, You guys are all mine alone. The group was just about to strike when Hanzu knocked them back with his whip. Standing in the middle of the circle, Hanzu eagerly wielded his whip, making way for him to shine, guys. Li Wenkyung looked at the scene in front of her, then raised her face to the sky, overwhelmed by despair and anger, who said he wouldn't kill anyone. The white-haired girl, hearing that, looked at her with a judging gaze and asked, What kind of messy information is that? On the other side, Hanzu's sharp chains kept coming, making it very difficult for Jizian to dodge them all. While blocking an attack, Jizian shouted, I know he's strong, but I don't see him using any skills at all. Maybe he doesn't know any skills or something. Hearing that, Li Wenkyung didn't bother asking, Are you sure it's correct, brother? And immediately shouted, All right, I will trust you one more time. Overwhelm him with numbers. If he doesn't have defensive skills, overpowering him with strength will be enough. Li Wenkyung begins to command, with Attack Guild members rushing forward to block his movement. Upon hearing the command from the monarch, the subordinates quickly shouted yes and immediately changed formation. But it's not that easy. You're still too inexperienced. Seeing them rush forward, Hanzu immediately leapt into the air. At that moment, another spectacular twist occurred. Jijian had been waiting behind, just waiting for Hanzu to jump. Surprised yet, old woman, try dodging this one, she shouted, and only then did Hanzu realize Jijian was in front of him. Hanzu, in a dangerous close encounter, awakens his survival instinct. In a few seconds, he thinks to himself, If I can't dodge, I will fight back. Immediately after, Zijian swung a strike downward, and this time Hanzu managed to block it. But after blocking, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through his entire arm. Hanzu gritted his teeth and thought, She's pretty strong, I can't take hits without getting hurt. Li Wenkyung behind him saw this and shouted, which worked, and he kept going. Immediately after, the gang members rushed forward again. But for these insignificant pests, Hanzu didn't even bother to look and could still fight them off. During a fight, one of Li Wenkyung's gang members accidentally knocked the relic away, and as soon as he saw the glowing stones, Hanzu's small snake immediately charged out. It opened its mouth and bit the white talisman, then happily enjoyed it. The henchmen saw the small snake and looked at each other in confusion, saying, Oh, is there a monster on him? Is it absorbing the relic? Li Wenkyung also saw this and quickly urged his subordinates not to let it get any stronger. Over here, the white-haired girl trained by the coach steps onto the field, unleashing her power. Purple magic circles appear beneath Hanzu's feet. Immediately after, the tentacles floated up, wrapping tightly around Hanzu's ankles. At this moment, the master Zhizhong, unable to compete, quickly leapt up, swinging his sword to cut at Hanzu. But you're a man, you can't die. Hanzu quickly reacts, grabbing the chain to continue defending. Seeing that, Li Wenkyung on the other side shouts again, No. We have come this far to avenge those who trampled on us. Do not back down. We must eliminate all obstacles in our way for our fallen comrades and our fallen families. But these words sound like they are spoken to Hanzu himself. After hearing this inspiring speech, he throws the chain even harder. Li Wenkyung on the other side hasn't stopped yet, he shouted. My words will guide how we live and how we take revenge. Hanzu has seen and assessed if necessary. He forces the clan members to fight regardless of their condition. Although this contradicts Hanzu's statement that he does not see his clan members as sacrificial pawns, he is trying to weaken himself before unleashing his full power. The longer he delays, the more damage he will suffer. After seeing Li Wenkyung's mischievous smile, Hanzu thought to herself, I can't let this go on. I have to finish her off now. At this moment, the white-haired girl continued her attack, shouting out, "I'll blind you, you little brat." Hanzu replied, then took the dagger on his chain and directly stabbed the white-haired witch's magic. She was disabled, and her skill was affected, causing her to scream. Hanzu then played the role of the trailblazer, clearing out the surrounding minions and overcoming all obstacles to reach her. Seeing Hanzu rush in, the white-haired girl turned hostile again, smiling crookedly and saying, "Fall into my trap." Immediately after, the tentacles continued to rise from the ground magic circle, once again wrapping tightly around both of Hanzu's legs. Moreover, this time there were more than before, and the tentacles then tightly coiled around Hanzu and pulled him downward. The white-haired girl, seeing you fall into the trap, sneers and says, "Do you really think I would let you walk straight to me?" At this moment, after seeing Hanzu in a weakened state, Li Huanqiu cackles arrogantly. "No matter how hard you try, you are only alone. You won't escape alive from here. Now it's time for you to pay the price." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword directly at Hanzu's shoulder. "After being able to hurt you," Li Huanqiu laughed wildly, his face showing excitement as he said, "I won my daughter. My daughter will come back to life. The first step in my plan is finally complete." Before he could finish speaking, Hanzu on the other side responded sharply, "Are you sure?" Then he raised his hand and tightly gripped the sword on his shoulder. It has already cut halfway through Hanzu's shoulder. Then he looked up, smiled, and said, "You can't escape now, boy. Toby is not about love. I'm ready to load this gun for you now." Li Huanqiu was very annoyed when he saw that, grinding his teeth in frustration. Hanzu just smiled. "The more you sting, the more I like it." But when he swung his purple knife, another knife blocked the way. Li Huanqiu Yong smugly said, "Fool, do you think I only have one weapon? I've seen through all your tricks. You're still too inexperienced." "Oh, I see," Hanzu replied. "Then your father is the same." "Red is not my only weapon," Hanzu said as she pulled out another dagger. "Surprised, old woman, didn't expect that, did you?" Hanzu then threw the dagger straight at Li Huanqiu, and because Hanzu is not a god, she couldn't dodge and was immediately stabbed straight in the chest. The white-haired girl in G-Dragon, standing nearby, shouted in alarm, "Your Majesty! Stay away from the king or I will kill you." Hanzu ignored their shouts and slowly stood up. At that moment, Li Huanqiu mustered his remaining strength to sit up and ask Hanzu, surprised that he used his own body as bait. Then Hanzu suddenly shouted to his followers, "This is the chance! Take him down before the wound heals." The gang members following orders rush forward again. Hanzu not only ignores them, but also stands there calmly preaching about principles. If you want to kill someone, you must also be prepared to die. Are you willing to have that much determination? Your fallen subordinates, as you always do. Soon after, unsurprisingly, Hanzu alone swept through an entire gang. Li Huanqiu suddenly broke down completely. "I am in pain. I collapse." He suddenly shouted in anger, "Why do you stand in my way? What did I do to you for you to treat me like this?" "Wounded," Li Huanqiu could only gasp a few times before he ran out of breath. Now he shifts to questioning. "Is it because of that damn law you made? That unreasonable rule, no killing travelers?" Hanzu, hearing that, felt helpless. The words about innocence and purity no longer mattered. "Was it because we broke your guild's rules?" This statement of his took Hanzu back to his childhood. In the previous scene, when your entire group knocked him out, Li Huanqiu also said these words. He asked, "What is the reason you chased me so far to attack me? Is this revenge?" Hearing that from him, the blonde-haired guy next to Hanzu couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Do you even know how many people you've already killed? Because of you, even someone in our guild. Let Hanzu step aside so I can crush him." Li Huanqiu still refuses to admit his crimes and calmly says that this world has always been like this, and they will die sooner or later. At this moment, Li Huanqiu becomes even more agitated. But why do Sojong and Minty have to die first? What did they do wrong? Are you telling me to save them? What right do you have? You can't even save my daughter and son? It's all because of the hypocrites and the so-called kings ruling over you in this damn world. That's why I want to destroy everything, whether it's humans, kings, or the entire world. Why should I follow that law? Li Huanqiu repeated the same words as before. He keeps blaming Hanzu. Look around. You're the one who's truly the crazy one, a hypocrite. Your self-made rules don't apply to you. Hanzu responds, "I don't kill you for breaking the rules. Who has time for that?" Then he sits down in front of Li Huanqiu and tells him, "The power gained from hunting is only limited. You are just my stepping stones. My goal is not only to unify humanity, as a blonde man once said. After overcoming the 3 challenges, we must do whatever it takes for what's to come, even if it means killing everyone in the guidance area." Then the blonde-haired guy turned to Eris and asked, "Do you not oppose?" Eris thought for a moment. Before she could respond, the orange-haired guy beside her quickly interjected and said, "Eris, don't worry. For such an important matter, I will handle it myself. I will kill anyone who stands in our way and take their treasure. I will be called a hero and become a ladies' man." Hearing this, Eris's fist couldn't hold back, and she secretly kissed the man with orange hair before replying, "Although I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many, we need to become stronger, because we never know what might appear in the hidden dungeon." Then Eris emphasized that we need to come up with another way to avoid killing everyone. After being hit by Eris, the orange-haired boy ran over to the blonde-haired one and nervously asked, "What did I do? What did I do? What did I touch?" Then he turned and said, "Actually, no one is more suitable than me." At that moment, a sudden magic circle appeared in front of the orange-haired man. Boom! The black-haired, orange-haired guy is Hanzu. You ask, what does the spell just appeared say? The orange-haired guy suddenly collapsed. Kendian from the other side immediately responded, "The tower's dungeon must be completed, but we can't do it with just ordinary hunting. There are people we need to deal with before the final guidance. We need to eliminate them, so let's make use of them. The orange-haired guy is causing trouble again, stirring things up, that's right. If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their essence, we will surely become strong enough to complete the hidden dungeon. We can train our bodies and become heroes." Amazing. Hanzu listened and simply replied, "If everyone agrees, I agree too." At this moment, a hand placed on Hanzu's shoulder, and the person then told him, "Hanzu, don't overthink it. Anyone who blocks our goal must be dealt with. Kill him and return to the present." After recalling these words, Hanzu told Li Wenqihong, "You wanted to kill me. You trampled on everyone to get here, so why do you look as if you don't deserve it? Wouldn't it be better to think of this as the reason why we are facing each other?" Li Wenqihong laughed and said, "I thought you were trying to play the hero, but this is your true nature, isn't it?" He has just realized now that we've picked the wrong person and that the moment I predicted has arrived sooner than expected. Then Li Wenqihong began to beg, "If you find my son, please take care of him. He has red eyes like mine." "Whoever wins," Hanzu repeated, then reassured him, "If my plan goes smoothly, everyone else, including your son, will survive." Hearing this, Li Wenqihong was stunned and said, "Oh, I see. I don't understand anything at all." Hanzu didn't even bother to let him finish his sentence and immediately sent him to the altar to eat bananas. After finishing Li Wenqihong, Hanzu let out a relieved sigh. You stand there looking around and feeling like everything is just a tense, quiet silence. What has happened is part of Hanzu's plan, but you can't deny that things are becoming more and more complicated. Over there, at the spot where the blonde girl is, she suddenly shouted, "How long do we have to protect this place?" The brown-haired man nearby asked, "If you want to leave, it's fine." Hearing that, the blonde girl broke out in a sweat and quickly said, "I didn't do anything, really, I didn't. I wanted to secretly follow her, but I didn't expect to be caught. If necessary, we will ambush her just like Chow 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 is coming now." Hanzu then appeared right behind. "I spoke up. I deliberately let you do as you please, so you think you're protecting this place well." Hearing Hanzu arrive, the blonde immediately pretended to be obedient and replied, "Of course, we also caught those tailing us here. Our hometown is our hometown, and it's full of it." Seeing the yellow-haired person's reaction, Hanzu thought to herself, she didn't see it. I was going to kill her if she saw, but I've already taken care of it. She won't find anything. Thinking so, he turned away and announced, "Well done, it's over, you can leave now." Hearing that, the blonde girl responded, "So it's finished, so we can leave now?" The brown-haired guy over there told the blonde, "Your Majesty, let's go, or else we'll turn back and find another way." But the blonde didn't listen. "The more you forbid me, the more I go," she said. "No, we keep going. I need to find out what that person did. This girl is really interesting." After a while, the fairy's clapping echoed again, and it shouted, "That was awesome! A new traveler has arrived? Very good, very good. This is so interesting. Let's begin then with how to use the Holy Cross." On the other side, Hanzu has now stepped through the gate. He picks up a shard, looks at it, and mutters, "This shape is meaningless now." The place Hanzu enters through the gate is where scattered travelers gather after passing through all the rooms from the first to the third floor. And now this is the fourth floor. Hanzu, at this moment, has taken off the ornate mask he was wearing earlier and stands there thinking to himself, "Tower of Illusions. I'm coming to you." He felt himself getting closer to the final goal with each step, but he also knew there were many obstacles ahead, and no one could predict what would happen next. Along with his old enemies, Hanzu had to prepare for even fiercer battles in the future. However, one thing is certain. You can no longer turn back. In the preparation area to enter the red zone on the fourth floor, the gathered crowd seems to have arrived enough. People coming and going busy, and in front of the waiting area is a river as red as blood. This is also the workshop where all kinds of ships are built to enter the red zone, with numerous powerful monsters present, and materials are gathered by hunting beasts and monsters around the red area. Fairy, the all-powerful but generous guide, raises his hand to create a net, emphasizing that nothing in this world comes easily. The quality of the boat the players build will heavily depend on the materials they use. Fairy creates even more vivid images to illustrate, reminding players that those who can build a boat can leave with any one they want. Building a large boat is always better than building a small one. The versatile manager of Fairy generously provides players with a list of basic and essential materials, complete with images and detailed information. After chatting about various rules, Fairy announces that it's almost time to enter the new world. It asks everyone to get ready to leave, and the players immediately stand in front of their respective gates. Brown-haired man gazes at the majestic wilderness outside and is left speechless in amazement. Brown-haired guy turns around and reminds everyone to try to build a boat big enough for the entire guild to go together. Another guild also offers to help and requests cooperation, while Hanzu stands behind, indifferent to the alliances between guilds. All he can think about now is finding that place, and Sanjin approaches from behind to start a conversation. He asks if he has finished what he wanted to do, and Sanjin's team arrived here quite early to gather materials. Hanzu has finished the tasks he set, and wants to confirm if Sanjin remembers what he told him on the first floor. He insists that he has prepared everything he discussed with him there. Sanjin casually asked about that shape of yours, and you honestly admitted that you no longer needed to keep disguising yourself. Seeing Sanjin looking relaxed, you wondered why he was still here instead of searching for materials to craft the large boat, as time was running out and resources were limited. Sanjin is quite confident that the guild has taken care of it, and Mihi is worried. He repeats Mihi's name with suspicion. The scene shifts to a location within the mission area, where a monster is pierced by countless arrows and screams in pain. The one shooting those powerful arrows is Mihi. A confident image of Mihi appears thanks to support. Sanjin recalls their first meeting on the first floor of the tower and affirms that the current Mihi has changed a lot. As he keeps rambling about how happy Mihi would be to see Hanzu again, she shows no interest and throws a snake back at him. He walks away, leaving behind a comment that he no longer needs the snake and is giving it to Sanjin because he probably needs it more. The white snake, unaware of what's happening, remains still as he hesitates and walks off without looking back. Before leaving, Hanzu warned that there isn't much time left for casual talk like now, because the area behind the direction is still much more dangerous. Sanjin knows that his warnings are always serious, and he knows he wouldn't be as strong as he is now without Hanzu, and he promised that the two of them would meet again upstairs. Hanzu didn't reply, just looked at Sanjin silently. After a moment of evaluation, he smiled and left, that smile like his acknowledgement of him. Sanjin didn't seem to see that smile, nor did he expect much from his response, as a couple just returned from the communal area moving nearby. The conversation between the two caught Sanjin's attention, and the blonde woman felt that they had lingered and wasted too much time at the intersection. The brown-haired man also felt the same and thought bringing Wang Kyung along was a mistake, while the blonde woman warned the brown-haired man to be careful with his words because others might overhear their conversation. Sanjin could hear the conversation between the two people clearly. A golden voice told someone to go outside, and a foot stepped out of the gate, along with an apology. Wang Kyung stepped out and dismissively expressed his concern to his daughter. The blonde woman pointed out that with a protector behind him, what was there to worry about, maliciously emphasizing that he didn't remember anything. Wang Kyung was confused about everything. He only remembered walking with his daughter and didn't even know where he was. The blonde woman sighed, speechless, unsure of what else to say, secretly cursing that she wanted to find someone capable of guiding, but resurrecting meant losing memories. The blonde woman mentioned the twin siblings following behind and needing to talk to the guiding fairy. The twins have been observing everything silently, watching without saying a word as the scene shifts to Hanzu's location. He is moving deeper into the mission area, circling around without discovering much, as monsters are all concentrated in the preparation center. From what he knows, each floor and each room are completely different environments. Even some spaces look like the real sky or underwater. But overall, everything is man-made. He touched a certain barrier and carefully observed it, certain that there would be an ending somewhere. I heard this tower has 4 floors, but in reality there are 5 floors in total. The image of the 5th floor appears in my mind, and it is the prison to retrieve the hidden shard. He clenched the hilt of his sword, knowing that using normal methods would be difficult to retrieve the fragment. He decided to act, biting his teeth and repeatedly slashing at the barrier before him. He relentlessly attacked, combining the power of the Numaha to break down the wall forming the tower. A gap appeared in the barrier, and he aimed to use this opening for his next move. A big explosion occurs, dust billowing everywhere. Hanzu quietly climbs through the hole. He carefully executes his dark plan. If he can't climb up from the inside, he'll do it from the outside. From the outside, the towering spire looks both terrifying and majestic. Hanzu glances back at the hole he just created in the wall, blinking as it disappears, and realizes that without the Numaha, this dark plan would have been nearly impossible to attempt. Hanzu carefully looked at the system panel in front of him. Looking at the stats on the panel, he thought to himself that his stats were really too weak. Your strength is at 60.8%. Climbing is at 61.1%. Endurance is at 66.7%. Perception is at 67.7%. And the remaining stats are at 58.7%. Hanzu swings himself up the tower from outside while calculating his own stats. You have increased all your stats to 50 using relics from attacking the Dark King, but you only reached the minimum level. From now on, everything depends on how you handle it. It seems you've reached the place you needed to go. You slowly climbed into the tower from the outside. Climbing to the top of the tower has drained all of his strength. He gasps for breath as he looks inside, finally reaching his destination. You have reached the 5th floor, and the system notification also shows that this level is the 5th dungeon. You grab the spear and sword behind you, and according to Ralph Lauren, what still exists in this place remains a mystery. A series of sharp swords shot down to the ground, surrounding him and making him cautious. He was determined to win at all costs as the light from the 5th floor gradually emitted a strange energy. A dragon appears, and at the same time the system displays a message that it has created a monster based on the intruder's memories. You stand there unmoving, but your eyes reveal shock and terror. That monster brings back painful memories for him, a golden dragon destroying everything and killing everyone. RS anxiously asks where Kiriel and Hanzu are, as her team is fighting desperately against the dragon in front of them. A ruling wizard declares that all of humanity is in chaos. Another swings his sword fiercely, knowing he can't hold out much longer and must help everyone move through the infected sphere immediately. The announcement of command being handed over to Anvi and Aaron leaves both Aaron and a nearby man stunned. Hanzu, exhausted, holds a blonde girl tightly in his arms amid the desolate ruins and monsters flying everywhere. The girl appears to be badly injured, and Hanzu questions her why she tried to protect him, saying if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be like this now. He recalls her pushing him back and quickly wiping her face forward. To his surprise, he helplessly tried to grasp her image, unconsciously calling her Kiriel. He was so overwhelmed with pain that he couldn't speak, and Kiriel reached out her hand to gently touch his cheek. She happily kept thanking the heavens, smiling the happiest smile of her life. Kiriel was happy because Hanzu was safe. She didn't want you to stop, especially now. All you could do was silently keep listening. Her last words were for you to promise to keep moving forward, and then she couldn't hold on any longer and left. As he watched her body grow stiffer and stiffer, he couldn't hide the pain deep inside him. He clenched his teeth, blaming himself for his helplessness. He screams in pain, memories flooding back along with the sorrow in his heart. Returning to reality, he still can't believe the monster created by the system from his memories. That's it. The dragon that took Kiriel from me. The golden dragon of Belialim becomes clearer, and at last I've finally met it, but the golden dragon is still not awake. The recreated image is still being built. Hanzu stands below, observing the strongest enemy from his memory being recreated in the hidden dungeon. Hanzu stands in silence. The pain from that moment still lingers deeply in his heart. He knew this was the perfect moment to defeat the monster, and even though the monster was only a weakened red mark, he couldn't underestimate it. 2 anomalous items appeared in Hanzu's hands, the only items he brought to this hidden dungeon to clear the 5th floor. The 2 stones in Hanzu's hands are fake versions of the Deathskin Stone and the Demon Spirit Core, both items he obtained from the treasure hunt. Hanzu recalls exchanging the Deathskin Stone for 32 marble stones on the 2nd floor. He knew this wasn't perfect, and as he thought that, the stone slowly cracked open. He is about to put the essence of the demon jewel into his mouth. This item alone is enough for him to defeat the Demon King. He bites the demon jewel fiercely, causing the gem to crack a day after he consumes it. The notification immediately appeared showing Hanzu's stats, all reaching 99.99%, along with a buff that increased each stat by another 99.99%. But this buff would only last 1 day. After a day, all his stats would drop to 0.01%, and he had worked hard to create a red mark. Your whole body erupts with immense energy, surrounding you with streams of blazing red aura and crackling sounds. Your eyes are cold and sharp, driven by the effort to reach this fiery red state for this very moment. Kim Long has been successfully recreated. It roars loudly, and he looks at it, opening its mouth and howling, vowing to himself that he must defeat it. Dust and rocks fly everywhere. Hanzu is pushed back, and he uses his whole body to break and stop his retreat, leaving a long scar on the ground. He was not afraid and continued to harness the first power of the Pneuma. Gripping the sword handle tightly, a blazing red aura appeared along the blade, and the first power was the red destruction 99%. Hanzu rushes forward with his sword, but Kim Long remains standing unmoved, fearless, and still. A fierce and decisive slash is unleashed with incredible power from Hanzu's position. But even after using his strength on his body and even on his sword couldn't cut through Kim Long's super hard protective armor, and he realized his sword was broken in half. The damage he caused to Kim Long was only a small wound with a scale peeling off, bleeding slightly, indicating he hadn't attacked deeply enough. Kim Long takes a deep breath as an energy sphere gradually forms from his mouth, its destructive power likely to be immense. He seems to realize this attack of Kim Long. The energy sphere was fully formed, and Kim Long opened his mouth wide to reveal a blazing, red, hot energy ball like a mini sun. After gathering enough energy, a powerful force was unleashed like a storm heading straight for Hanzu, who stood still, waiting for the devastating energy to approach him instead of running away. Suddenly, he smirked confidently, and the scene shifted to another location within the mission area, where a long-tongued chameleon monster lay defeated with its mouth wide open. Sanjin jumps onto the loot he just collected. He runs after him, announcing that this slime monster is the last one, while Sanjin focuses on retrieving the slime sack for the slime creature. After securing the bag of slime, Sanjin decided to return to the boat dock to start building the boat. Mi-hei felt a bit worried and thought it would be better if everyone waited for Hanzu to come back and join them. Sanjin refused her offer because he knew that even if Hanzu were here, he wouldn't go with them. And convincing him is very difficult. Mi-hei hesitantly asked again, unable to believe how hard it was, truly not understanding his meaning. He sadly replied that they could only go so far because they were hiding behind his shadow to move forward. Returning to the 5th level of the dungeon, Kim Long shot a powerful energy blast toward him, and he saw the attack approaching right before his eyes. Long quietly assesses that this situation is not much different from the previous ones he faced, but the only difference is that he can completely avoid this attack, which has now disappeared without a trace. He dodged just in time, his eyes wide with a serious intensity that was almost frightening, as Kim Long seemed ready to strike again. He held a spear in his right hand. Ordinary weapons could no longer harm this monster. What he used was the fan set and the Justice of Degrados, a spear and a sickle, which are a pair that only reveal their true power when used together. Hanzu grabs the chain in front of him, wielding the upgraded Degrados spear in his hand. He combines it with Numaha's second power, blood spilling, creating a terrifying, thorny chain linked together. The chain wrapped around Kim Long's neck, ready to tighten, and Kim Long seemed to realize the danger he was about to face. The dagger pierced through his skin and armor, causing blood to spray out wildly. He grips the chain handle tightly and pulls upward with all his strength. Seeing Kim Long in pain, he feels a bit worried, but the price he must pay for the upgraded version is durability. You can't keep this up for long while Dong's breath is still so strong. His eyes gleamed with determination. He couldn't afford to be so confident. He had to believe he could do it. He tightened the chain around Kim Long's neck, willing to sacrifice all his weapons to maintain his current level of force, and he would keep attacking relentlessly, even if it meant losing everything. Kim Long swung his tail forcefully toward the spot where he was standing, controlling the chain. Because he was in an attacking stance, he couldn't dodge and was hit by Kim Long's strike. The attack was so powerful that it threw you far away, loosening the chain grip, and Kim Long on this side seemed to be somewhat freed from the pain caused by you. You took a heavy hit that caused your head to bleed profusely, but you didn't care about the pain or your child. He tightly grips the chain, preparing for the next attack. The chain surrounds the weapons he had previously arranged in a trap. The weapons hit the chain and made a loud screeching noise. You pull the chain back, bringing all the weapons closer, then use your strength to throw them all toward Kim Long. Kim Long moves his massive wings. With just a sweep of his wing, he destroys all the weapons you are using to attack. But the force of the chain on Kim Long's neck suddenly intensified, causing blood to spray out violently, and Kim Long roared in pain. Hanzu clenched the chain tightly, pouring all his energy into this attack. Kim Long was in so much pain that he howled loudly, his mouth wide open with fangs exposed and saliva flying everywhere. Hanzu rushed toward Kim Long, probably still continuously increasing his power to face him. Kim Long, blinded by pain, only screams and doesn't realize you're getting closer. The scene shifts to Sanjin on his mission, knowing Hanzu is very strong and his team must keep pushing to catch up. Because there will be a few more people on the boat she didn't recognize the names of, she guessed they might be friends or close associates of Sanjin. Sanjin looked towards Li Wanqiang's group, unsure if it would happen or not. Watching him from afar, he was certain that he would be useful later on. The scene shifts to another area, a desolate landscape of fallen trees and eroded soil, resembling the aftermath of a recent catastrophe, with a dark red liquid seeping into the ground. A person walks by, stepping on the substance, causing thick smoke to rise. Their shoe seemingly burned, and the liquid resembles real-world acid corrosion. The short-haired guy ran while observing the pool of liquid on the ground, which is spreading rapidly. It has already reached near the player's base, and he shouted to his teammates to wait before leaving, because he hasn't boarded the boat yet. But in response, a series of weapons were thrown down from the boat, shocking him and making him too stunned to believe what just happened. He angrily questioned those people. Do they even know what they are doing? The people on the boat are mocking the short-haired guy, claiming he's quick-witted and reflexive. Only now does he realize he's been deceived. They used his vulnerability to make him gather resources for them, and now he's been abandoned like this. The people on the boat with shoes insist that his gang has no obligation to take outsiders along. The short-haired guy grits his teeth in anger, secretly cursing those on the boat as heartless bastards. The short-haired guy doesn't have much time left to gather materials, so now that he has a pair of children, he decides to return to the mission area to find more resources. The people on the boat are still mocking him, saying if he wants to leave, he should build his own boat and he might die from the poison before he even finishes building it. Their cheerful laughter echoed from behind, but the short-haired guy ignored it and kept running to find more materials. He cursed those gang members as nothing but shoe-faced bastards, then cursed the ferry for not mentioning the time limit in the mission area. Everything is now falling into chaos, and the short-haired guy anxiously searches for a target to kill. He's looking for glue to collect the clone's foot, too focused to notice the water stain clearly visible on the tower's barrier. By the time he realized, a hole had been created, and when he turned to look, he saw an arm reaching in from outside. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed in terror. The one who broke through the barrier from outside is none other than Hanzu. The short-haired guy fell to the ground in fear, unable to believe what just happened. Seeing Hanzu's battered body and wounds, the short-haired guy was worried about his identity, but he only stepped in slowly and calmly. Although I describe it, his eyes reveal the taste of victory. Hanzu paid little attention to the question and the fear of the young man with short hair. He only focused on observing the pile of poison covering the ground, confident he still had time to do a few things. The short-haired guy finally caught his attention and asked who he was. He sat there poking at the barrier and rambling about how to break through it, saying no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't leave a scratch, let alone break it, but the boy just remained silent and ignored all his questions. He called after you because you weren't paying attention to what he was saying, but you just kept walking and didn't have time to talk to him because Hanzu was very busy. The short-haired guy knew you were in a hurry and wouldn't bother you, he said that, but he still asked strange questions like why you weren't wearing a shirt, why you took your shirt off yourself, and if you liked wandering around topless. You don't seem to be upset. You just explained that your shipbuilding projects are unfinished and there's not much time left. After saying that, you immediately used your skills to create strong winds, while the short-haired guy kept asking how you could finish everything alone when time had run out. No need to listen to the question. Hanzu shoots straight up into the air, moving at lightning speed to target the goal of making a boat. The short-haired supporting character stands below, stunned and amazed by your superior skills. Even after he left, he still didn't understand what had just happened. The teammates ahead saw this and quickly urged everyone who was just struck to calm down and fight, because there wasn't much time left. The monster they are facing is a Galapagos crocodile, with 4 eyes and a spiky back. The brown-haired man looked terrified at the monster before him, unable to defeat the Galapagos crocodile because it was beyond his group's power. Hanzu swept through like a gust of wind, not forgetting to leave behind a message that he would fix this if they didn't step up. He swept past like a gust of wind, then punched the crocodile directly with his bare hands, shocking everyone watching. Watching him repeatedly punch the crocodile's rough skin until it bled, they couldn't believe their eyes because he fought Galapagos without using any weapons. Blood splattered everywhere as a sinister voice asked who you are. While everyone was still confused, the short-haired supporting character ran desperately to catch up with Hanzu, finally managing to keep pace. Truly impressive. Watching him breathe heavily, the others assumed Hanzu was with him, but he seriously denied it and honestly said he had just met you. You on this side kept punching the crocodile non-stop, beating it until it gave up. You quickly pulled out the material from the Galapagos without hesitation. and everyone was speechless at the sight, falling silent as you stopped attacking, with no one daring to make a sound around you. He looked at the materials from the Galapagos crocodile in his hand, feeling a bit conflicted because he didn't need this material. He only came across it because it was blocking his way. A person standing below suggested that Hanzu cooperate, and the short-haired supporting character immediately seized the opportunity to join the group in building the ship. But he was immediately refused because the Galapagos crocodile's parasite could only be used to build a 20-seat ship, so the space was already very limited. Then the short-haired guy quickly grabbed the materials, and the other side didn't allow it. Hanzu slowly stepped down from the crocodile's body and approached the two arguing. Neither side is willing to give in. Both want the parasite and the boat, each trying to outdo the other. Hanzu, uninterested, throws the materials toward the short-haired guy and the horned man, telling them to divide it themselves. He only leaves behind a single sentence saying he doesn't need this. You also clearly stated that your goal is the 500-seat ship, so whatever these materials are for, do as you wish. The image of the stone rolling god appears, its heart being the main material to build the 500-seat ship, and if you want to build a large ship, the exchanged materials must naturally be of higher value. The short-haired guy surveys the surroundings and no longer cares about that parasite with the others. He notices the poison flooding the 4th floor, and time keeps passing like a dog running across the field. Then he considered your outrageous claim that you want to destroy a Gnogrok to build a 500-seat ship, which is completely unreasonable. Hanzu simply made an attractive condition to exchange with the other players. You said to inform the others that if anyone wants to get on the ship, they should trade some material, and then you'll let them board your ship. The short-haired guy couldn't believe the timing, especially after being betrayed by a gang, and he wanted to confirm if what you said was true, that people like them could join you. The scene shifts to the player's shipyard, where a large crowd has gathered, everyone debating whether the news they've heard is true or not, all anxiously waiting, unsure if Hanzu really managed to kill the divine being Glockrock to create a 500-seat ship as he claimed. The short-haired guy looked at the pile of materials he had gathered, feeling like this was his last gamble. A bet where he could either win everything or lose everything, hoping this time he wouldn't be lying. As he was lost in thought, a loud noise outside drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked outside at the loud explosion as the body of a divine being was thrown down from the sky, shocking all the players. He looked around to confirm that all the other players had gathered and then jumped to the ground, telling everyone to get ready. The short-haired guy admires Hanzu for actually managing to take down that monster alone and walks straight to Fairy and asks for a trade because he has brought the Gnogrok ice god's heart here. Fairy manager strokes his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging that you have brought the main ingredient's heart here, but there are still supplementary materials needed to build the ship. He also reminds you that your time is still limited. Of course he knew about that. Hanzu presented the Celt's memory bag, the Aaron staff, and the other items that the other players had brought, adding them one by one. Finally, there is Arad's silk thread. These items are the conditions he used to trade with anyone wanting to board his ship. Fairy keeps judging. Even though the secondary items are enough, it still insists that the divine heart's location has not been seen anywhere. The short-haired guy watching from outside wondered about the mysterious creation of Hanzu's bag, and after he said the main ingredients were right behind him, Fairy just chuckled and let it go. It gathered the necessary materials to build a 500-person ship, and also made sure to congratulate you on successfully collecting the ingredients. It even wanted to reward Hanzu because he was the only one who brought back so many materials like this. The remaining players realized that the poison had already reached this place, but Fairy didn't care and asked everyone about celebrating for Hanzu, while others, seeing death so close, shouted at Fairy to quickly close the boat so they could leave. Fairy, feeling disappointed, couldn't find words, preferring others to scream out of panic and fear. The gathered materials had been collected, and the luxurious ship appeared above everyone, with Fairy announcing that this was the ship they had built from the materials just now. The short-haired guy was amazed by the grandeur of the ship. Hanzu allowed everyone to board and also told those who contributed materials to come see him. Everyone cheered and rushed onto the ship. Fairy kindly announces that it will be in charge of steering the ship, and everyone doesn't need to worry about that. Hanzu attentively looks at the wheel on the ship as Fairy continues to talk about the estimated arrival time of 3 days and advises everyone to sit down and relax. The boat begins its voyage, rushing across the blazing red waters. Fairy will no longer interfere and is very happy to have led everyone to the safe red zone. The majestic boat sets sail into the Red Sea. Fairy wipes away tears of emotion for its efforts not being in vain, and it advises everyone to try to survive in the coming days. A series of ships appear on the ocean surface as the next phase awaits ahead, and after leaving the main guidance area, they will face the first red zone that players must confront. The people on Hanzu's ship watch as other ships begin to discuss, unsure if this is the entrance to the red zone, as many vessels are heading in the same direction. Some are stunned by the majestic sight. Looking at the murky red water flowing beneath, this ocean is made of poison. Beautiful to behold, but terrifying. Hanzu stood behind, listening to the two continue their chatter, feeling grateful for the ride he gave them. Without him, they might have been buried in the poison on the 4th floor. They looked at Hanzu with admiration, as he had brought everyone onto the ship with simple conditions. And they were curious about his identity because he was a righteous and kind-hearted person. They have no idea that you are in danger because all your stats are dropping to 0, not even a fraction, due to using a special skill in the fight against Kim Long. You anticipated this when you used the essence of the demon gem. He looked at the energy in his hand, never expecting to receive this during the fight with Kim Long. It turned out that what he received was dragon energy, also the first skill he obtained in his life. In the past, you looked down on this skill, but now you can only learn 7 skills, and given the current situation, this one is enough to be your first skill. As you were studying how to use dragon energy, someone suddenly shouted, seemingly having seen something. A ship that went ahead was sunk, with the wreck floating on the water's surface, and some people even trying to cling to planks to avoid sinking. When they saw Hanzu's ship, someone shouted for help. The short-haired guy realizes that the one calling for help is the same person who tricked him and abandoned him on the 4th floor when there were no materials left to build the ship. The one pleading still desperately asks for help and mentions that something is still here. Before he could finish speaking, a spear pierced through his body, blood streaming down the shaft. The pierced man was lifted into the air, writhing in pain, and his attacker was a muscular creature with pale Japanese skin, seemingly a monster born from corruption. Everyone reports the appearance of monsters on the sea. Everyone is worried and prepares for battle. Everyone saw the ship changing course, and someone questioning who was steering it. The short-haired guy looked up at the wheel and recognized the captain. It was Hanzu himself who was controlling the wheel to steer the ship in a different direction, and no one knew what would happen next or what he planned to do, as the ship suddenly veered on the deadly sea. Hanzu remains steady at the wheel, while everyone on board is confused. The short-haired guy also tries to stop him, worried and pointing at the shattered ships, saying if they keep heading that way, the ship might be attacked, and in this deadly sea, no one might survive. He couldn't believe that even if the ship was attacked, Hanzu alone could save everyone. To him, that was impossible, and everyone on the ship would die. Hanzu suddenly recalled old memories, and he couldn't understand why he risked his life to save others. He had to remember his purpose, and that of his friends. Hanzu pursed his lips, feeling sad as he remembered that the young man was still trying to persuade him. If they got closer to the area with the wrecked ships, it would be very dangerous. He had to steer the ship in the original direction, but he didn't bother to listen. Hanzu sensed that something exciting was happening. In a panic, suddenly an arm grabbed the boat and pulled himself up. The short-haired guy saw 2 people climbing aboard, both exhausted and relieved to still be alive. The short-haired guy, frightened, tried to retreat, as more people from the sea climbed onto the boat, those from the wrecked ships, the first to reach the boat catching their breath. Hanzu angrily accused the short-haired guy, having overheard everything he said earlier, accusing him of wanting to abandon them, saying they only survived by swimming when they saw the ship approaching, and he hated him, grabbing his collar, wanting to see how he would struggle when thrown into the water. He swung his fist, but just as his punch was about to land, something cut across him. Surprised, he released the short-haired boy's collar, causing him to fall hard to the deck, and the attacker froze, startled by the sword that had been thrown at him, now stuck in the ship's floor. The more Hanzu tries to stop them, the more he silences everyone, informing them that something is coming, causing confusion and the ship to shake violently. Someone screams, "It's coming!" The monsters are at the bottom of the ship. They are the guards at the entrance to the red zone. The survivors are trapped. These creatures can only survive in rough seas, and their simple attack method is to drill holes in the bottom of the ship. At this moment, they are also trying to break through the bottom of the ship. Everyone on board is panicking. If they continue, their ship will sink, so they must stop them. Because the monsters are blocking their attack, King Hanzu climbs onto the ship's edge. If they don't come down, he will. After saying that, he immediately jumped into the sea, leaving everyone no time to react. They didn't think he was that crazy, but he quickly made contact with the surface of the water. Everyone on the ship was worried, fearing he would jump into the poisonous sea without any equipment. They were sure he would die, as King Hanzu sank into the toxic waters, surrounded by a purple current. The monsters have spotted you and are staring at you intently. The toxic water in the sea is easily pushed aside with dragon magic. With a magic stat in the red zone, he can handle it. The monsters start attacking, rushing towards him all at once. King Hanzu activates his power, a dragon spell that allows the user to harness the energy of the flow, gradually transforming their body to become more like the flow. These kinds of legendary skills and items are called zero, Scales of the dragon gradually appeared on Kong Hansu's face, and his long magic was certainly worthy of that title. His ears had become dragon-like, and the power within him was overflowing, but he couldn't yet fully harness its strength. Kang Hansu throws a punch so powerful it pierces through the monster's back, leaving a large, deep hole. Kang Hansu silently marvels at the piercing power of the dragon technique. He sacrificed himself to obtain it, so he cannot waste this ability. He will wait for another opportunity to strike. He cannot let this happen. He has no more time left. Kang Hansu must chase and eliminate them. He kills each one, his power enveloping him. The monsters returned, surrounding him. One wielding a trident charged at him, and Kang Hansu quickly grabbed the trident. You countered it with its own weapon. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster's head was gone. Kang Hansu suddenly felt uneasy. The monsters had been completely defeated by him. Looking at the holes at the bottom of the ship, he felt that things on the water's surface still weren't over, so he decided to quickly return to the ship. Red sea water is pouring in from the hole, and everyone on the ship is desperately trying to seal it, ready to attack if monsters appear. When they realize something is coming through the hole, they start shouting and attacking, but their swords are blocked by the trident. Kang Hansu is the one who entered, using the trident he just snatched from the monsters. Seeing it's him, everyone is surprised that he returned unharmed. Kang Hansu wipes water from his hair, clearly guessing they think he can't do it. After a moment of shock, they turn on him, blaming him for just drilling a bigger hole in the ship. They were curious about what he planned to do with the wood, and when they saw him using it, Kang Hansu effortlessly broke the piece in half with his bare hands, making everyone fall silent. At that moment, someone ran down, urging everyone as they gathered, and people looked on in amazement at the scene before them. Kang Hansu is making a wooden board to seal the holes. They call on each other to follow his lead, gather more Azone wood, and he reminds everyone that they need to add Kiox material to properly seal the holes. They are still noisy and can't believe what they just saw, unable to believe that he just broke the wood with his bare hands. In the end, everyone successfully sealed all the holes, and now they need to deal with the toxic water accumulated in the ship. Kang Hansu said to leave the toxic water alone. It will evaporate on its own. They decided to go outside, because staying longer with the evaporating toxic water would make them breathe in the toxic fumes. Kang Hansu leads the way up, with everyone behind hurriedly climbing after him. I breathe a sigh of relief, knowing I did my best, and the outcome is pretty good. You also found a useful replacement for the broken weapon, the Dangba stick from the turtle's attacker, which can withstand toxic water, so you'll be fine. Everyone, exhausted after the sudden battle, hears the reminder, and if they look ahead, they might see a beautiful scene. They were confused and couldn't believe it, because all around was just water. Suddenly, they were surprised and shouted excitedly as they saw the land. Finally, they reached the red zone, and surprisingly, they arrived so quickly. But they noticed something strange. The ship didn't stop. It was fully automatic. The short-haired guy reminds him that the trip will take 3 days, so it's not the right time yet. As Hanzu speaks, he says that's not land, but a giant tree from the world tree, surprising everyone. What kind of tree could be that big? The short-haired guy asks about the earlier announcement. Is this the beautiful scene you mentioned before? You told him to keep watching. The real show is about to begin. Something is rushing toward the moving ship, causing it to shake violently. Everyone on board is terrified as they see what appears. A giant monster rises from the sea, causing the surface to churn with waves. A huge column of water shoots straight into the sky, terrifying everyone around except for Kang Hanzu, who remains remarkably calm. You show no fear as the monster slowly opens its mouth, revealing streams of murky red water flowing out and flooding the river, with sharp teeth glinting coldly, terrifying everyone. They panic and scream, "What is this thing?" The creature's glowing yellow eyes flash with streaks of gold that flow down like a sinister, chilling light. The monster roars, its deafening sound echoing through the space. Its long, curved tongue snakes out like a waiting predator. Everyone around screams in horror, fleeing in all directions, trying to escape the nightmare that has become reality. They run and shout in desperation, "We're doomed, we're finished." The monster slams its tongue down, shattering the wood on the water's surface. The sea waves rise higher and higher, more ferocious than ever, as if the monster intends to swallow the entire ship. The giant waves crash against the ship's hull, forcing everyone to cling tightly to the railing. Some scream in terror, holding on desperately. A young man, who looks very young, tells everyone around that it doesn't eat their flesh. People look in its direction and see it eating a giant tree, so they conclude that it wants to eat the tree. The young man continued, saying that the easy tree was as big as an island, and now Hanshudi calmly stepped up each rung of the ladder. His face was solemn as he silently thought that ships leaving the training zone would reach one of the thousands of easy trees, depending on their chosen route. That creature is called the World Tree Eater, and they named it the Disaster Fish, one of the 5 calamities that wither the World Tree. He said that the creatures living in the red zone of Elfenheim preserve their species from the dangerous environment by creating the World Tree using mystical techniques. He continued, but he couldn't stop the disaster, and Elfenheim, these mutated monsters seemed born only to destroy the World Tree. As he held the ship's control, he blamed himself for not protecting the World Tree before. But now, he had a mission to fulfill. The boat is getting farther from the monster. He quietly thinks it just finished eating, so it will slowly move toward the next target, starting with an easier one in a distant area away from where we originally started. Hey, wait a minute, what were you doing just now? You're sweating and panting like you're about to pass out. Are you really chasing that giant monster? Are you crazy, even if you're strong enough? That monster is still in a completely different level. This is not right. You need to ask the others if they agree. The young man was stunned, and only then did he realize he told you that he could let them off the ship right now. You smiled kindly and replied, I really need to chase that monster, so anyone who wants to get off, raise your hand and I'll let you down immediately. The boat moved to the middle of the sea, a scream echoed here, and the boat stopped beside a tree. Everyone around was talking about the World Tree, the Easy Tree, the place where the World Tree begins. Everyone around was saying that was the sign that appeared. The World Tree was withering. A voice then said that they thought this was the mainland, but this is where the World Tree begins, and it's so huge I can't even tell how far it extends. Hanzu said, better to go underwater, right? Your words made the young man a bit nervous. Come on, smile now. We still have 2 weeks. If we keep going up, it will be safe. The young man turned to ask, what do you mean, 2 weeks? The elder just said. We need to reach the World Tree, a man spoke up. Hey, you don't let go. The young man was stunned, and Kong Hanshu said, we can't just sit here. You have to follow everyone. He replied, wait, I'll go too. And you said, hurry up. I told myself the fish eagle will come to eat these roots in 2 weeks, so I think I need to find that person. He raised his weapon and said, I can't let others use this ship before. I have to destroy it now. After breaking the boat, he said, they're probably about to see the cross. The young man turned to look at what you were doing, seeming to think you were saying something. He wondered why you weren't heading this way, walking while pondering that you're quite unpredictable but feeling very reassured having you by his side. The adult man exclaimed, wait, that thing! A cross appeared in front of everyone. Is it a cross? Indeed, a boy said. Surely someone made it, so we should head in that direction. The young man replied, wait a moment. If someone made it, it could be a trap if we all go. It would be dangerous. Maybe we should send a small group since none of us belong to any guild. The young man continued, a few pairs will scout the area. He thought to himself, this is why cautious people are so annoyed. A voice rings out, maybe better for survival, but so annoying. Everyone around gasped. Someone. They looked up at the cliff and saw 3 people standing on it. The man with black hair said, it's just you who find it troublesome. Deal with it before they misunderstand. Then the blonde-haired guy jumps down. A loud explosion occurs. Everyone around screams, and the blonde guy looks at the number and says, let's see, 148 people. People say, I'm surprised that so many members of a guild have survived this long. They replied, I am part of the Valkyrie Guild, a helping hand group. The blonde guy named Aaron Patz is a member of the Valkyrie Guild, a helping hand group. We are basically your new saviors. What do you mean? He explained that, as you know, according to the guide, those angels do not interfere or give any instructions. You keep talking. Of course, they're watching us from somewhere, but they won't back down, so just follow us. Everyone murmured, wondering if it's safe. They weren't too sure. Maybe we can take them down. Hearing that, a man casually nodded as if he was used to it. On the other side, a black-haired man introduced himself. I am Big Min Chun from the support group, and this is Pam Paris. Let me explain clearly. You start explaining that you and they are helpers sent here to support, guided by instructions from the guiding area, and Aaron Patz responds with that. Then everyone asks who gave the order. They replied, Iris Valentine, the ruler of the Valkyrie Guild, left us, the helpers here 20 years ago, before coming to the Cam region. Pam Paris continued to explain. She said she found it hard to believe us, but she and they came here to help you adapt to the red zone. They said that this is the end, quite far from the World Tree, so everyone will need our help. Everyone around is talking that they don't mean any harm, and if the worst case happens, we are all on the same side, so everyone thinks it should be fine. At this moment, Big Min Chun told Aaron Patz. The young man spoke up. All right, we'll follow you. The other 2 responded surprised. You're kidding? The 2 of them started arguing, making it very awkward for the young man. Mrs. Pam Paris finally spoke up, saying, "Enough, stop wasting time. We have our assigned duty, now let's guide them." Aaron Patz replied, "Oh, you told them not to gang up and attack." The young man was worried when he heard them say, 30,000 refugees here have been around for years. If you don't want to die, stay quiet and come with us," Aaron Patz thought to himself. The rookies turned pale at the number. The more they knew, the worse it was. They will realize there are creatures so terrifying just by hearing their names. The red zone has its own rules. No one is allowed to touch the rookies. The young man turned and asked, "What's that noise?" wondering if someone is fighting. Aaron Patz warned him not to pay attention to it and keep going. A loud crash sounded. "No, it's like someone is fighting over there." Aaron Patz was stunned. "No one here is ready to fight anyone yet." Aries Valentine replied, "Wait a minute. That skill looks familiar. Why is the woman fighting?" Aaron Patz replied, "Yeah, right, Asian woman." A loud explosion rang out. The woman attacking was getting more aggressive. Why was she attacking? She shouted, "Shut up, she told you she just finished the tutorial and didn't know where this place was. Yet you—" "Are you joking around?" Sophia Varan looked out over the ruined beach and muttered to herself, "So finally, you've come here too." The reflection in her glasses showed an animal that was the disaster itself. Her face fell as she wondered if she still had the right to avenge her parents anymore. She fell into a state of despair. She looked up at the sky and silently thought that she believed this was for both her and her sister, that her master would also be drawn here, and that she would put an end to everything. She silently called out, "Master." She silently thought that people's eyes when looking at the one who kills the disaster are crazy. No one dares to risk their life to kill a monster bigger than a mountain. She told herself that perhaps the ship had already set sail, and now with a guy with a muscular build asking if she was Sophia and Ra. She was startled and turned around quickly. "You the rookie? How do you know I'm here?" The guy with six-pack abs is Kang Hanzu. He probably thinks he can't see her exact stats, but it seems she just arrived in the red zone and doesn't have any proper weapons or equipment. He sternly tells her that he has something to discuss regarding the disaster. After hearing that, she froze for a few seconds. He told her to talk and that he needed her support. She replied that she had never seen you before. She asked if you were Quadratus. The boy smiled and thought, she seems hesitant, so he decided to try Kang T's advice and continued saying that this would also benefit her. She was stunned to hear that, worried that she might be brought here against her will. The boy calmly said that if he and she could kill the calamity, her sister's chances of survival would increase. Before he could finish talking about the calamity, she rushed to attack, shouting that he knew nothing. The elders helped him gain wisdom to escape. She gritted her teeth in anger and turned to say 2 words, "Damn it." His face is now full of amazement at this girl. A loud explosion sounds, and she raises her fist to strike as much as she can, but he dodges every time. The two have been arguing back and forth. He patted her on the shoulder and said enough talking, or she might fall over. She was about to attack him with magic and said, "You dare!" then shouted, "Are you joking with me?" and created a magic barrier. He then calmly told her that she hadn't used her magic yet, and he thought to himself that he must have really angered her. She used her magic with the skill of the Ice Crown gem, and small ice blocks kept falling on him. He told himself he still wasn't skilled enough and decided to use a dragon spell. There's no other choice. He thought it would be a heavy burden worth risking, so he used his magic, and a flame ignited. His whole body seemed to burn with fire as he transformed into a level 1 insectoid creature, hundreds of sharp ice shards continuously sprouting around him. On this side, she says your ice crystal of the 3 gems is not yet fully frozen, meaning it can't freeze anything it touches, so you won't be able to escape my attack, which can even freeze the air itself. She shouts that she's sure you won't die, so she needs to know the source of your information. A voice rang out, apologizing. She is the queen before the incident. The ice slowly shattered. He appeared and spoke, but she is not the only one with abilities. He raised his hand, his sharp black claws looking very sure, and with a single strike, all the ice shattered into pieces amid her screams. She said that you had made Tam Tam Gok Bang Kwang your own, a transformation skill, a martial art. Is that something you can get in the guidance area? How thick is your protective layer? She shouted that it's impossible. She cannot lose. She remembered the prejudiced words of others. If she doesn't join us now, she will be left behind. She intends to waste time on things like calamities that cannot be killed. She screams, "No!" She continued to cast her spell and shouted that it was impossible. Thousands of small paper fragments fall. She concentrates her magic on Alice's book, using a freezing spell. A statue emerges from the book, and she screams at him. She's not staying just to be looked down on by someone like him. She attacks him directly. He prepares himself. A handful of lightning bolts can destroy that power. Because it consumes too much energy, he reverts to his original form and stands up, asking if she wants to continue. She screamed in despair, utterly hopeless. The boy asked why she was retreating, whether it was over, but deep down he knew he could still continue. She replied, "Do you think I'm a fool when your special skills are not even perfect yet?" And she explained that there are 3 factors that determine the rank of a technique. First is the value of expansion and amplification of the seal. Second is the effectiveness and strength of the mana barrier. The third is its small special abilities. Depending on the special abilities of the technique, its power and how it is used can vary significantly. She silently thought that she was about to push him to the brink of death, but seeing him withstand her attacks unscathed, his cultivation technique was already top tier by Red Zone standards. No need to investigate further. She turned to tell him that she understood him well, but how did he plan to kill the fish at the farm? She said that people give up after swallowing more than 1,000. Do you know what it means to fight a monster that can swallow an entire ship? It is considered natural disaster rather than a monster. She added that there are also fools who worship that monster. She's tired of fighting alone. You should leave before ending up like her, wasting your effort. He calmly replied, if he thought it was easy, he wouldn't have come to her. You said help you because you have a plan, but I think you're mistaken. I have no intention of continuing this anymore. She says this is her 14th attempt to kill the fish at the pond. A voice from behind asks, "Are you giving up?" She turned back and replied, "No matter what you say, I won't fight anymore." Sofia Vara stood up to face the fish at the pond. Her parents had been sealed right before her eyes, yet she continued to challenge it. The first time she was chased by others, the second time she was beaten badly, she failed the 3rd and 4th times, and the 10th as well. The number is meaningless if she doesn't succeed. The boy continued, maybe she hasn't succeeded yet, but she survived after being swallowed 13 times. Without him, she would fail again. But now he's here. You said you would help her kill the fish in the pond. Your words are like a ray of light shining on my life, and I can't help but remember my sister's words. You don't need to come. I know you can do it. Just trust me. She stayed still, wondering why you were so determined to catch it. You turned away and said you just wanted to save 1 billion lives. She moved the person, what you said again. No, maybe about 1.5 billion. At this moment she was confused and stood still. She said to him, "You're even crazier than the crazy ones. There is a man eavesdropping on their conversation. I wonder what all the noise is about." She says if you and she get involved, it will be troublesome. He tried to stand up but was stabbed in the leg with a stick, and he shouted, "No way." Then he asked, "Hey, are you planning to leave without asking anything?" So that was Aaron. Aaron wondered silently, how did he recognize my presence? She exclaimed, "Huh, Aaron, what are you doing here?" He smiled gently and said, "Nice to meet you, Sophia." You look at him, Aaron Pat. He's been here all along. Could you please show us the way? The sun is setting. The remaining lights cast a threatening glow on the tall, cross-shaped structure tightly wrapped in red cloth, towering in the corner of the sky. At this moment, the group traveling with Kang Hanzu has also arrived at the Von Kiri festival. The little man in the long shirt looked around at the crowd with surprise. "There are too many people." Beach Minchin then turned to explain. "The limited personnel from the end of the tree must keep moving constantly. If the disaster eats their spot, we have to relocate immediately, so we need to minimize this as much as possible." Then he turned around completely. They will give a brief introduction to everyone at the central house and help everyone settle in the town above. Are you hungry? The crowd immediately cheered when they saw the food on the table. Wow, at last, we finally have real food. It's amazing. The fat chef points to the messy pile on the plate, holding chopsticks in her head and smiling brightly, welcoming us. "I heard you were coming, so I prepared the freshest dishes." The dirty little fox points at her with a terrified face and exclaims, "Oh my God, what is this?" "I heard there's food, but this is, do you want us to eat this strange substance?" The fat woman laughed loudly. "Ha ha, yes, everyone here eats this dish. It has all the necessary nutrients. If you want something else, ask those people over there and see what they say." I don't know what those people ate that made them vomit so much, throwing up green and yellow bile. The fat lady continued, "I already warned them about the toxicity of the monsters in the red zone." Everyone fell silent, sweating profusely, not knowing whether after eating they would be freed from the soul trap or go to reunite with their grandparents early, but they were so hungry they decided to eat everything without hesitation. They struggled to stuff the strange food into their mouths, and the fat woman crossed her arms, watching them and laughing uncontrollably. After finishing, I will distribute the death machines to harvest. Bak Min Chun turned and walked away. "I'll leave the rest to you," the fat lady replied. "No problem, just leave it to me." After walking a few steps, he saw Sophia walking with a pale-faced guy and wondered who he was. Min-chun went inside immediately and said, "When did you come back? I saw you brought the person you just fought with. What are you doing?" Aaron was just patching up his clothes while looking at his face. "Are you tailing him? I'm fixing my clothes," he said in surprise. "How did you end up like this?" Aaron shouted loudly, furious as he was sewing. "That crazy guy just fought Sophia." Min-chun looked at him with contempt, thinking he was just a useless fool. "I thought you said you were only spying and wouldn't get caught," Aaron sighed. "What about the others?" Min-chun looked outside calmly and replied, "Well, it's the same old story. They are much stronger than last year. The red zone is more brutal, and the people entering are stronger. And this group has quite a few talented individuals. Without calamities, most groups would have many such people. Adventurers need time to adapt to the environment and must live near the center because calamities swallow the outskirts. Even the immortals know this and adjust the difficulty of the guides to bring in stronger people." But Aaron muttered to himself, "No one is as crazy as him." He looked at Min-chun with his eyes and a scrutinizing gaze. "Sophia Vara, someone from the tutorial area who can fight her. The rumor has probably spread, so he will probably appear soon." From afar, a man's footsteps can be heard standing on the cliff, searching for something. Let's see. Then he smiles a wicked smile as if he has determined the direction, with bloodshot red eyes. A red line marks his chin, clearly showing his arrogance and cruelty. Back at the Vankiri Guild, Sophia approached Hanzu and asked, "Did you get the death machine?" "Without it, you won't survive," so he immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Sophia was surprised and shouted, "Are you asking me? I have something to do. Here's the outfit, take it." I grabbed it quickly so it's better than not wearing anything. "I still feel embarrassed for attacking you." "Take it. We'll work together." As she looked at the items, she blushed all over. "Wait, I didn't mean for you to change here," she yelled, while covering herself but still revealing the edge of the blanket. He froze at her over-the-top reaction. "I haven't been wearing a shirt either," he replied casually. "Of course not. I was just checking the size." "Thank you," Sophia said, just regaining her composure. "Ahem. I just don't want to see you injured. Before we go, we need to stop by this place first. A tent with a yellow flag is the Assistant Support Center, where adventurers who haven't moved on to the next area come to get help for their families." "One of the areas left by R.S. Valentine," Sophia told the boy to wait outside. The girl with long hair greeted cheerfully as she approached. "Oh, Sophia, it's been a long time since you visited." Sophia turned to look at the map and asked, "Can I check the list of new adventurers and also the items I left here?" The girl happily opened the system check panel. "Of course, you're a guest writer waiting for me a moment. The Assistant Support Center not only helps newcomers but also offers additional services for frequent contributors. The list of people to find," the girl wrote it down and placed it on the table in front of Sophia. "This is the list of those recently rescued near the Easy Tree. If you want to check other easy ones, it will take another 2 days." "I'll be back later." Sophia looked at the paper silently pondering. Are they still not in this world? "No, I need to focus on the calamities." Seeing no movement, Min called out, "If you're done, let's discuss the plan." She was startled and turned around. "Yes?" At this point, Min had also finished changing. Tuan said, "We have 13 days and 18 hours left, not much time. So we need to start immediately." Sophia sprayed glue, dazzled by Min's handsome and charming appearance, her cheeks blushing as she kept admiring him, and then said, "So what is your plan?" Yu asked seriously. "It's simple. Just lead me inside, and I will use a special weapon to target its weak point." As Min finished speaking, a silence fell with Sophia looking confused. "Is that all? What kind of plan is that? It's a bit boring," he immediately asked. "Is something wrong?" Her face turned pale. "Okay, but barely okay. Damn it, should I give up?" She reminded herself that she couldn't kill it from the outside. "But it's not that simple, Mendap. Don't worry, we can dock the ship." Hearing this, Sophia asked, "Have you already prepared the ship?" "I have a 30-seat boat. You glance over, 30 seats aren't enough, so we'll use my boat. I have a 500-seat ship." Hearing this, she was stunned. "What? You left it outside?" He calmly replied, "I'm not a newcomer. You'll see when we get there." "You're thinking, you really are a newcomer. I mean, you just got here, right? Just relax and pretend I have some special power. We already have a ship. Now we just need to gather materials, split up and go. If you trust me, everything will be fine." Men's words startled her. That confident tone, those decisive eyes, and the image of the blonde-haired boy beside Mend reminded her of her master. She fell silent, then decided to trust him and smiled, saying, "I will go gather the materials on the other side. Don't back down now, and don't forget this." As Mend reached out to take Sophia's item. "Your weapon is about to break. This is better than your trident. Don't refuse it." Mend takes the sleek black axe, gazing at it thoughtfully, remembering when she taught him survival skills. He recalls the moment from his previous life when Sophia handed him a weapon, saying, "This is the first one I give you as a master." Some things never change, whether in the past or now. After thinking, he drew his weapon behind his back. Sophia looked at the system panel and said, "I've found the necessary ingredients to hunt the calamity fish." Mend nodded. "I know it's a Vietnamese letter." She was surprised. "How do you know?" "Are you clairvoyant?" he replied. "Yes, I can visualize all the information." She tilted her head and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "I don't know everything, but no one understands the Red Land better than I do. Yet even with that information, I still can't understand you." Mend smiled and turned around. "Then I'll go to the outskirts. Are you ready?" And Sophia confidently smiled, thinking she would settle this once and for all. Sophia runs desperately, thinking about creating a poison that can defeat the disaster. "We need to gather all the necessary ingredients to extract Abon's essence. I have to pull it out of its nest." While running, you hear a strange sound, someone from afar firing a greenish weapon heading towards you. Sophia turns back, unleashes a magic barrier to block the attack, then lands and shouts at the person in front of her, "What are you doing?" Jangasu, he's smiling teasingly as he keeps controlling the bright blue magic. "Hey, Sophia, your body is still as stunning as always. Want to go out with me?" "Get lost, you bastard. Are you here to commit suicide? I'm too busy to deal with a mess like you." "Go away, you look ridiculous." But he wasn't fazed at all, and even got excited in a twisted way. "Too bold. Are we that close?" "Well, that's part of your charm, isn't it? A comrade returning with me from the belly of the disaster," he said as he transformed the gold necklace around his neck into a weapon and approached her. "I hate those who fight without knowing their limits." Then he brandished his weapon, unleashing greenish-blue lightning bolts that charged toward her. Sophia cast a spell with one hand while holding a book in the other. A magic circle appeared along with purple energy blades rushing straight down. Blocking his attack, a large purple energy blade shot straight at Gasu, but he narrowly dodged, losing a few strands of hair and suffering a minor cut on his face. Sophia, with a stern expression and a warning look, echoed her earlier words, "I hate those who don't know their limits," as he smiled eerily and wiped a bit of blood from his forehead. Senza couldn't avoid it anymore, and at this moment, Sophia's sword energy continued to rush toward him, so he quickly removed his scarf to reveal his third eye. Jangasu arrogantly smiled as he adjusted his headscarf and said, "Ha ha ha, you know about this eye, right? The lighthouse is watching you." "You think I attack without a plan to defend ourselves? We have an entire organization behind us, not only the lighthouse, but also something related to you. Everything will be complicated if you get involved." Sophia gritted her teeth in anger and looked at him silently, the jealous person's piercing gaze. He really has a troublesome skill. Seeing her tense, he turned his face, just as I thought. "You're really smart, Sophia. You know I mean no harm, right? I just wanted to test whether your skills have been worn down after hearing you lost to the rookie. Your sharp senses are still the same as before. Maybe the rumors are just exaggerated. I don't want to hear this guy boast anymore, so I turn around and walk away. It's none of my business. I'm tired of dealing with you easily." "Good, hearing that." He stops smiling, his face turning curious as he reaches out to pull down the third eye mask. "Don't worry, I'll know right after I find out one thing. I need to know where Ga Shu, the rookie you fought, is right now. You keep snapping at him every time you hear him turn around and shout at him. I have no intention of telling you." I knew it would be like this, so after saying that, he reached out and grabbed her hand, "So I will use my investigation skills. Thank you for your cooperation." Suddenly, he was pushed back. "Since when did you learn that skill? Of course you could block it if you tried, but you're still too soft-hearted, and my patience with this bastard is running out. You should have died in the belly of that giant fish that day. He jumped away from me so cold and distant, but I'm not wrong. But it's you, Gashu, laughing cruelly, with 3 blazing red eyes staring at you. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance, Sophia. Quadratus the disaster threatens the Red Zone's ecosystem, and the organization turns fear into reverence, serving the 4 disasters. They don't care if these disasters lead humanity to extinction." After hearing him jump back into the organization, she said, "Enough is enough. Joining a murderous organization like that," she continued to scold in anger, "sacrificing others with the body of a disaster fish, then taking the belongings of the dead to sell. Are you even human? Do you know how many people have been deceived by your lies?" She thought of innocent people who trusted his words and ended up as food for monsters. She continued promising that they would be safely nurtured on the plate before ultimately ending up in the belly of the nightmare fish. Gasu looked at her with a concerned expression and asked, "So what?" He sighed and chuckled. "I only earn money with my abilities and participate in religious ceremonies at the same time." He said proudly, "Only fools who believe in it are truly stupid. They won't live long. They should be grateful to live in the beautiful space of the monster's stomach, even if only for a short time." At this moment, Sophia's face was filled with intense emotion. He still smiled and reminded her, "I hope you will wake up soon. Maybe you'll realize it next time. See you later." After saying that, he suddenly fell, startling her. "He runs so fast, Gasu. If I had known you would change like this back then." From an ordinary person to a more ruthless and cruel one, he completely changed after dying inside the stomach of the giant fish that day. If I'd chase after him now, she thought, then suddenly remembered Kang Hanzu's advice. Don't worry about me, don't focus on anything else. Just focus on gathering the materials. She remembered her conflicted expression about whether to go or not. Then she decided to continue her task. Sorry, but I'll ask you to handle this. Over here, among the red earths, someone is running desperately. It's Kang Hanzu who is running while looking around and searching. The essential item to kill the disaster fish is the alchemical solution. The crystallized knowledge of the mage is the perfect poison to confront the disaster fish. Suddenly, he saw something and ran over, jumping into a cave. First, one of the components will serve as a foundation. I need to get Kukunja's heart. To find Kukunja, I need to locate a deep valley between the easy and the difficult. Perhaps a cave where Kukunja hides, away from the chaos near the end of the easy, inside an island cave and nesting inside. The boy observes the cave and nods. I found it. He slowly steps into the strange-colored water, pausing to rest as he searches for the other components of the preparation mixture. But finding Kukunja is difficult near the end of the valley, so it's best to go look for it. The water surface beneath your feet suddenly stirs violently. It's coming. Hangshu reaches back to grab his weapon and unleashes his ultimate dragon technique. The increasing energy makes the weapon transform, turning you into a golden figure like a small lightning bolt ready to strike. With enhanced magic, the sacred water in the cave begins to boil and surge, and the Kukunja swarm suddenly erupts from beneath the water. Hangsu, with no wasted movements, charges into the Kukunja swarm wielding his weapon, delivering relentless strikes and leaving no one alive, then lands and looks at the water-soaked spear. It seems that powerful spiritual weapons don't last long, so I need to attack while adjusting until I find the right weapon, while Kukunja sneaks up from behind when Men isn't paying attention. But with his agility, he detected and drove the spear into the head of the Kukunja, knocking it down. Another with a horned head charged blindly. Unaware, Men was controlling the shining spear with his fingers, and once again, the spear pierced the horned Kukunja's head and returned to Men. The remaining Kukunja, seeing that fighting alone is useless, team up and surround Men, rushing forward together, their tails behind acting as launchers to leap further towards him. Each one opens their mouth wide, aiming to bite down from above. But Men jumps up and delivers a few punches, striking through one group after another with his spear. Men lands amidst the falling bodies of young Kukunja, some half dropped behind him. Don't think that the ones just defeated are all juveniles. The mature ones must be somewhere, so should I kill more? You pick up the red gems from the monster's corpse, continuously using your skills and draining your stamina and magic. But for now, just gather the gems, absorb them, and then look deep into the leafy branches, damp and moist, as the tree trunks rush straight toward you like a storm, forcing you to dodge and block. You frown as you assess the situation, then suddenly rush forward with your spear, causing watermarks to appear on it from your haste, having used it too eagerly now that they are weakened. Yangasu slowly steps forward, hands in his pockets, and says cheerfully, "Oh, you managed to block that," revealing his true face with 3 eyes in front of Men. "I was going to stop if you died, but you're better than I thought. I'm not here to fight, just to test you. Don't be mad. I've come to make a proposal." Hatsutai clenched his weapon. "Wary of this bastard," he continued, shouting at Ratos and me. "Someone's watching you." Kao's face now looked serious as he said this was a good offer for you, so just follow along. But before he could finish speaking, Men delivered a warning slash. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open, almost losing his life, but Men retracted his hand, only losing a few hairs, and he shouted angrily, do you want to die?" He looked at him seriously with cold eyes, ready to make him feel the chill of the blade, and Jiangasu, seeing himself dancing blindly with a hammer, snapped in anger. "You crazy, unstable rookie! How dare you attack while your grandfather is talking? You think you can act all high and mighty and attack your grandpa without a shred of fear just because you finished the tutorial? Maybe that big brat likes you, but I don't." Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Hansu poured cold water on him and told him to go back and refuse the offer he considered damn good. He then thought about that cult worshipping the destructive beasts called Quadratus. You know how evil and dangerous they are, but the most perilous thing is their insane activities. Those maniacs nurture the disastrous fish. The fire demons that appeared in this red land have gradually disappeared as they began to operate. And the main job of these lunatics is to observe the unfortunate people being torn apart by those destructive fish. The more brutal and savage their behavior, the more money those crazies make. You secretly promised yourself that you would deal with that unstable mental organization as soon as possible, and send each of them to the altar so they can watch the chickens in pleasure. Ending your thoughts, you contemptuously told Zhang Yesu that it had nothing to do with you. A useless fool like him has no right to tell me what to do. When he heard me dismissing his perfect superhero-like persona in a dress, he suddenly went crazy and yelled in frustration. Like a hen laying eggs, he crows that you're talking nonsense. But then he calms down, smiles with a mischievous tone, and puts aside his manly dress to say that he will personally feed you some punishment. Then he thought again. He had to bring you back to those crazy people, or they would go berserk at him. Whether he wanted to or not, he knew he still had to bring you back. However, a few crushed ribs or losing 1 or 2 arms probably won't be a problem. He said this while revealing the twisted face of a sicko who couldn't be any more twisted. As he finally cracked a truly handsome smile, he told him that he are quite a good match. Like 49 meeting 50, you also really need the information from him. You told him that if he also shattered a few ribs or lost 1 or 2 limbs, he could still manage to bark out the information you needed. Hearing this, he couldn't hold back his expression anymore and immediately drew his weapon, striking at you and saying he would see how long your mouth could keep barking. A green rope shot out at lightning speed, quickly wrapping around his neck. The boy tilted to one side, avoiding his attack, but he smiled in a twisted way and called you a damn fool. Immediately, the rope touched your shoulder. A wound appeared on your right shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Now he's asking if you're ready to talk to him. However, deep down he thought to himself that he had deliberately struck unexpectedly to get that arm from you, but for some reason his cut was too shallow to do that, or maybe his strike wasn't strong enough. He wasn't sure either. Then he smugly thought that if he tortured you into a cripple, you would lose your value, and he comforted himself that you shouldn't worry too much about it because you'd end it quickly. At this moment, you used one hand to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. You also agreed with him and said that perhaps you had underestimated him and been too proud, and that you and he had never fought each other before. Zhang Jesu now gritted his teeth and asked if you had a head injury, or if your head had already been smashed into the ground. Then he nervously tied the rope again and shouted excitedly that all you needed to do was hold the damn blanket and lie flat on the ground after this blow from him. But life isn't like a dream. And maybe this time the one with the mental issues is him, because just after he finished that stupid sentence, I delivered a painful punch to his stomach. He no longer stammered, but could only sputter out rice porridge. After that thunderous punch, he was thrown quite a distance, but with his bull-like willpower, he still managed to sit up. Not letting him rest for a moment longer, you summon a hammer stronger than Thor's to prepare for battle with him, but you still give him a chance. If he cooperates and reveals the information you need, maybe he can breathe a few more minutes in this life. At this moment, he was furious and cursed his ancestor silently, feeling fear and thinking that just now, with his 2 still bright eyes, he still couldn't see your attack. He thought to himself, could it be that he's fighting someone with invisible stats? He chuckled mockingly and told you not to be too proud because just because you can hit them, it doesn't mean anything. He only let you touch him on purpose once. Before he could finish speaking, you were already in a ready stance, challenging him that a dog like him wouldn't bow his head to the ground just yet when you land one more hit. At this moment, 5 Vietnam yards appeared in your hand. Seeing this, he couldn't help but get angry and scolded him, because with just a slight change in stats, he didn't think you could increase your skill strength, but life isn't a dream, and the truth always hits those like him in the face. You also told him that for you, stats aren't everything. As long as you're strong, you can take down 10 guys like him without breaking a sweat. As soon as you finished speaking, you threw the hammer in your hand straight at him. He only managed to shout once before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, you happily said to him, "Is it already about to cry just from that?" He was trembling with rage, convinced that there was no way you could be that strong. And then, like a madman, he charged at you like a moth to a flame. At this moment, the string on his hand transformed into a long sword. The girl was not stupid enough to stand still and take the hit, a secret technique that he performed on the ring with his bare hands. He secretly thought that with his incredible skills like Superman Gao, this strike would tear through everything within the sword's reach, including your hands. As the sword swung towards your neck, the overwhelming power of the Numaha ring was unleashed. Crack! A sound of shattered steel echoed. At this moment, he seemed to no longer believe his eyes. His great sword, his magnificent sword, had shattered. His attack was stopped by just his hands. He kept ranting, thinking even expert spellbreakers would find it hard to break through such high mana techniques. He hadn't even had time to recover from the blow when you stepped forward and grabbed his collar, slamming him down, causing him to spit out a stream of bright red syrup. At this moment, you tell him to stop pretending because you've been very restrained in delivering that blow. You step closer and grab his shirt to lift him up, and he immediately raises his hand to grab your arm. He also praised him for his quick reaction, noting that he used the defensive skill called John ZZD to block your attack. That skill greatly limits his ability to defend himself, so normally he doesn't want to use it, but this time it saved his sorry ass. He had no other choice if he wanted to escape your control. He had to. While he was still thinking, you delivered a forceful, physical strike to his face, distorting his features in response. At this moment, he was panicking, unable to believe that you could break through his defense. Following that, a scene of action was carried out by you. You sit on top of him, delivering punch after punch without missing. His once innocent face is now battered and deformed, just like his rotten personality. At this point, he shouted at you that he would tell you everything you wanted to know, saying he had no other choice because his business wasn't doing well and he was just following orders, just a loyal dog. He thinks he's a good person because he hasn't hurt anyone. If you spare him, he'll give you the skills you need and tell you who ordered to take you away. But at this point, you no longer have much patience for him, and what he's saying is completely unnecessary. Immediately, another punch is thrown into his face. You told him that he is just a distraction for you. Right now, he's bitter, Buell, and secretly thinking that it was you who wanted to reveal everything, but now... Gasu, with a battered face from Hansu's hits, shouted loudly, "So what? I've told you everything I know." Hanzu looked at him with contempt, and he continued, "You beat me up and still want something else." "I only know that, Maju." Gasu kneels before Hanzu, Junrei says. "Quadratus is a cult organization that once worshipped the dragon, aside from their usual activities, in that area. They even hired other groups to do it. This time the mission was to spy on Hanzu, the one who completed the escort. In his memory, the one who entrusted the task was Gasmarel, from the Guide Society. The Guide Society. The Guide Society is an alliance of 6 guilds that jointly manage the 6 roots of the World Tree, and their control over these roots proves they are the strongest guilds." Hanzu ponders quietly. Should the guide not be under Miyamoto's control? So more than one guild is involved in this? You asked Gasu if they are also preparing to leave now? And the informant from the help center? Gasu nervously responded. Yes, some of the traders are involved, but this time I got the information directly from Gasmarel. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanzu exuded a heavy, ominous aura. You threaten Gasu that he's no longer valuable. Gasu quickly tries to save himself. Wait, there's more. The thing is, he smugly called Hanzu an idiot. All this time I was just acting. Do you know what the eye on my forehead is and what you've been doing? Hanzu, replying on his behalf, said that is the eye of envy, isn't it? Your answer surprised and stunned him, wondering how he knew. Gasu quickly agreed that with the heavenly eye, I can share my vision with others, and the person's location has been exposed. Hanzu said calmly and turned away. Afraid, so I guess I have to run. With that attitude, Gasu became even more smug and contemptuous, arrogantly believing that Casmaren was the leader guiding the forces, thinking he could escape you. But in reality, that arrogance was just hiding his underlying fear and anxiety. Since he had used it once before, he had to wait for the cooldown. But now the connection was back. Gasu just opened his mouth to say, "You're just like fish on a cutting board," when Hanzu delivered a punch to his stomach. The punch made his body unable to withstand it and gradually weaken. But before losing consciousness, he still muttered that, "You're a stubborn fool, I was talking." Then Gasu collapsed at Hanzu's feet, exhausted, and complaining that acting like this is really tiring. "I need to find a new supplier. The relics are forgotten. He has good stuff, and there's also this human mirror artifact." Not bad. Suddenly, a pure white bird appeared in the sky, circling around you. Hanzu looked up at the bird and complained that he had been spotted. "Gasu Muren, I don't remember who he is, so he's probably just a minor character, but the problem is, I'm busy right now." From afar behind Hanzu, the giant ancient trees roar loudly, and deep inside, there are more of those monsters. The boy calculates that there has been a Gurdas pack nearby recently. Gurdas are good. I will take them down before reinforcements arrive. The footsteps of the creatures thundered like thunder, indicating that more than one monster would appear. They resembled predatory dinosaurs with dark purple skin, glowing eyes in the night forest, sharp teeth, and bodies covered in spikes. Gurtas are pack-hunting monsters, the Gurtas chasing the 3 suspiciously dressed individuals. One of them orders everyone to use invisibility. All 3 of them used stealth magic and then appeared on the tree to escape from the pursuing Gurtas. They panted after a relentless chase. One of them, Chung Quadratus, spoke up, saying that he was exhausted and couldn't keep going, so I didn't want him to become bait anymore. Someone asked how many more Gurtas we need to hunt. Cheng said, as many as possible. They sat on the trees to escape from the pursuit of the fierce monsters below. However, since we need to breathe to use stealth, using it continuously is very difficult. For now, just lure them to the valley and we can rest before continuing. Cheng irritably asked casually, why does it take so long just to bring that rookie over? Someone replied that, do you mean Gazoo? The one who understood the question. Cheng looks tired, probably went out somewhere again while everyone else is working. Then he looks up at the sky. It turns out they saw the kingfisher that appeared at Hanzu's place now here. The bird lands on Cheng's hand, bringing the blue guy. Only one person could have detailed a kingfisher like this. It seems Cheng has realized something serious. He orders the other two to leave because there's an urgent message asking us to go to Kukuza Lake. From Gazoo's hazy perspective, as he regains consciousness, he sees Cheng loudly asking if you really plan to lose, you idiot. Gazoo sat up after a period of unconsciousness and said, luckily, I was unconscious in a low-toxin area. My leg almost burned off. What about him? Cheng replied. He knocked you out when I arrived, he was gone. Cheng frowned, thinking, you think he's a survivor inside the giant fish like you, but failed to capture a little brat and left us to clean up your mess. Damn it, Gazoo, my weapon. What the hell? Why are my wounds like this? Suddenly, a blurry memory appeared in his mind. Gazoo holding a packet of medicine and telling him to sleep a bit more. I will give you this gift in exchange, and in return, I will take your weapon. Cheng, what are you dazed about? Get up, we need to report back. Gazoo sitting on the ground holding his head, trying to remember something. Come on. I remember he said something. Cheng angrily retorts. So what if he did? Are you suffering from heat poison or what? He ordered someone else to carry him and we will return to the spaceship. Cheng raised both hands to create a messenger bird and said to be prepared. I will contact the nearby commander. Everyone stay alert. The messenger bird carrying blue signals is a support skill that helps travelers communicate. It can only send basic information clearly, but it seems his bird delivered the message to the designated spot and was then seized roughly by that person. The bird was destroyed by that person and disappeared into nothingness. The fools are pathetic. Morin coldly ordered to move out. Follow me. In an instant, Morin appeared at Cheng's location. Cheng hurriedly exclaimed that he arrived too quickly. I just sent the message. And Morin sternly ordered him to move aside. Morin sneers as he looks at Gasu sitting pitifully on the ground. Not bad at all, Jiang Gasu. You dare to show your face here after being beaten to a pulp by a rookie? Gasu accidentally blurted out his name, Cass Morin. Cass Morin is the leader and commander of the forces. Unexpectedly, he angrily punched Gasu in the stomach. Who do you think you are to dare say my name? Morin pressed against Gasu's chest, and I never thought Quadratus would become this useless. What do you plan to do with this mess? Cheng bowed his head to confess to Morin, we take responsibility. One of the subordinates discovered something and quickly reported to Morin that trouble was coming. Our herd of Gurtrash is gathering in the valley, escaping and heading here. Hundreds of Gurtrash following their trail, quickly approaching where Morin and his men are standing. How is that possible? Chemming nervously thought and calculated that once the Gurtrash pack ran away, they wouldn't be able to change direction. I exploited that trait to lure them into the valley. They were both surprised and confused about how they escaped the valley, just because we captured their child and led them here. Morin ponders and looks at Gasu's suspicious purple-banded wound. He calls Gasu an idiot and then stabs the knife into the unhealed wound, catching Gasu off guard. Gasu screams in pain, clutching his leg, Morin furious and cursing that you just brought more trash back. Morin pulls the medicine packet from Hanzu off Gasu's thigh, still attached to the blade. This is the blood of the Gurtrash. It will lure them here, and also contains the augmenting substance to boost its effect. If I don't use Erinan's blood, no one will know. Morin quietly assesses Hanzu as a new soldier just arrived in the area and knows the traits of Gurtrash to lure us in. Discovering something, he laughs loudly and says, this will be interesting. Morin orders that guy, bring Hanzu to me. I want to see what his face looks like. He looked down the boat in fear and worry, but there was a horde of Gurtrash below. The boat wouldn't last much longer. Morin, furious, repeats to him, clarifying that his violet-hued hand appears and says, I will handle things here, he worries. But Morin grabs his collar and threatens not to make him repeat himself, his hand radiating flames that spread to his collar. The young man was terrified and begged for help. Morin threatened to bring him here, or he would make him food for the Gurtrash. With a fierce and intimidating look, Morin said he would handle the situation here. Choose quickly. As he finished speaking, he threw a lemon onto the floor amid screams. Moren's whole body covered in purple light and lightning. In the palms of his hands, Moren was channeling magic, his eyes glaring fiercely. "If you think this is enough to stop me, you're very mistaken." A smug and deceitful expression appears on his face as he holds a magic orb he created. "I will make you regret this." Without hesitation, Moren unleashes his spell towards the screaming Gurtrash. Moren's magic caused an unprecedented explosion, debris flying everywhere and flames raging fiercely, leaving no chance for any Gurtrash to survive. The blast also reached where Hanzu was standing. "Based on what's happening, it seems my trap is working." Hanzu smirks. "I just bought myself a little more time. I need to keep moving." Hanzu stuck the bottle into the ground, then pulled it out. He looked at the Nanen bottle. "Is the nutrition here dried bones? Not eating for 2 days makes me so tired." The giant world trees with their massive roots are soaked in water. Nutrients flow through the roots. Some roots absorb toxic water and other substances to filter and detoxify. Hanzu told himself he must find nutrient-rich roots, but since the world trees died, the number of nutrient roots has decreased. "I have almost all the ingredients I need. Just the deep pond in the tunnel where Kukunja, the adult, lives remains. Where Hanzu is standing are giant tree seeds. This isn't a shallow water structure like here, so I need to build a bridge." He holds in his hand the black seed-like grains, which are the seeds of the giant lotus that absorb toxic water to grow into enormous leaves. Then he drops them into the water. The seed pods quickly sprouted when they touched water, then floated on the surface of the water, forming giant lotus leaves. Hanzu jumped down and used the leaves to cross the river quickly and smoothly. "You draw the green sword from Gasu, it will be easier to guide it upward, like I will go myself." As soon as you finish speaking, the bull-headed monsters emerge from the water to attack the leaves where Hanzu is standing, starting the battle. In another place, Moren stands amidst chaos surrounded by a sea of fire and the bodies of Gurtas defeated by Gata. Gata asks Zeiko if Boku has delivered the message yet. Gata turned back to her and she replied that she was still on her way to deliver the message. Moren changed direction and told Gasu that even the strongest reconnaissance skills could only be used once a month, yet Hanzu was wasting it. Gata grabbed Gasu's shirt and threatened that if he didn't take the lead, they would throw him into the deadly sea, along with Hanzu and Quadratus. Moren stood up and told Zaito to take him to the last location. Zaito remained still and asked if he planned to go alone. Gata quickly laughed and said teasingly, "Yeah, hunting with your own hands is really fun." Moren muttered to himself as a warning to Hanzu, "Don't even think about running." Beneath the giant roots, where Hanzu had created those enormous leaves, his face turned pale, his breath became irregular, and his body wavered. Hanzu reminded himself that his remaining strength was almost gone. Looking at the massive creature lying exhausted on the water's surface, Hanzu thought this was the last Kukunza heart he needed, unaware that someone far away was preparing to shoot him with a bow. As the arrow was almost released, Hanzu felt danger from behind and shivered. The same arrow grazed his body, but luckily he turned his head aside, causing the arrow to pierce the creature Hanzu had just slain, and its immense power shattered its flesh into 1,000 pieces. It turns out that the one shooting the arrow at me is Chang, who angrily says he missed. Hanzu uses the arrow he just fired to gauge that his aiming skill is precise and hard to dodge. Before he could recover, Chang shot out more powerful explosive arrows. Hanzu thought quickly and swung his sword to deflect all the arrows heading toward him. However, the arrows still wounded his arm. Damn it. The wound and Hanzu's blood from the injury dripped heavily in large drops. Drop by drop, it falls into the water, creating a chaotic situation. The monsters become more aggressive and frenzied because of Hanzu's blood, and they rush to attack him. The wound on your arm makes you look really miserable as you dodge attacks from the monsters. Realizing they've gone crazy because of the smell of blood, it's complicated. On Chang's side, he notices the monsters going berserk because of Hanzu's actions. He is annoyed. "You damn bastard, the Kukunja are going crazy and making everything harder. Hey, we're here to help. Go down there and catch him." He ordered Miller, who was also from Quadratus, which surprised her and made her ask what's going on. "He told me to go down to the Kukunja swamp, but the water splashing would ruin my hair." Chang angrily shouted at Miller that if he didn't do it now, he would run away, and they only chase after the bleeding target. What is she afraid of that makes her hold her arm and obey? "All right, don't complain about her having wrinkles," Chang warned. "I'm sending these guys, you handle him, got it? We need to capture him alive." Miller responded by jumping onto the lake surface where Hanzu was struggling with his wounds, then capturing him alive if possible. She drew a sharp knife from her side, not joking with Hanzu. "You have to make me happy until both of us are exhausted." Seeing her show signs of attacking, Chang coordinated with others to support Miller, just ensuring he wouldn't run. The murderous aura emanating from Miller showed she was very serious about fighting Hanzu. "It's been a long time since I had such a proper battle like this." She flickered and darted like a leaf on the wind, rushing toward Hanzu with excitement while Miller kept launching attacks, and he held his ground to defend himself. Suddenly, a monster rushes to attack him. Hanzu spins around, raises his sword to defend, then swiftly takes down the creature in one strike. One chaos after another, leaving no time for him to breathe. Miller appeared from behind, staring somewhere. Handsome guy. When the blade was close to Hansu's face, he realized that she was not holding back, and Hanzu quickly turned to dodge the attack. Then you quickly swung your leg to kick Miller in the side, causing him to be injured and thrown away from Hanzu, but she was still able to stand up and defend herself quickly. Even though she was about to collapse, she was still quite formidable. Miller rushes forward, blood at the corner of her mouth, arrogantly saying, "I have to teach you a lesson for making my face scarred." She has no intention of letting Hanzu go easily. "I won't go easy on you even if you surrender." Hanzu's face shows exhaustion as he carefully considers Miller's actions and attitude. She approaches each time the little ones go crazy over blood, knowing that if she causes chaos, it will be very dangerous. He considers the current situation from his perspective and that of his opponent, realizing that the advantage is with her and that the longer the fight lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. Thinking in a different direction, he comes up with an idea. So why not make a small change, as he tightly grips the sword's hilt. You hold the hilt of the sword tightly, and Miller notices a change in Hansu's movement and attitude. It turns out Hanzu has extended the blade, transforming it into a whip to attack Miller. Miller deflected the attack and mockingly said, "What? I thought you were very smart, but turns out you're not that impressive." She smirked at him. "That unshaped sword isn't Kazua's weapon. You shouldn't be so obvious about others' weapons." Then she looked down at her wound with satisfaction. But Miller, shocked, realized it was more serious than she thought. What, the wound isn't healing? Why is it getting bigger without her noticing? And her own blood is dripping into the water. Lost in her injury, the monster from the water suddenly lunged at her, catching her off guard and making her scream in panic. Che looked down from above, confused about what Miller was doing, urgently reminding her, "What are you doing?" "Seize the opportunity. It's just a little blood. Miller is surrounded by monsters with no escape." "Scared," Chung replied. "They are smelling my blood," Hanzu sneered, holding a special power in his hand, the Numaha ring, the second ability, bleeding. Miller is still fighting madly against the monsters, unaware that his recent attack was actually the second power unlocked when boosting the red number. Don't think it's just normal bleeding. Continuous blood loss in battle causes confusion of mind and exhaustion of the body. Hanzu thought to himself, maintaining the bleeding consumes a lot of magic, so he wants to avoid using it. But the monsters here are going crazy over blood, which is the current situation. Seeing Miller surrounded by monsters, he quickly turns around and leaves. "I can get out of here now." He saw that the situation was unstable and ordered his subordinates to quickly come to the rescue. "You fools, go help her now." He raised his sword and shield because if he lost sight of him here, Cass Moren wouldn't let us go, and I can't face that again. Each magic arrow is shot out quickly towards the target. He informs the others, "I will deal with Kukunza, so just focus on hitting Hanzu." Through him, all the subordinates charged at Hanzu, and he took out a mysterious object from his pocket, mocking his opponent. "So tough? I'll give you all a gift." Suddenly, the head of a monster fell between the group and him. Miller cut it off, but he still thought it was Hanzu fleeing. "That won't work on me." Looking back, she realized, blood. Could this be Gurtas's head? Hanzu warns her that Gurtas's blood is a perfect scent to drive Kukunza crazy. They won't think much and will rush straight at her. He continued, imagining what they would do if her body was covered in Gurtas's blood, waiting for the crazy monsters to rush at Miller. The girl and her henchman froze in place, the madman, while Hanzu watched from above, amused as they struggled against the monsters, enjoying the chaos. Hanzu gently touches the tree trunk, noticing that this tree is also withered. Based on the surrounding objects, he worries that if this continues, everywhere will become barren when the rescue arrives, as the damage spreads quickly, so he needs to check above as well. Hanzu saw that the situation didn't look good, sighed anxiously, hoping it wasn't too far away, expecting things to be easier after the fortress area, and kept checking the nearby area while silently cursing Ken Dien, thinking that if he encountered a real fight, it would be worth it. In another place, a group of bandits is oppressing the pilgrims, and their leader sneers at the few who are from the heavens, mocking them for falling into their territory, calling them fools because this is their domain. The group being captured begged for mercy, but the lower level has no nutrients left at all. We're at our limit. Even the rescue liquids have run out. Please be merciful to us. Instead of explaining, they turned the blame back on why you didn't manage the resources better. This level belongs to our guild. The leader holding a knife looked fierce and threatening at the others. "Do you young rookies dare to fight us for it?" He said new recruits usually have to go hungry. Everyone felt resentful, but no one dared to speak up. In their thoughts, they felt it was hard enough just to get here, and what awaited them was a barren world tree. Of course, the lower branches had no nutrients, while the upper branches were full of nutrients, but also occupied by monsters, and every time they tried to climb, they were blocked by a gang. Were they really going to starve to death? Suddenly, the leader shouted fiercely, "Who are you? When did you arrive?" attracting the attention of others. He just scolded the opponent to go away when he was struck in the stomach. One of the pilgrims recognized the hero who saved them and asked who he was. The man recognized you as Kang Hanzu, the one who defeated the leader of the bandits. His subordinates saw this and shouted for others to run quickly. He defeated the captain in a single blow. Let's retreat. The pilgrims were overjoyed and eager. They ran away. And now we can be proud. I never thought I would feel grateful for this. They all united and used their own water bottles to drink, eating quickly. And Johann was grateful to Hanzu for resolving the issue in just a moment. As he gathered nutrients, he approached and asked Kang Hanzu if he was Kang Hanzu, saying it's been a long time since they last met. Hanzu jumped in front of Johann and asked if he knew him, but he said he didn't remember, even though they had traveled together on that ship. Johann then asked what he's been up to lately, saying this was the first time he's seen him since that day. He was very grateful to Hanzu, but it didn't really matter. It was just good to see you again, thank you, otherwise we all would have starved. The boy casually replied that he just wanted to eat too, so go ahead and eat freely. Johann, seeing this, asks Hanzu for a favor. Can I ask you one more thing? You know him, right? Even if he doesn't say it out loud, maybe he doesn't like getting involved in these matters. The desperation on Johann's face, pushed to the limit, shows. The ship we used before, we need it. He explained that all the paths were blocked, so we needed to use the ship. But before Johann could finish, Hanzu immediately refused. No way. He turned and walked away, leaving Johann very confused, repeatedly explaining to Hanzu that it wasn't just a request, that the supplies here could run out at any moment, and the fish at the disaster are destroying the outside, so we should use the ship to go up. Hanzu reassures him that it won't be a problem for long and everything will be settled soon. As he plucks a flower bud, he reminds Johann that they will be safer here and shouldn't consider going up. Johann, upset, asks Hanzu what he's talking about. Hanzu threatened Johann that he would kill him, confidently declaring that he would use the ship to destroy the disaster, fish attacking the world tree, and that he would personally kill the disaster fish, so Johann need not worry about dying. Johann stepped forward anxiously, not knowing what you meant, but since you've done so many unbelievable things, maybe it's true. I just want to ask you one thing before you leave. Why do you try so hard to save everyone? Johann's question made Hanzu hesitate for a moment. Even he wondered, why do I need to save humanity as many as possible? That's the reason I came back. After answering that question, you pause and doubt yourself. But do I really want this? Johann sees you hesitate and asks Hanzu, why did you stop? Hanzu turned back and threw a stone to Johann. He explained that it was a mimic stone and would be useful, so just keep it, then turned around and walked away. Johann hurriedly called after him, "Hey, catch the stone!" Johann wondered why he looked like that. Holding the stone Hanzu gave him, Johann thought to himself, he really is unbelievable. He remembers the story, but just like that time when he got the ship for us, back then we also thought he was only talking about impossible things. But Hanzu is the kind of person who can make those things happen. Deep inside, Johann thought maybe this time it was possible. He had given himself hope. Hanzu's hurried footsteps echoed. He runs while thinking, running is natural for humans for survival, so why do I feel strange? Uncle Tam is doing what needs to be done. Hanzu runs to where Sophia is standing and calls out to her loudly, "Sophia." Hanzu arrived where she was standing. "You came early. Do you have all the materials?" Sophia replied that 2 items are still missing, but I came here just in case. Hanzu replied, "Not bad." Sophia pressed him, looking very worried. "Is something wrong?" Hanzu's face showed confidence, but he still reassured her that, "It's nothing. We're being followed by a few people. Did you notice?" Sophia nervously placed her hand on her back. "Yes, Quadratus, they're targeting you, which is also why they're after me." Hanzu hesitated and looked away. "Yeah, I've encountered them. Cass Morin is looking for me." Sophia asked in surprise, "Morin? Why is the commanding officer of the leading assault team the one guiding us?" I explained that I had temporarily lost him, but since he's quite experienced, he'll catch up soon. Sophia was a bit anxious and reminded Hanzu that he was not just an ordinary enemy. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight him one-on-one. Hearing this, Hanzu reached out to her and made a proposal, "So let's work together." He proposed a plan. One would keep gathering materials, while the other would serve as bait for Cass Morin. Sophia couldn't understand what Hanzu was thinking. He didn't realize that the guide was one of the ruling factions in the Red Zone. That organization is not only large in scale, but also composed of seasoned soldiers who have lived in the Red Zone for years, all strong enough to escape from the Red Zone, and among them, the assault team is the most brutal. Cass Morin is the commander. Hanzu is turned away from her. She advises him that we must fight him together. Sophia trusts that we should continue gathering materials before they realize we're here. I need to hurry. Hanzu hesitated to speak. It will be difficult. I left the artifact there, but given the current situation. Based on your guess, they've already caught on. In another place, Johann is being threatened by a man choking him. It's Morin, and on the ground, the people he beat are lying scattered. Morin says, I will give you fools a choice. Do you want to burn or suffer to death? One hand squeezing Johann's neck, the other casting fire magic, threatening him or wanting to peacefully leave after telling me where Hanzu is. Johann grabs the hand choking him, while Yunzi, the stone Hanzu gave him, glows near his pants. He silently wondered how he didn't notice him arriving and how he could have brought so many people here so quickly. Around them, bodies piled up like mountains, and Johann, scared, heard Yunzi say they didn't know who they were. Johann told Morin that he had the wrong person, which only fueled his anger even more. Suddenly, Morin released his grip on Johann's neck, causing him to involuntarily lean back. Trying to catch his breath, Johann lay sprawled on the ground, coughing uncontrollably, as the girl leaned down and asked if his name was Johann. Before he could answer, Morin touched Johann's head, then with terrifying strength grabbed and slammed his head into the ground, mocking the new spirit without understanding what was happening. After hitting him, the pain flared up again, and Johann's head was bleeding like a fountain. Morin, furious, cursed loudly. He pointed to his nose with his remaining hand and asked if you knew it was lying, making your smell worse. I know it passed through Hiji or trying to locate Aranin. That's my tracking skill. Thanks to Morin's ability, he detected Hanzu's blue trail. It erased its tracks, but I can still smell what it left behind. Morin raised a blood-stained bundle and said its mistake was leaving this trace, even though it tried to lure me into a trap. Johann collapsed on the ground, trembling with fear and exhaustion, as Morin threw away the bundle and demanded to get to the main matter. He asked sharply where Hanzu was, causing Johann to panic and tremble before his authority. But you still insist on pretending you're innocent. I really don't know. Morin knows you're lying. You still have that sneaky smell, so be it. Then cast the fire spell. Your eyes flash with cruelty. Die! Morin raises his hand high, ready to strike down Johann. Then suddenly, he froze. Johann hurriedly backed away in fear. Then he laughed mischievously. Morin turned around, looking elsewhere, chuckling. I can smell it now. From afar, a tall figure appears. It's Hanzu, and Morin's excitement erupts. Hanzu approaches, smirking, and asks if you're looking for her. Morin stood a distance away, confirming if you really were Hanzu, but Hanzu's body could see through him. You challenged him to come find you, and just as you said that, Morin suddenly kicked straight into your face. He threw you to the ground and mocked that you were just a distraction. So this was just an illusion you created. It's a simple clone made by the illusion stone, probably in Gasu's possession. Morin picks up the stone Johann is holding, confirming that the idiot has been completely robbed. Luckily, the smell still hasn't disappeared. He's excited after Hanzu's taunting, and even if it's just a lure, I'm ready to chase after you. At that moment, Johann was struggling on the ground, looking very distressed. He heard Morin's words and couldn't help but worry more for Hanzu. At Kukunza Breeding Lake, a place created solely for reproduction, Hanzu is sitting on the giant ancient trees, which are formed by uprooting the outer parts of the world tree and filling them with nutrient liquids that nearly balance the toxic upstream waters. You check your body, appreciating the nutrients you drank earlier are working well, and your wounds are healing. Hanzu notices the strange, seemingly illusionary aura has disappeared. Are you here now? So you figured out that Morin ran here, huh? He stepped forward just to tease you into running away, right? Holding some kind of insect in his hand, Morin thought that finally, with a cowardly rat like you, he would get what he wanted. Hanzu also didn't back down, arrogantly retorting, You should be grateful. Your snout is even worse than I thought. Without me pulling it out, you wouldn't find me. Morin asked back what you were talking about. He sneered at your words, then suddenly burst out laughing like a hilarious story. Morin raises both hands to cast fire magic and prepares to attack, joking that you're very entertaining and funny. Let's see if your skull is as hard as they say. Then Morin gets into a stance, seemingly ready to strike at any moment, warning that if you don't, you'll burn to ashes at my hands. Hanzu accepted the taunt and then reached into his pocket to grab something, but suddenly he turned and ran away, calling back that today wasn't the right time and to play hide-and-seek again next time, catching the other off guard. Morin was furious, shouting at the bastard. "How dare you run right in front of me immediately?" He charged after him. "Do you think I'll let you escape my sight?" As he ran, Morin transformed into a blazing red fireball, then threw the fireball toward Hanzu, the powerful fire spell rushing forward rapidly, heading straight for SSS. Hanzu quickly spun to dodge that powerful spell, then threw the precious beads he had taken from his pocket into the water to counter Morin. It turns into a giant leaf, and you assess that the toxin level in the breeding pond is very low, so it won't last long. Hanzu quickly steps onto the leaves to escape, meaning as long as he gets in, he's safe. Morin chases into the water. "Think you can escape by running into the water?" He keeps shooting fireballs at Hanzu, challenging him to step out and fight hand to hand. The two chase each other across the water on giant leaves. Hanzu saw Morin chasing after him, and he thought it was a good opportunity. He had caught him now. Then Hanzu drew his green sword, using the blade dipped in Gotas's bodily fluids. He raised his sword and cut into his palm, planning to add his blood to enhance the scent. Hansu's blood dripped into the water, calculating that the smell would attract the kukunja, which were tense during their breeding season. Immediately, the monsters submerged in the water surface quickly surfaced to avoid Hansu's attack. He knew this would provoke them to surface, making it easier to catch them, and then they turned toward Morin, who was chasing Hanzu, the one who dared to invade their nest. Morin was not afraid at all. Gata reacted immediately. "Is that all you've got? It seems you don't know what else to do. Do you think I would stop chasing you just because of the kukunja?" The three monsters charged at Gata, and Morin already had fireballs ready to counterattack. Gata cast the firewall spell, flames rushing toward the monsters, confidently saying, "I just need to burn them all and tear them apart." "Flesh from the monsters falls in chunks," Morin arrogantly says. "I haven't told you yet. I only need to eliminate them." Hanzu remains unfazed. Instead, his face shows a triumphant and contemptuous expression. Gata stops and points at you, Hanzu. "Your running won't change anything, so why don't you try to chase after me?" Hanzu calmly replies, "That makes sense," and Morin, surprised, asks, "What are you pretending to be so calm for?" Hanzu assessed the current situation, knowing that in water, nothing beats the breath of Ahan. "Morin will definitely chase me into the lake. You tell Morin to take care of himself while returning my stuff. Then you dive straight into the lake before Morin can react. What the hell?" He underestimated Hanzu just because he's stupid, thinking I wouldn't dare follow him into the water? Morin immediately casts fire magic. "If I just sit still and wait, he'll have to surface for air eventually, but I prefer to hunt than sit around waiting." Then he kept launching continuous attacks into the river to see how long you could resist. Hanzu swam deep into the riverbed. Morin's fireballs headed straight for him without any obstacle from the water's resistance. Hanzu was sure he intended to keep throwing everything until he surfaced. If he did, he would be burned alive at that moment. "I know I can't use dragon energy because I have no magic left, but I already prepared for this." Hanzu has a backup plan, which is the Aham bag, where air is kept inside the flower bud, causing it to explode when the resin flows, and I can hold out for a while with this. From beneath the water, the silhouettes of two massive monsters emerged, roaring loudly as they swiftly headed toward the surface, and Hanzu quickly dodged. Knowing their traits well, he devised another plan. Kukunza's enemies aren't limited to just calamity fish. Finding monsters with such a terrible smell that approaching them is nearly impossible was not difficult at all. Hanzu takes out the Aham gallbladder from his bag, a monster organ with a terrible smell that even Kukunza would avoid, then crushes it to spread its scent in the water, causing the monsters to quickly detect this unique aroma. Because it is so horrifying, all the monsters swiftly stay away from where Hanzu is swimming, and he is confident that he can eliminate the threat with this. Thanks to his calm knowledge, Hanzu quickly swam towards their nest. He knew Kukunza mixed poison with nutrients during birth, and they diluted it to form the nest. Their nests all lead to the toxic sea. I have to get there quickly. From behind, Morel uses a magic wire to form a protective circle around himself. Underwater, he throws a powerful attack directly at Hanzu without any hesitation. Hanzu is worried he's coming, even though this is a fire spell. The attack can still be seen more clearly underwater. Morel's attack quickly injured Hanzu's arm. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, which slightly weakened him but still had an impact. Thinking along a different direction, Hanzu saw this as an opportunity to counterattack. Then he spun around, throwing out the elongated green sword he had shaped, striking towards Morel. He realizes this weapon is the artifact Gasu used. Morel suddenly says that with your forgotten sword, that kid can't handle it, but I will take it. Suddenly, he started to struggle for breath, and his body couldn't keep up. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to breathe. No way, the artifact must be working. Isun. No way! Hanzu seized the opportunity and swung his sword at him. Suddenly, a rope appeared from his sword in Hanzu's hand. So while Morel was unprepared, he used the sword to steal the magic cord from him and put it around his neck. Morel realized that the more Hanzu, "Do you dare to steal my creation?" Hanzu retorted, "I haven't told you yet. Lucky me, you're dead." Hanzu clenched the green sword tightly. The sword swung towards Morel, who confidently held his ground and said arrogantly that he would trade something for him. As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently, swirling with a powerful energy. Numaha's second might. The flexible sword shot forward like a gust of wind, wrapping tightly around Morel's arm and causing bleeding. He gritted his teeth, his face twitching violently in pain. Just then Chukunja roared fiercely from behind. Morel's face darkened. He immediately released his stance, stepped back to avoid Q-Hup, spun around, and used his remaining hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power to counterattack, then abandoned the rest. Morel looked around with a restless gaze, clearly annoyed that the creatures in the nest had all scattered out now, really frustrating. The man's hand gently lifted. Gathering spiritual power into a whirlpool, retreat was necessary, but before disappearing completely, Morel clenched his fist tightly, grinding his teeth inwardly. "This isn't over yet, Hanshu." Hanshu naturally followed the figures back to the murky water's edge. Luckily, he gave up early. At the bottom, the glowing rocks shimmered softly. Now he has what he needs. Time to go back. He turned around and headed toward a hidden cave ladder in the cliff, realizing she had been waiting for a long time. In front, a faint purple light shimmered, turning the cliff into mysterious colors, her long hair fluttering in the cold wind, Sopaya's eyes calm and steady. She immediately spoke into the silent space. "This seems to be the final showdown." And just then she remembered this is where she first met Kang Hanshu. Her worried face was clearly reflected in her trembling eyes, her hands unconsciously checking again, wondering when he would finally arrive here. She should have fought the guide, hoping he's okay. Sophia adjusted her glasses and looked around carefully. But where is the ship she mentioned? I don't see anything nearby. The dark cliffs and the calm water below are strangely still. There must be many people searching for a ship that can hold 500 people. If he didn't call out because he couldn't find the ship, then so be it. The water below suddenly surged violently like crashing waves, a hint of disappointment flickering. "But if I suggest a 30-seat boat, I have one." She quickly turned her head back, her eyes instantly shifting to alert, and a massive ship appeared like a fortress. Sophia had to raise her hand to steady herself and step back half a step before standing firm, feeling bewildered and wondering where this ship came from. At that very moment, a figure appeared on the ship's railing, and she arrived just in time. Hanzu casually leans against the railing with a relaxed expression and says, "Let's go. We'll depart soon." The massive boat slowly glides away as the sunrise rises, with the first rays spilling over the horizon. Sophia stood hidden in a corner of the ship, quietly observing the scene, unable to believe you would think of hiding the ship beneath such a deadly sea. Whether you're an idiot or a genius. She turned to look, her eyes showing confusion mixed with curiosity, wondering where you found those ancient scripts. You forced an awkward smile, somewhat resigned, as if from a friend, even though they didn't really want to help. "But thanks to them, my demon tower reached its peak," Sophia said with a hint of sarcasm, her expression calm. "But the important thing is, how did you do it?" Hadu Trot Kung paused, his eyes turning puzzled. What does she mean? Her long hair swayed in the cold wind, her eyes calm. "I want to talk about the method of using the divine seed. The divine seed can only be found at Lake Kukuza, so it's very difficult to obtain." Sophia looked directly at him with a heavy tone and said, "At first glance, it's hard to tell it will sprout when it falls into the poisonous water, and you've only recently arrived in the red zone." The light from her glasses flickered as she asked straightforwardly, "How do you know so much about the monsters and the ecosystem here? And those stats I see are from the librarian's perspective." The system notifications appeared clearly, with an average red index of 13% and strength of 14%, indeed high compared to the male traveler, but still not enough. Sophia looked directly at Hanshu, her eyes showing a hint of suspicion. A pile of items that even a typical red zone traveler wouldn't dare consider using. With modest stats but his knowledge, you become contemplative, tightly gripping the item, crafting something stronger, or creating a new object. Hanshu's sharp eyes looked straight ahead, his determined voice ringing out, commanding to optimize the initial item. The screen immediately displays messages. Formula Red Zone 1614, Basic Flame Potion, a crystallization of alchemy and craftsmanship for humanity. Then he calmly turns to face her, a proud smile on his lips, not many but with countless ways to use it, holding the key to confronting the calamity. She immediately sighed, looking doubtful, and said she was trying to poison the calamity fish for the first time I heard about it. Hanzu was momentarily stunned by the sharp and precise words. Even with the librarian skills, I couldn't see the formula clearly. And Hanzu, what are you hiding? His lips curl into a slight sneer, his tone mocking. I also want to ask her. She is momentarily stunned, her face incredulous, shocked. Why is it that you, who need to protect your position, are running out here because of the disaster? Sophia hesitated to speak, unable to say a word. Then Hanzu interrupted smoothly, standing up casually. But it's over now. His calm gaze met hers, lips trembling. It's coming. And suddenly the water stilled unnaturally. The enormous creature quietly emerged, and the system screen immediately announced the destruction of the disaster fish. It silently watched the ship from afar, the massive boat slowly gliding by, with Hanzu standing calmly on the deck. With a nonchalant look, she knew the way in, Sophia calmly observed. Qin Quiet spoke up. Yes, if there are no issues, then we can sneak through its net. Your eyes immediately turned sharp, a hint of scheming flashing through. They are almost here. Hanzu's face becomes serious, his voice low and warning. From now on you must obey me absolutely, or I will leave you behind. Her back showed a brief moment of contemplation, her voice firm. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. Sophia looked straight ahead, her fist clenched tightly. As long as I kill the disaster fish, it doesn't matter who you are. Her eyes turned resolute, her tone teasing. My goal is to kill that fish, and I only cooperate with you for that reason. A slow, smug smile spread across Hanzu's lips. You made the right choice. Don't worry. You speak firmly with confident eyes. I will keep my promise. The big waves crash against the boat. Hanzu briefly ponders. I will start changing the red zone bit by bit to build a foundation for my survival in the future. There's no second chance left, so I have to succeed this time. The space is so cramped and unusually quiet. Suddenly, arrows tore through the wind, rushing toward the ship, which immediately spun wildly, and the waves roared fiercely. On the deck, Sophia lost her balance and her body started to sway. The arrows pierced through, creating holes in the hull, which took a direct hit. If this keeps up, we'll lose. Morin arrogantly stomps on the ship's hull, threatening coldly, you little brats hiding on this beautiful ship. A cruel smile spreads across his face as Morin's eyes suddenly turn red with madness. Shouting fiercely, bring that thing here. The sharp, piercing sound rings out, and I've prepared a special weapon just for you. The man's fierce and arrogant expression declares, let's see how much this ship can withstand. A series of arrows continue to pierce through the wind and attack the ship. Immediately, it became unsteady, shaking violently. Hanzu and Sophia desperately tried to keep their balance. She hurriedly spoke, her face pale with worry. We have to attack them. The boy quickly raised his hand to stop her, his eyes determined. No, wait, Sophia raised her eyebrows and questioned. Did you hear what I just said? If we wait, it will be too late. If we keep taking hits like this, the giant fish is very sensitive to magic. He slowly outlined a plan, his eyes full of implication, knowing that even a decisive blow to sink the boat wouldn't affect the fish. She also knew it only reacted to magic or skills. The giant disaster fish surfaced, causing the water to churn violently, likely due to the magic power from the world tree, and just a small movement could be deadly when close to it. Hanzu's eyes flickered with hesitation, a determined look on his face. We are indeed at a disadvantage, Sophia exclaimed in panic. So what should we do? Her face grew anxious, her complexion pale. Am I here just to waste my efforts? Is there anything else I can do? Don't worry. The disadvantage I mentioned is that we don't have a suitable method to fight back against long-range enemies, without using skills. Sophia hesitated for a moment, shivering slightly. If I can't do it myself, calling for help will do. He used another crafted item. The rain of arrows still tore through the wind in relentless attacks. Should I lure them away? But with so many, just holding them off a little longer would be enough. A moment later, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, a look of smugness. Well then, time to go fishing. She also became more confident, her eyes determined. I have decided to trust you. Let's do this. At this moment, the ship was completely destroyed. Morel arrogantly watched and declared boldly that the ship would soon sink to the bottom of the sea, and it seemed that guy was nothing special. I'll gather the remaining resources and force him to jump into the sea himself. Trang Huang's worried look and anxious tone ring out, but honestly, what are they planning on the other side? The wooden crates are being thrown one after another, a hint of confusion and suspicion in their expression. Are they just throwing something into the sea, or is it a trap? The man shouted sharply, destroy them all, break everything in your way immediately. And the two on the ship staggered, struggling to hold on, pushed back almost to the limit. At this moment, an arrow shot straight into the wooden crate, and he let out a relieved sigh, saying triumphantly, "I can smell it now." The water started to ripple, and the look in the disaster fish's eyes immediately changed. On this side, Morel stands panicked, looking terrified, as the kraken with its giant tentacles surrounds the ship. We're trapped, it's targeting us. The sounds of clashes echo loudly. The water surface trembles violently. Morel's face turns pale with fear. Veins bulge on his neck. A kraken? Usually it doesn't come close to the surface. Gasu casually touches the ship's hull, looking indifferent. If we don't deal with it quickly, the disaster fish will dive deep again. I need to get inside its maw before that happens. The small boat is stranded in the middle of the water. If we stay here, we'll lose their trail. Suddenly, a determined voice rings out, sword clenched in hand. "I will handle things here." Eicho coldly unleashes a series of strikes, her sword slicing through the wind to cut across the kraken, which thrashes violently in pain, causing the water to churn fiercely. He stands proudly and calmly orders, "Veicho, if you're ready, let's go. We've wasted enough time here." She immediately responded seriously and calmly, "Yes, I understand." Morin sat with a sinister grin, gripping his head and warning him not to be distracted. Focus on leading the way. His voice was full of implication, cold and sharp. The sudden appearance of the kraken was clearly out of place. "Are you really planning to keep sneaking around until the end?" The sea is rising. People are shouting in panic. The disaster fish is diving now. Hold on tight. The water surface is turbulent, but the ship remains steadfast. Moren raises an eyebrow and sighs in admiration. "It's amazing to sleep underwater. Being inside its fish maw keeps me completely dry." Gasu's face suddenly paled as he spoke heavily, because inside the creature of disaster, a mysterious power is permeating. Look, the ship is slowly heading straight ahead, through the path inside the creature of disaster. He paused thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing with scrutiny. "I just need to go straight down this route, right?" He calmly watched the massive piece of flesh slowly moving, which will shift a lot before it closes. "I just need to pay close attention to avoid it." Behind, Retro spoke slowly, with a heavy tone of advice. "Commander Casmoren, instead of chasing Kang Hanzu, we should prioritize this mission." Everyone froze, their faces changing slightly, and I'm sure you also know that we need to gather the experienced adventurers heading to Quadratus. Morin immediately slammed his hand on the ship's hull, his tone sharp and annoyed. "I know, no rush since we're already inside the disaster fish. We can't get out anyway." He slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with deadly intent, so she thought, what could a guy like him do without a guide? If we don't encounter his corpse along the way, that would be strange. Inside the belly of the catastrophe fish, the stomach is a small space where everything it eats is dumped, forming a large island surrounded by a desolate scene. His body tensed briefly, but there was no prison. The group quickly moved ashore amid ruins. Morel's gaze slowly surveyed, a murderous intent emanating. The flow of magic distorted, making it hard to sense anything. But his expression twisted, his face changing. Secretly annoyed, he turned back and still didn't like this place. Behind us, the questions and complaints keep coming. "Look, Quadratus, there are ships destroyed and corpses half decomposed. Here, we didn't pay to see this, right?" Gasu stands proudly, relaxedly sighing. It seems you don't understand. This is a wonderful place, a blessing bestowed by the disaster itself. This is the highlight." His heavy footsteps moved forward. The only thing truly absorbed in the stomach of the catastrophe was the essence of the World Tree. This is where the remnants of Elfenheim, the founders of the World Tree, gather. Scattered terrifying skeletons appear around, hiding a crucial treasure inside the calamity. Gasu suddenly laughs wildly, looking insane. If so many people are buried here, what do you think happened to the creations they possessed? The shimmering necklace makes everyone stop in their tracks. It's understandable. The only reason I survived this hell is because of what I found here. If you want to help us grow stronger, everyone's eyes change, their expressions becoming crazed. If you're willing to bring disaster upon them with the members of Quadratus, all your wishes will come true. A chorus of shouts echoes, "Quadratus forever." He then raises both hands high, speaking with a subtle tone. "Thanking the disaster for this blessing, Quadratus will always welcome you." Suddenly, a figure appears behind him. "Please do not use any attacks or loud noises. If they hear, they might have to run away quickly." Gasu still immersed in his arrogance, looking smug. "As long as you follow Quadratus's guidance, you can enjoy it." "How loud do you think the noise is?" he confidently declared, with a firm voice. "Don't worry, it would take a full explosion to wake them up." Hearing that, a slight smirk appeared on Hanzu's lips, his voice mocking, "A big explosion." The ship immediately rocked violently, the water surged fiercely, and he stood proudly, raising his voice confidently. "Is this how it's done? The boat is under attack, cracks spreading, people panicking and losing their balance. Hanzu frowns, appearing indifferent. Just in time, Sokya. Gasu's eyes turned red with fury, about to lash out in frustration but was stopped. This isn't good. Morel lost control, his voice rising sharply. Hanzu? You! He sneered proudly, looking down on him, finally bringing himself to die at my hands. Morel was furious and turned back in frustration. What's wrong with you? Get lost. And at that moment, he panicked and retreated. Damn it, they're starting to move. The screech of weapons grinding sends a shiver down the spine as the undead knight suddenly rises, a cold, murderous intent emanating around him. The cursed Galadriel army slowly advances, weapons clenched tightly, and those deadly figures begin to move. Gasu immediately trembled, sweat pouring down his face. So they really came. The forces of Elf Enheim sent to defeat the catastrophe from the past. Their fierce and aggressive appearances, the Galadriel army cursed by the original, the terrifying undead knights, everyone froze in place as they launched their attack. He swung his sword to defend himself, a loud yell of frustration echoing. He only said that, I need to take the artifact from the past disaster. The sound of metal clashing screeched sharply. No one has ever mentioned such a thing before. Suddenly, the ghost knight was pushed back and caught fire. Morel coldly looked at the fallen body and sneered. Even cheap tricks require the right skills to use. The man waved dismissively with an arrogant look, attacking and defeating the scattered evil spirits, then stood firm as the unified shouts of "Yes, Commander!" echoed. One by one, the ghostly knights fell, as his hand slowly gathered spiritual energy into a swirling vortex. Morel smiled fiercely, the death spiral of energy exploding in a tumultuous surge. The raging flames immediately engulf everything, burning each one to ashes. My firewall technique can burn through anything. Dandong cheers amidst the applause, shouting excitedly as the commanding voice of the leader guides them. He defeated them with ease. Amid the crowd, he stood frozen in place, stunned. No. They won't lose that easily. Around the ruins, the ghostly soldiers moved silently. Gasu's face instantly changed, eyes filled with horror. They are the guards of this place. Calamities and heavy hands touched their heads. The Galadrian army, cursed by the law of the original, stood up with killing intent spreading. Their bodies allowed them to fight forever. The terrifying roar shook him to the core. As long as the calamities remain alive, they will be reborn. They stand proudly facing directly forward. The crowd immediately becomes chaotic and panicked, with screams of terror ringing out. Someone help us! Morin curses in frustration, his face contorted with rage. Don't retreat, idiots, stay in your positions. Gasu tilted his head in annoyance, muttering each word bitterly. Damn it, I can't risk my life here. I have to seize the chance to escape. He suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze scanning around. Wait a minute, where did that Hanzu go? He caused trouble and then disappeared, if he's here with the same goal as Sobyathi. At this moment, Hanzu moved swiftly like a gust of wind, disappearing and reappearing. Nearby, a fierce battle was unfolding when a sinister gaze suddenly appeared, confirming that the events were indeed unfolding as Kenyon had predicted, causing you to briefly fall into deep thought, your eyes full of calculation, making the demon guards of the disaster's first line of defense tense up. Busy yourself. I've prepared that and given Sobyathi a private order. The fish seems to have undergone some change. Hansu's eyes become firm, and he thinks to himself, I should head to the next checkpoint. He stands still in front of the scene ahead, and the notification sound rings out, revealing the core of the disaster fish. The core emits a brilliant golden light, releasing spiritual energy. The body of the disaster fish cannot be harmed by any attack, but the core is different. Hanzu tightly grips the sword in hand, his voice firm. There is only one way to defeat the disaster fish, and this is it. Suddenly, he swiftly dodges an attack from a hidden corner nearby. Hanzu frantically screams in anger, his expression filled with dissatisfaction as he wildly attacks, causing rocks and earth to explode and shake violently, and then he dies. Hanzu immediately turned around, his sharp eyes full of suspicion. The sword, flexible like a rope, shot forward like a lightning bolt, the tip only an inch away from Gasu, and he gritted his teeth. It's you again. He collapses in pain as the cold blade pierces through. You frown, voice sharp with interrogation. Wasn't causing trouble enough last time. Gasu remains resolute, biting down hard on the sword. He laughs joyfully, looking crazed. I know everything. I can't believe you targeted the core of the disaster. It seems that Salkia told you to do this, but you're making a mistake. Gasmorin wants to kill you himself, but Hanzu froze in shock when he heard, his eyes wide with fear. Gasu's face twisted into a manic smile. Anyone who dares offend the disaster will die. Gasmorin tried to kill him this time. Behind him, Trang quietly Duongkung, each sharp arrow shining brightly. His confident eyes, a mischievous smile. He's in his sights now. This time will be different. Try to dodge. The 100 arrows activate. Each arrow speeds straight toward you. Because he was too fast, Hanzu was immediately hit by an arrow and staggered back, struck. He struggled to get up. A fleeting smile appeared, then disappeared. Luckily, it was nothing serious. Trang also froze in place, eyes wide with shock. What is happening? The wound is gradually healing over in an unbelievable way. You stand there arrogantly, looking indifferent as if nothing happened. The wound is gradually transforming, with dragon energy and dragon transformation. Hansu's whole body glowed with a golden hue, surrounded by spiritual energy. Trang stepped back in shock. Impossible. Could that shot's penetrating power be strong enough to take down a tough opponent with a single blow? Gasu's expression suddenly changed, horror in his voice. That was the energy I saw earlier. But to grow so quickly, he decisively continued drawing his bow, his voice firm. If one shot isn't enough, I will shoot as many as I can. You immediately furrowed your brow, sneering with contempt. Even if someone spared me, if you don't intend to let me go, I have no choice left. Hansu's hand transformed into sharp claws. The spiritual energy I used has been depleted, but I already know how to handle this. Gasu's eyes flickered with madness. I won't hold back now. We're still engaged in a fierce battle with the demon knights. The skulls keep falling one after another. Morin roared orders, urgency in his voice. Keep attacking and don't give them a chance to regenerate. But the demon swordsmen keep rising again and attacking fiercely. Their regeneration speed continues to increase. We can't hold on. The terrifying roar sends chills down the spine, and with a look of horror and unease, I collapse to the ground. Damn it, if we keep going, we'll run out of stamina and mana. Fighting an enemy that can regenerate it instantly puts us at a disadvantage. How do you even know how to use the disaster fish like this? Morin immediately shouted loudly, declaring fiercely, if we die here, the outcome will be like those others. Those who are struggling, using the fur we carry with us. The system screen suddenly appears with information, revealing that the world tree's feather can be used with a shard of the world tree's leaf, which is now hard to find. Once used, it can instantly help everyone nearby escape. He raised the feather in his hand, sweating slightly from anxiety. No, we've been trying to escape all along, but it's not working. Sophia suddenly appeared and calmly said, it's hopeless. No one can escape from the belly of the disaster. Fish that easily. Sophia's calm demeanor and sarcastic tone are just like the spirit warriors of Elfenheim, because they are immortal inside the belly of the disaster. The guy immediately turns pale, furious as he questions, you bastard, do you think I'll let you go after you got in my way? If that member of the Seven Shadows finds out about this, then... Sophia's lips slowly curl into a proud smile. Do you think those who are not here, while I have to find a way to destroy the disaster myself, will interfere just because of you? Morin and his companions stand frozen, looking confused and anxious instead of complaining. Why not find a way to escape? The guild connection doesn't work here. He gritted his teeth, his red eyes filled with dissatisfaction, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Her eyes darkened, and a demon seal appeared in her hand. I will give you your final gift. Sophia smugly smirked, appearing calm as she said, I have just obtained all the information I need. Morin stood silently there, his back exuding a strong sense of intent. It seems that knowing a new recruit has made you lose your judgment. I am the leader of your attack team, trusted to lead and manage. The man's hand quietly gathers spiritual power, Morin's eyes blazing with anger as he rushes forward. I could easily take him down, the lowest among the Shadow Sect, you bastard. Sophia immediately counterattacks, unleashing a rapid, continuous assault. He quickly dodges, looking frantic. Can't you hit the targets right in front of you, you disgraceful Shadow Sect member? She horrifiedly took a step back from the powerful energy rushing toward her. Morin slammed his hand down on the ground, and his aura exploded. Amidst the foggy village, Sophia spoke with a hint of meaning. I am not targeting the person. He paused, looked around, and suddenly the ground trembled, causing everyone to panic. What is this? An earthquake inside the Tai Hua fish's belly. At this moment, the water surface trembles violently. The fish slowly moves, and the commander, the entrance to the belly of the Tai Hua fish, is gradually closing. Her lips curl into a faint, triumphant smile. I had planned to find a way for the final battle using library skills. Morin hesitated again, a look of despair clearly in his eyes, while Sophia remained calm and coldly turned away. I hope this is the last time we meet. Morin clenched his fists in frustration, looking fierce. What are you doing? Start the boat. We will get out of here. Ahead. The temple reappeared, with a look of despair. The boat we used was... His eyes immediately turned red with rage, looking crazy. Where is Quadratus? Instead of guiding us, what is Jiang Gasu doing? She tightly grips her sword facing the demon knight, our death spirit knight once again. Moren turned around and declared fiercely, "When we reach the mouth of the passage, we will reopen it again. Keep holding on until then. Support us, we need to create some distance." And a hint of unease appeared on her face. "Yes, Commander?" He fell into deep thought, his killing intent erupting instantly. "Sophia, I see. You'll regret it the moment I leave here." Moren spun around, his remaining arms surging with spiritual power as he swung to counterattack, leading the assault to smash through each of the demon knights. He led the way confidently, but Moren froze in place, eyes wide with shock. Hanzu appeared coldly, exuding deadly intent, even more so than Hanzu. He roared in fury and questioned, "How dare you?" then quickly pulled Li Gazu along with a threatening breath, looking somewhat like a villain at this moment. Hanzu swung and threw him to the ground, warning that this is how it is. "If anyone tries to negotiate, I won't listen." Moren's face twisted in frustration, looking frantic and arrogant. "You idiot who isn't afraid of death." He stepped forward decisively, threatening loudly, "I was going to take you down without any damage, but since everything has changed, I've changed my mind." As he finished speaking, he swiftly lunged forward, Hanzu's cold eyes blazing with murderous intent. There's no need for further talk. The sharp blade slashed toward Moren, who was struck painfully and staggered backward, the ground beneath him shattered into a deep crater. Retro hurriedly ran over, anxiously saying, "Commander, my whole body is trembling. Moren is struggling to sit up. I was pushed back even though Hans has been fleeing all this time. Hans has become stronger by absorbing the ancient language of those Quadratus." His hand clenched tightly, crushing the debris. But even so, Hans had no chance. Moren surged up, looking frantic. "Do you think you can face me just because you've absorbed their ancient language? I will look at you and take back Ahan's breath that you stole from me." She immediately took a prepared stance, her eyes determined, commanding Cass Moren. "We will support you." The man cut in sharply, his tone fierce. "Go away. You think I'm so weak that I need help to take him down." Moren quickly wipes away, his spiritual power exploding as he goes to hold off the undead knights. "Yes, for you, my lord." A slow, proud smile spreads across his lips. "Don't worry, after all, I plan to clean up everything here." The man's face twisted in fury as he roared like a madman. "You're no different from a newborn dog." Sharp, piercing sounds echoed violently, and from above, Moren swung his heavy sword in a surprise attack. He pressed his face close to Hanzu's, smiling mischievously, and after rambling on, he asked if this was the ability of a machine. At this point, he was exhausted, his whole body trembling as he struggled to resist. Moren immediately laughed happily, looking proud. "I knew it, he couldn't be stronger than me. There's no way I would lose to a rookie like him." The sound of metal screeching, sparks flying, the battle continued fiercely, and the space trembled. His fiery red eyes brimmed with killing intent, gritting his teeth. "It's over." The sharp spear pointed straight at the Hanzu, and immediately, the crimson glow burst out, making the hair stand on end. Moren calmly remarks in a cold tone, "You fool, if you accept my offer and agree to be my subordinate, and the fatal point is pierced through, you could have survived." He chuckled with a crazed look, "And the reason you're going to die is very simple." Moren whispered softly, each word biting through his teeth. "It's because you're weaker than me." He whispered softly, his lips pale. "I see." Hanzu's hand suddenly clenched the sword. "All right, I will return that favor." Hanzu's gaze briefly darkened, calm and composed. Moren immediately rushed past, smugly, "This is the price for your arrogance." The corner of his mouth slowly lifts into a faint smile, his voice cold and sharp. "I will tell him the same thing." The man hesitated slightly at those words, eyes wide with shock. Hanzu still calmly sheathed his sword, softly admiring the fact that the knight's treasures are truly extraordinary, sharp enough to break through the scales of dragon energy. His expression suddenly changed, eyes full of hidden meaning. "Thank you for the delivery." Moren roared in frustration, cold sweat running down his back. "No way, I already destroyed your heart." The man recoiled in horror, trembling slightly. "Could it be that you have modified your body?" Hanzu's hand, like a sharp claw, was about to strike, but by the time he realized it, it was already too late. He pierced through Moren's body, blood immediately dripping. "Even if you could change your race." Hanzu stands calmly, his voice cold. "Your heart has already been completely shattered by that skill." The man lies unconscious on the ground, and after a moment, he tightens his grip on the sword, his face pale with pain. Then Hanzu drew his sword and swung it away, the wound quickly healing and recovering. As he remained silent, he sighed softly. "I did it because I pushed myself to the limit to create 3 dragon hearts. I lack the strength to heal now, but I have no other choice." A thunderous roar echoes, and the special ability of this martial art, the system, is a simulation from the creator of this technique, with internal energy essentially borrowing the power of the dragon. Hanzu's body gradually begins to transform, but what changes is actually his own body. Compared to the dragon, the human body is still too inefficient, and the adverse reactions from the transformation are very severe. And I still have to endure injuries when using it. He tightened his sword and sighed softly. My mastery is only about 35%. He withdrew his words, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hanzu pondered briefly, maintaining a serious appearance, still lacking experience, so holding this form was very difficult. The 5 fists with spiritual power erupted in a shocking burst. Now it was only a matter of time. His eyes became determined, his ears steady. If I don't act immediately, I will run out of time. Behind Hanzu, Gasu still kept his gaze fixed. Her weak gaze falls, her breath quickening, her third eye immediately shifting. Her unfocused eyes fixating tightly on you. Wai thought of the cold, resentful command just before Gasu collapsed unconscious, and the more Hanzu, the more I will remember this grudge against you. Hanzu carefully observes the inside of the disaster fish tank. They haven't arrived yet. This is my chance. With quick agility, he decisively leaps up, and thanks to Shapea, I quickly obtained information about the disaster crystal. The Chaos Stone is motionless at a high point, making it difficult for me to approach alone, but a support platform will soon be prepared because it will react soon. The Chaos Fish lacks a defense system against external threats, but it has an excellent internal defense mechanism for emergencies. Hanzu carefully approached, quickly calculating in his mind that not only were there traps and obstacles, but also a real defensive system. Every attempt to reach the disaster fish crystal was thwarted by physical attacks. With swift agility, he evaded and concealed himself. Simple, but nothing more effective. Hanzu swings his sword, and spiritual energy erupts instantly. I can take them down. Every slash cuts into it, causing immediate recovery, but considering the rapid regeneration of the disaster fish, simply slashing them down won't solve anything. His eyes change, calmly approaching to prevent regeneration. Hanzu slowly pulls out a bottle of liquid from his bag. You forcefully throw it far away, knowing there's only one way to deliver the decisive blow to the disaster. In mid-air, the vial shatters, splashing the liquid everywhere, and the sharp sword forms a perfect arc. The liquid instantly surrounds the disaster creature, its semi-solid form not only hardening everything, but also solidifying a large area it touches, preventing regeneration. Immediately, large water fragments fall like rain. Hanzu immediately retracted his sword, looking proud. Just as the alchemy formulas predicted, effective indeed. Now I've confirmed the results. The blade pierced straight down, causing the vial to shatter, with droplets of liquid coating around the sword. Your eyes are fixed on the readiness, only reducing their numbers remains. With swift agility, Hanzu calmly approaches the disaster fish, which suddenly surfaces, causing the space around to churn violently. Right now on the shore, Min-chun slowly speaks. What did Ferris say? Arnpaz's face turns pale as he calmly responds. The nearby guards must be on alert and watching. He then speaks in a heavy tone. I have never seen a disaster fish cause such chaos. The disaster fish lost control, thrashing wildly. What could have triggered such agitation? Sophia silently glided across the water, as if it had swallowed fire and was now writhing in pain. We have no choice, Aaron. Arnpaz suddenly collapsed under the weight and fell to the ground. She immediately sat up, her voice strained. I was almost done for. Min-chun was stunned and hesitated to speak. You are Sophia Vara. Where did you come from? Sophia hurriedly stood up, looking panicked. There's no time left. Move quickly. What is it? He paused briefly. Where are you going? The disaster ahead is rising, looking frantic. The disaster is writhing more violently than before. She paused for a moment, her gaze lowered, never having seen this scene before. The disaster fish is truly in pain. Sophia quietly observed each creature, as if declaring something seemingly absurd. That everyone would see this as a legendary story. She clenched her fists so tightly they trembled, angry that she couldn't do it with her own hands, but... Sophia immediately felt self-reproach, tears silently falling, finally able to escape the hateful guilt that had haunted her for so long. The image of Hanzu flashes by as she whispers to herself that he really kept his promise. The disaster beast opens its mouth with sharp teeth and leans in, thrashing in pain that shakes the ground and causes it to tremble. Mien, stunned, turned around as her collar was tightened. On this side, Aaron Park was also being dragged along. The ground trembled violently, the sound of someone leaning against something echoed, and the two of them hurriedly retreated, their faces changing color as Sophia forcefully pulled them away from the approaching wreckage. A stunned and panicked cry rang out. What is that? Is the disaster? Fish vomiting what it ate? Why? He, tall and loud, questioned sharply, "What did you do?" Her lips slowly curled into a smile. "We've done it," Sophia said with a satisfied smile, her tone full of relief. "We're finally successful." She quickly said in a serious tone, looking urgent, "We don't have any more time. We're going to be swept away. We must leave the lower heads now." He hesitated and stammered, "Stop, let go." Michael quietly raised his head to observe, his gaze flickering slightly, muttering Sophia. Behind her, she exclaimed anxiously, looking uneasy, "Michael, if the fury of the disaster worsens, the damage will spread to this area." Michael immediately responded firmly, "Have you sent the report yet?" Sophia hesitated and spoke loudly. "I just sent a messenger bird to report that we will monitor the situation of the disaster, but that's not enough." He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Send another one!" Michael's face turned pale, looking hesitant. This could be it. The sudden impact and chaos erupting in space are just the beginning. His cold gaze still silently observed the imbalance in that area, which had been maintained until now. As the chaos inside the disaster, fish suddenly erupted, rocks falling from above. The disaster fish's crystal seemed to change, and Hanzu, exhausted, drove his sword straight into the ground, his face paling as he let out a brief sigh, just as he predicted. Hanzu raised his head, his determined gaze sighing, relying on human strength is just too exhausting. He suddenly lowered his face, appearing contemplative, as the physical tension in his body increased due to using his heart transformation. Hanzu quietly sighs, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, but more importantly, the tentacles of the disaster fish are cursed with a skill that reduces recovery. He immediately tightens his grip on his sword, his expression resolute. Yet with swift agility, Hanzu leaps into the air, attacking directly is the only way to get through this. The claws immediately tore through the wind, rushing forward, and he swung his sword in a wide arc, unleashing a series of rapid, consecutive slashes. Hanzu executed a flawless sequence of moves, with his sharp, powerful sword thrust downward. Seeing it move slightly, a faint smile appeared at Hanzu's lips, "So even you know pain." The water stains spread gradually, and he calmly spoke as the space around formed a stomach, collapsing after the core was destroyed. The red spiritual energy spreads wildly. Seeing this, Hanzu speaks with determination. The space around him shifts, the watermarks instantly dissolve. Now it's time for the next step. He moves slowly, silently calculating. The surest way to kill the disaster fish is to destroy its core in the stomach. Hanzu confidently bypasses the demon core of the fish, and a giant abyss appears ahead, shrouded in bottomless darkness. The second method is to pass through the blood vessels connected to the core and attack directly at its heart. The swift movement glows brightly. He tries to stay calm and focused, because in the end, this is the final method to eliminate this disaster. I will push out the poison with my inner energy, then continue to breathe here by calming my mind. Hanzu quickly sheathes his sword and launches an attack. Everything couldn't be better for him at this moment. He swiftly dodges each deadly strike, his eyes becoming resolute and sharp. Hanzu unleashed a series of moves, his sword slashing perfectly through the air. Suddenly, a claw pierced straight into his back. His face twisted in pain as he let out a cry. My whole body trembles as my heart pounds wildly. "Damn it, my heart!" Hanzu suddenly staggers, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of despair. The demonic energy inside my hand flickers briefly. I frown, my breath becoming difficult, clutching tightly. Hanzu suddenly pushes up, slashing with his sword. I don't have time to recover. I need to act fast. He suddenly stopped, and eyes wide with horror and fear, as sharp claws and more traps than he expected appeared in front of him. Hanzu quickly stepped back, silently calculating. I have to retreat. His face changed, his arm strained to hold on. Nonsense, if I turn even once, I will keep retreating forever. His eyes turn sharp, his spiritual power erupts fiercely, and his sharp blade slashes across. Hanzu charges forward quickly, determinedly telling himself the only remaining path is to move ahead. Each move becomes swift and precise, slashing faster and faster, creating continuous streaks of light. The fragment of the life vein transforms, with spiritual energy raging wildly. I did it, providing the life force for the entire body of the disaster. It used to be part of the world's foundation. Now it has been shattered into pieces and embedded deep within the calamities. Your face turns stern and displeased. You're the one making everything more difficult than it needs to be. Hanzu froze, his sharp gaze following as the chaotic space trembled. The disaster fish still moved, its sharp teeth aimed at him. Hanzu clenched his sword tightly and issued a stern warning. So, he would fight to the end, right? His appearance becomes frantic, his eyes cold and sharp. If that's the case, I won't surrender easily either. With swift and agile movements, Hanzu darts like the wind, his sword slashing sharply across his body, followed by a series of precise maneuvers, instantly tearing his body into many pieces. Suddenly, a tail wrapped tightly around your leg, Hanzu looked down coldly with a confused expression, wondering when that thing appeared there. They surround and tightly coil around you. A bright light suddenly erupts, and suddenly shards of water begin to appear. Hanzu coldly orders to draw his sword and retreat, his eyes narrowing with arrogance and contemplation. "This won't be enough to stop me, you bastards!" The two swords are raised directly toward the divine fragment, ready to see how you fight when I drain your energy. The swords clash fiercely but remain unharmed. Hanzu's entire body suddenly transforms, spiritual power erupts, and now it's more difficult than anything I've faced before. He immediately counterattacked, launching a series of continuous spells. If direct attacks are too difficult, then aim precisely at the blood vessels, so I just need to cut the blood vessels, connecting the divine shard to the catastrophe. The inner core immediately emits a radiant glow as he slowly reaches out to touch it, remarking that it's smaller than he expected, even though it contains immense power to sustain the catastrophe. Hanzu's lips curl into a smug smile. At last, I have it. Suddenly, the space around the footwork technique shifts because I took the divine stone fragment, causing the internal structure of the disaster to begin collapsing. A mysterious deep pit suddenly appears ahead, and with this situation, I will be dragged into destruction. He closed his eyes to calm his mind, appearing serene, but the chaos suddenly struck, causing Hanzu to stumble backward. His hand loosened, and the inner core fell out. No, his breath grew faint, his eyes hazy, and his body slowly sank into the water. He speaks coldly and meaningfully, slowly revealing that it is his illness, searching for Hanzu, the one who defeated the disaster. Now that everything has fallen apart, the red water is surging upward. A subordinate reported, "Deputy Commander Liu, he's here. His commander is Liu Hong Haidong," he looked to confirm. So it is indeed true. Liu Hong examined it and concluded this belonged to Cass Morin, the assault commander. Then he questioned what exactly happened to him since he was assigned to oversee Quadratus. The subordinate reported that we also found the bodies of other Quadratus members nearby, confirmed to be part of Cass Morin's unit. He added that, as he said, there are traces indicating they all fell victim to that person. "Deputy Commander, we will." Liu Hong interrupted. "No, as you can see, the commander has already left. We should clarify our roles." The subordinate was stunned. "Commander Liu," Liu Hong said with a smile. "That's a good idea." He thought to himself that he was different from Cass Morin, who easily achieved the position of commander just because he had been here a few years longer. Liu Hong asked further, "What about the other items you found? Is there anyone who survived?" The subordinate replied, "We are still actively investigating, but based on the debris, it seems no one else survived." He added that, "Besides that, we didn't find any ancient scripts, but are collecting artifacts inside the disaster fish." Liu Hong slowly spoke. Such a huge creature dying without leaving any ancient script, considering the situation here. Who knows how many intact items are still left? He sharply drove his sword into the ground. More importantly, I don't know if he's alive or not, but find every trace of that person, Kong Hanzu. From here, Liu Hong calculated that he would need to check the divine eye implanted by that person into the Quadratus. And then he noticed something under his feet. Here, Liu Hong followed the edge of the abyss. This might be where the heart of the disaster fish was located. He looked at what was before him, puzzled. Part of its body was gradually dying. What exactly happened here? Liu Hong wondered if Kang Hanzu was truly powerful enough that a panicked subordinate would run to him as deputy commander. Liu Hong calmly asked, "I am Commander Liu, what's the matter?" The messengers report urgently that a large number of pilgrims are on their way here. Liu Hong then asked, "Shouldn't we have kept this secret long ago and not guarded the outer area?" The subordinate worriedly replied, "There are too many people for us to block them all. What should we do now?" But Liu Hong thought, "It's okay. I believe they are just here to see that disaster fish has died." Liu Hong ignored the commotion here as long as they didn't come closer. Let them be. At the same time, from another place, someone's voice asked what had happened. "Are you telling me someone actually killed that monster?" Thuaka confirms, "Yes, that giant monster is dead." Sanjin said calmly, "I heard there are countless mysterious artifacts hidden inside that disaster fish." "So you're planning to monopolize them all, are you? Are you going to keep them all for yourself?" They are all amazed. "What artifacts here? It's so hard to hunt that we haven't even gotten a single relic." "If I had one?" Someone from another group is eager. "What are you doing, just standing there?" "Go and get some artifacts for yourselves." They all got excited, that's right. We have the advantage in numbers. I haven't given the order yet. Out of respect for that person's honor, I let you be. Go away. This place is under our control, Haidang. He mobilized the entire army. What are you doing? Deal with them now, subordinates replied in unison. Yes, just because of that, the whole group surged forward and turned this place into a battlefield. From above, some object is watching everything. This is the Eye of the Gods, a treasure of someone. The owner of this object is trying to reclaim it. I asked everyone to gather around the disaster fish to attract Hadang's attention. Sophia observes the chaos below, but they really did cause quite a mess, huh? She clearly remembers that she only asked them to spread a few rumors. Even if they helped and she couldn't trust them, they were quite capable. Now, Sophia is seriously assessing, but she notices that those people are deliberately inciting the others. That made Sophia wonder who they were. She looked at the sneaky group down there. But Sophia thinks that anyway. This is beneficial for me. It's good that they are distracted. But since they are facing the lighthouse, those people won't last long. From now on, she reminds herself that she must seize this opportunity to search. I don't have much time. If one stone isn't enough, I will have to use more. The system notification indicates that the Divine Eye creates a white sphere sharing vision with the user. The more spheres there are, the more magic power it consumes, and Sophia searches for a solution. It's hard to control all of them at once, but if I want to search quietly, I have no other choice. She sighed. 3 days have already passed. Sophia is determined this time. She must find Hanzu. He won't die that easily, so she has to find him. She is confident that she will find him. Right now, somewhere, Hanzu is still unconscious, lying next to a red river with serious injuries all over his body. Where did the fairy come from so this day has finally arrived? It took a run-up and swung its hand fiercely at Hanzu's face. Fairy called out but saw you weren't waking up, so she was helpless. Then she used her final move, saying if you didn't wake up, she would kiss you. Seeing Hanzu sit up, Fairy pretended to be disappointed. So you're awake now? What a pity. Hanzu looked at his current body. It seems he recovered quickly before the transformation process was undone. You touched the piece of stone you collected. Luckily, I have everything I need. Then Hanzu turned to you as if awakened. It's been a long time. Do you remember me? You wonder what I'm doing in this area, the little fairy cheerfully replied. That's scary, so you know we don't appear unless something extraordinary happens. It suddenly hugged Hanzu. Yes, but I can't just sit still and watch because this situation is completely unusual. Fairy just revealed something. Did you see it? Your creation? It reveals Hanzu's achievement as the first traveler to kill that creature. You know, that's our rule. Great rewards for great deeds. Fairy says, actually, that's not the target for hunting, so there's no reward available, but it would be a shame if there wasn't. Hanzu thought it was strange that if I were stronger, it would seem boring to me. You understand very well, because everyone here is a pervert who enjoys cruel situations and can't come here with good intentions. Fairy responds, yes, that's why we had to think very carefully. Now it excitedly asks, what can we do to make Hanzu's family here jump into hell and struggle? Fairy spoke in a dangerous tone. We have thought about that a lot. So, I will make you an offer, but it's not exactly an offer I am making to you. Fairy slowly sets the condition. If you accept the reward for defeating the Calamity Fish right now. The system announces an 8th rank skill, Lord of Souls. Hanzu quietly assessed that a skill allowing the user to see the dead as ghosts and resurrect them was not all it could do. You could see it also had a special effect of demonic magic energy. I can't even imagine how powerful it is for someone like me who can only possess 7 skills. This will be an incredibly beneficial reward. Fairy exclaimed again. Don't be too surprised. It revealed that this reward has a condition related to the remaining calamities. Hanzu hesitated and guessed that those skill fragments were. Then suddenly a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he said, it's okay, that's enough. Fairy was confused. I haven't even explained about it yet. Hanzu nodded and said, I don't need to hear more. I will choose the second option. Fairy explained that, unlike the first option, the second requires you to eliminate all the disasters to receive the reward. If even one remains, you will get nothing. He asked again, you will still accept, right? And Hanzu firmly confirmed, it's okay. He immediately jumped into the river. See you again, Fairy sighed. He accepted it without a royal explanation. Truly, you did not disappoint me. It was just a test of your resolve. If you had chosen the reward easily, I would be disappointed. Fairy knows well that identifying all the calamities in that area is already difficult enough. I hope you will have to struggle for a long time, very long, causing the ancient tree to sway and shake the entire space. Its face was full of rage. The ancient tree's deep voice was inaudible, the voice of the disaster fish. Then it opened its foul-smelling mouth, and the ancient tree suddenly went berserk, rushing forward. The red river is still flowing fiercely. and someone strongest is walking across it. Hanzu strokes his hair after surfacing from the water. He assesses himself that although he accepted the fairy's offer easily, the situation is actually quite complicated. And Hanzu realized that his very existence had accelerated the decay of the abyss, so he reminded himself to finish everything faster than before. Hanzu remembered Kangtae's words. If we don't move using the Okengian time crystal, the more future knowledge we use, the faster the abyss deteriorates. He specifically warned, so you'd better run as fast as you can. This is complicated. I might go back to the past, but I don't want to. Hanzu sighed. It's complicated that this has been shoved into my hands, but I also have to agree, looking back, I really was forced to take this on, actually. Hanzu clenched his empty palm tightly and looked around, then reminded himself that anyway, in this situation, every skill is a valuable asset. Hanzu realized that at first he didn't expect any reward for killing the disaster fish, and he understood that he would have to do it to maintain balance between the red zone and the next disaster fish team. He had already planned that he could lure them with just a fragment of the disaster fish, and he tucked the item he just received into his pocket. Hanzu realized that, unlike before, he had defeated the disaster fish, obtained what he wanted, and paid his debt to Sophia. From now on, he knew his next move. He should meet Sophia. But first he needed to go somewhere else. Just then, 2 people rushed in, and there was still someone struggling to escape here. What are they doing here? At that moment, Hanzu was surrounded from all sides, but he showed no worry. It was the perfect timing. Hanzu relaxed his muscles and wanted to confirm one thing. You can jump up in an instant. It's good to have many people here to ask. The leader, attacked and furious, Hanzu whispered, Don't worry, I will make sure you can at least talk. It only took a few minutes for him to finish everything, and he was even holding the leader by the hand. Hanzu instinctively looked to the side. Based on this group, he guessed 3 days had passed, which meant other calamities had already begun to move. Hanzu sighed. Honestly, I didn't expect to be unconscious for so long. I'm quite worried right now. At this pace, I won't have enough time to seize the opportunity. Hanzu suddenly ran forward quickly, looking at the object that just fell to the ground. He sternly looked ahead, and a figure floating in the air spoke. Is that a person, right? How did Michael appear here? And Hanzu naturally chuckles in satisfaction. Hanzu looks annoyed and says, What do you want? I'm busy, I want to leave right now. But Michael's army is surrounding him. Heron. Part stands nearby, pondering. Sophia has been looking for Kong Hanzu, but she hasn't found him yet. So Michael has to find him first. Michael warns Heron Part that he will ensure those responsible for supporting the Order of the Seven Spirits according to his wishes are held accountable, even if they are allies of the Von Kiri clan, so don't do anything stupid. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped down to carry him away, and Michael landed with great force, making defeating Kong Hanzu his top priority. Without hesitation, he immediately drew his sword, and with a wave of his hand, the entire space was enveloped in Michael's magic. Sophia suddenly appeared, finally finding him. She assessed that he's always involved with all kinds of useless people. Sophia let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, luckily he's still okay. Michael couldn't help but wonder why the person, one of the 7 spirits, was helping him. He explained that that person knew everything happening here and, of course, was aware of your involvement. Sophia declares, I am ready to face it if you try to stop Kang Hanzu, and then she asks Kang Hanzu to leave. I will handle it for you. You have other things to do. Michael wants to explain. It seems we misunderstood each other. I just want to know if he really is the one who defeated that monster. The calamity. Hanzu retorts, Does that matter to you? Michael responds, I know in that case this is my only choice. Both Sophia and Hanzu look at the hand reaching toward them. The people above stare without blinking, but Michael then speaks up and takes my hand. Sophia wondered what he meant and why he wanted to cooperate with me. Hanzu wanted to know what I would gain from partnering with him, and that I shouldn't expect anything from this either. Michael affirms that, unlike Sophia standing beside him, I can ensure you receive direct support from the traders. This is not a bad offer for you, he continues. I want this place to change. The red zone has never changed since I arrived here, but you have made it happen. Michael says, I need a strong wind to stir up these stagnant waters. I need someone like you. Sophia still has some doubts. It sounds suspicious, but are you willing to accept? Hanzu exclaimed, So there are still people who desire change even now. And you agree? Fine. Michael smiled. Very well, you've made a great decision, so from now on. Suddenly, the entire space trembled and shifted, and in a panic, everyone moved aside as wooden debris rained down like a storm. A monster appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by thousands of sharp thorns, threatening everyone with its ferocity. Seeing it, Michael was even more terrified. Where did that thing come from? It is the Dachau. Hanzu assessed that it was just its body capable of erupting, one of the great dangers, but it can swallow everything around it, and with its extremely durable body, ordinary attacks won't affect it. You paid special attention, not to mention, so many appeared at once, everyone panicked and ran. The savage Dachau ruthlessly targeted each person, and just one strike from it was enough to send someone to eternal rest. Hanzu questioned, usually isn't that a monster that can float all the way to the surface, so why is it here? Someone's hand trembled as they reached out, commanding, saving. But with the current situation, Michael didn't know what to do. He lost his temper, damn it. If we stay here, everyone will die. We have to run. Hanzu suddenly grabbed Michael's hand. You said you wanted to help me, right? Then let's go together. Michael doubts and wonders where he's headed in this situation. This isn't the time for games. Hanzu reassures him, saying, don't worry, we won't go too far, then uses magic to create an entrance on the Dachau's body. Then he called out, come on, go inside. Michael was confused. Cutting it off isn't that easy. What do you mean, going in? Hanzu immediately pulled Michael along, and when they arrived, he gently landed on the ground. Hanzu assesses that the inside of the Dachau looks just as I expected, but Michael has only just arrived. Hanzu questions, you're quite poor at leading, Michael protests indignantly. So who do you think is at fault? Who in their right mind would drag others into this? Why should I be dragged into this? Hanzu repeats what he said earlier, didn't you say you would help me? Michael responds that this isn't the kind of help he expected, and more importantly, what are you planning to do now that you're here? Hanzu suddenly realized this liquid on the ground looks like nutritional fluid. He continued, all the artifacts share one thing in common. Do you know what it is? Michael skeptically repeats, the common point. Inside the digestive cavity, something is swelling. Michael is stunned. What is it? Is it moving inside its mouth? Hanzu was not surprised at all. I was right to say it was moving, so get ready quickly. So you and Michael stood still to observe as the streams of energy flowed into the creature. Suddenly, the monsters appeared, and Michael, terrified, closed his eyes as all the creatures in the area charged at us. He intends to give up. It's too dangerous to face so many monsters. I have to run. At that moment, Hanzu spoke. The one thing you must remember about all disasters is, and he clenched his sword tightly, releasing a surge of power. The dragon energy technique activated. Hanzu specifically warned that when facing them, you must always look forward. There is no way back. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword powerfully at the monsters, releasing a surge of magic energy. Michael watched in amazement. How is this possible? It was as if his eyes had been opened. How could he do this? No matter how strong he was, how could he move forward alone like that? Then Michael asked in a voice, aren't you afraid? With a familiar magic accompanying the words, Sophia explained that he had only met Hanzu so far. She questioned, I can't believe you came without saying a word. Do you think I would just follow you automatically? Hanzu replied, Sophia, I understand your personality very well, but you've only known me for a short time. Michael kept wondering how they could talk so calmly. We need to get out of here now. Sophia emphasized, I came here to help Kang Hanzu, to fight alongside him, and she said, if you're scared, just run away. Michael really wants to swear to heaven that these crazies, this place will keep spawning monsters from that area. This isn't something that can be solved by just the two of us. Hanzu shouted a warning that more monsters are coming. Get ready to move. Sophia was terrified when she realized this wind. She knew what it was, a sign of the trap being exposed. After gathering all her courage, Michael stood up to fight. No matter how foolish it might be, I promised to help him, so now I will stand by his side. He is looking forward to it, Sophia Vera. I will see the true power of the Seven Shadows, and above all, I will see the real strength of that man. Michael affirmed, he has changed that area, so I expect more changes in the future. Sophia quietly admitted that yes, after just a short conversation, he could recognize it too. Hanzu has that kind of power. She knows well that it is the power to change everything, and then the whole group works together to defeat the monsters. Michael continues to fight with all his strength, then wonders if they are still holding out, but gradually being pushed back. Is he just defending like this? Hanzu says the number of monsters has decreased significantly, meaning the first wave is about to end. He turns to ask for her opinion. So Sophia, do you think that's right? Sophia agreed, yes, since I came here, I've been observing it with my divine eye. She revealed, I roughly know its location, just need to find it. She bypassed each monster, allowing the easy eruption to pass through them in her divine eyes. Sophia calculated that if the easy eruption was the next disaster, with a structure similar to the disaster fish, then attacking from the outside would be pointless. She analyzed that the Dachau is basically the mouth of the eruption. The only place it can be damaged is inside it. The true body of the eruption lies beneath the world tree, hidden deep and also difficult to damage. Additionally, Sophia realized that if she entered through the mouth, there would be an opening from which monsters could pour out. She focused her gaze into the eye of the god. Sophia realized that where the monsters appeared was its only weakness, the connection point to the inside. After a moment, the divine eye returned, and Sophia suddenly exclaimed, "I found it!" Then she moved into the divine eye to the thing she had just uncovered. "Sophia is having trouble. I found the location, but the monsters keep pouring out, disrupting my connection. She also says it's too deep. I have to get past all these monsters." Hanzu calmly replies, "No problem. You upgrade your power and declare I just need a little more time." Hanzu's eyes radiated a cold aura. Both Sophia and Michael looked at him in awe, and Sophia felt that Kang Hansu's true energy form had become stronger. Michael was really curious. He also has a chi technique that can even transform the body, so he's quite something. Sophia reminded him that the real body transformation won't last long, so we need to quickly withdraw from it. At the same time, she believed that no matter how strong you are, you can't handle them all. Sophia stood up bravely. "I will lead the way for you." Michael suddenly closed his eyes and announced that he had sent a request for backup to the ground team, but he didn't know when they would arrive. Michael sincerely said, "I can't just stand here and watch them fight anymore, even if I don't know if we can handle them. The monsters are still charging fiercely." Hansu froze for a moment, feeling this way. Old memories of his former teammates flood his mind, bringing a gentle smile to Hansu's face. Then he speaks. "Wait a moment. I will use what I just received, so Hansu takes it out. The source of the flowing mana is finally revealed. You Gasu have good eyes." Hansu exclaimed, "At last, there's something useful. This is the pain-forgetting lament, Galadriel's relic." Michael couldn't help but be amazed. Just one slash and it was so powerful. This isn't the weapon that Jang Gasu carries anymore. Suddenly, Hansu asked the two to help with the weapon. Both of them followed suit, drawing their weapons and performing the magical resonance, an innate skill of the artifact that allows a person to borrow the magic power of an object. Hansu silently confirmed, "This is the primitive way to use the relic." Galadriel's relic, one of the last artifacts found among the forgotten treasures in that area. Of course, it's useless without being awakened by a shard of divine stone, but thanks to magical resonance, it now has some advantage. Now, are you all ready to die? The blockade has been going on for a while but shows no signs of stopping. It's very chaotic outside, too. Don't retreat, more monsters will appear. I've never seen so many monsters before. Path asked, "Have the reinforcements arrived?" He looked up in confusion. Is this Michael's messenger letter? And Path read the contents. Did he request help? Where did Liu Hong come from to crush that bird, making Path angry? What are you doing? Liu Hong calmly replied, "I didn't realize the rats had been running wild in my area. So it turns out you are Path now," recognizing Liu Hong from Haidang. Liu Hong briefly thought he understood the situation, and was sure he had reminded you that we are here to find Kang Hanzu, so Path couldn't deny it. Liu Hong was hinting that this is Haidang's matter, and resolving this disaster also falls under their authority. Your support team should retreat. Path thinks we can't leave with monsters surrounding us like this. Liu Hong clarifies that it seems there's a misunderstanding. I said it's your responsibility to deal with the flies on the ground. He is cunning, but we have other matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Hong disappeared. Now that he has moved inside, Livonong Michael has met Support Team 1, Michael asked. "Liu Hong, what are you doing here?" Liu Hong warned. "If you dare to act in our area, you will be responsible for it. This is our territory, stop what you're doing and get to the surface immediately." Michael retorted, "You will regret this," Liu Hong warned. "Lying has its limits." Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently. Liu Hong was still confused. What's happening? The entrance was blocked and the wall was moving. He and his soldiers looked up in horror. Damn it, I've never heard of a monster's mouth moving like that before. Michael said, "That's the problem. Anyway, using skills here is harder than outside. I never thought that a message I sent would lead to someone so important. If you want to get out alive, you have to cooperate with us." Liu Hong became angry. "I will make you. Right now, Hanzu has just finished destroying a bunch of monsters. And you? Shut up and do your job if you want to live." Liu Hong secretly admits he's really strong. I've never seen him before. He's the one who brought down the disaster, even more so with Hanzu involved. He gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing that as long as the gate was closed, resistance here was pointless. Then Liu Hong ordered, "There's no other choice. Move forward and take down the monsters." He takes out the messenger pigeon. "I need to inform that person about the figure here. Defeating Hanzu doesn't matter anymore. Even if he's new, he's fierce and quickly growing stronger. But that's all. Of course, he'll be stronger thanks to Sokia." One of the 7 shadows, Hanzu, suddenly appeared behind, but that still wasn't enough. "Liu Hong has bad intentions again. If I deal with him, that person will definitely promote me to commander," he spoke. "What does he mean? Hanzu is sure you won't survive in this condition, and it seems the lighthouse is weaker than I remember." Liu Hong looked at his hand in confusion as Hanzu clenched the gem in his palm, controlling the weapon and stunning Liu Hong's men. "What is this?" They were stunned, but suddenly the power surged throughout their bodies. Everyone could clearly feel that source of strength, but Hanzu had already used up a lot of energy. "I know that. Sharing mana with so many people is very difficult." His face gradually grew tired. Hanzu summoned all his strength, focusing on controlling his magic during the fight. A tree was planted in the mana shard, and it was the only plant with full power. The plant suddenly opens its eyes. The intruder, the sea of fog below, is appearing here. The battle is still raging fiercely. "Move forward," Liu Hong only laughs, always at the top of the climax. He just uncovered a secret. "I've never felt so useless before." It's truly new, Kang Hanzu, so he's the one hiding this kind of power. Liu Hong truly has to admit, it's impressive. He's eager to report on it immediately, and it seems that person still doesn't know Kang Hanzu's true strength. Liu Hong believes that with that strength, even if trapped inside a maze covered by a layer of magic stronger than the outside, he can easily break through the wall slowly surrounding us from the front. He has an idea. If he can catch Kang Hanzu, who has gone deep inside, and escape, that person will see him in a completely different way. "I am different from Kazmoral, who died a pointless death." Liu Hong hurriedly charged forward. "I'll handle this," but suddenly he was blocked by a monster, damn it. Liu Hong was furious and frustrated. Why did his magic flow suddenly disappear like this? A strike on the monster would save him. And thanks to that, Liu Hong landed safely. "I can't help him anymore, so find your own way to handle it." Liu Hong hated it, never expecting to receive help from the most heretical among the 7 lights like her. He angrily shouted, "Where are the attack teams? Stay alert and deal with them." Shopea quietly turned around, feeling a bit exhausted, because Shopea realized she really couldn't help him anymore, and the magic Hanzu shared with her had been gradually losing stability all along. She looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening inside. Hanzu volunteered, "I will go in first." Shopea hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute. I told you already, going in before dealing with the monsters on the path is very dangerous. It's okay since we can't keep delaying. The only way is to go deeper inside." Hanzu replied, "But I can't just leave the enemy behind me, so I'll go in first. Please cover me from behind." So Shopea can only quietly inform him not to worry. "I will catch up soon." Inside the central area of the fortress, Fabian is here. I could sense Hansu's presence almost immediately, just as I expected. "You would stick your head out as soon as I enter," Hanzu ordered, the internal defense system of the EZ. Clenching his sword with a body full of murderous intent, Hanzu flicked his sharp eyes up, the last survivor of a vanished race, the only remaining member of the Elfenheim army. He gathers all his strength to attack while Fabian remains motionless like a statue. Hanzu moves swiftly and freely, while Fabian remains unharmed. Now he finally raised his giant hand, and Fabian struck hard at the spot where Hanzu had just been, forcing him to struggle to defend himself as Hanzu poured all his strength into his sword to protect himself. You realize that his movements are very different because he's still alive. So Fabian still has Hanzu under his control. You plan to prioritize using Numaha's power over the other relics awakened with holy shards. And Hanzu carried out the plan exactly as intended, allowing him to eliminate that trivial magical defense. Seeing Fabian hurt, he acknowledged that the attack was effective. Hanzu focused intensely, but his wounds were still too shallow. "I need to channel even more power." Fabian's sharp claws are dangerously close to the ground, and Hanzu continues to act accordingly. Fabian raises his giant hand towards him, the hand hovering in the air also causing everything to tremble. Without much effort, Fabian knocks Hanzu down again, his attack so powerful that the ground is torn apart. The system notification states that Ekedron, the Elfenheim army's 5-star general Fabian, is leading the Elfenheim 5-star general army. You speak in a deep voice, just as expected from 2 of the 5-star generals who have died in Elfenheim. Hanzu regrets a little, thinking he could have dealt damage with the power he just used, but they used relics to block it. He speaks, they are protective devices of Elfenheim originally used to guard the tree, and even though Elfenheim has fallen long ago, they are still active. Hanzu clearly feels the pain. Such incredible power. Ordinary attacks won't work. My right hand is already broken after that last strike. At this moment, he gently glances at the notification board. The development rate isn't bad. The message appears. The more, Hanzu. Red power, 3.2%. Red stamina, 3.5%. Red accuracy, 3.5.3%. Red perception, 3.9%. Red magic, 3.5.1%. Red physical resistance, 3.1%. Red magic resistance, 3.4%. Internal energy skill level, 3.5. Based on this analysis, even though the development rate has increased significantly and the level of red glyph usage is on par, I still cannot completely prevent damage. Hanzu connects. I have left my strength behind to clean up the rear. Everything is still part of the plan. If a variable occurs, there is only one possibility. Hanzu knows what he needs to do, to use as much power from the Holy Stone and relics as possible. He clearly outlines that his goal is not the generals of Elfenheim, but what lies behind them, the source of their power, the hands of the monsters emerging from below. Hanzu swore to himself, damn it, the second defensive device has been activated, and right in front of him is the entire Galadriel army. They are like hungry tigers heading for Hanzu, but he shows no fear. If you want to take him down with brute force, he's already prepared. Just as this was happening, hurried footsteps approached, and Shopeya appeared just in time, along with Hanzu, while the Galadriel army was targeting him. You feel confused. What the hell is this? We just killed a bunch of bugs to get here, and now more monsters appear. They're too strong. Shopeya is stunned. The Galadriel army is controlled inside Taiyang's stomach, which is the defending force here. Liu Hong also has to fight fiercely. He couldn't help but be surprised. I thought the magic flow was really strange. But who would have guessed that a battle of this scale is happening here? If it continues like this, the plan will be ruined. How much longer is Hanzu planning to fight? Hanzu swings his sword with great force. You put all your strength into attacking the monster, causing its dark slime to burst apart. A mana stone falls from above, and Hanzu silently sighs. I'm still dealing damage, but they recover too quickly. You're building up your momentum again, and swinging once more. Hanzu was annoyed. That constantly shooting guy was really annoying. Your mouth is bleeding heavily. The longer you use dragon energy and prolong the fight, the more your body can't withstand it. Because I am using the power of the flow to force my body to recover, while maximizing magic, my blood vessels will explode. So Hanzu focused on just one thing, targeting only the core of the heart, the magic fruit gathered by the entire swarm, Elvenhide. According to propaganda, the elf race once ruled the red zone in the past, and to control the ecosystem, they created mobile magical creatures. The world tree and what serves as both its foundation and the source of all life in the red zone are incredibly unique. They are living beings, a species hidden deep beneath the roots of the world tree. Over time, the entity gradually lost its function due to interference from disaster creatures, one of which was the volcano. It once had a purpose. Initially, it was created to support the entity. Now everything has changed, but it ultimately turned into a disaster, causing the entity to fall into a state of rebellion. However, due to insufficient authority, all it can do is buy time. From then on, Hanzu realized that perhaps that was the reason it activated the security system to delay time. He silently analyzed that Elven II's army was more precise, consisting of entities that exist solely to protect the entity. The 5 great generals, by using preservation magic on the remnants of Elven II, became an immortal army, still retaining their destructive power and regenerative abilities from their peak era. Elven II's physique was inherently more resilient than humans, making them incredibly tough enemies. Furthermore, Hanzu knew that if he activated dragon transformation with dragon energy technique, he could create a fleeting moment of vulnerability. From this, he concluded that what they needed to break through was their regenerative ability, the source of energy from the entity continuously maintaining the recovery mechanism through the central core. Hanzu believes that fighting an army of undead immortals endlessly will never end the battle. He is certain of one thing. The 5 great generals are just decoys. His only goal is the destructive power of the Numaha ring. Hanzu follows the plan, activating dragon transformation to maximize his magic power and concentrate everything on a single point. Hanzu prepares himself and channels all his strength into a single attack. He swings his sword fiercely at Ishidran, who, furious, is about to retaliate. But Hanzu is confident in his decision. Even if it is a Fabian gem created from Zetic Galabrian, it cannot fully prevent the destructive power of the Numaha ring, a unique item. He jumps high with the stone and sits still to regenerate. Ishidran was attacked so fiercely that he had no chance to fight back. Hanzu gently turned his head to see the result of his effort. At that moment, Ekidron launched a surprise attack. Hanzu quickly and lightly deduced that each of Ekidron's projectiles was as powerful as Dap Fabian. In other words, he could destroy them. Based on the current situation, if I increase my power, Hanzu questions himself. I haven't even used all my strength yet, and it still separates itself. But he senses something unusual, so tonight, Hanzu deliberately relaxes the magical energy around Jitik to lure the attack. So that means as long as the main body isn't damaged, Jitik will remain in its original state. Hanzu regained his strength and shattered each flying object, struggling to dodge the obstacles. Only then did he realize that even after cutting through Jitik's form, its inner power remained unchanged. He angrily swore, feeling frustrated, while Michael was also very fired up, both of them exhausted and nearly out of strength. Liu Hong's soldier was helpless, and he wondered how many more times he would have to repeat this. Hans looks at his palm. The magic power has been constantly fluctuating, making it hard to move steadily. If it weren't for that, I might have collapsed long ago. The monster was pierced by several swords, but now it's moving slowly again. The subordinate shouts in frustration, "Commander, how much longer do we have to fight like this?" We've been attacking nonstop, but their numbers haven't decreased at all. While Hanzit was being attacked by the monster, Michael arrived just in time to save him. Don't ignore it. They will all come back to life. Yet that guy still blames Michael, saying all of this is your fault. That guy just saw the person in front of him and his cheeks turned red. Sophia, Vara. Sophia sternly said, putting everything aside and focusing on fighting the Galadriandi army, or else we will all die here. Liu Hong silently assessed. I once thought Sophia and Vara were the ones who destroyed her. Now he admits it, but now I understand. When observing her, I realize who truly understands everything and acts decisively. Besides, Liu Hong also accepted the truth, and moreover, Hanzu is much stronger than I thought. I must report this information accurately to that person. The rest can wait as long as we leave this place safely. Right now, Hanzu is still fighting desperately against Echidlan, but his attacks are incredibly powerful. He's currently blocked, damn it. One strike is stopped, but two more are coming. No matter how strong he is, he can't block them all. Still, Hanzu charged forward. Dodging was impossible. He lunged to attack Echidlan and kicked with all his might, but the result was disastrous. His leg felt as if it was torn apart. Hanzu could only grit his teeth and endure, his will never wavering, as if injuries like this were nothing. Hanzu rushes forward recklessly again, using the recoil to propel himself straight ahead. The magical stones surrounding Echidlan wait until Hanzu is close before he releases them to attack. You think that just one fatal blow is worth it, even if you get hurt. Suddenly, Echidlan conjures a barrier, but everything went according to Hanzu's plan, and now it's too late. This time you should have delivered a powerful attack, but Hanzu quickly moved behind your neck. Then Echidlan finally realized and slowly turned around, but Hanzu was focused on a different target. He exclaimed, I'm not aiming at you. The magical ice shards are being destroyed by Hanzu. After a while, he descends. I've spent too much time here. Next, Hanzu shifts the thin sword and then delivers his strongest attack on Echidlan, ending it. Shapea is caught off guard. She looked at the scene around her and then what? The knights suddenly stopped moving. Shapea wondered, they won't recover either. Their source energy is gone, a familiar deep voice echoed. We are safe now. Shapea was surprised and asked Hanzu, but this is only the beginning. Everything is not over yet. We must continue to the next location. Liu Hong stepped forward to announce, wait a moment. You plan to go further in, then we, the beacon team, will retreat. He confidently believes that we are not stupid enough to walk into a dead end on our own. We follow him because of the urgent situation, but don't misunderstand. We do not obey him. Liu Hong emphasized that we are not obliged to go with him anymore. And you all agree, right? Hanzu agreed very much. That's right. Liu Hong cheerfully said, each person should take their own path, but he had to stop himself because of Hanzu's sudden sword strike. Why didn't I realize his attack? Liu Hong shouted, who dares attack me? Hanzu explained, don't misunderstand, I am not attacking you. You revealed that I am simply opening the path I will take, right? And hey, can you all hold your breath? A sudden large stream of water suddenly flows down here. Liu Hong turns around in shock, over there. The red water is rushing toward us. Liu Hong's face turns pale with fear. Wait, stop! In just a second, it submerged everything. Liu Hong swore, that crazy bastard. Some of them managed to reach the shallow land. Liu Hong couldn't help but hate him. Was that bastard trying to drown everyone here? I can't believe he would do this after we tried so hard to escape. He was filled with hatred. I didn't want to use this thing, but I have no other choice now. As long as I can escape from here. But the system announced that it couldn't be used, which confused Liu Hong, something that can reach anywhere in the red zone but can't be used. Hanju clarifies, It seems you still don't understand the red zone very well. You can't use that thing inside the disaster fish or the world tree. Tell Chenxi, we're not in the dungeon, it's not active here. You mentioned that ultimately the holy stone fragment is suppressing its power, because Hanju knows this is the place where the seed of the world tree is most likely to erupt. Inside the core of the world tree, at the center of the red zone. You reveal a few things, bringing us closer to the room with the tree, because I have the relic of the 5 generals with me. According to that, Hanju explains, so according to the plan, I should be able to awaken the relic using the shard of the holy stone. There is one thing you haven't revealed, and simply by increasing the number of relics I possess. Controlling and managing the mana pouring out of the holy fragment will become easier, even if I don't use too much of its power. The holy fragment remains incredibly powerful, and should be wielded by an experienced relic user, or a potential candidate to fully harness its capabilities. Hanju thinks that things seem to be easier from now on. Liu Hong still bears a grudge from earlier. How dare you do such things and pretend nothing happened? He arrogantly questioned the position of the leader of the first 4 should have been mine after I escaped from here. As the leader of the guiding team, I cannot ignore this. Now Hanju finally explained, I haven't told you yet if you want to escape. Following the main trunk of the tree is the fastest way. You're connected to the real branch. Everyone here has high resistance, so you should be able to resist the poison too, and some people agree it's better than being burned. Liu Hong angrily retorts, don't try to defy me. No one here has the right to order me around. Hanju turns away and walks off. Do whatever you want, I don't care. It's safer here, so whether you follow me or not has nothing to do with me. You mentioned it first, but if you choose to follow me, you can escape safely. That's all I'm saying. Hanju shares his knowledge. The red zone will change in an unprecedented way. Don't miss the chance to follow me. Michael hesitated before speaking. The red zone will change. He praised, I wished for change to come to this place. The red zone has never changed since I first arrived here. But you have made it happen. And Michael said, I need someone who can change everything. Someone like you. He was skeptical. I suppose that's why people always warn you to be careful with your second wish. Sophia is using her divine eye and has seen something. She urgently reports that her observation skill has detected movement in the nearby areas. Through her divine eye, Sophia clearly sees the monsters, leaving Hanju baffled. These mutant monsters. Is this tree going crazy? Take a look. They don't seem fully developed yet. I think they'll die once their life force runs out. But until then, they seem to be swallowing everything they see. Is it because that spore cloud lost control of the tree? Then Hanju regained his composure, realizing that such a sudden thought must be important. And right now, the horde of these mutant creatures was already defeated on the ground. The reporting squads, the team from Jia had finished their arrangements. The tactical assault team, the support troops, report in. A different group requests more supplies. Someone calls out, Johan, bring the nutritional fluid here, I'll be right there. Johan immediately carries the container over. He breathes a sigh of relief. It's over. Everything has become chaotic in the past few days. I thought it was just a joke. What time did King Hanju start planning to wipe out the calamity fish? What did you just say? The person in the cloak asked. Have you met King Hanju before? Johan quietly assessed. He looks very strong. Is he one of the first visitors to the red zone? He thought, why isn't he just like back then? They must be hunting for him. Johan felt a bit scared. Damn it, I don't even know where he is. Then Johan asked, who are you? I have nothing to say to someone I don't know. Johan warned that there are many supporters around here, so threatening me is not a good idea. The other person calmly explained that it was a misunderstanding, apologized, and then took off his hood. Sanjin hesitated and apologized for not introducing himself, saying he's Choi Sanjin, just curious because he's a friend of Hans, and he thought it wouldn't take too long, but it seems you finally made it here with Hans's help. And he's also been helped by many others. Johan replied, I know he has erased a lot since he pulled that boat in, but let me ask you, what is Kang Hans aiming for? Sangjin hesitated. If you're talking about this specific matter, Johan interrupted immediately. Didn't you say you are his friend? That leaves Sangjin with no excuse. He painfully explained that Hanzu often keeps his plans to himself, and he's not the type to share trivial things even if asked. More importantly, I still look at Johan's expression, and Sangjin is speechless. What about you? He interrupted, but it doesn't matter anymore. Whatever happens, I will decide for myself. Sangjin seriously requested, use me, Hanzu. He has always been grateful, and I was also saved by Hanzu. Sangjin mistakenly thought Hanzu was right in front of him. He looked at his palm, so I decided to follow the same path as Hanzu because Sangjin believed that he would need me. He had faith, but the question was whether I could catch up with him. And the reason he didn't come to me in the red zone was because I was too weak. Just then my teammates called out, "Sanjin, let's go." Sanjin turned around quickly. "I have to go now. Thank you for telling me." Before leaving, he smiled, thinking if he ever met Hanzu again, but didn't say anything. Ah well, I'll do it myself. If it were Hanzu, he would do the same. Sanjin reminded himself that he's still far from Hanzu. He needs to try harder. He said he guesses that he's probably fighting with all his might right now, while at the same time elsewhere, streams of water are being shot out. Then they gather into the fail sphere, which Hanzu is currently controlling. "You are seriously practicing. I am replenishing my magic power from the shard, so I need to focus more on strength than just maintaining stamina." The water forms spheres and surrounds Hanzu. Liu Hong has been watching in amazement all along. This is unbelievable. I knew he was strong, but this much. He trembles. Isn't it that he has become too strong in just a short time? He hasn't said anything about this. I wonder if he will be as strong as Caswan Yu. Hanzu repeats once more. "Everyone, I want to tell you that the way back is waiting beyond a deadly waterfall." "And you said your last words, good luck. Then you quickly flew away. I increased my speed to catch up. You rest up now. If you want, just follow me." The subordinate was worried. "The commander, only he knows the way out of here. We should follow him." Liu Hong emphasized, "We must follow." The subordinate was moved. "Sorry. Liu Hong orders that if we want to survive, we must follow him quickly. Everyone together. Understood. Someone is inside. It's about to be completed. A product made from a part of the tree is a perfect way for me to gain the power I desire. That's how I created Anfa. Test him. Awaken him." The sound still echoes. The creature has maintained the red zone. "Anfa, that demonic hand is digging into the shell. Soon the barrier will be shattered." Voot praises, "Well done, Anfa. Listen to my command. It demands that you act quickly or advance, or else the intruders will break through." Anfa speaks softly. "Strange indeed. One of my instincts should not obey the orders of someone like you." Rut, furious. "How dare you? I am the one who created you, your master. You are nothing but a clone I made." Anfa didn't hesitate to oppose. "Do you dare to claim that you are the one who created me?" he shouted furiously as he charged at Root. Anfa crept deep into the tree trunk. "It's best to stay here. Root will still be stunned by this action." Anfa calmly handed over the bone armor's lock, then looked back at Root with a deep, steady voice. "You dare!" it roared in fury. "You dare to attack me!" Anfa showed no fear, truly foolish. He argued back, considering the current situation. "You idiot!" Anfa declared, "I will turn the tide of the battle," quietly confirming that I was caught off guard by the surprise attack, but it still seems to be following my orders. So I also respond, "Understood." Then it pulls the wrapping around Anfa's hand. It reaches something important, takes it, and feels that it has found exactly what Anfa needs, and it smiles. Good. If his search was in vain, then it must be here. Suddenly, Anfa smiled strangely. The treacherous traitor tightly squeezed the thing inside. With a painful cry, "What is it?" "It's trying to stop him. What are you doing?" "That's the sacred stone. Stop it." Now Root is completely helpless, only able to scream in agony, while Anfa feels utterly satisfied with what he has done. Then he boldly took the holy stone out into the open, causing Rut unbearable pain. Then Anfa whispered, "Don't be afraid." The treacherous man assured, "I will keep my promise and resolve this situation." Right now the monsters are still attacking. Liu doesn't have to use all his strength to destroy them. Shapea here is also fighting fiercely. Michael boosts morale. "Hang on a little longer. We're almost there. These monsters must definitely have a weak point." At that critical moment, hundreds of vines suddenly rose from the ground, terrifying everyone. What's going on? All of them were surrounded by vines. Everyone was panicked. "Be careful." Someone's strong step suddenly charged forward, and Hanzu quickly prepared to attack the monster. Liu, who is currently restrained and unable to act, was saved when Hanzu ran over and cut the vine. He carefully observes the current situation, his gaze locking onto something nearby. It turns out to be the vine that just rushed forward to ambush, and Hanzu quickly turns back to strike it a few times. In front of him now are a bunch of monsters, and Hanzu uses the water balls he just created. They soar powerfully into the monsters, but Hanzu hasn't had a moment to rest as the trees keep rushing toward him. But Hanzu can feel that his internal defense system is weaker than the disaster fish and the monsters, and the others are also getting weaker. Still, his sharp eyes keep observing the situation, but everyone else has lost a lot of strength. After all, they are gradually weakening. Only Shopea is still fighting at full speed. Hanzu wondered if it was because she was being pushed to her limit. He hesitated, thinking if that was the case, should he just head straight for the target? Did someone suddenly shout that it was him? Everyone was stunned. The smaller creatures seemed to have stopped, and Shopea immediately looked at Hanzu. No way. She was terrified, especially of Hanzu, but now he had moved to a different position. Hanzu went deeper into the tree trunk and saw the powerful energy flowing below. That is the place that supplies energy to the tree, but now it is gradually losing power. Hanzu guessed that the tree had cut off the energy when suddenly a deep voice echoed behind him. Over here, Hanzu quickly looked down into the valley and saw someone below. Without hesitation, he jumped down because he believed that person was most likely the one who took the holy shard. Hanzu was very curious. Who else besides us could have touched the center of the eruption below? At that moment, Anfa appeared, someone smarter than the insects. Hanzu's gaze on him was full of intense hatred. Anfa had predicted the situation. It seems the one using the lock pendant is indeed the right person, even if they are not from our race. He is cunning. Maybe we should let things happen a little, and Anfa has learned something about the lock he's holding. Some information about this Kai, the real names of the 5 artifacts owned by the 5 generals, and the reason they are called that is very simple. There is a hypothesis that if someone collects all the artifacts, they will have full control over the power of the world tree. Hanzu remained silent, facing Anfa, paying close attention to every word, noting that he referred to the relics as keys, and he remembered that only the elven 2 individuals he met in hell called them that, and there was only one existence that could mention such records. But those people couldn't possibly be here. From now on, you are about to reach a conclusion, which means Hanzu is definitely right. So you are a clone? Anfa replied. You figured her out, he continued to reveal. You're not only using the key, but also know its origin, Hanzu said. I've heard a little about it, you wonder, so what do you want to tell me? Anfa slowly spoke, demanding that you hand over the key you possess, and then leave. Moreover, you look down on it. A bug like you is not worthy of having it. Hanzu chuckled softly. Then I will make a proposal myself. You set the condition. Be silent and hand over the shard of the holy stone. Hanzu asserts that a fake like you is not worthy of it. Your words made Anfa freeze in surprise. Then he burst out laughing with joy. And suddenly he was laughing so hard he looked like a clown. He mocked, you don't even know your own position. A mere bug like you thinks you can kill me. Meanwhile, every word Hanzu spoke was serious, and Anfa was ready to strike, leaving me no choice. He cast some of his magic, which instantly turned into a sword, and the blue orb changed to red. Hanzu was stunned to see it, while Anfa had already created a black hole. Hanzu couldn't help but be terrified. That attack could kill thousands of elite warriors. He knew its name, its origin, and Anfa shouted, I will make you reveal your position. From that black hole, several more magical spheres drift out. Now fight with all your strength. The contemptuous, lowly bastard. The spheres rained down like a storm, targeting Hanzu. He immediately took out a few of his own magic balls, and as the attack came in, the powerful energy from Hanzu's sphere blocked it. Anfa recognized it. An ice shard of the fallen saint, just as expected from the weapon of the 5 great generals. But what if I do this? This time, his magic attack is twice as strong, like a sharp needle rushing toward Hanzu. Yet he just stands and looks up, while Hanzu chooses to wield his sword and cut everything down. So you've found their weakness. Each ice sphere is very fragile, like a weakened version of the Echiran relics that warriors often use. Hanzu's eyes focused all their strength, yet he could clearly see their movements as Anfa's spell was falling to the ground. Hanzu keeps dodging constantly. They still have the ability to fight and deal damage to 1,000 warriors. Their numbers are truly overwhelming. The spheres take turns rushing forward, and Hanzu wraps himself in a water shadow to move faster. The battlefield now feels like a chase, and you keep alert all around. This time, Hanzu decides to sweep with his sword, revealing a clone using reconstructed weapons. Hanzu clenched his magic power tightly, so that's the method he would use. And he had turned Anfa's magic into his own, so the spheres began to change direction. The magic orbs on Anfa's sword also stopped working because Hanzu had taken control of everything. The other spheres ceased flying and hovered in the air, causing Anfa to look up in surprise. What is this? He shouted in rage. I can't control the 7 holy ice spheres anymore. Anfa, furious, cursed. My Deathgate technique isn't working as I intended, and the magic I used to control the 7 holy ice spheres is gradually dissipating. He shouted in anger, You can't be serious. Anfa wondered, Do you know the magic code? Hanzu slowly spoke, I told you before. Then he poured all his magic power into him. Hanzu said, I've heard a little about it. Then he paused to look at Anfa. Hanzu praised, I am quite surprised. You are a clone, yet you can withstand the ice barrier army. Immediately, he cast spheres to destroy Anfa. and Hanzu emphasized that a good weapon is only truly effective in the hands of a skilled person. Then he leapt into the air, gathering his strength to finish off Anfa. "Is this all you've got?" His face showed only seriousness. Now Anfa could only grit his teeth and endure, as Hanzu finally drew his sword and struck. He cursed the heavens in hatred, then used his remaining strength to fight back, dying. Hanzu focused intently on every move, then ran towards Anfa. Hanzu's eyes showed determination as he elbowed the enemy, forcing Anfa to retreat, but Hanzu had no intention of stopping. You cut Anfa down to the ground, and this time he truly lost strength from the pain. Hanzu boldly assessed that he's still inexperienced, and Anfa struggled to get up and move further away. Hanzu's hand rises toward him, vowing, "I won't let you escape." He immediately launches several water orbs in the direction of Anfa, attacking relentlessly so he can't escape. So Anfa decided to jump high, causing the holy shard to fall from his hand. Hanzu controlled it back towards himself, and Anfa was even more annoyed. Damn it! Now he has to admit that Hanzu's magic control ability is truly impressive. Anfa has exhausted himself, but Hanzu can control them perfectly, without any effort. He doesn't want to accept the truth. Even if Hanzu possesses a shard of the sacred stone, it still seems impossible. Anfa thinks it's as if Hanzu has been practicing magic for a decade. If we only consider his control over magic, Hanzu might be a bit better than him. But looking back, Anfa clenched his teeth and admitted no. Hanzu was completely superior to him, and now Hanzu was charging again. Anfa was helpless. No, Hanzu could easily kill him. He stands frozen in place, looking at Hanzu. Having accepted the truth in his mind, I will die. Is this how it will end? His eyes stared intensely ahead. Anfa was utterly desperate. I haven't achieved my goal yet. Something had driven him. No. Anfa is determined I cannot fail, so he draws his sword for battle. I must survive, Anfa shouts. I won't die here. The two powerful swords clash. Hanzu was stunned, unable to hit. Some kind of magic was floating in the middle of the stage. Hanzu froze. This form prevented him from attacking. But Hanzu was certain of his suspicion. There was no mistake. Anfa had transformed into the heavenly soldier armor. Hanzu knows that the celestial armor is an invincible suit capable of devouring all kinds of weapons, which it absorbs to gain more energy, and he understands the situation clearly now. Hanzu said sternly, "Now I have a valid reason to kill him." And so the battle continued. Hanzu exclaimed, "Worthy of being my opponent." Both sides are now evenly matched, which makes Hanzu have to admit he's really strong. Anfa fights on, even though he and Gata know they're in danger. Anfa considers the situation. Currently, he can't use the weapon stash, but if he could activate it alongside the armored divine soldiers, he would definitely win. Gata's expression stiffens. What should he do now? Breaking through his defenses is only a matter of time. After a moment, an idea formed in Anfa's mind. Gata sent a cunning plan. There is a way. Anfa remembered that the weapons in the warehouse couldn't be used due to magic conflicts, but they still existed. So Gata gained more confidence to fight. Anfa wondered, if I let the celestial armor absorb them, then what? Hanzu was curious. What do you plan to do? You can't use crafted weapons, right? Wait, you just realized. Hold on, that's a whole bunch of weapons flying out. Anfa used the skill to devour weapons. Gata is very proud of his own strategy. Anfa burst into laughter. So now you realize it's too late. I will show you my true power. Gata's face suddenly changed abruptly. Anfa feels the wind. Is this destruction? The armor is biting into him because he has swallowed too many weapons at once, and he won't be able to endure it. Thinking of the immediate results, Gata seems reassured, but he feels the same. Anfa feels a bit helpless, and besides, there's nothing more I can do. Gata seems to be scheming, so I just need to, Anfa exclaimed. You also want this, don't you? The pressure of the magic attack is hitting Hanzu. Anfa confidently says, let's see if you can hold on. Hanzu grips the shining sword tightly and puts all his strength into his body. The illusion of the celestial armor gradually reveals itself with immense power, and he shouts, so I will transfer control of the celestial armor to you. On Hanzu's face, pieces of skin gradually peel away, and his eyes open wide. Hanzu tore through the outer layer to reveal the majestic body of the heavenly soldier, sparks of lightning flashing intensely. While witnessing his transformation, Anfa calmly said, it's pointless. The chance of death when taking control of the heavenly armor is 9 out of 10. He chuckled softly and then said loudly, it was never feasible from the start. But after exhausting all weapons in the arsenal to nurture the divine armor, the challenge of inheritance becomes even more difficult. Seeing a fleeting look of contemplation on Anfa's face, he thought, I expected him to be swallowed immediately by the divine armor, but he actually fought back quite well. Seeing the massive body of the celestial soldier, Anfa analyzed that even if he died, he still couldn't use the celestial armor. He would probably leave him here and then go to the world tree. After finishing his words, he turned around and walked away, not forgetting to say in a near whisper, "I will come back to find you when you die." At this moment, Hanzu, inside the divine soldier's body, was sweating profusely, his face pale and grimacing in pain. Unable to endure any longer, the divine soldier staggered and lowered himself as if about to collapse, and he sighed. The pressure was overwhelming, and a question arose in his mind. Did he transfer power because of this? By this point, the celestial soldier had completely collapsed in pain. He told himself, "This is really dangerous. If I make a mistake, I could die." Hanzu clenched his teeth to hold on, thinking that if he pushed his internal energy to the limit, he could overcome it, but that would threaten his life. Suddenly, the celestial soldier collapsed, his body igniting with fierce flames, a surge of power rising wildly within him, and he silently resolved that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Hanzu now reverts to his human form, but he doesn't stop. It seems his body is about to undergo another transformation, with sparks of lightning blazing fiercely. The scales begin to cover Hanzu's face, forcing him to grit his teeth to endure the bone-deep pain. Hanzu stomped his foot forcefully, causing the ground to shake violently, now transformed into a powerful new form with a sturdy armor on his body. Then Hanzu swung his arm fiercely, causing the armor pieces to detach from his body along with lightning bolts tearing through the space. Instead, there is a Hanzu with wide-open wings, as if swallowing the sky. Soon after, fragments of the iron armor scatter across the ground. Hanzu gradually reverts to his human form, his body battered and seemingly exhausted, unable to stand firm. Overcome, Hanzu collapses heavily, and the entire space falls into silence. After a while, he managed to crawl up, his body trembling weakly. Step by step, Hanzu used his strength to support himself and stand up despite the intense pain. He tried to move, but he couldn't lift his foot, as if an invisible force was holding him back. In the silent space, Hanzu stood motionless before the bloodstain, silently marveling at how dangerous it truly was. Hanzu, clutching his mouth, looked in panic at the blood on his hand and quietly acknowledged that using the full power of the dragon energy technique was beyond his current ability. He stood there lost in deep thought, just using a little already placed such a heavy burden on his body, and he is not yet at a level where he can freely use it. His face now looks pale and weak, and he is considering temporarily sealing it away. Hanzu turned around and muttered to himself, "It seems he really has run away." As he speculated, he wiped the bloodstain from his mouth, probably using teleportation magic to escape. Seeing a holy stone layer beneath his feet, he said if not, he wouldn't have left this behind. Hanzu picked up the holy stone, its light shining brightly, and muttered to himself, "Let's see what happens." Hanzu's lips trembled as the Libra armor from his arm began to reveal its illusionary metallic details. Standing amidst the massive body of Libra, he looked at Libra's clenched hand and thought to himself with satisfaction, "I like this. It moves exactly as I want." After thinking, he quickly stored the holy stone in his pocket. The Libra armor, besides its ability to absorb weapons, also has another incredible effect. Hanzu stands amidst the illusion of Libra, his face showing an unusually calm expression. His wandering thoughts reflected its ability to defend itself, more than twice as effectively against weapons of the same type as those it had previously devoured. He looked up at the fully formed body of Libra and concluded that the Libra armor had completed its red evolution. Hanzu thought of the scene where a barrage of high-level weapons appeared like a rain, and guessed that perhaps it had been supplied with all the weapons in the armory. Amidst the silent atmosphere, he stood beneath the illusion of Libra, his hand clenched tightly, exuding an extremely calm demeanor. After a while, Hanzu also retracted Tianping into the ring on his hand, muttering to himself, probably it no longer needs to consume more food now. Looking into the space ahead, Hanzu said, "It seems like the monsters are no longer appearing." On the other side, "I can't see where you went," Michael asked with concern, wondering where Hanzu had gone. Hearing that, Sophia's expression darkened as she hesitantly said, "I saw him hurriedly leave just now, but..." Before she could finish speaking, someone approached and asked, "Did he abandon her?" Liu Hong stepped forward arrogantly and said, "He told us to follow him, but he did this. He's truly an irresponsible man." Hearing that, Michael responded calmly, "Well, Beacon also followed quite steadily, right?" Hearing this, Liu Hong awkwardly replied, "We simply had no other choice." He continued rambling, "If he hadn't submerged us in the toxic water, we could have left already." Beacon had planned to retreat from the beginning, so Sophia and Michael stood silently, saying nothing. Liu Hong, still feeling proud, asked again, "Am I wrong? If you want to say something, just say it." But he didn't know when Hanzu had appeared behind him. "Seeing you," Michael asked, So where did Hanzu actually go? At this moment, Liu Hong was startled and turned around to see Hanzu approaching. He exclaimed in panic, "When did you come back?" He calmly replied, "I have already destroyed the body itself." Hearing that, Michael asked in surprise, "So you have already destroyed it?" Hanzu brushed past Liu Hong with a faint mist trailing behind him and calmly said, "It's not me." Hearing that, he forced a smile and asked, "Then who is it?" "You don't need to answer, just follow me and I'll take you to the surface." Michael quickly agreed, "All right." Meanwhile, Liu Hong remained frozen in place, his gaze fixed on him. Hanzu calmly said, "You may not hear me, but I have never once given you an order. You seriously said, 'I hope you won't make me repeat myself.'" Hearing this, Liu Hong's face showed some resentment as he clenched his fists. He looked at Michael and saw that he was also looking at him. Michael's eyes gradually opening with a cold glint. With a teasing expression, he mimicked Liu Hong's startled reaction when Hanzu suddenly appeared. "When did you turn around?" This action made him recall that embarrassed look and secretly curse that bastard. While Liu Hong was still angry from being mocked, Hanzu was lost in deep thought. "My own body has been destroyed, and I have obtained a fragment of the holy stone. But there's one thing that worries me. I think of Anfa's bizarre figure holding up a weapon, with continuous lightning bolts shooting out." Hanzu felt uneasy, thinking that the clone might hold all the power of the king. As he thought about it, his face darkened. If that were true, everything would become much worse. The image of a gloomy place with only a little light shining through reveals the giant monster's body twisting around a tree. Hanzu guesses that he is probably heading straight toward the flower. As I suspected, Anfa has returned to the flower. Doc Chi said, "In the end, sacrificing the divine armor was truly worth it. I will fully possess the king's authority." At this point, Anfa clenched his teeth and wondered, but unable to contain his anger. He opened his sharp-toothed mouth and shouted, "After giving me all the authority, is the true body still sleeping?" Now the flower has begun to move gently, from the other side of the lake. Anfa's voice echoed, "The world tree has withered, and Elven High no longer exists, but beneath this is humanity, the ones who will replace them." He stands before the flower on the rippling lake, whispering to himself that now he will correct the mistakes of the past, all to revive his kin. After a moment of reflection, Anfa turned and walked away, muttering that he had failed to save his race, failed to protect Elven High, and in the end, even himself was lost, haunted by the Clown King. Stay tuned from where he is. "I will do everything," recalling Hanzu's cold image, as Anfa strokes his chin while calculating. "First, I must recover Galerian's sword, Echidrin's chain, and Fabian's bracelet." Thinking of this, he recalled Fabian's image, and silently resolved that Echidrin and Fabian are one and the same, so he was sure that he also held Fabian's bracelet. As Anfa stepped forward confidently, he thought that after reclaiming the authority of the Elder, he must proceed to unify. Standing proudly in front of the light, he had his own plans that required great and overwhelming strength, not just ordinary tricks. Anfa stood deep in thought, then smirked wickedly, the reflection of the light on his face making him look even more sinister. The sky is now extremely dark, with swirling black clouds like a giant whirlpool, and he looks down from above at the tree being tightly wrapped by a giant monster and confidently thinks, "I will use it." What Anfa mentioned is Ouroboros in a dormant state, its body appearing with sharp, shimmering scales. At this moment, he was holding onto a branch, preparing to jump down, then Anfa swung himself forcefully to land. Finally, he let go, leaping straight down with a cold expression, while Anfa quickly descended onto a nearby branch, gazing absent-mindedly to the side as he surveyed his surroundings. Then Anfa stood up, carefully analyzing the terrain and planning each step meticulously. Without hesitation, he swiftly descended downward like a gust of wind, effortlessly leaping across the branches. Anfa's foot slowly touches the ground, and finally he reaches Ouroboros's body. Bathed in a powerful glow on his face, Anfa turns his gaze to look at Ouroboros. He stands still, staring intently at the enormous scales with thousands of glowing eyes inside, looking very terrifying. Anfa coldly gives the order to move, baring his fangs at the creator himself. At the command, the 7 parasitic locusts immediately burst out, roaring in terrifying roars. Anfa stands calmly among the 7 locusts. He looked into the scales and chuckled smugly. That's more like it. Anfa silently watched the 7 locusts and thought to himself, the original has finally failed. He walked slowly among the respectful gazes, feeling proud inside, having lost his clansmen and having no more authority left from the original. Anfa hears the sharp smile and laughs loudly, secretly affirming that now he is the true original. "In that case," Anfa exclaimed, "very well then. With a smug look, he grinned maliciously and declared, "From now on, I am Tekeron." The scene shifts to where Hanzu is standing, quietly gazing into the dark space. Seeing everyone gathering around, some walking together, others chatting happily, Shopea's thoughts drifted aimlessly. I thought the person was dead and couldn't even struggle, but who would have thought they could come back from that place? After a moment of thought, she stood silently, gazing into the distance ahead. Seeing that, Michael approached and asked, "What are you thinking, Shopea?" But before she could answer, he smiled happily and said, "Well, I'm sure we're both thinking the same thing, so there's no point in asking." Both of them looked at Hansu's steady back, then whispered, "He has killed the disaster and is prone to eruption." Since that person appeared, the red zone has changed a lot. At this point, Michael squinted and admitted that, honestly, I'd almost given up. Recalling the past, Michael looked at Hansu's determined face and softly said, "But in the end, he did it. And alone, too." He continued with a firm voice, "I'm sure that person will also have an autumn scent with him. He probably will also be able to cross the orange zone easily, while Shopea remains standing quietly, listening." Then she thought to herself, from now on, the red zone will become a safer place, meaning more survivors will live. Thinking of this, Shopea clenched her fists tightly, contemplating in her heart that if that happened, her siblings would also survive in the red zone. Still lost in her thoughts, she planned to save countless lives, but looking ahead, Hanzu had been smiling with his shirt and scarf on for how long? This moment, her lips gently curved into a faint smile, her cheeks beginning to flush. Then she covered her mouth and burst into laughter, prompting Michael to cross his arms and ask Vuver, "Why are you laughing like that?" Shopea just smiled broadly and hesitated, saying, "I have a feeling that something completely absurd is about to become reality." Hearing that, he didn't ask further, only nodded gently and said, "I understand." Suddenly, from above, a messenger hawk with glowing blue wings soared down. A girl looked up and asked curiously, "What is that?" And the other replied, "It looks like a messenger hawk." Everyone stood still, watching the messenger birds flying over the city. But why are there so many of them now? Back at T. Karan's hideout, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Suddenly, someone is running desperately, as if fleeing from something. He runs with his teammate, constantly looking back to check the situation. But suddenly his foot caught on a rock in the middle of the road. With momentum, he fell down, and his teammate, seeing this, was also stunned and turned to look. He lies on the ground, reaching out and crying for help. "Save me." The two teammates see this scene, sweat pouring down their faces, torn between turning back to help or fleeing. But they cruelly ran away in panic, ignoring the cries for help. "Please don't leave me behind." But it was too late. He was struck by a force that caused him to spit out blood. The locust now delivered a fatal blow, leaving only the sound of unbearable pain echoing through the space. It looked up with a cold gaze as a strange sound continued to emanate. In the dark night of the forest, that young man was torn apart by the locust in a tragic scene never seen before. From afar, it saw Hanzu's group approaching. The parasitic grasshopper carefully examined his face before shifting its gaze to Sophia, chatting with Hanzu. Once it understood the situation, the locust sneered with its sharp teeth and a sinister smile, recalling Tequila's words to stop humans. The image of his ferocity appeared in the locust's mind along with his words, and until I fully control Ouroboros, ensuring they cannot leave this place will be your task. At that moment, Tequila's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he gave a cold, determined look as he ordered to prevent them from crossing into the orange zone. The Ouroboros monster was coiled tightly around the tree trunk. It doesn't hide, but just stays silent, listening to the breathing of the muai. In the dark forest of the red zone, eerie cracking sounds echo repeatedly. Feeling the danger, everyone's faces turned pale with fear, and someone warned, "It's coming." As their icy breath grew more frantic, the scream of despair echoed out, "It's the parasitic locusts." Right before their eyes, a swarm of furious locusts charged forward, ready to tear apart the Mui at any moment, as they rapidly advanced toward the front of the camp. Aaron Patz and Min Chun also took fighting stances as her voice continued to echo if they let them flood in. The red zone would be wiped out. The other members also gripped their weapons tightly, but couldn't hide their fear, while Ferris kept urging, "At all costs, we must protect this place. Hold on until reinforcements from other clans arrive." Sweat poured down Aaron Patz's face as he gritted his teeth and said each word, "We have to stop them. Is this all the people we have?" At that moment, the swarm of locusts was already approaching, so many that all you could see was an endless black mass, like this. Hanzu's bluebird flew over to report, hovering in front of Michael with faint blue mist emanating from it. He opened his eyes and said gravely, The report states that all parasitic locusts inside Ouroboros have appeared. Faced with Sophia's adjustments and Hanzu's calmness, Michael continued saying, "Their number exceeds 100 million. Hearing this, all members felt terrified, and he calmly added, "Even if we gather all the clans, we still can't withstand this. It's truly unreasonable." Hanzu stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, wondering why the parasitic locusts suddenly behaved this way. The image of the swarm appeared in his mind. Parasitic locusts are the guardians inside Ouroboros. They are the gatekeepers, stopping anything that tries to break through Ouroboros' scales. Thinking about Ouroboros tightly coiled around the tree, Hanzu carefully analyzed. Therefore, they cannot act arbitrarily without reason, and right now, Ouroboros, the only one who can command them, is focused on drinking poison water. There is no reason for it to issue this order at this moment. This has never happened in the past 500 years, or even in its previous form. Thinking this, he frowned and his eyes flickered with suspicion. So that means. Seeing Tekeron laughing triumphantly during the UOV slaughter, he hesitated and said, "Him." Hanzu stood silently, realizing his suspicion was correct, and that he had predicted he would become a wild card, but this situation was really troublesome. Lost in thought, suddenly someone called out, making Hanzu turn around to look. Liu Hong hurriedly runs over and blurts out a nonsense statement, saying that Ouroboros' parasite is going crazy because of you. Hearing that, Hanzu asks in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Liu Hong angrily retorts, "Don't pretend to be stupid. He keeps blaming you. If you hadn't started hunting disasters, this never would have happened. How do you plan to take responsibility for it?" Ignore what Liu Hong said. Hanzu turned to Sophia and asked, "Sophia, can you use your librarian skill to estimate how much longer until it descends?" Hearing that, she hesitated and asked again, "You mean the time until the parasite fully drops down?" But he quickly replied, "Not to abandon them." Hanzu pointed straight ahead and confidently said it was Ouroboros. Hearing this, both Michael and Sophia froze in shock, only able to exclaim, "What?" Hanzu gazed into the distance, deep in thought, realizing this wouldn't just be about swarms of locusts. Thinking of Tekeron's two forms, Hanzu quietly confirmed that he was a clone, meaning he possessed part of the king's power, enough to command the locusts to act. When Hanzu thought about the moment Ouroboros opened its eyes as if awakened, he quickly made a confident judgment that he would also find a way to control Ouroboros. Hanzu's thoughts raced as Ouroboros began to awaken. It suddenly dropped to the ground with incredible speed, then its sharp fangs seemed ready to swallow the insect. Of course, controlling Ouroboros completely would take a lot of time since it is one of the 4 calamities, but once he gains control of Ouroboros, he will immediately bring it down to the ground. The key point is, therefore, that precise timing is the most important factor right now. Thinking quickly, Hanzu shouted loudly, "Sophia, hurry up!" In his mind, he was secretly calculating that the longer it takes to bring Ouroboros down, the more time we have to prepare. Deep within Sophia's eyes, she sees the lair of Ouroboros. She pauses for a moment before speaking. 2 weeks. This statement leaves Liu Hong and his team stunned. Liu Hong clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing this was the end, and that capturing Hanzu no longer mattered. He immediately turned and shouted orders to his subordinates. "The red zone was in danger. Squad 1 and 2, report to Lord Miyamoto. Everyone else, follow me." Seeing that, Sophia asked with curiosity, "Where are you planning to go? We need to work together to stop it." Liu Hong's eyes turned cold as he whispered, "Why should we do that?" While she was still worried, Liu Hong continued speaking, "The mirror is about to open. All we need to do is escape." At that moment, Sophia silently thought, "The time to open the mirror has come." An image of a deep blue lake appears in the area. It is the mirror, a giant lake between 6 grand main pillars. In the sacred red zone, it is the path to the next area, but that gate only opens once a month. A foot steps onto the surface of the lake, and when the water becomes as smooth as a mirror, we can step inside. The image of Hanzu crossing the lake and heading to another place also proves that those unworthy cannot enter, but those who are deserving can. Sophia pondered silently. It was obvious that all members of the clan, being high-level travelers, would surely succeed in entering when the mirror opened. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, meaning that all clan members would escape through the mirror when it opened, right? Liu Hong was reminded and said, "Yes, we have no reason to die uselessly here, right?" Hearing that, Sophia erupted in anger and shouted, "So what about the orders from Lord Eris and Lord Miyamoto? What do you intend to do with those still on their way here?" Nevertheless, Hans calmly asked, "Isn't that already too obvious?" When Liu Hong uttered his indifferent words about them dying under the claws of the parasitic Chow Chow, a vivid scene of the bloodthirsty Chow Chow appeared. He didn't stop. Liu Hong continued to think about the savage image of Ouroboros and said slowly, or he might be swallowed whole by Ouroboros. Hans, calmly turning his head, coldly replied, "Why should I care about a command from 20 years ago?" Every word Liu Hong said made Sophia feel angry. She clenched her teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Seeing that, Hans turned away dismissively, waving his hand as he walked off, casually saying, "Don't stare at me like that, it's not just us. The other members of the clan are thinking the same." Before leaving entirely, Liu Hong turned back and arrogantly said if order had been established, things might have been different, but humans only speak of righteousness when in heaven, not in hell. Sophia, unable to say anything further, simply stepped forward to follow him. But then Sophia stopped, her mind racing in confusion, thinking that with this situation, all the remaining travelers might be slaughtered. Her eyes widened in fear as she muttered to herself, "And if we're not careful, the seal could be broken, and in the flow of imagination, a pair of eyes in the darkness gradually flicker to life." Hearing this, Hanzu spoke to reassure, "Don't worry, 2 weeks is enough time." He confidently said if we meet certain conditions, defeating Ouroboros won't be just a distant dream. Sophia still hesitated and asked again, "No way, are you talking about a method similar to what we did with the catfish and the splash dish?" Michael listened to the conversation and then spoke, saying that it was impossible, as the entire swarm of parasitic chiggers protecting Ouroboros was now descending. He slowly analyzed that the gatekeepers had ceased their duties, which meant it had completely sealed itself off from anything external, making the old method impossible. Then Michael raised 2 fingers and proposed a solution, saying that we need to meet certain conditions first. He depicted the members fighting against the attack of the 7 locusts, with the first condition being to gather all the clans to face the invading locusts. Michael continued, "The second condition was to obtain healing from the strongest figures in the red zone. 7 spirits." When he mentioned this, Sophia thought of John Sang and his allies. After hearing Michael's reasoning, Hanzu also spoke up to oppose it, saying it was not impossible. He began to look towards the dense canopy where Ouroboros was hiding. Next is the scene where it twists and writhes with its enormous body in the quiet night, Ouroboros gripping the tree tightly with its sharp teeth. Combining these images, Hanzu confirms that this is the way to defeat Ouroboros. After you finished speaking, the 3 of them stood in silence for a long time before Michael asked, "So you just said you want to unify all the different factions to stop those parasitic locusts?" The fierce image of Ouroboros roaring and snarling appeared in his mind, even though Ouroboros would soon descend and destroy everything it saw. Hanzu still stood with his arms crossed, listening to Michael's words. He continued, saying that it was impossible. Those groups would not do as you wish. Sophia hesitated and spoke doubtfully, saying that, "Until now, I have always followed your plan, and I have seen that you have realized things I thought were impossible. Yet I still trust you completely, even now." However, she still spoke to defend herself, "But I believe you also realize why the images in the hall cannot leave their stronghold. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't come here." Hearing that, Hanzu clenched his fists and said confidently, "Of course I know about that, and that's why I am preparing to deal with it here. I will eliminate the reason why the hall images are trapped in place." Hanzu's words made Sophia hesitate and stammer, "No way," he was about to... She didn't finish speaking before he cut her off, but first he looked firmly at Sophia and continued, "Uniting the factions and dealing with the parasitic. Chow Chow is our top priority. We don't have time." The figure of Ouroboros biting the tree steadily appears, followed by its glaring, shining eye. This is the central nervous system of Ouroboros. Hidden nearby, Tekuron secretly observes everything at Hanzu's location through a space screen. First, a member is shown struggling to resist the attack of the parasitic Chow Chow. Next, Minchun is seen fighting fiercely while shouting instructions to his teammates to keep their distance while maintaining communication. From the surveillance screens, the sound echoed out, "When will the security forces arrive?" While Tekuron still calmly sat with his arms crossed, watching the situation. Ga began to stroke his chin, then sighed. Tekuron silently assessed that they were resisting better than he had expected. Ga looked at the screen and saw the members gradually losing strength as they struggled against the overwhelming number of Chow Chow, then smugly said that in the end, it was all meaningless since the parasitic Chow Chow had a clear advantage in numbers. Crushing them is only a matter of time. After some thought, Tekuron muttered, "Even so, I can't let them kill too many humans. Each one is an invaluable source of renewal. I still need a significant number of survivors, but my gaze narrows suddenly when I notice something." Deep in his eyes, a shadowy figure of Lu Hong appeared faintly, and Tekuron exclaimed, "I knew it." Through Chow Chow's sharp eyes, Lu Hong's group was slowly moving, and he slowly opened his mouth. "They are." Chow Chow's group observes from the bushes, watching Lu Hong's movement, and Tekaron continues muttering. It seems that a large group of theirs plans to head to the next area, and what truly drives that decision? At this point, he put his hand down and made an assessment, harming loved ones to survive. They are not good people, either. Then Tekaron smiled cruelly, enjoying the hatred. This is divine punishment. Watching Lu Hong's image on the screen, Tekaron coldly said, "Leave these worms to you." At this moment, in the red zone, he also felt a sense of unease and froze in place. After a long journey, Liu Hong and his companions arrived at the dark blue lake called the Mirror, and he eagerly said, "Look where we are standing." Liu Hong surveyed each person, then looked at a bald man and slowly said, "The people from the Celestial Guild." He looked at the other members, muttering to himself, 6 strangers. Finally, Liu Hong turned his gaze to Chok Ma and said, "And also the king of the Hey Karim Society." He frowned deeply, pondering whether the other members of the Van Kyrie Society, those who blocked the parasitic locusts, had gathered here. Considering that even the strongest had come to escape, it seems his judgment was correct. Lost in thought, Liu Hong turned to order his subordinates to seize the nearby points so we could activate as soon as the mirror opens. The other replied, yes. Near Chok Ma, he suddenly sensed something. "Look who it is," Chok Ma said excitedly, sneering. "If it's not the one who stole the throne from the dead, then who else? This is Chok Ma, leader of the Hey Karim Guild." Seeing that Liu Hong did not respond, Chok Ma continued to ask, "Has that person already given you permission to leave?" He recognized him and slowly said, "Chok Ma." Standing in front of Chok Ma, Liu Hong coldly replied, "I have no reason to tell you." Hearing that, he burst out laughing and then left loudly, quite angry. Chok Ma couldn't contain his excitement and continued speaking. "Based on the current situation, I thought I would get to see them even once, but they seem too busy that I can't even remember what they look like." Hearing that, he sweat and awkwardly said, "Unlike the leaders of other factions, he's fulfilling his duties very well, so it's natural." As he finished speaking, Liu Hong's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out a cry. From above, shimmering paper fragments floated around, and Hanzu's figure gradually appeared, calmly saying the 6 major guilds would arrive soon. Seeing Hanzu, he gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is going on here? At the same time, Michael and Sophia also appeared. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hong shouted even louder, even more than Hanzu. He hurried over to Yu, pointed his finger, and shouted, "Are you here to block our way again?" Hanzu calmly replied, "I'm not here for that. I came for my own plan." In front of the guilds, you calmly say the plan is simple. The 6 major guilds will stop those parasitic locusts. Hanzu continues outlining the plan, while I take on Ouroboros, and Jogma nods in agreement. The members of the other guilds heard this and whispered among themselves, "Is he telling us to stop those parasitic grasshoppers? He said he would take down Ouroboros. Is he crazy?" Michael saw that and placed his hand on Hanzu's shoulder, softly saying, "I told you, no one will follow your plan." This moment, Sophia finally spoke softly, blaming them for being irresponsible. Miss Ngok paused and said, "Aren't we the experienced ones and the shadows?" Sophia remembered Junichi's figure and placed her hand on her chest, speaking with a trembling voice. "We have a duty to protect the red zone according to the will of the Erez and Miyamoto factions." Hanzu, upon hearing this, also looked at her and silently thought, so in the end, everything was for Miyamoto. Remembering Junichi's back, Hanzu pondered quietly. Although he has died in hell, he has helped everyone here until now. That is what he has always done. Liu Hong now also raises his voice. "Don't overstep this time." A cold look flashes in his eyes as he glances sharply at Sophia before lowering his voice. "Even if that person is one of the 7 shadows, it doesn't mean you have the right to call that name here." Hearing Liu Hong's words, Vodcom wondered if he was the one who ran away after hearing the name. But Hanzu spoke frankly, saying, "You were the one who abandoned Miyamoto's words and ran away." Hearing that, Michael pointed at him and let out a small laugh, as if Hanzu had spoken his own thoughts. After observing for a while, Jogma chuckled softly and said, "You are more crazy than I thought." As he walked away, he asked, "Are you Kang Hanzu? I have a piece of advice for you." Standing before Hanzu, Jogma admitted, "I acknowledge you defeated calamities. It's shameful that I didn't fight myself and acted as if it would benefit my group." Then he coldly continued, "If we can hold out here for 2 days and then enter the orange zone, why should we risk rushing into death ourselves? This is each person's own matter. I don't think you should interfere." Hearing that, you also didn't reply, just stood silently for a moment. Then Hanzu sighed and said, "Yeah, I already knew I couldn't persuade you." He looked into the distance and calmly warned, They're coming, so it's better if you start to see how brutal this world can be when they arrive. When Hanzu finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. The frequency of the trembling ground is so intense that no one can stand firm anymore. The demon lord shouts loudly, the earth is shaking. Looking at the panicked members, he sternly advises, don't panic, just 2 days. We can hold off the locusts during that time. Faced with this panic, Hanzu remained calm and said it's not them. The ground is shifting even more violently. Hanzu then straightened up and deduced that only one creature could produce such a destructive force in the red zone. Standing silently and gazing into the distant horizon where the parasitic locusts originate, he confirms it is Ouroboros. At this moment, Ouroboros slowly descends to the ground, arching its body with powerful movements before sharply flicking its tail, causing the entire space to shake violently. Its giant tail stretched out like a star covering the sky. Everyone watching this was terrified. Liu Hong looked up in horror and shouted, "Is this happening again? Ouroboros isn't coming down in 2 weeks, is it?" Sophia sweat profusely as she watched this scene, muttering in fear. Ouroboros is not descending. The giant tail of Ouroboros almost touches the mirror. Sophia continued to reassure herself. Right now, it has only just wagged its tail. All the members of its guilds were terrified and pale, the ground trembling like this just from it wagging its tail. If it really comes down. Hanzu frowned at the scene and said in a deep voice, "I know, it's trying to block the mirror. As you speak, Ouroboros's tail nearly touches the mirror, its enormous shadow engulfing the light, and everyone witnessing this terrifying scene can no longer stand firm and scream out as it descends." Without hesitation, Ouroboros slammed its tail against the mirror, creating a towering water column that shot into the sky, causing everyone to scatter in panic as a warning shout echoed, "Everyone, run away!" At this moment, Chopea quickly set up a formation, and Hanzu calmly said, "I have another request," she replied. "Go ahead." Chopea immediately creates a large-scale formation right in the middle of the mirror, preventing the powerful flowing water from pouring in and temporarily ensuring everyone's safety. From Ouroboros's hiding spot, its long tail pierced straight into the mirror's face. The tremor subsided for now. Liu Hong understood the situation and helplessly thought, then Han looked at the motionless tail lying right in the middle of the mirror and thought, I can't move into the orange zone now. Suddenly, Liu Hong's subordinate pointed to the sky and shouted, "Commander Liu, above!" From within the scales, the Chow are gathering, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone's legs trembled uncontrollably, and the other members were stunned by the sudden event. This is madness. There must be limits. Liu Hong immediately ordered, "Retreat now. Run as far as possible." One person from the Celestial Society also spoke up, saying, "We have to go too." Members from other societies quickly fled, shouting as they ran, "Hurry up, run faster." Despite the tense situation, Jogma remained calm and unmoved. His subordinates called out loudly, "Jogma, sir, please give the order. What should we do now?" He did not respond, stroking his chin in thought. Ouroboros's tail had blocked the mirror, and countless parasitic orbs were rushing down from there to reach the next area. We must kill them all. Looking at the frenzied swarm of Chow Chow, he wondered if it was even possible with this many. Thinking of that, Jogma forced a smile, feeling bitter. There really was nothing more we could do. Suddenly, Liu Hong shouted loudly, "What are you still doing?" making us all startled as he looked up. He pointed to the sky and yelled fiercely, "Are you planning to let us all die?" The place Liu Hong pointed to is where sharp ice pillars are being erected. He continued shouting, "Sophia Vara." Hearing her name, Sophia quickly responded, "Everyone knows we have no way out anymore. We must hold off the Chow Chow if we want to survive." She kept rambling on, saying that in 2 weeks when Ouroboros arrives we will all die. And hearing that Liu Hong could only grit his teeth in anger, his subordinates hurriedly shouted out, "The situation is urgent," from afar. A herd of Chow Chow Noom Noop approached quickly like a gust of wind, and a warning voice rang out, "The parasitic Chow Chow are already behind us." The bloodthirsty Chow Chow stomped hard on the ground to jump up, while one from above rushed down quickly to catch its prey. Faced with the imminent danger of becoming its meal, everyone could only panic and raise their hands. Just as it seemed like he was about to be caught, Hanzu swooped in from behind, raising his shining sword ready to strike down. Then all that was seen was the Chow Chow's head flying up, along with the swift, precise slashes. It had been defeated. As he landed and saw Liu Hong standing there, Hanzu coldly said, according to the old plan. He wiped the blood stain from his face and continued speaking, "If so, we will all survive." Hearing that, he felt terrified and exclaimed, "He's truly crazy, I can't believe he's still saying that." Then Liu Hong pointed his finger at Hanzu and shouted loudly, thinking he's a hero. "Look at the situation. You plan to defeat Ouroboros, but Ouroboros is completely different from other disasters. You are not even moving," and calmly reply, "So are you planning to sneak away and run off?" Standing amidst the chaos, Hanzu emphasizes his word, even if it means missing the only way to survive. From the beginning until now, Jogma has been listening quietly to the conversation. Then he spoke again, saying the portal will open in 2 days. Ignoring Liu Hong's fierce expression, Hanzu continued calmly, "But as long as Ouroboros' tail still covers the lake, he has no choice but to wait 2 weeks. At this moment, the members of the Celestial Society also listen intently, and Hanzu hesitates before speaking. Choosing to go, he continues to present the option of destroying the catastrophe together and surviving, while from above, Sophia and Michael's faces remain carefully guarded, avoiding any signs of worry. At this point, Hanzu paused for a moment, then cast a fierce look at the herd of wild bulls before continuing, or maybe succumb to temptation, and focus on the red zone. Hanzu spoke confidently, buried beneath the ground, and as he finished speaking, the wild bulls charged wildly toward him. The situation is growing more and more dangerous, but Jogma still stands motionless, as if he's deep in thought. Behind Jogma's back, the members still hold their weapons tightly, ready for a bloody confrontation. They are coming. Still, he remained motionless in silence as his subordinates shouted, "Please, run, Lord Jogma." The grasshopper forcefully kicked the man to the ground to bounce high into the air. Immediately, a giant shadow leaps behind Jogma, and seeing the danger, Rong's urgent voice echoes again, "Please run, Lord Jogma." At this moment, he smiles broadly, a gleam of pleasure in his eyes, and says, "I like you more now, Hanzu." Then Jogma raised his hand to hold the hammer, arcs of lightning emanating from it to the leaf. Immediately, he lifted the hammer high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the locust. With a single powerful strike from Jogma, it was hit by the blazing sunset blow and had no chance to fight back. The grasshopper was knocked far away. Then he drew out the hammer and loudly declared, "Everyone listen up." Jogma pointed the hammer forward, and with a commanding voice said, "From now on, we must make sure the parasitic grasshoppers that are flooding this place cannot go anywhere." "Are you planning to fight the locusts until Ouroboros is defeated?" "Please," he replied. "Do you really think I would do that?" Jogma calmly analyzed, "Even while fighting like this, we will be ready to retreat at the first opportunity, and there will be fewer of us when the 6 great factions fight together here, in front of the guilds." He continued, "If he can't defeat Ouroboros, we can't advance to the Orange Zone, as he said. Even the 6 great councils would know that." Looking at Hanzu, Jogma confidently said, "If anything goes wrong, I will hold him responsible." After all, he said he would take down Ouroboros along with the 7 shadows. Hanzu's face remained thoughtful until his voice rang out, with nothing left to lose. Ouroboros was now motionless, its tail still deeply embedded in the mirror. All members of the various guilds raised their weapons simultaneously, ready to charge into the Orange Zone battle. The 7 locusts on this side also looked fierce, raising their claws to sweep their prey. As the 2 sides clashed, the battle reached its climax, and on Liu Hong's side, they stood still, unmoving. Their faces showed hesitation and doubt. Do we really have to fight the parasitic locusts? Even other clans have joined the fight, so shouldn't we fight too? Liu Hong's subordinate hurriedly turned to ask, "Commander Liu, what should we do now?" But when they looked back, he had disappeared somehow, and he called out faintly, "Commander, over here, Liu Hong is cowardly fleeing, running while thinking if he had known everything would turn out like this, he would have taken more advantage." Liu Hong's sharp eyes scan around. "Those fools, they've all gone crazy." While the battle raged on with relentless attacks, his wandering thoughts kept surfacing. How could they possibly withstand the endless assault of the parasitic locusts, and then hold out until Ouroboros was defeated? As Jogma fought desperately to eliminate each locust, Liu Hong kept secretly convinced in his mind that such a plan was utterly impossible. There was no way a reckless scheme like that could succeed. Thinking of that, he remembered Hanzu's determined look and hesitated, but then the image of him with the dragon scale armor on his skin appeared, and Liu Hong wondered, what if it were him? Hanzu swung his swords with deadly precision, destroying swarms of locusts in an instant, and despite the tense battle, his composure remained more steadfast than ever. Back with Liu Hong, he immediately darkened his face and kept denying it's impossible. That plan is clearly full of flaws. Without hesitation, Liu Hong ran straight ahead, thinking to himself that for now, He should return to that person and just say he needed more time to learn about Hanzu. Nothing's wrong. After a fierce battle, Hanzu returned to Shopea's side, still holding residual spiritual energy in his hand. Seeing Hanzu, he smiled broadly and softly said, "After the Hecarim clan took action, other clans also began to follow the plan, but we managed to delay the swarm of parasitic locusts' invasion. I am entrusting the rear to you, Michael," he said quietly, to which he forced a faint smile and let out a small sound. Then the armor on Hanzu's body also disappeared. He shrugged his shoulders and slowly said, "I have finished everything I need to do here. Now I must go persuade the 7 souls." Your voice sounded confident. Miyamoto is about to meet him now. Hearing that, Shopea looked a bit worried. Michael asked hesitantly, "So I'm supposed to stay and handle the support?" Hanzu quickly confirmed, "Exactly. You repeated Michael's words, remembering that last time you said you would ensure I received support from the healers, right?" Hearing this, he also recalled that conversation and nodded in confirmation. Hanzu finally said, "Then I'll leave this to you." This made Michael confused, and he hesitated before saying, "All right." The scene shifts to the Beacon headquarters, where Breck Vang's report states that the parasitic locusts have taken over the mirror. Currently, the 6 great clans are blocking their way, led by Jogma of the Hecarim clan. At Beacon headquarters, after the Vankiri clan completely destroyed the first swarm, they began moving toward the mirror, and now we must decide. As he spoke, he asked whether we should hide within the seal to avoid the parasitic locusts and wait for the path to open, or continue protecting the seal as we are now. "Meanwhile, the spirits," Breck said in a low voice. "After all, their task is to protect the seal." Marion Thug, the 4th spirit, asked aloud upon hearing this, "So isn't it best to hide near the seal and wait for everything to pass? Honestly, the current situation isn't that dangerous." The 3rd spirit, Beck Johnson, also agreed, saying he was in favor of hiding the seal. "Neither the grasshoppers nor Ouroboros can penetrate there, and we have no way to stop Ouroboros when it descends in 2 weeks. Hearing this, the 6th ghost girl, Tina Chalice, slammed the table, stood up, and said, "What about the remaining travelers if we choose to hide?" The 2nd ghost, named Claire Cooper, also spoke up to oppose. "I object. We have a responsibility to protect the seal. But isn't that to save more lives?" Everyone has their own opinion, making the conversation go on endlessly with loud arguments. "We have to survive at least. Being just travelers is nothing. What are you even talking about? How can you say that about others? The red zone will collapse if Ouroboros appears. No matter what, the thing in the seal will disappear. That thing is on a completely different level. It might even cross the boundary and enter another realm." Hearing the argument, Junichi lowered his head in frustration, helplessly supporting himself, his lips trembling before he slowly spoke. "Everyone, we must not allow internal conflicts. To clarify, he is Miyamoto Junichi, the 1st spirit, and also the leader of the secret family. Junsong and Ak also don't look well," he continued calmly, "but we must not create division." The room fell silent. Everyone respectfully spoke up. Miyamoto Junichi replied gently, "No need to apologize." With a gentle smile, he slowly said, "The current situation makes everyone uneasy. I completely understand. But it is precisely because of this that we must stay calm. We are spirits after all." Then, Junichi stroked his chin and laid out the plan. "First, we need to find out what caused the red zone to fall into this state," and as he was speaking, suddenly he noticed something. That is Liu Hong, who just arrived panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, and Junichi asked suspiciously, "Liu?" Regaining his composure, Liu Hong said seriously, "Mr. Miyamoto, I am here to report an urgent matter." Seeing that, Cooper intervened to stop him. "Liu Hong, the spirits are in a meeting. You can't go." But the man cut in, "It's okay." Junichi slowly stood up and called out, "That's right, Liu Hong." He smiled softly and praised him. "You did very well taking on the role of attack commander after Kazmoren retreated." Receiving the praise, Liu Hong immediately bowed deeply and respectfully said, "I am very grateful." Junichi stepped forward, placing a hand on Liu Hong's shoulder and slowly said, "I see." He smiled confidently and asked what you came here so hurriedly to say. When asked, he, like a fish in water, placed his hand on his back and proudly declared that the 6 great clans are stopping the parasitic locusts in the mirror. It's all King Hanzu's fault. Moreover, he even proposed a plan, and will be the one to activate Ouroboros. I'm here to report everything to you, Lord Miyamoto. But contrary to Liu Hong's urgency, Junichi simply replied softly, "So that's how it is." He was a bit surprised, but then confirmed again, "Yes, it's true." At this moment, his eyes widened with a terrifying seriousness as he calmly asked, "But how did you manage to get to the mirror?" As if caught, Liu Hong's face turned pale with panic, stammering out each word. "What? Then Chalice and Cooper shot cold looks at Liu Hong while Junichi calmly spoke. You don't need to explain. Your arrival at the mirror proves you tried to escape to the comm area. Hearing this, the other spirits also showed signs of frustration, and he continued to explain. But while we, the spirits, are gathering to decide the future of the Red Zone, that action is no different from abandoning all our efforts. Those words seemed to provoke Liu Hong, who suddenly raised his voice and said, But I was only following your orders. Sir Miyamoto, hearing that, Junichi glared angrily and repeated my orders. Seeing his rare expression, Liu Hong broke out in a cold sweat and immediately bowed his head, stammering, No, I'm sorry. But then Junichi decided not to complicate things further, shook his head and softly said, Let's leave it here for now. We'll discuss this again later. Outside Jing Beacon, the sky had turned to the purple hue of sunset. Sitting inside and watching Junichi's back as he gazes at the desert, Chalice speaks. Liu Hong ran away. So disappointing. He then generously says, but considering the sight of the giant Ouroboros looming down, his actions are somewhat understandable. At this moment, Axe gently massages his chin, exhales, and then sighs, forget about that for now, that King Hanzu is really causing chaos. Junichi chuckles and says, I really want to meet him at least once. He chuckled softly and then sighed, who knows? Junichi's eyes sparkled with hope, as he assessed that maybe he was a rational person who could be very helpful to this red zone. Over here, a subordinate came to Tybeck to report something. After hearing, he raised his hand and called out loudly, Lord Miyamoto. The wide beacon echoes. Right now, Hanzu is here. At this very moment, Hanzu is still carefully observing the situation ahead. Hearing that, Junichi subtly glances and pauses for a moment. He asks suspiciously, Kang Hanzu, what did you say? Under the sunset sky, Junichi's calm voice echoed, Since I don't know if Sophia has spoken about me, I will introduce myself first. Right now, he is standing in front of Hanzu with his hands behind his back and confidently says, I am one of the 7 shadows, the protector of the Red Zone, and the current leader of Beacon, Miyamoto. In response to Junichi's cheerful greeting, he merely hums indifferently and says, Nice to meet you, and Hanzu's attitude surprises even Sophia. In front of Junichi and the spirits listening, Miyamoto said firmly, Due to the urgent current situation, I will get straight to the point. Hanzu looked ahead and continued, I will now go to destroy Ouroboros, please help me. Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Then someone stepped forward and scolded, This is so frustrating. He doesn't even bother to talk to us. Hearing that, Chalice, standing behind, also agreed. At this moment, Junichi finally chuckled softly and said, You are truly an honest man. Your sharp eyes and straightforward words, however, we cannot help you. Even if you say you can destroy Ouroboros, we still have reasons that prevent us from leaving this place. Hanzu listened and softly smiled, then said, I know when you mention the name Akuma. Everyone is shocked while Sophia's sweat poured down in fear, but Hanzu kept talking. As usual, I will replace him and defeat him. At this point, he paused quietly, so release his seal. Suddenly, a powerful force from the earth surged up like a lightning bolt. In a brief moment, the shining swords were close to Hanzu's neck, but his face showed no fear. The circling blades pressed against his neck in threat, words unspoken. Junichi, hearing that name, gently stroked his chin and said calmly, I'm surprised. He continued to ask, How do you know about Akuma when you haven't shown any signs of movement? The presence of Akuma is a mystery, with 4 dangerous creatures in the red zone that all travelers know about. The first is the volcano, with a fierce appearance and soulless blue eyes. Next is Ouroboros with razor-sharp, bloodthirsty teeth. Then comes the Lord. These are monsters with damage levels that are not ordinary. Then there is the second creature, with a strange form and sharp teeth. But another creature is kept hidden from tourists. He always hides deep in the shadows, only revealing his glowing eyes full of energy to look outside. That is the 5th creature sealed away, Akuma. The moment he was discovered by the Suicide Squad members, everyone felt an unsettling sense of danger. Everyone realizes that Akuma must be kept secret. As I speak, the scene of his lair appears terrifying, surrounded by remnants of the slaughter, with countless bodies and bones scattered around. He is much more dangerous than any other demon, clearly capable of becoming a being that will destroy the Red Zone. Therefore, Akuma's existence has been kept secret, with images of Junichi and the faint spirits flickering in the background. The truth is that the only people who know this secret are Miyamoto and the shadow figures, who share his will. At that moment, he sternly asked, Kang Hanzu, even if you know what will happen if Akuma's seal is broken, do you still insist on lifting it? Standing amidst the approaching swords, Hanzu remained unfazed and quickly replied, yes. Because of the relic in his hand, the shape of the trident and the chains flickered in his mind, freeing the chains of X-Kim and Kagan's spear. To defeat Ouroboros, I need those relics. Hearing this, Junichi glanced over, then looked at Shokya and called in a low voice. "Shokya," he asked, "what did you say to him?" Hearing that, she got flustered, crossing her arms and stammering, "It's not like he knew on his own." Junichi put his hand on his forehead and murmured, "Everything is getting stranger. He just arrived in the red zone not long ago, but already knows specific details about Akuma." As Hanzu was being restrained, Chalice pushed back his sword while confidently saying, "How does he know this information isn't the important part, Lord Miyamoto?" Then the girl looked at Hanzu coldly and said firmly, "We must eliminate this guy immediately." He glanced at Cooper while Chalice's voice still echoed, clearly indicating that his goal was the reward for obtaining the relic and defeating Akuma. While Hanzu cast a sharp glance at Junsan and drew his sword, the girl kept talking non-stop, driven by greed that clouded his judgment to the point of ignoring all dangers. I am sure that's why he targeted the other 4 treasures. Seeing the situation grow more tense, Shapea stepped forward from behind and said, "Please stay calm. He's not that kind of person." Chalice suddenly turned to ask Shapea, "Do you believe him?" She clasped her hands in front of her and softly said, "At first, no. I thought he was a madman, especially when he said he could destroy calamity." Shapea remembered Hanzu fighting it, then continued, "But he actually did it." She also remembered how he handled the eruption monster, and said even destroyed the eruption monster himself, all by his own. Now looking at Hanzu standing silently with a calm demeanor, she affirmed anyone who saw his proof would believe when he said he could destroy Akuma. Those miracles could become reality. Because that is Hanzu. Hearing that, Junichi also spoke softly. "Miracle. I understand now." Then he ordered everyone to lower their swords, the tips gradually lowered. Junichi stood with his hands behind his back, his voice hoarse. "I understand what you are saying." He thought about Akuma's hiding place and continued speaking, but what remained of the victims told me about his devastating power. He asked directly, "Do you have something we don't?" Hanzu gently repeated, "What do you mean by something?" A surge of electricity suddenly shot out from his body, pushing everyone back and causing them to fly away. Brake was pushed back, supporting himself with one hand on the ground to keep his balance, before exclaiming, "What?" At that moment, an angelic illusion appeared, and Hanzu coldly said, "Look for yourself." Standing before the majestic illusion of the celestial warrior, he confidently said, "I will prove that I can defeat Akuma." Hanzu raised his glowing sword and loudly declared, "Come with me." Junsang, seeing that, was dissatisfied and exclaimed, "You're all just amateurs." After pointing at the sword and the boy, he challenged, "Let's see what you're capable of." Junichi and Ak were a bit surprised and shouted, "That's it." Without hesitation, Junsang led Cooper and Chalice to jump towards Hanzu, skillfully spinning his sword in his hand. A slash aimed at him, but with quick reflexes, Hanzu managed to block it, the sword leaving a faint blue streak. At this moment, Cooper and Chalice swooped down from above, aiming to attack him head-on. Junsang's sword and Hanzu's clashed with a deafening sound. He pressed close to your face and whispered clearly, "We are the Shadow Assassins." While Junsang still looked dismissive and said, "You claim that you can take all of us, the protectors of the Red Zone." Together, Cooper and Chalice gradually moved closer to Hanzu. His voice dripped with disdain and arrogance as Chalice launched his sword straight at him, just a moment away from hitting Tianbin. Hanzu, meanwhile, was blocking Junsang's sword while speaking, asserting that he was definitely stronger than the other visitors and truly deserving to be the leader of the Shadow Sect. His voice suddenly cut off. Perfect. Hearing this, he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by that?" Meanwhile, Tianping had already begun gathering his inner strength, a powerful surge erupting from within his body. Tianping looked up into the sky and then unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire. Cooper and Chalice were stunned, exclaiming in amazement, "What?" As if guided by an unseen force, Tianping raised both hands high into the sky. In an instant, Chalice and Cooper were caught. Hanzu pushed Junsang's sword aside and looked up at Tianping, who continued arrogantly, perfect for testing Tianping's armor. Going back in time, the members of the Suicide Squad were finally sitting together when Hanzu asked, "What kind of person is Miyamoto?" Eris replied, "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" He immediately replied, "I heard he's the manager of the Red Zone, but died not long after the ABS opened. Since one of us will definitely encounter him, I want to hear your opinions about that person." She took a deep breath and softly said, "He is not like the other leaders. First, he does not intimidate people in the guild. His main skills are defense and brawling, and he also has some brawling techniques. But more importantly, at this point, Eris began to delve deeper into the issue. She recalled the image of Junichi watching everyone gradually walk away, and softly said, while everyone else chases rewards, builds personal fame, and even rushes into the orange zone for countless reasons. He remains alone in the red zone. His steadfast figure lingers in Eris's mind. She continued, staying because his will told Miyamoto that he would guard the seal of Akuma. Hanzu listened intently to her words, choosing to give up the opportunity and sacrifice himself. Eris smiled brightly and said that if you intend to meet Miyamoto, I think you can trust him. She added that he is someone who believes in unconditional justice more than any traveler in this red zone, while Kenyans beside her crossed his arms and pondered silently. Back in the present, Junichi suddenly shouted loudly enough, "What are you all doing?" He scolded loudly. Even if we combine our forces, our strength still isn't enough. Looking at Cooper and Chalice being tightly guarded, Junichi continued shouting, "In 2 weeks, Uroboro will rise, so why are you wasting your strength like this?" Cooper nodded, softly saying sorry and raising his hand to his mouth to regain his composure. Then Junichi turned to Hanzu and said, "I understand you're very strong, and I respect you, Hanzu, but I hope you can put away your deadly weapon." He extended his hand calmly and suggested, "Why don't we discuss this a little instead? After all, the number of casualties is still very high at this point. The atmosphere outside the camp remains quiet, with sunlight gently filtering inside." Inside the tent, everyone gathered to discuss. Junichi spoke. Tense about Hanzu, "I do not admire your strength." Facing Hanzu's calmness, he continued, "But I cannot lift the seal for that reason." The scene at Akuma's sealed location reappears hazily, Junichi's deep voice echoing. "Who knows what will happen if the seal is broken? Akuma's seal was never meant to be opened." Next is the terrifying figure with its glowing red eyes. He guessed that just approaching it already overwhelmed people with Hanzu's power. Junichi asked, "Do you have a solid plan to defeat Akuma?" Hanzu confidently said, "I already have it. You just need to think about the weapons you possess, then the enemy will be defeated." Among the 5 relics of Elfenheim still in existence, 2 have been used to seal Akuma. The remaining 3 are in my possession, and just with these 2 relics, I can overpower Akuma's strength. So if I possess all 5, defeating Khan is entirely possible. Hanzu asked seriously, "I believe that with that much, we have enough to open up opportunities for us, right now." He didn't rush to answer, but quietly muttered, "Too hasty." Seeing the calm demeanor of the boy, Junichi admired him inwardly, as he bore a noble responsibility on his shoulders and was willing to lay down his life for it, showing no trace of fear. His sharp gaze then wondered to himself, after 20 years of guarding data here, has a traveler like him ever appeared before now? Now I understand. He saw Eris's shadow in Hanzu and whispered to himself, "It's Eris." Seeing Junichi deep in thought, a voice called out, "Lord Miyamoto." Curious, he wondered what was wrong and waved his hand to summon Lord Miyamoto. Although the calls kept ringing out one after another, Junichi slowly reached for the glass of water on the table. He brought it to his lips, took a sip, and calmly said, "I'm just reminiscing about the past a little. I can't make a decisive decision like you, Kang Hanzu. I tend to hesitate more." At this moment, Junichi asked, "Kang Hanzu, let me say a few words before you answer his question." And Hanzu quickly agreed, "Okay." He then lightly tapped his finger on the table and spoke slowly, "So let's assume we follow your idea. Release Akuma's seal to defeat him." In the tense atmosphere, everyone still focused on listening to Junichi present another scenario. So what if we fail? He imagined the tragic scene caused by Akuma, where many people have to lose their lives, and then made a hypothesis. "I myself, like you, also want a full-scale fight against Tai-Ung, but I've already dismissed that idea from my mind. Just imagine the number of lives that would be lost. Ouroboros has already begun to act. If Akuma tries to come to his aid, what do you think will happen to this red zone?" He said it practically, but no plan is without variables. The more favorable the plan, the more we need to be cautious. Facing Hansu's cold gaze, Junichi laid out the plan, which is why I considered this option. "Thinking about your relics," he suggested, "why not use the relics you have?" Junichi cheerfully added, "To strengthen the seal." Thinking about how the relics would form a solid barrier, he confidently said that if we do that, the seal will become even stronger and there will be no more problems to worry about even if Ouroboros tries to break through and destroys the red zone. Envisioning the scene of the locusts being defeated in the red zone, Junichi added. "And thanks to that, the demon spirits will be free to act and we can also deal with the locusts occupying the mirror. Then there will be images of the members being given weapons, and afterward, we will help all the fire spirits in the red zone, at least helping them get past the mirror." As the bright future unfolds, everyone moves toward the mirror, and he quietly says that before Ouroboros makes his move, we will bring everyone to the orange zone. Hearing this plan, Cooper excitedly laughs, "Miyamoto-sama, I can't believe you came up with such an incredible strategy." Junichi modestly replies, "You're overestimating me. He asked Hanzu what he thought. Isn't this way more reasonable? He spoke slowly, and logically, it also makes more sense. Junichi quickly responded. Then before he could finish, Hanzu interrupted. But I refuse. With a serious expression, he calmly said, Thantich was not born to be used in that way. Hearing this, his eyes briefly darkened with contemplation. Junichi asked directly, Isn't it just your selfishness and personal desire? Hanzu calmly replied that Thantich must be used again somewhere else, and the tense situation made Sophia break out in sweat. Hearing this, he let out a heavy sigh and asked, Can you tell me where it is? But you didn't respond, only softly reassuring him that as long as I defeat Akuma, it's enough. I'll do it quickly, so there's no need to worry. Junichi's gaze is sharp as if he's planning something, and Hansu's eyes are just as fierce. In the end, he slowly stood up and concluded, Fine, let's end the discussion here. Sophia was startled and exclaimed, which means Junichi calmly said, We have no other choice but to trust him. With a gentle smile, he said to Hanzu, I pledge my unlimited loyalty to you, Kang Hanzu. Passing by him, Junichi softly said, Follow me, I will lead you to the Akuma seal. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up. Junichi suggested, First change your clothes, your fighting style is focused on speed, so I think these will suit you very well. Both Hanzu and Sophia looked curious. Later, everyone entered the Akuma sealing place, a dark and gloomy space, and he sighed deeply. Wearing the new outfit, Hanzu admired, This costume is so beautiful, the information panel appeared. Goethe's armor is lightweight and reduces drag. You barely fit into the outfit, thinking to yourself that this is probably the only place you'll wear it. At this moment, Sophia speaks from behind, sounding much more relaxed, Hanzu. Seeing Junichi's back as he walks forward, she continued, It's wonderful that Miyamoto finally chose to trust you. Sophia added that the only remaining task is to defeat Akuma, just as planned. Hearing that, Hanzu muttered, according to the plan. You remember the words of the man sitting at the meeting table? I was just reminiscing about the past a little. Junichi had forcefully placed the glass down on the table. I didn't make a decisive decision like you did, Hanzu. Instead, I was the one who hesitated. At that moment, Hanzu silently watched him with a cold gaze. The glass of water had been distorted ever since Junichi placed it on the table. Suddenly, you call out to Sophia. Sophia, I have something to discuss. Recalling about 20 years ago at the Akuma sealing site, Eris, witnessing the terrifying scene before her, hesitated and finally uttered, This place. In front is a scene of utter devastation, with bodies scattered and covering a large area, she continued speaking, asking what strange thing just happened. Kendian approached each corpse to examine them, and concluded, looking at the number of petrified victims, I understand what happened. They are all unfortunate victims of a supreme attack. Kendian deduces that it comes from something, that's what it is. Glancing at the giant stone and the moonlit chains, he confirms it is the thing sealed over there, an existence so dangerous it must never be awakened. Looking at each wave of aura emanating, Kendian said, Strange traces of power still linger everywhere. At this moment, Kang Tae also spoke in a deep voice, but he was sealed away. As long as we don't touch him, everything should be fine, right? Kendian pushed up his glasses and retorted, No, you're wrong. Then he looked back at where Akuma was sealed and said confidently, The seal is gradually weakening. The seal's shell is gradually cracking, Kendian continued. It's just being tightly bound here. But the seal will eventually lose its effect. Eris also spoke up, So it's like a ticking time bomb. He replied immediately, That's right, over here. Junichi is still standing silently observing the evidence. His hand gently rested on its shell. Kendian's voice sounded, It seems we need to come up with a plan to deal with this. While he was still speaking, let's turn back and discuss a bit. Junichi's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had just thought of something. Suddenly he shouted, I have a way. Hearing that, everyone looked on with curiosity. Junichi gazed at the sealing shell emitting purple waves, as if a glimmer of hope was shining. Then he raised his hand. The ring on his finger glowed and released a faint, misty aura. Junichi wondered if he had to risk summoning it again. Suddenly, the real spirit weapon appeared to hold the proof in place, and he thought to himself, My real spirit weapon is the strongest here. Eris was a bit surprised by the scene. Junichi, deep in thought, was holding the dingba tree tightly with the real death weapon. But after reaching the next area, I'm sure I'll have to start over from the beginning. Kendian asked, Are you planning to use the real weapon to reinforce the seal? Even lost in deep thought, how much longer do I have to do this? Will there be an end to this? But he quickly replied that my real weapon would strengthen the current seal so that he couldn't escape from it. Eris looked at Junichi and softly said, But in return, he also had to stay in this red zone to maintain the real weapon. He replied calmly, I have my own way. Junichi placed his hand on his chest and declared, "If it is for the great cause of humanity, then I will never give up." As he said this, he pondered deeply. Yes, it would be better if I... But then he spoke again to reassure, "Don't worry, I will stay in the red zone to protect the seal." Returning to the present, Junichi stood silently, still lost in thought. Looking at the scene ahead, where Akuma is sealed and bodies lie scattered, he thought the past was repeating itself. At this moment, Cooper called out loudly from behind, "Miyamoto." Hearing the call, Junichi shook his head lightly to snap himself out of it, and softly said, "I keep drifting back into the past again." Hanzu hurriedly said, "Miyamoto, let's go. We don't have much time left." Shibuya muttered to himself, "Why call Miyamoto down to the village like that?" He glanced briefly and then spoke, "Yes, we have to do it." Gently touching the glowing ring on his hand, Junichi announced, "So now, I will begin to break the seal." He reached out toward the real weapon, and its soul began to surge powerfully. Standing and observing, Hanzu analyzed that he must have made his real weapon absorb a large amount of weapons. Although it's lower than the heavenly armor, its power is undeniable. Looking at the soul rings anxiously, he continued to think that the duty of the magic spirits was simply trading. He thought about the image of the real spirit weapons and the weapons scattered on the ground, then concluded that Miyamoto had to maintain the real spirit weapons, so his actions were highly restricted, meaning the magic users were forced to buy weapons that the spirit weapons required on his behalf. He glanced at Junichi's back and silently marveled at something he couldn't quite understand. After a moment, as the real weapons were also retracted into their rings, the sealing shell began to undergo a fierce transformation. Kaiting-ba at this moment also collapsed helplessly, falling straight down as the strong chain simultaneously snapped apart, causing the ground to shake violently. The water shell broke apart in chunks, releasing a stream of red, deadly aura. A massive shockwave erupts, revealing Akuma's fierce figure surrounded by blazing lightning. Everyone gazes at him with indescribable awe. Now that Akuma has been unsealed, he stands proudly with his shattered body in an extremely bizarre state. Chalice stares intently at Akuma and silently thinks, "My body can't move. I only released murderous intent, but just that alone already feels incredibly dangerous." Looking closer at his terrifying appearance with sharp teeth, the girl silently confirmed there was no doubt. That thing was a monster, just as Akuma now stood tall right in front of her. Chalice was covered by its huge shadow, standing frozen in fear, only able to gasp in horror. Seeing that, Hanzu quickly retracted his holy sword and leapt into the air. Just in time, Hanzu blocked Akuma's attack aimed at Chalice. The fierce battle caused the ground to shake violently, with shockwaves spreading out so widely that Sophia and Cooper had to cover their faces. Akuma suddenly flicked out his tongue and went berserk, attacking him wildly, while Hanzu was trying his best to withstand the onslaught. He swung his sword to push Akuma back, then gathered his momentum, spun around, and prepared for a direct strike. Without hesitation, he kicked Han directly in the face with lightning speed. Catching him off guard and knocking him back several meters, he coldly said, "Everyone, listen carefully." At this moment, he staggered to his feet, clutching his head as his mind still spun from that blow. Now, scales began to appear on Hansu's face as he spoke in a low voice, warning himself to stay safe, because I will fulfill the responsibility I have committed to. Hanzu stands tall and proud, declaring, "I will fight him alone." With that, he turns and gestures towards Akuma. Hanzu confidently raises his sword, his face full of determination. Akuma also keeps a vigilant eye ahead, while he begins to channel all his inner strength into his body. Then he unleashed a surge of energy towards you, causing a significant shockwave. Akuma felt excited and let out strange sounds. Hanzu also quickly dodged that attack, and the situation grew more intense. Both sides charged at each other, and the real battle was only just beginning, as a slight tremor appeared beneath the surface outside the red zone. Jogma, carrying the hammer on his shoulder, said as the ground trembled, his subordinates were surprised and stepped back, not because of the locusts. Jogma frowned, his face tense, then suddenly stopped and replied, "No, it's not." He continued speaking from below, just as Hanzu and Akuma were engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to admit defeat. The intense movement caused the ground to seem like it was boiling, with debris flying up from the shockwaves of the fight, forcing Cooper to raise his hand to shield himself. He assessed the situation. This is a battle between two monsters. Hanzu attacks, and he easily dodges. He swung his arm to punch Hanzu, but the boy immediately ducked to dodge the attack. Hanzu began to summon his relics, forming spheres, then pointed at Akuma. Immediately, a sphere of energy shot up, but he skillfully dodged. Seeing that, his expression gradually grew tense. Suddenly, Akuma raised his fist high in front of Hansu's surprised eyes. Then he slammed it down onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave to attack him, and quickly taking control of the situation, Hanzu leapt away to avoid the blow. Suddenly, Akuma disappeared into the thick smoke, which gradually dispersed as he charged wildly forward. Seeing Akuma rushing at him, he took a defensive stance, already gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Hanzu clenched his fist and charged forward, as the illusion of the celestial warrior's power gradually appeared. Seeing this, his bloodshot eyes also showed a look of surprise. He didn't hesitate and punched hard at Akuma, but suddenly Hansu's eyes widened in surprise. When you raised your hand, you couldn't see his figure anywhere. To your surprise, he had disappeared and reappeared behind you somehow, and sensing that, Hanzu couldn't help but be stunned. Akuma viciously punched straight down, intending to finish you off, but something suddenly struck him, causing his eyes to widen. That was Hansu's attack. You detected him and quickly spun around, delivering a sky-high punch to Akuma. But he was quick enough to dodge. Akuma immediately stepped back, and seeing that, you wondered, can he really dodge? He stands still, glancing away. Near Cooper and Brake, both are tense, watching the situation closely. Faced with Hanzu and Akuma's confrontation, Cooper assessed that this is not something we can interfere with. Neither their speed nor strength is something we can match. The boy frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, and Gok stopped speaking, as he had said. Looking directly at Hanzu, Cooper affirmed we have no choice but to leave everything to him. Returning to the battle, he observed Akuma and silently assessed that he was much faster than he had thought. If he hurried to summon the divine armor in his haste, it wouldn't hold up. The ring on Hansu's hand started to activate, releasing streams of energy. He thought if the attack missed, it wouldn't matter. He would unleash it only when he's sure to hit them. After a moment of contemplation, he silently decided that he would have to use them. Hanzu looked at the two items on the ground after Akuma was unsealed, the X-silver chain and Kagan's spear. Suddenly, his ears were filled with Akuma's ragged screams as he howled and kept begging. His face twisted into an even more horrifying expression as he screamed, "Kill me!" And Hanzu watched silently for a long time before slowly speaking, "All right, I was planning to do the same." As soon as he finished speaking, Akuma charged wildly, punching the ground hard, but luckily Hanzu dodged quickly. You narrowly avoided a punch to the chest, causing him to stumble and pause. Then, Akuma remembered the moment Hanzu stopped and threw the spear directly at him. Now, he was a bit disoriented, and you immediately jumped down, pulling out an X-Kim chain from Hansu's hand. You stretch out and throw more chains. After a while, Hanzu calmly says, "The chains are working." Suddenly, Akuma lunged forward, and seeing this, he continued to unleash even more chains. Without hesitation, Hanzu shot out the chains, forming a swirling circle. Immediately, he was bound tightly by the chains and couldn't resist. Hanzu looked at Akuma coldly and thought to himself, I chained him with X-Kim chains, but he escaped quite easily. In his thoughts, he raised his shining trident, determined to end him before things got out of control, but Hansu's body stiffened and couldn't move, his whole body enveloped by a blue energy, and he exclaimed, "What is this? My body won't move as I want." An indistinct energy radiates around Hanzu, making him feel confused, as if something is pulling him down. Looking at Akuma, who is bound tightly, Hanzu wonders, could it be Akuma's ability? At this moment, his face still looked very defiant, and he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, based on what I know, Akuma has no skills that restrict movement." Hanzu suddenly turned around, feeling that something was wrong and thinking, this must be someone else's doing, who could have done this. At this moment, Hanzu begins to feel uneasy, sweat beading on his face. In the vast scene, on one side is Junichi with his shadowy figures, on the other side is him fighting against Akuma. Focusing on Junichi, he seemed to radiate an indescribable mysterious aura. Junichi stood silently, his face showing a hint of resolve. His eyes widened with a dangerous aura hidden behind his false facade, and witnessing this, Hanzu exclaimed, "No way! It can't be." He was facing Akuma while weakened, and could only shout loudly, "Miyamoto!" At the same time, Akuma moved behind Hanzu and attacked him. After knocking him away, he gently landed on the ground and suddenly bowed slightly, tensing his body. He quickly broke the shackles and escaped through the crack made by Akuma's attack, as the dust began to settle. Hanzu slowly stood up and briefly thought, now I finally understand what was wrong here. You remember Junichi from before, the way he maintained the seal on Akuma. Hanzu silently muses, and additionally, a significant amount of weapons have been lost. He suspected that his skills had been weakened and he had been hiding it. That's why Hanzu concluded that Miyamoto was trying to protect Akuma, and the consequences of this were too great. Eris and Miyamoto are truly useless. You are silently pondering when suddenly you open your eyes. Right above you, Akuma charges again, and Hanzu immediately blocks the attack with his sword. You deflect Akuma's attack with your sword, making him retreat to keep his distance. Hanzu suddenly realizes that his speed has increased, and Akuma continues to rush forward to attack Hanzu. As he barely escaped the attack, he realized it's not that he's gotten faster, but that he's slowing down. Hanzu and Akuma keep fighting back and forth, but currently it seems Akuma has the advantage. Junichi nearby saw this and smirked. Then Hanzu suddenly lost focus as Akuma struck again, knocking him back even further. Hanzu just managed to stand up and thought to himself, "This is troublesome. The more time passes, Miyamoto's weakening skills affect me more. He's a bit tired from calculating. I need to think of a way right now." Nearby, Shopia watched the fight anxiously and softly said, "What's going on here?" Suddenly, he's being overwhelmed by the demon, if this keeps up. Suddenly, Shopia's face darkened as she realized something was off. She silently guessed that just a few minutes ago, he could easily defeat the demon, but now he suddenly stopped moving, or was moving quite slowly, and kept getting attacked by the demon. Shopia was startled and sweating. No way. Going back to the past, at this moment Hanzu was speaking. "Hey, Shopia." He sternly advised that if I cannot counterattack and am overwhelmed by the demon, it would be risky, but just distract him, even a little. Hanzu then quietly shared his plan with Shopia, and afterward, remembering that, she clenched her fists tightly. Shopia turned back and told Junichi, "Miyamoto, we have to help Kang Hanzu right now." He looked back at her and asked, "Do you mean all of us?" Junichi quickly objected. "Not only Kang Hanzu, we have no way to defeat the demon if we blindly attack just to help him. It's like willingly walking into a lion's den unarmed." He gently reminded us that we just need to wait for Kang Hanzu. Then Junichi reassured us that we should trust Kang Hanzu and watch him fight the demon alone. Shopia disagreed, saying that the watching like this was too dangerous. She hesitated briefly. "If Kang Hanzu loses, we're all doomed, not just us, but all the explorers in the red zone too. Don't say it's Miyamoto's day," Shopia asked sharply. The evil one quickly grabbed her to hold her back, speaking carefully, "Shopia, what you said just now went too far." At the same time, Junichi suddenly spoke up. "I believe in Kang Hanzu." He pretended to be confident and said he could defeat the demon on his own. Shopia still worried and was about to say more, but Junichi gently interrupts. "I know what you're worried about, Shopia, because the situation isn't looking good." He firmly states, "That's why we must not help Kang Hanzu." Junichi, speaking as a reminder, said we must prepare for the worst case, if Kang Hanzu loses to the demon. He firmly stated that I will use my strength and the sacred relics to seal the demon again. Then Junichi turned to ask Shopia if she had a better plan. She hesitated, her face stiffening as she remained silent. Shopia remembered Hanzu's words, "When I love him, keep an eye on Miyamoto. You once said Miyamoto might try to prevent me from defeating the demon," and at that moment, Shopia felt disbelief again. Hanzu keeps mentioning it, and he might say that the demon should be sealed again, only acting when I fail. Shopia asks again, "Are you sure?" Hanzu softly replied that it wasn't what he wanted either, but if it was Miyamoto whom he saw with his own eyes, he would definitely betray us. Now, Shopia finally understood Hanzu's words and thought to herself, just as Kang Hanzu said. From trying to protect the demon's seal to Kang Hanzu suddenly being overwhelmed, Shopia briefly glanced at Junichi's current expression. She silently thought Miyamoto. "He is," Shopia guessed, preparing to kill Kang Hanzu, while at the same time Junichi beside her was also glancing at Hanzu and thinking, "The one who thinks the demon is a disaster that must be destroyed is mistaken," he says to himself. "Only when you see the demon as an enemy to be eliminated is it necessary, but that is not the case." Junichi felt a bit satisfied, thinking that if the seal is maintained properly, the demon is no different from a monster inside. He coldly calculated that Kang Hanzu, if we can squeeze out that monster's secret, there are countless ways for us to exploit him. With the demon, controlling the red zone becomes easier. Suddenly, Junichi, who was watching Hanzu's fight, was struck with surprise. Below, Hanzu's sword arm suddenly trembled, and he softly gritted his teeth. Kang Hanzu. Hanzu quickly counterattacked Akuma, then immediately stepped back to keep his distance. At the same time, Akuma was attacked and sent flying. On Hanzu's side, he also took a few hits from Akuma and was wounded. Junichi clenched his teeth, annoyed that he had already hidden all the negative effects on him, which should put him at a disadvantage, but he narrowed his eyes in silent fury. So why? He looked at Hanzu trying to get up and wondered silently why he hadn't fallen yet, why he hadn't failed yet. He quietly growled to himself, Kang Hanzu, on the other side, was exhausted and gasping for breath after the battle. Akuma was thrown back but quickly got up and moved toward Hanzu. He clenched his fist, ready to attack, when suddenly his leg was frozen solid by a block of ice. Akuma suddenly stopped, looked down at his feet. From behind, Shopia had used her ice power against him. She took a deep breath and seriously used the sealing spell to hold Akuma. Junichi anxiously shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" He roared loudly, "Shopia," Junichi hurriedly said, "I told you, we might actually end up in a tough spot." "That's why I said let Hanzu handle Akuma himself. He kept questioning why you wouldn't listen." Shopia coldly replied, "I am very disappointed in that man, Lord Miyamoto." She turned angrily to look at Junichi. "You should have been the one to take the risk to protect all the red zones. Even in our territory, someone with enough strength to withstand Akuma's slightest attack. Refusing outright because they don't want to face danger." Shopia softly asked, "Aren't you ashamed?" Junichi immediately snapped, "What?" Over there, Akuma quickly notices Shopia losing focus and swiftly breaks the ice holding him back, rushing toward Junichi's group. Horror quickly warned everyone, "Damn it, it's paying attention to this side." Shopia, quickly signal everyone to get ready to go. Junichi, although angry that she ruined everything, quickly pretends to respond with everyone. Shopia. Akuma, rushing toward Shopia's group, stops when he hears Hansu's voice, "Don't get distracted." Behind him, Hanzu charged forward to attack, but I am still his opponent. He immediately struck with pain. Akuma quickly turned back, glanced at Hanzu, and Shopia, seeing the unfolding situation, immediately panicked. She shouted towards Hanzu, "Hanzu," and at the same time, Akuma on the other side had grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him up. Then he threw Hanzu forcefully to the back, causing him to be flung away with a slight cry of pain. Over there, Shopia was hurriedly casting a spell. She releases energy shields to support Hanzu as he falls, lowering the burial mound. He softly smiles and praises, "Good support, Shopia." Hanzu gently pushes off the ground as he looks towards him, startled. Below, Akuma is holding several sharp stones in his hands. Then he quickly lifts those stones and throws them at Hanzu. Cooper nearby looked on in amazement and shouted, "Can they attack like that?" Next to Hanzu, you were moving towards Akuma with the support orbs that Shopia gave you. The stones Akuma threw fly quickly toward you, while the support orbs swiftly cut them off. Akuma looked up at this scene and growled. He didn't notice the chain slowly wrapping around his feet, and at the same time, the system's voice echoed, indicating mana transfer and the resurrection of the iron frog chains. Suddenly, several chains shot straight up, quickly coiling around Akuma to restrain him. Hanzu gently called out, "Akuma," softly speaking as he retracted his spear, "hang in there. Just a little more, and it will all be over." Hanzu raised his spear high, then immediately struck it down hard onto Akuma.
He was attacked and pinned to the ground, Akuma shouted in pain, and the two people standing nearby watched
In horror. Among them, someone muttered softly, "Amazing, he's really defeating the Akuma." Junichi clenched his fists in anger behind him. No, he was determined to think that if he didn't stop this, Akuma would die. Junichi narrowed his eyes in fury until Akuma moved again. He silently thought about holding Hanzu back to delay him, then Junichi stared intently at Hanzu. But suddenly, he turned around and used his strength to destroy something behind him. Junichi was stunned. "What is that? Has it been destroyed?" Hanzu called out. "Miyamoto, leave now. I won't let you take over anymore." He coldly reminded him to wait a moment. This is the first thing, and Junichi, hearing that, was terrified and pale. He secretly thought, because of that guy, I remember now, the feeling I had long forgotten. Junichi gazing at Hansu's distant back, silently admiring him. He recalls the past, and when he first saw Eris, her stern and heroic figure from days gone by haunted him. Now, as Junichi looks at Hanzu, he suddenly realizes that it has been 20 years, and he still hasn't forgotten it. He grits his teeth in anger, still keeping it alive in his heart. Junichi, overwhelmed with envy, recalls the past as he faces a monster. So terrified, he drops his weapon. He nervously looks up at the beast, which is rearing up and roaring loudly. The beast quickly raised its front legs to attack. Junichi, terrified, closed his eyes tightly and covered his face. A few minutes later, he no longer felt pain and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Eris has just appeared and used her power to stop the monster. She turns back to Junichi for reassurance. Everything is fine now, he thinks to himself. Eris. Junichi, trembling with fever, realized it was her, the demon lord, the most respected person. He watched from afar as Eris was surrounded, briefly thinking, everyone in the red zone. Junichi, slightly annoyed, thought, admiring her. He secretly envied her. I cursed someone like her. I hate her. Those things should have been mine. After a while, Junichi discovered something, and an opportunity arose. A hidden talent. He quickly recognized its potential, a demon capable of maintaining the seal with only a small amount of mana. But I lied to everyone so I could stay in the red zone. Junichi eagerly thought to himself about his safety and pride. Returning to the present, all of his illusions had shattered, but Junichi stared intently at Hanzu ahead. He quickly clenched his fist and whispered, "How dare you?" He shouted as he unleashed a blast of energy toward Hanzu. "How dare someone like you? You gently raise your hand to your forehead as an attack, and at the same time, a trap is activated beneath your feet." Moments later, an explosion erupts right where Hanzu is standing. Everyone behind him was amazed by Junichi's actions, while he was happily thinking, "Idiot." Junichi, still secretly proud, "I don't know how you disabled the magic." As he thought this, a sharp sword brushed past his neck, but it definitely worked just now. Junichi, seeing this, immediately stepped back in shock. He couldn't believe it, and quietly glanced at the sword sheathed nearby. Hanzu looked angrily at Junichi. "Don't hesitate. Kill him. Remember the image. No need to hold back." Hanzu briefly thought, that's right, he was still contemplating but didn't act immediately. This guy is an enemy. He will definitely ruin the plan. I must kill him, right here. Eris's voice suddenly echoed, ignoring unnecessary kindness. She also said that the hope of humanity is in your hands, so protect as many people as possible, even if the opponent is a villain. Eris's words made Hanzu hesitate. "Please, Hanzu, think carefully." Oh. In Hanzu's subconscious, Kendian's image appears stern and resolute. If for humanity, then villains must be eliminated, and the only punishment for them is death. At the same time, Eris's voice softly whispers, "But for the safety of mankind, give the villains a chance. Through your compassion, they may feel remorse and change." Kendian continues to warn that humans never change, while Eris contradicts, saying humans can change, so please. Both voices ring out simultaneously. They must die, they must live, and after a final struggle, Hanzu seems to have made his decision. You swung your sword and took his arm, causing Junichi to freeze in shock. Then, trembling, he looked at his missing hand and finally collapsed, screaming in pain. Hanzu softly spoke. "This is my last chance and mercy for you. Will you answer? Do you intend to continue or not?" Junichi angrily roared, "You bastard, Hanzu!" He turned back and shouted orders. "What is everyone doing? Attack that money now!" Junichi arrogantly said, "Stop standing there like fools. Do something." He kept shouting loudly, "I told you to follow my orders." Shopia softly interrupted now. "Be quiet, Miyamoto. She angrily warned us that we are not his subordinates." Junichi, furious, shouted loudly, "Shopia, you damn brat, how dare you disobey my orders?" Shopia coldly reminded him, "Don't get ahead of yourself, we're acting to protect the red zone." She said fiercely, "We will no longer follow orders from a cowardly traitor like you." The people behind Cooper all bowed their heads in silent agreement, and the two villains below quickly moved up. Seeing this, Junichi was immediately stunned, his eyes wide open. Now all of Shopia's group had switched to the Hanzu side. Cooper spoke. "Our ghost team's mission is to protect the red zone. We only follow you to carry out that mission." The boy hesitated and said disappointedly, "But now your actions have gone beyond the limit," as Shopia said. "We will no longer follow your orders." Cooper softly added, "We are disappointed in you, Miyamoto." After hearing that, his arm with the wound trembled slightly as he stared intently at the Hanzu group ahead, and Junichi briefly remembered Eris from the past. Then he sighed softly and chuckled faintly. Junichi suddenly burst into wild laughter. He sneered and asked, "Protect the red zone?" "Fine, let's see how things will unfold." Hanzu angrily interrupted, "I told you it's useless." Suddenly, you sense something unusual. "It's different now, yup. Today's attack isn't aimed at me." At the same time, below, Akuma was pulling the spear out of his body, and Hanzu immediately realized that Akuma was breaking free from his restraint, which was a sign of Akuma's increasing strength. Meanwhile, Akuma was forcefully throwing away the spear. Han angrily stomps the ground and roars, causing the evil ones to panic. Then, Akuma quickly launches weapons at them, and Junsang's group hurriedly dodges. Fearing and confused, they wondered what that attack was because it was impossible to dodge it. Akuma, furious again, suddenly roared, and Junsang quickly warned everyone, "It's about to strike again, be careful!" Suddenly, he and Cooper were pushed aside as Akuma on the other side roared loudly and unexpectedly slammed his head into the ground. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. What? Why did he suddenly do that? Shopia suddenly remembered Junichi had just been here, and she quickly turned back to look for him. Shopia saw him entering the gate and shouted loudly, "Miyamoto is running away!" "Damn him!" Jun-sung, hearing that, tried to run after him. "We have to catch him now." The evil side quickly held him back. "But what about Akuma, damn it? What should we do now?" Hanzu calmly said, "Stay calm. Quickly give orders. Leave Akuma to me. Everyone chase after Miyamoto." Cooper asked anxiously, "Is that okay?" Hanzu nodded firmly. "Yes, because I promised." Jun-sung's group quickly chased after Junichi, rushing through the gate to follow him. After they left, Hanzu softly said, "I can stay with the other spirits. Kihum." Shopea replied, "You also need to contact them so you can join them later. And," she said with a smile, "I want to see its death with my own eyes." Shopea couldn't believe her ears. Miyamoto's buff had turned Akuma into a monster even larger. How could he do that? And what is he planning to do to deal with that beast? She nervously wondered, "Hanzu, can you beat it?" On the other side, Hanzu suddenly dropped his weapon. Shopea was surprised and asked, "What?" She quickly asked, "What are you suddenly doing?" Hanzu reassured her. "Don't worry," he said firmly, and approached Akuma. "I don't need it anymore." Meanwhile, as Akuma keeps hitting his head in pain and his wounds heal instantly, Hanzu briefly thinks that a support buff accelerates the regeneration process. He silently ponders that with that buff, Akuma could continue fighting. Hanzu watched Akuma torment himself, silently thinking that even if he was nearly drained of all his energy, he would never stop. Suddenly, Akuma charged at him again, so Hanzu quickly delivered a swift attack. Hanzu gently touched him, transferred energy to Akuma, and softly said, "Come out." Akuma suddenly stiffened on the ground, then gradually transformed into Sane's form. Tears in his eyes, he looked up at Hanzu, who quietly asked, "Are you?" Hanzu paused thoughtfully, just as I thought. He silently remembered that thanks to Miyamoto's regeneration buff, Akuma's mind, which had been trapped in the fury, had recovered. He quietly speculated that, ironically, the rage that once pushed Akuma to the brink of self-destruction and fighting to the death had given it one last chance, and the true identity of this child is... Hanzu softly called out, "Akuma," he asked Sane, "do you remember your father?" He muttered repeatedly, "Father?" Sane remembered the moment when he was cornered by the entire clan before. Tekuron had once ordered everyone to kill him. "Die," he whispered softly. "My son," Saiyan cried out loudly. "Father!" He painfully questions what he did wrong, why his father is tormenting him like this. Why? At the same time, Sane transforms back into Akuma. "Stop attacking. I don't want to kill him." He painfully said, "It hurts so much. Why does everyone hate me?" Akuma shouted loudly while attacking towards Hanzu. "Don't come near. Let me imprint it." He roared in anger. "I can't take it anymore." Hanzu was quickly attacked and thrown far away. He dazedly sat up, supporting himself. Hanzu recalls Tekuron's confession that he killed his own child for the greater good, but he regrets that decision. Meanwhile, Akuma is frenzied and attacking wildly around, while Shopea struggles to defend and calls out to Hanzu. She quickly shouted, "Akuma, it's attacking again!" Hanzu closed his eyes tiredly, but immediately stood up again. Hanzu calmly walks through every attack towards Akuma, despite being covered in wounds. Shopea anxiously calls out, "Hanzu!" Hanzu gently responds, "It's okay. You pushed Akuma down and said you, Tekuron, did this and the demon Akuma destroyed this place. You gently protested, none of that was your fault." Hanzu continued softly, "You have endured alone for too long now. Rest and take a break." A little later, Sane slowly regained consciousness, looking at his arm in amazement. "Huh?" Sane trembled slightly in fear. His body, Hanzu beside him, spoke softly, "Don't worry. I quickly explained that I had disabled your berserk state, so from now on you can move freely." Sane asked in surprise, "So I'm okay now?" Hanzu shook his head and said, "No, after some time you will return to your old self." He then softly added, "Because I haven't completely erased your berserk state." Sine immediately trembled and stammered, "No, I don't want to return to that state." Sine tearfully said, "I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. I don't want to be hated." Hanzu fell silent. Then he raised his hand and said, "Let's work together." Hanzu made a proposal. "The plan is completely clear. I need your help." He softly added, "I will help you regain your sanity whenever the urges rise, but you must follow my plan." Hanzu gently asked, "Do you accept?" And Saiyan hesitated for a moment. Then he suddenly grabbed Hanzu's hand, but Fairy's voice suddenly rang out, "No." It chuckled softly and said, "Ending like that is too boring." Fairy smiled and said, "It's really nice to meet you again." Every time I see you, my heart races with excitement. Shabya saw its worry and wondered if it was asking for help. Meanwhile, Fairy was teasing and asking, "And what about you? Do you feel happy when we meet?" Hanzu interrupted him, "Just say it straight. What do you want?" Fairy briefly frowned and looked at Hanzu, then cheerfully said, "Oh my, you're so cold. I don't like this coldness at all." Fairy snapped her fingers and said, "Well, the reason I came here is simple." Immediately, a surge of power shot into Sane. He grimaced and fell to the ground. Fairy approached Hanzu and ordered, "Kill that thing." She cheerfully continued, "Actually, I watched the entire process of your fight with Akuma. But in the end, you still won. That was really entertaining. I couldn't take my eyes off it even for a moment." Then it suddenly grew taller, "But this ending is just too boring." Fairy kept complaining that no matter how strong you are, you really disappointed me this time, Hanzu angrily said. "So that's why you intervened instead of letting us keep the scene we wanted." It cheerfully said, "We've arranged everything so you can kill it easily. It's in a helpless state now, not even able to lift a finger." Fairy suggests a few options. You can behead it in one strike or cut off its limbs before killing it. It happily says, "We enjoy a dramatic and torturous execution." Hanzu, angry with Fairy, then briefly pondered, "You don't like that, do you? In that case, we have no choice but to follow the rules." Fairy smiled and said, "We must eliminate all disasters." It softly whispers to Hanzu that if you miss even one, you won't get anything. Fairy takes out a few ancient runes and asks, "Do you remember the reward we offered?" It looked at annoyed and added, "To be precise, you haven't eradicated it completely, so technically you have failed, and we can't give you the reward, which is really frustrating." Then Fairy smiled and offered another chance. "If you kill Akuma, we will consider it as having completely eliminated the disaster." It repeats the command, "Choose." Fairy offers two options for Hanzu, the promised reward or Akuma. It then presses again. "What will you do?" Hanzu quietly clenched his fists. A moment later, he approached where Sane was lying on the ground, and Sain looked up at him. Hanzu also glanced down at him, causing Sane to shiver briefly with pain. He helplessly said, "Yes, of course. Someone would do that, I understand. Even I would do the same." Sine remembered the gazes of his kin, and overwhelmed by what had happened, painfully said, "Someone like me deserves to die." Hanzu quickly knelt down and sat facing him, and Sine immediately closed his eyes, waiting to be eliminated. Suddenly, he heard Hanzu whispering softly, "Listen carefully." He stepped closer to Sane and whispered, "Tekuron's son, the prince of both Elven II and the legitimate heir." Hanzu whispered softly, "Sine." Startled and incredulous, Sine asked again, "How do you know my name?" Hanzu whispered to him. The information Sine received left him somewhat stunned, but shortly after, Hanzu quickly defeated Sine. Shabya, seeing this, covered her mouth in fear, while Fairy beside her burst into laughter. "That's right, this is exactly what we wanted." It looked at Hanzu happily holding Sane's battered body and said, "You never disappoint us, Hanzu." Sine, who was just defeated on the other side, leaned on Hanzu with his last breath. He whispered softly before closing his eyes, "I will wait." Immediately after, Sane's body instantly transformed into countless ancient scripts. Fairy saw this and became excited. So many scripts, indeed a hidden talent, such a rewarding surprise. It happily asked Hanzu, "Honestly, you were hoping for this, right? With this much reward, of course you would kill it." You didn't answer it, but quietly took Sane's memory shard. Fairy asked confused, "You only took that piece? You don't need the rest?" Hanzu nodded and replied, "Yes." He stared intently at the memory fragment, and at the same time the system displayed information. Memory fragment. A small fragment containing someone's precious memories. Hanzu quietly says, "This is enough." Hanzu stands inside a cave surrounded by gemstones. Fairy hovers above with a look of disdain. "You are truly patient." Seeing that you keep saying these words but still haven't come back, Shopia couldn't help but call out Hanzu. She anxiously asked about Tian's. And about Hanzu's search. "So everything is fine now, right?" He was also about to turn around to answer Shopea's question, with an arrogant expression on his face that revealed no emotion, which was exactly as planned. Finally, you turn around and head straight into the cave. "I will go collect the relics. Wait here for a moment." Fairy handles it, and Shopea sees Hanzu looking worried, unsure if Hanzu is really okay. Seeing you go deeper inside, Fairy smiled maliciously. Hanzu was gradually moving further in. Leaving the two behind, there would be no problem. I am just making the right choice. You seem to be thinking of the worst-case scenario and clenching your fists. But if on Hanzu's path there are those who block him, then if one day I have to make a choice like that, it will be very difficult for me. A contemptuous voice from fairy echoes, so it also followed in, not at all like a person. Seeing Hanzu's cold gaze doesn't scare it, only makes it tease him. Are you worried that this kind of thing will keep happening? But upon hearing such a challenge, Hanzu remained calm. Turn around and look at it with full determination, his eyes showing resolve. I will show you something interesting soon. His gaze shifted with hatred, this time directed at it, so just wait a moment. The image of the two people facing each other is extremely tense, as if time has frozen. Fairy waited for a long time and finally heard the answer he wanted. All right, Hanzu, now you are truly a real person. I am no longer disappointed. In just a short time, he had gathered all 5 relics. Seeing the items scattered at his feet, more and more, the chains were generating a powerful green energy. So it turns out Hanzu is the one using his power to connect the treasures on the ground. Near the end, his hand no longer emitted such strong sparks, and the control mark was complete. A fragment of memory appears in Hanzu's mind, vivid and clear, suggesting that his ability to control Ouroboros might be due to a new power he has gained. The mark on Hanzu's hand stands out prominently. Although it looks very different to him, strangely, it differs from what the Elvenheim race described in the Abyss had depicted. A notification appeared in front of him. The temporary management authority was activated with limited rights. Looking at it, Hanzu understood his question. I get it now. The scene in his mind showed the people involved in the story. Only the Elvenheim race could have full control, but since I am human, I only have temporary power here. The energy around Hanzu has linked with his weapons. It's a pity I didn't expect there to be such limitations. His face looks like a victorious person with a bit of joy, but now that's enough. Finally, I feel my energy has increased quite a bit. Now I have temporarily matched his strength. Shapia is waiting outside when a blue arrow appears. So it was Hanzu's blue bird, sending out a message. Hanzu, we received a message from Rice. The battle outside is fierce, and they are still fighting hard. They say they have caught up with Miyamoto. Let's go with them. After listening to the message, you pondered for a while to figure out a plan, then turned to tell Shapia that I had something to do first. Hanzu didn't speak clearly, only mouthing to let her understand, and Shapia looked at that with great admiration. But I won't pursue it to the end. All right, I understand now. Shapia seemed to gain renewed strength and hope, and I am sure he will succeed. The scene shifts to a loud voice pleading for mercy. Please forgive me. It turns out Junichi is kneeling on the ground, humbly begging for forgiveness. I lost my reason for a moment and did something terrible. Hearing that, everyone around was surprised by the confession. All the mistakes were mine. Seeing no one said anything, his plea for forgiveness continued. Please remember the times we spent together. Junichi kept pounding his head on the ground, begging for mercy, and the evil one couldn't hold back, telling him to stop. I understand now. Stop already. She stepped forward to support him, his face full of wounds. We've known each other for a long time, so I understand everything. Now the one who could only stammer, thank you. Thank you. Chalice watched the scene anxiously, unsure of what was to come, and I believe he might still be deceiving us. The evil face is no better, only guessing. Do you really think of such a terrible thing, even after seeing him beg like that? Miyamoto's will was shattered long ago. Her teammates are listening to the reasoning very carefully, so let Hanshu decide Miyamoto's fate. After just finishing her cruel words, she suddenly collapsed into a blood-filled coma, her eyes turning white, as if a wave of pain was passing through everyone around her, making them cry out in agony, Mary, my body. Ronsang had to grit his teeth, his face turning almost blue, as a group of people were caught in the trap formation, causing everyone to suffer pain, Miyamoto. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the ground, with shards of glowing pink diamond-like stones flying everywhere across the surface. Someone appeared in the explosion, showing a grin with sharp fangs. Junichi was the one who caused it, leaving the ground full of fallen bodies. His eyes looked back with a terrifying expression. Even though you destroyed everything we had, I will still survive until the end. The scene shifts to an intense battle where neither side is willing to back down, and Michael can't help but cough as he fights. He turned to look at the battle he fought in. I can't continue. I can't hold the line anymore. Seeing the monsters still not decreasing but only increasing, our numbers are dwindling, but the number of parasites isn't decreasing at all. Michael no longer wanted to think and just closed his eyes in anger. What is Kang Hansu doing now? Hansu's many blue messenger swallows flying across the sky caused the ongoing battle to come to a halt. Those blue herons are landing on everyone's hands, one delivering mail and the others all perched on their hands. Upon receiving the message, Michael's eyes widened in surprise. Then he smirked cunningly, unable to believe Kang Hansu. Who is he really helping? Why did he turn against Sanjin? The monster was already close, and only then did he seem to sense it. Raising his sword after reading this message, Sanjin fiercely strikes towards the insect. I can't give up now. The system appears. We are now ready to destroy Ouroboros. Don't give up, Kang Hanzu. A golden bird appears right in Sangjin's hand. I understand now, Hanzu. With a voice full of determination in my choice, I won't give up. The sky is gradually turning dark, and in front of Shopia's terrified and panicked face, as the scene before her hits her eyes, what on earth has happened? She couldn't hold back and knelt down to look at the pile of corpses on the ground. Everyone, are they all dead? I can't stand it. Shopia's hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. She was crying uncontrollably. Miyamoto Hanzu behind her just watched without showing any emotion. Hanzu, wanting to break the tense atmosphere, spoke loudly. I will never forgive you. We have to give up on Miyamoto. Shopia's emotions overwhelmed her, and she moved quickly. Hanzu, what are you saying? We need to find Miyamoto as soon as possible. But she couldn't help but look back at Hanzu with a sniffle. She couldn't clearly see his expression. Shopia Bara. Hanzu turned away with an extremely cold voice. Without a hint of love or sadness, don't forget what is our top priority. Hearing those words, Shopia's face was already full of tears, so that's it, you've chosen an even harder path. With a strong emotional pain, Shopia said firmly, You're right, Hanzu, then tell us what you plan to do next. His voice, cold and sharp, said, We will return with the mirror. Hanzu's eyes were furious and determined to follow this path. They will wait for us there as planned, along with those who will join us in place of the raging storms. The battle is still raging fiercely, and the teammates who have joined the fight are watching from afar. Unchea stands outside for a moment, unable to hold back, and asks, Is it really okay for us to just stand here and observe? She couldn't wait and had to ask again what to do if those parasitic bugs surrounded us and pushed us into a corner. Shangin hesitated for a long time before deciding, No, we can't leave this place. We must keep waiting here. Unchea, hearing that, looked panicked and said, But Shangin, annoyed, with a cold face and a threatening tone, told her we promised Hanzu and had agreed to meet here earlier. Unchea, angry, didn't want to hear about it anymore and said, Hey, seriously, can you stop talking about Hanzu, huh? Just listen to yourself. The twin siblings couldn't resist teasing Unchea, and since Shangin was ignoring her, she was free and blushing with embarrassment, telling them to be quiet. I heard everything, you know. Who's free? Unchea couldn't hold back her anger and blushed as she pointed at the two. Haven't you ever gone on a date? Please, stop pairing us up. It's all your fault. She kept being scolded non-stop, and if you like Hanzu that much, just go with him. Shangin, though, hearing the scolding, looked at the scene as if used to it, but Yu, with a confused expression, asked her why she was angry at me. Unchea couldn't hold it in anymore and snapped, I'm going crazy, really. Someone couldn't hold back and intervened, making her even angrier. She panicked and denied it, saying that's not true. Everyone around stopped joking and listened carefully. I think they are surrounding us. At this moment, everyone around was surrounded by swarms of insects, and before they could react, a single insect couldn't hold back and charged at them. Shangin could no longer stand still and rushed in, with the monsters spreading out to face him directly. Shangin couldn't wait to charge forward with heroic courage, but suddenly a person appeared holding a sword in hand, decisively striking it down, and Shangin's face paused in awe for a moment. So Hanzu came to help. Seeing he didn't say anything, you asked, Are you okay? Shangin's face clearly showed joy, of course. Sophia has also come along behind. Long time no see, Hanzu. Shangin is very excited to meet Hanzu. He still looks great, even stronger than before. Seeing Shangin's enthusiasm, Hanzu silently admired that he hadn't changed at all. Shangin's smile was cunning as he met Hanzu. But we must meet as promised, a voice interrupted, causing him to freeze slightly on the high platform. Shangin happily extends his hand towards Hanzu. I am truly glad because I have always wished for this, the moment you need me. I have always wanted to be the silent teammate helping you. I am always ready, Hanzu, so please use me as you see fit. Hearing such loyalty, Hanzu warned him to prepare, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked to Shangin's side. Recognizing the familiar figure, he was taken aback by Gongyi Yeong, the Dark King's singer. Remembering the battles Gongyi Yeong once fought, it seems he was resurrected using the Holy Cross on the 3rd floor of the Tower Island. Hanzu looked at him coldly, not pleased at all. Should I take him down again? Someone in front of you suddenly collapses, causing Kaiyang to panic and turn to look. He fearfully faces forward to help. Oh no, what should we do? Is your leg broken? Sodong tries to reassure him. It's not that bad. You're okay, sir. Plus, your face looks really scary right now. Hanzu quietly looks at the two of them. It seems like there's no need to do anything. Unchea suddenly appears out of nowhere, breaking the tense atmosphere. So your Kang Hanzu and Sangjin keeps bothering you. Hanzu sees Uncheya but doesn't understand what she's saying. Does she know how annoyed I am? Uncheya quietly asked, "Do you have a sister?" Hanzu reluctantly replied, "No." "Now you notice and observe everyone around you. I've met all the others at least once. And also," Hansu's gaze scans everyone in turn. "It seems like they haven't arrived yet. They'll be fine." Sanjin looked extremely cheerful as he stood in front of you. "So what do you want us to do?" Hanzu also decided to get to the main point and spoke up. "I will explain. You tell everyone about your plan. From now on, you will go kill Ouroboros with me." Everyone is very surprised. What? But Hanzu decided he didn't want to waste more time and said he would explain everything in detail when we get to that mirror. That's all. Everyone had no questions to ask him, but Uncheya, who had been patient all along, was now extremely angry, just like that. "What kind of plan is this, you crazy bastard?" She said no one else had a say, which made Uncheya unable to hold back and turned to ask everyone, "Sanjin, what do you think? Your friend is crazy." Contrary to Uncheya's dissatisfaction, Sanjin was very excited about the plan. "Perfect. Leave it to us, Hanzu. We will do our best to meet your expectations." Unable to hold back, Uncheya delivers a powerful punch to his face. "You useless bastard." Uncheya is held back by the twin siblings so he doesn't strike again. "You're definitely crazy, right?" "Huh. Crazy, huh?" Sangjin is still lying on the ground despite her light punch. He's definitely pretending. Who does he think he is to ignore our opinions, huh? Sophia looks worried and anxious seeing this. "Hanzu, are you sure this is okay?" He remains calm with an expressionless gaze, facing a team in chaos, reminding Hanzu of the past team, as if everything will return to how it was before, making Hanzu even more certain that everything will be fine. A gust of wind blows her hair, and it turns out Mihi has been there all along, appearing in the breeze with a shy face. "It's been a while, Hanzu." Everyone is already gathered and chatting happily. Even though Mihi just appeared, she has already started talking and laughing with everyone. And Uncheya is still fighting Sanjin while talking to Mihi. Hanzu watches from afar as the members replace the gathered shadows. Your eyes quickly scan the surroundings, seeing where you and your team will face soon, with this much. Your face is filled with calculation, eager to complete the plan quickly. Once we find the treasure, Ouroboros will be complete. There is someone watching everything Hanzu does. Impossible to believe. A person with a wide screen, full of anger, showing fangs, he is the privileged administrator. Takiron couldn't stand it. His power erupted in rage, roaring fiercely, and he wasn't even in Elvenheim. Familiar scenes flashed through his mind, and he couldn't believe he had endured inheriting the divine armor's power, collecting all 5 keys to become an administrator. Takiron, watching through the screen, saw all the team members leaving. Behind him, a pathetic bug was acting so boldly. Takiron couldn't watch anymore and rushed forward. "I won't forgive this." But his emotions quickly recovered, filled with hostility, as I and Chiming are the only administrators of this red zone. The battle scene is still ongoing, incredibly fierce. Everyone at the camp is trying their best, staying united to hold on, get ready to fight, take your positions, prepare your claws. If you want to survive, you have to fight. From afar, someone is watching inside. Liu Hong is hiding desperately outside. To survive, I must escape. Seeing the people at the camp struggling to carry supplies, and knowing that few members of the guild are at the base, if we fight them, we will surely die, while everyone else is fighting parasitic bugs. The more he thought, the more Liu Hong wanted to act to escape, taking that moment to move to a safe place. But before he could escape, a voice startled Liu Hong. "Captain Liu." Seeing the other person arrive, without anyone asking, I quickly explained, "No, don't be suspicious. I just need to go to the bathroom for a moment." The soldier didn't pay attention and reported that it was urgent. "Sir, Captain." Liu Hong didn't have time to realize that the other guy wanted to lead him away. "Follow me." When we arrived, there was a severely injured person in front of us. Now it is Lord Miyamoto. Seeing him sitting motionless with wounds all over his body, he has returned to a critical condition. Liu Hong also rushed in upon hearing the diagnosis. Lord Miyamoto. Junichi saw the person step in, trying to endure the pain as he looked up. Liu Hong. The pain in his eyes showed Liu Hong's worry. What exactly had happened? Who caused this, and what about the shadows? "Kang Hanzu, where has that bastard gone this time?" He remained silent and too weak to answer Liu Hong's questions. Junichi finally clenched his teeth, endured the pain, and said, "Everyone except Liu Hong, get out!" Everyone was dissatisfied. "What do you mean by that?" "He still insists he's fine, no problem, go out. That soldier is still trying to stay. But he's seriously injured, and if we don't treat him immediately..." Junichi, losing patience, shouted loudly, "Are you all deaf or what? Shut up and get out quickly." Everyone who witnessed this froze, not daring to speak, then filed out, leaving Liu Hong and Junichi alone inside. Once everyone had gone, Junichi seized Liu Hong's hand. Look closely. He suddenly went crazy and pulled Liu Hong toward him. This is what Kang Hanzu did to me, that damn bastard. He's the one who made me look like this. Junichi's face, once gentle, now radiated cruelty. We cannot forgive him. We must kill him no matter what. Do you understand, Liu Hong? He ordered Liu Hong to kill Kang Hanzu, but Liu Hong hesitated and avoided his gaze. Feeling guilty about that, Liu Hong dared not look directly at Junichi and asked if it was possible, admitting that he might be overestimating. But Kang Hanzu had already surpassed me. I am not on the same level as him. He seems to know the answer in advance without anger. Patting my shoulder. It's okay. Junichi's eyes are secretly cruel and sinister. He has devised a plan. I will let you know. I will reveal the location of the treasure cave I possess to protect the seal, the lighthouse, and to return stronger. Liu Hong was so shocked he couldn't speak, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Indeed, you are truly the Lord, always planning ahead. Seeing how easy the victory was, Liu Hong obeyed the order. I will follow your command. As Liu Hong had a different contemptuous thought. Good, very good, with that method. I will become strong enough. Once I deal with Song Kang Hanzu, he will be the next. Liu Hong's face turned extremely ugly as he thought he was about to be the winner, Miyamoto. The sun is setting behind the mountain when a monster appears and is cut in half by someone. It turns out Hanzu is using his sword to kill the monsters, and they all fall to the ground defeated. When the path ahead is cleared, Hanzu turns back and tells the others we're almost there. Hurry up! Unchea peeks from behind a tree and responds quickly. Got it. As the sun gradually sets, we must move before Miyamoto acts. Unchea's face is grim, but she understands. Junmihi is shooting accurately at the monsters ahead, while others are using their strength to clear the path. Sanjin quickly swings his sword to bring one down, and Unchea watches her teammates fight from afar. Time is running out. Everyone is exhausted and resting on the ground after the long battle. We're doomed. So tired. Unchea is also exhausted and can't speak when a voice breaks the silence. Indeed, this is not good. It turns out Unchea was the one speaking, apologizing, but we were planning to retreat. The four of us didn't say a word, just listened to her, and we all truly have incredible skills. Maybe we are among the few true comrades in the red zone. Unchea's ears clenched tightly to hold back her tears as she continued speaking. The reason you could avoid your own death is because you didn't understand. She couldn't bear to see people trembling and holding others, ordinary adventurers like us, just want to survive so badly. Everyone behind is exhausted. All we want is to survive. Unchea feels deeply sad, but believes that choice was the right one. Joining Sanjin and following him was because we thought we had a better chance of surviving. But at this rate, dying at any moment is nothing, and we can't go on anymore. Sanjin, angry and blushing, pointed at her and reminded her, Hey, what kind of weak talk is that? If Hanzu said he's taking her with him, you should be happy and go all the way. Unchea ignored his appearance and punched Sanjin. Shut up. The serious talk turned into a fight between the two, and again, you act like this. How can you be so useless? Join when needed, retreat when it's time. Damn your troublesome family. Sophia trembled in fear as she watched them fight, feeling chaotic because no one had ever hit her where it mattered. One side of her secretly admired, with that level of strength, she thought she could survive. Mihi from behind couldn't watch this scene any longer and called out, Hanzu, she doesn't want to stay and hesitate, so remind him to keep going. Since Mihi advised from behind, whether to follow or not, is ultimately their choice. Hanzu immediately refused. No, his face full of determination. Stay with me, trust me. Unchea couldn't understand and asked Hanzu directly, why? Unchea, seeing this, gets angry thinking it's not right, believing he's enough to win the battle. So why does he want to drag weak people like us along? He also decided to reveal the truth about the trip to save people. Hanzu explains further to Unchea that once he faces Ouroboros directly, everything around him will be blown away. So, to save as many people as possible, I need you by my side. Unchea didn't understand and wondered what he meant. We will be your rescue team. Seeing that she is starting to understand the situation, yes, by acting as rescuers, we can save dozens of people. Hanzu turned away so no one could see his emotions, of course. That wouldn't come for free. I will help all of you become stronger. You looked back expecting a result from her. Seeing that Unchea still didn't respond, Hanzu took his final step. But if anyone wanted to turn away, I wouldn't stop them. His words surprised everyone. In this world, each person must be responsible for their own survival. So I will respect your decision. Hanzu allows everyone to make their own choice, but remember this. Your eyes show trust and the determination of a leader. If you believe in me and follow me to the end, you won't regret it. Hanzu turned and walked away, leaving Unchia's group deep in thought. A mocking smile appeared on her face. Oh my God, I thought he was just a crazy guy. Unchea secretly sighs about Hansu's words, thinking to herself that he's truly crazy, but maybe in a good way. Sanjin's face is pale and cold. Hanzu is definitely crazy. All three of them fell silent at his attitude, and eventually decided to follow Hanzu. I can't believe it. My Hanzu has really changed. If it were the old Hanzu, he would never say such things. Sanjin couldn't believe the words coming out of Hansu's mouth. Yes, that's right. It must be so. I am sure of it. Chi drew his sword out of suspicion. He is the imposter pretending to be Hanzu. Shapaya reminds Sanjin to prepare for action. Calm down, you're hallucinating. Shapaya then turned to ask everyone around if Mihi and Sanjin had been Hansu's teammates since the tutorial. Mihi didn't dare look directly at him to answer this. Being called a teammate sounds good, but I'm not sure. After the tutorial, everyone went their separate ways. It would be more accurate to say we're college friends. Mihi turned to ask Shopia if she was currently Hansu's teammate, since I heard they've been together since entering the red zone. Shopia was caught off guard and couldn't quite recall. I'm not sure either. Calling us teammates feels a bit forced. It might be more accurate to say we're just cooperating. She imagined a cold-blooded, dangerous Hansu from the very beginning. That person was a lone wolf. And honestly, she understood that too. Both of them awkwardly turned to look at each other while chatting. Both of them naturally burst into laughter. I think we both see Hansu the same way, I agree. Mihi couldn't wait to turn around. Shopia, if you're not busy, could you tell me what happened to Hansu? The cheerful gossip among everyone grew quieter. Sanjin also spoke up, saying that's just like Hansu. His talent couldn't help but dance. A beast eater, a disaster fish, and even the one that spits poison. I don't know when he started to listen in, but he just kept moving forward. That's what makes a true hero. Mihi's eyes slightly avoided contact. A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation, and I think Hansu is a very difficult person to understand. He has a goal, something he hasn't told us about, a goal we might never understand. When we both listen, it feels like we're entering Hansu's vision, so he always keeps his distance from us. We can follow behind him, but we can never cross that gap. Imagine how strong Hansu is. There is always an invisible wall between us, but the decision is still up to him. Remember Hansu as someone who gives advice and changes his perspective. Because you're still weak, you can't follow me on your own. Trust me and come with me to the cluster. Dozens of lives will be saved, including yours. Seeing Hansu's shadow from afar, he's no longer the same as before, Mihai added and continued. Now I start to understand a little about his true nature. Interrupting someone, we have arrived. Hansu is standing and testing the land he came to explore. His gaze is contemplative, and his hand is on the ground channeling his first power, the might of the Numaha. A large area of the land is covered by Hansu's power, a destructive force. The surrounding people feel the pressure of that power, and the scene before Sophia is incredibly shocking to see. So it turns out that behind Hansu there is a secret path opening up. He didn't say a word, only recalling the scene where he once spoke. Do you know why I am called the collector of ancient artifacts? I have hidden a large number of useful items in various places. If you have to start over, I will make things easier for you because when you go back to the past, you will understand. They will be a great help to you. I simply cannot stand being directly confronted and scolded. Yes, this is extremely, extremely important. There is a rare skill I have never told Miyamoto about, an extremely rare item that even the upper floors cannot have. I only tell myself because it is for the reason that everyone has entered the cave. The scene in front of them makes Sanjin and Sophia extremely surprised, with gold everywhere that is hard to report. Miyu broke the tense atmosphere, saying she couldn't believe it. Sophia looked at the treasure below, an enormous amount of gold and antiques here. Both pairs of Sanjin and Sophia were delighted. Oh my God. This is truly the best. It's mine now. I can significantly boost my stats. Unchea remembered Hanzu's words. I am sure you won't regret it. So he was telling the truth, her equipped hand, and the system also displayed a notification. The rare gloves number 623 increase strength, agility, and stamina. Stats by 10% each. When attacking, they deal an additional 3-digit A burn damage. Seeing the gloves worn on her hands, radiating a powerful aura, she exclaimed in disbelief. Is there really such a powerful artifact here? How does Hanzu know about a place like this? Who exactly is he? Sanjin looked around searching, as if he realized something. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, I couldn't find the figure I was looking for. Where is Hanzu? Instead of searching for treasures, Sanjin goes looking for Hanzu. He can't believe he would leave them behind and walk away. Is he heading this way? A voice calls out to him, Sanjin! And when he turns around, he sees the person he's been looking for, Hanzu. What is that thing you're holding that shines like a diamond? Hanzu doesn't know what he's asking about. This thing, a notification popped up saying I had to come back here to get this legendary skill. Skill number 8, Lord of the Underworld. Hanzu didn't look so happy as he silently thought. I never thought I would see this again here. Kang Tae. Damn it. A skill with a single-digit number must be an invaluable treasure for me. The fairy teacher, holding what I just held, clearly shows that refusing the fairy's offer was the right decision. He only pondered silently for a few seconds, but considering the activation conditions of this skill, it didn't really suit him. Hanzu handed the item he was holding to Sanjin, who took it. Passing that to you? Surprised Sanjin. What is it? Hanzu simply replied calmly, This skill will become a great source of power for you. Sanjin was very surprised as he took it. Hanzu, thank you. I will cherish this skill forever. No, use it right now. Everyone is choosing their own items. Shapia and Mihi also received their own items, which are much better than what they currently have. Really? Shapia seemed to realize something and rushed forward to attack, unleashing a trap that caused an explosion. Everyone looked in surprise at the ambush in front of them. Shapia was extremely shocked to see the person in front of her. Turns out it was an acquaintance, Liu Hong, as an army led by Liu Hong arrived to confront her. Mihi turned to ask, Shapia, do you know that person? Shapia helplessly replied, I wish I didn't know. Liu Hong was furious upon hearing this. Shapia, you traitor. Liu Hong didn't stop and used a commanding tone to question, Who dares to steal Lord Miyamoto's treasure? Shapia was confused. What do you mean? Liu Hong pointed at everyone and ordered, This is the perfect opportunity. I will deal with all these people before Kang Hanzu arrives. Everyone charged forward with greed, claiming Lord Miyamoto's treasure as their own. Both sides clashed fiercely, while Mihi raised her bow, ready to shoot. Unchia still stands still, unsure of what to do, but the object on her arm radiates a power ready to fight. The battle is intense, and Mihi is drawing her bow, ready to shoot. Those guys got shot and wounded in the chest. These guys are really strong. Liu Hong, furious to see his teammates, fools who didn't stop these people from fighting, rushes toward Shapia. Unchia trembles in fear as she sees this scene targeting behind. Eliminate the weak ones first. Mihi, seeing her stand still and shouting loudly, warns her to be careful. But when she still doesn't move, Mihi anxiously looks at Liu Hong, aiming at Unchia. As Liu Hong prepared to charge and strike her, the two twin sisters shouted loudly to warn her, Lady Unchia, don't stand still. Get out of the way now. But she still stood still, not moving at all. It was very dangerous. And the previous battle scene flashed through her mind. Those wars caused everyone to be killed. Unchia was too weak to kneel at the enemy's feet because she was injured. She was too fragile. Her face at that moment was incredibly pitiful. The only reason I am still alive is because of foolish luck. A sword is about to strike her down. Death is inevitable. Unchia is enduring it patiently to be executed. But remembering Hanzu's words, follow me, trust me. Another hand placed on Unchia's shoulder to encourage her, all right, I will trust you. So she was the one who led me here. I am no longer afraid. Unchia's strength creates an invisible pressure. Unchia's eyes seem to return to being herself, no longer lost in memories. An immediate punch is delivered to the other guy's face because I am no longer who I was back then. The power from Unchia's hand causes the guy to suffer. Another punch from Unchia strikes Hanzu. The other guy has been slammed against the wall, and the faces of the two teammates are filled with shock. Neither Mihi nor Sophia expected that someone behind would try to ambush Unchia. What a bastard. But just in front of Unchia, she clenched her hand tightly around the sword approaching her without turning around, then delivered a powerful punch to the other guy's body, causing him to bleed out from the pressure. On the shattered ground caused by Unchia's punch, everyone watched the person on the ground being dragged far away. Unchia saw how powerful her weapon was and then reminded everyone to believe in themselves, sharing your own strength with everyone because now we are strong. Hanzu watched this scene with great admiration, truly impressive. Those guys were just knocked out by zealots. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Mihi looked worried as she watched the scene. Sophia and I hadn't even had a chance to intervene. Hearing Mihi's announcement, Unchi has taken care of almost everything. Unchi punched once and killed instantly, surprising the twin brothers who waited for Unchia. Unchi punched once and killed him instantly. I told him to stop already. Hanzu looked at the people lying on the ground, seeing how miserable they were. You are outnumbered, but still unable to control everyone without getting hurt. Have you collected all the ancient words and artifacts here? Unchia looks shy, but happy with today's achievement. Hanzu also secretly admired her. He was preparing to do something, if he already had. As soon as Hanzu's hand transformed into a weapon, I should end this. Liu Hong was defeated and lying on the ground, frightened by Hanzu's weapon. Hanzu coldly reminded Liu Hong to answer him, his tone icy and sharp. Did Miyamoto reveal the location of the treasure vault? Liu Hong trembled in fear, begging not to come any closer. Hanzu refused to stop and suddenly leapt forward, delivering a powerful blow to Liu Hong lying on the ground. Liu Hong's face is full of worry. I will ask one last time. Hanzu's eyes are cold, and his voice no longer patient as he asks again, Where is Miyamoto? Liu Hong couldn't withstand your pressure and finally bit the bullet. Fine, I'll tell you, Hanzu is very serious. Another powerful punch made Liu Hong unable to hold back and reveal everything. The main headquarters of the Lighthouse clan, Hans was seriously injured, so he's probably still there. Everyone was very surprised by this name. Miyamoto, the leader of the Lighthouse clan. Shopia was annoyed to hear that name again. That bastard. I thought Hans had run away somewhere, but it turns out he's back at the base. Hanzu, hearing the name Miyamoto, suddenly realizes something from the chain of events. I understand now. Hanzu angrily grabs that guy's collar tightly. Remember to ask Liu Hong about his doubts. Hanzu probably plans to go back for supplies to regain his strength and stop my plan. The more Hanzu presses, the more Liu Hong has no choice but to beg, thinking it's just a misunderstanding, I see. Liu Hong tries to use a bit of trust to tell Hanzu that I am also Miyamoto's enemy. Seeing this fake act only makes Hanzu angrier, and Shopia, witnessing the scene, wonders what Liu Hong is rambling about now. Hanzu's hand clenched even tighter, forcing Liu Hong to confess that Hans was once praised here, but then crushed. Yes, I realize I can no longer follow Hans. But Liu Hong's words only made him angrier. Isn't the underground world where strength is everything? If you let me take some of the ancient language and remaining artifacts here, I will return to the base and kill Miyamoto myself. Unchea didn't understand and asked again, so he was begging for mercy by promising to betray Miyamoto. No one has ever seen anyone like that in real life. And Hanzu also responded to her question. It seems true. And Shopia couldn't help but scold Liu Hong, how pitiful. Don't talk nonsense just to survive, Liu Hong. They've already sincerely begged over there. No, I'm serious. I really don't trust Miyamoto anymore. Please believe me, Hanzu.
Hanzu, nghe những lời do khiến cậu tức giận hơn. Những câu trả lời của cậu khiến tất cả dịu sững sờ. Nghe cũng hợp lý. Sophia không nhịn chuột mà nhắc nhở. Hanzu, cậu thật sự tin vào Diệu do sao?
Hanzu warned Shopia that if he defeated Miyamoto, it would be like eliminating a potential threat. Hearing that, Liu Hong forced an awkward smile, thinking maybe I shouldn't be the one chosen. His face was covered in sweat as he struggled to hold on, so the offer was indeed tempting. So, let me go first, and we can plan clearly, it seems. I can talk my way out of this. A strong squeeze made Liu Hong gasp for air and scream, but seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he had to stall for time. Wait, why? Hanzu releases him to persuade him, then turns back and tells Miyamoto, Liu Hong. Hanzu's face is cold and full of resentment. He's the next target. When Hanzu let go, Liu Hong's face turned pale as he collapsed. Seeing Liu Hong fall, but also as a reminder, and the look in his eyes fixed on the corpses below, I never trust traitors. Bodies lie sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds and blood. Darkness shrouding the scene. Liu Hong rubs his neck with a slightly annoyed expression, frowning in pain, then lets out a soft sigh. He sat up straight, rubbing his head and scolding, Damn him, Hanzu. The scene unfolds with a row of lifeless bodies scattered on the ground, all motionless after the battle, leaving nothing behind. Liu Hong propped himself up with one hand on his thigh, the other clutching his chest as if trying to hold his breath. Hanzu, you deserve to go to hell. He clenched his body, his face contorted with rage and pain, gritting his teeth, eyes wide open. Just wait. I will never forget what you did to me. Ouroboros coils tightly under the sunset sky, while the entire sky above erupts in chaos with everyone fighting, faces wide with horror. Maiken shouted angrily with a tense face, sweat pouring down in fury. When will the Hanzu ever arrive here? The locusts rushed straight down with a ferocious attitude, their speed like a blazing storm. He swung his arm back in panic at those damn cursed bugs. I beg you, give me a moment to breathe. Their shrill voices echoed as they charged at terrifying speed, tearing through the air to catch their prey. From above, a figure descends like a sharp arrow attacking, streaking in a dense blue beam. The chameleon's eyes quickly follow the movement in the sky, where a warrior is rushing down amid a blazing fire, yellow flames rolling up as if to swallow the sky. Maiken raised his arm to shield the dust from the explosion, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Hanzu stood proudly after defeating the monster, praising, "You did a great job holding them back." His face is covered in sweat from panic, and he forces a resigned smile. "Do you know I almost lost my life because of you?" Maiken said with a slightly reproachful tone. "You came too late. And Hanzu, you just stand there with a confident look and a gentle smile on your lips." Hanzu sarcastically asked how many he thought he had defeated. Maiken shrugged and raised both hands. "I don't know, a few or tens of thousands." Maiken confirmed that they were many times more numerous than our adventurers, and we have to hold them off. He explained why sometimes we have to retreat, so it's inevitable that the defensive line falls back, not to mention the parasitic locusts sneaking through the gaps in the defenses and spreading everywhere. Maiken closed his eyes, exhaling a relaxed breath. "And now everything probably is fine. Your return proves that you brought back a strong warrior, right?" The images of the allies fighting alongside us become clear, everyone's expressions full of heroism. He laughs excitedly, clenches his fist tightly, representing the strongest force in the area, the ghosts and Lord Miyamoto. Hansu's cold eyes stare fixedly ahead. Miyamoto and the ghosts are nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere falls silent. Only the sound of wind whistling and dust swirling around can be heard. Maiken grimaced, his face contorting with disbelief as he shouted in frustration, "What? You said Sister Ko? Without them, how are we supposed to handle this situation?" He crossed his arms, a triumphant look on his face. "Don't worry. Just wait and see. I've brought back tens of thousands of soldiers." Gripping his weapon tightly, he swung with all his might, smashing the shape of that monster to pieces. He hoists his weapon onto his shoulder with strength, his face showing intense seriousness as he looks ahead. The tension in his bowstring and the massive, sharp arrow filled with energy are ready to be unleashed. The entire battlefield was plunged into chaos as monsters charged forward at terrifying speeds. Amidst the chaos of the sunset-colored scene, everyone reappeared. In the middle of the crimson sunset sky, a giant magic circle appears like a gateway of light. Unjaya strikes with incredible speed, his body covered in fiery orange light like flames of battle. Michael, stay still, eyes wide with shock, wanting to say something but choking in his throat. The group of warriors appears with a very solid formation. They are the main force just arrived to turn the tide. Iker stood there, stunned and panicked, eyes wide open, sweat streaming down his temples, his hands trembling. They looked incredibly strong, but where were the tens of thousands of reinforcements? They came from the guidance sector, didn't they? Sanjin half smiles in the darkness, just enough light to see the curve of his lips and the strong shadow of his chin. "Who does he think he is to question Hanzu?" He then offers a cold smile, the tension so thick you can hear the heartbeat. "Just trust whatever Hanzu says. Understand?" Michael froze as Sangjin's blade pressed against his neck. His voice came out threateningly. "What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem?" Hanzu turned his back and spoke in a calm yet commanding voice. "Enough, Sanjin." He immediately straightened up and raised his hand to give the order. "Yes, Hanzu." Calling out Michael's name made him a bit startled by what just happened. Hanzu placed a hand on Michael's shoulder, slightly curling his lips with a determined yet warm gaze in his own unique way. "Well done. You speak clearly and surely, leaving no room for doubt. The rest let us handle it." He looked up, eyes wide open, with a face mixed of surprise and embarrassment. Michael and Sangjin locked eyes again, both slightly startled. He widened his eyes, glanced coldly, and pointed to his eyes as a warning. Unchea glared and punched Sangjin in the head in anger. "Stop pretending, hurry up!" He looked confused, wondering why she was treating Sangjin that way. Was he special? She shouted in fury, "Shut up!" Michael crossed his arms, smiling happily and expectantly. He truly led a strange group. But if he trusted them, then I will also place my trust in them. Good luck. The two giant monsters clash with incredible speed, causing the entire scene to shake violently. A horde of enormous monsters rushes forward with curved, sickle-like horns descending from above, making it feel as if the sky itself is being torn apart. Hanzu's eyes turn cold and determined as he looks at everyone, shouting the rallying cry, "Start now, everyone!" with a powerful slash downward, tearing through the monsters' bodies with sharp edges. He looks down, expression cold and resolute, standing tall with confidence. Dusk is approaching, so follow the plan and eliminate as many parasitic locusts as possible. Sangjin charges forward with a tense face, quickly slashing sharp strikes at the chitinous locusts. Mi Hee-duong also prepares to shoot, one eye closed to aim precisely, as a bright golden arrow flies straight toward the swarm. Suddenly another one appeared beside her. Someone shouted a warning, "Watch out on the left!" Song Song, fighting fiercely, quickly informed that they are also attacking from the right. The others also grimaced at the relentless swarm of locusts. They never seem to stop attacking. They're too many for Unchi to bear, so instead of complaining, let's use that time to kill another worm. Hanzu tried to steady everyone in the current situation, just a little more time is needed. A powerful surge of energy rises from the ground. We just need to hold on a little longer until night falls. Shokya reported anxiously that Hanzu, it's too dangerous. With this horde, we will be surrounded and have no way out. At this moment, Hanzu seriously calls out Sanjin's name, and he immediately turns to look. The boy says something with a hint of meaning to Sanjin. It's time now, do you remember? Hanzu glanced at him, a faint smile on his face. Now it's his turn. Go ahead. Sanjin understood the message and responded with the same smile. They must have discussed it, understanding each other, as he pressed his hand down and leaned heavily on his weapon. Sanjin kneels on one knee, leaning forward as if channeling all his strength and will into the action. The energy erupts brilliantly with a core of white light, surrounded by violet shockwaves slicing through the air like blades. The chameleon beetles lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a bright, intense light flashed in their eyes as if life was returning to them. That grasshopper slowly rises again as if by magic, and the battle-hardened team finally faces the fight, with tens of thousands of soldiers. Sanjin curled his lips into a smile that was both proud and as if he was waiting for something exciting to happen. I've been waiting, you've been saying those words for a long time. His face was cold and fierce, standing upright with an unnervingly calm demeanor. Something enormous was rising from the ground in a chilling and terrifying scene. The tall grasshoppers with their tough fog-like armor stand encircling them. Sanjin tightly grips his weapon, the shiny metal reflecting a strong beam of light. A faint light shines forward. Sanjin's aura from behind envelops the scene, creating a mystical and powerful atmosphere. Move on. They all rush forward like a wave flooding the battlefield, moving with great speed. The chameleon bugs leap up together, their bodies arching fiercely, their jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth like blades. A monster, struck with immense force, is thrown backward, crashing to the ground with such power that the surrounding area trembles. Sanjin raises his hand. A glowing mark created from energy surrounds his palm. Awaken now. The chameleon's eyes blaze brightly, fighting to the last breath. System notification. Skill number 8, Lord of the Dead at night allows you to resurrect the dead as immortals, to fight endlessly. The controlled grasshoppers continuously bite and tear at other creatures, ripping their bodies apart. The monsters are shattered, bodies flying apart one by one, not intact. The two grasshoppers looked terrified, their fierce glowing red eyes now wide with horror as a powerful purple energy poured down from above, forming a black mass with a scale-like or web-like texture. Sanjin, full of worry and determination, with wide eyes, shouts loudly, "Everything is going according to plan. Hanzu, go now." Hanzu gives a confident little smile. Even with only half of his face visible, his attitude is clear. Just then, he quickly moves away from his current position, and the group rushes forward at full speed. His face was full of confidence, a strong, dangerous, and decisive aura. "Let's go." Hanzu reminded him of the strategy. "We need to kill as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall. Then I will use Sanjin's skill to revive them and make them fight against the others. If we do that, we can easily reach the lake where Ouroboros's tail is. Stay calm and confident, with your hand on your sword's hilt, and also, Shopia, lead me to the place with the strongest magic source. Alpha will definitely be there." She looks confused and worried, sweat glistening on her cheeks. "But how are we going to get up there?" Hanzu's eyes are cold and confident, a slight smile forming as if he's about to come up with an idea. "It's simple. We'll use her descent skill and climb onto him." Fragments of layered shells reflecting light, creating a sense of softness and mystery. Kai gently steps down, trying to stand firm with his nose pointed forward. His face shows a hint of confusion, sweat dripping on his cheeks, eyes wide open as if he can't believe what he's seeing. Kai looked up from below, clearly feeling the overwhelming height of what he was facing. It's really tall. Sanjin looked down, and with some worry if he fell from here, there wouldn't be much left of him. Unchia looked at it sharply, so stay focused and don't fall. Everyone discussed that the surface is harder and flatter than I thought. Luckily, yes, I thought it would be simple because it's a dragon. Hanzu's tone is calm but serious, like a warning to the group to pay attention. His expression is cold but determined, with sharp eyes reflecting a faint glow. From now on, I will lead the way. Follow me. Sophia's eyes are cold and sharp, her hair flowing in the wind, her gaze alert and vigilant. Unchia's face radiates confidence and determination, as if she's ready for battle. Ron turns with a calm yet sharp demeanor, his eyes narrowing slightly with a coldness that hints at worry. Nehi gently smiles, but her eyes reveal a hint of confusion. They rush down at incredible speed, like arrows shot from above, as we ascend. In an instant, they arrive, the tense atmosphere filled with urgency and power. A girl closes her eyes, her face calm but tense with focus. The grasshopper with glowing red eyes under the skull mask exudes fury and fierce energy. They leap into the air at incredible speed, causing shockwaves to spread and debris to fly everywhere. Yulchia fires rapidly, unleashing a powerful spinning kick into the monster's body. Rush forward quickly to cover the rear. Ulhie and I will stop them here. Open the way quickly. Mihi turns around. Duong spreads out behind to block the approaching monsters. The others leave the rest to us. Hanshu's eyes are sharp as a blade, gleaming with confidence and danger. I see it now. On the curved surface, like a giant arena, a swarm of parasitic monsters is densely layered, writhing together. Ulchea's face is focused, his sharp eyes locking onto the target ahead. Ingin clenches his teeth, his face set with determination as he charges forward at an incredible speed. Hanshu's eyes are filled with deadly intent, their cold gaze piercing through space as golden lightning flickers around him. He unleashes his dragon energy technique, wielding a glowing sword that blazes with a dazzling golden light, tearing through the sky. Ulchea stands in shock, mouth agape, hands clenched in surprise. Hanshu turns back, his cold yet calm gaze showing he has full control of the situation. This way, everyone! Sophia's eyes widen in awe and worry, her voice trembling softly as she exclaims, "What is this?" They stand in a semicircle around the giant black hole that just appeared in the ground. Is there space beneath the scales like that? He quickly explains that this is the entrance to the nerve center, where Ouroboros' core is located. The nerve center is a structure containing nerve cells outside the brain or spinal cord. Part of the peripheral nervous system, including the brain. Ouroboros has 3 cores. Hanshu explains carefully, if we destroy all 3 cores, we can kill it. Now, he hands over a glass orb containing some substance and clenches his fist. This is an item designed to destroy the cores. The system displays the details. The recipe for creating Red Zone 1650, an explosive, which once inside the nervous system can wait about 30 minutes before reaching the core. Anjaya frowned silently, realizing that what he had mistakenly crafted earlier was indeed this. His face serious, eyes intensely focused on everyone. We will split into teams, each team targeting 1 core. Hanshu looked at Unchia and the other 2, who were Team 1, then turned to the other side, which was Team 2. Hanshu hugged Sophia and decisively confirmed that we were Team 3. You just pointed in one direction, Unchia. Your team will go this way. She suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. Oh my, we go first. Hanshu looked serious and said, Don't complain about the order anymore. Each entrance is in a different position, so each team must go in through their own route. Unchia nodded slightly, accepting the command without question. Understood. She stood upright with her hands on her hips, exuding confidence mixed with a hint of playfulness. So we'll go first. Unchia jumped down into the hole, hands outstretched as if to steady herself upon landing. Hanshu turned to Sophia and ordered her to block the entrance, not to let the parasitic locusts get in. She was serious but focused, and above the pit a solid ice block was formed to cover it up. He nodded slightly, his face no longer tense. It's done, now it's just about moving up to the entrance above, while the locusts roared fiercely with their red eyes glaring angrily. Mihai stared in amazement, still overwhelmed, then frowned in tension. They reproduce like single-celled bacteria, right? Hanshu lowered his sword. No matter how many there are, it's not a problem. Then he raised his sword, pointing forward full of confidence. Let's go! Below the cave entrance, no light penetrates, and the bottom is shrouded in darkness. Unchea opened her eyes wide in surprise, her brow furrowing slightly in astonishment. Ahead of everyone was a large shining crystal, a nerve center, and a giant locust blocking the path right in front of where they were moving. Hanshu slashed a long strike into it, the flash of his sword gleaming brightly. His attack stance was powerful and confident, quickly defeating it. Hanshu's cold gaze fixed ahead without any movement as he assessed everything. This is the second gate. Then he turned to look at the next team, Team 2. It's your turn now. He ordered them to step in immediately. 5 minutes have passed since Team 1 entered. After going inside, Wait for the right moment to throw the item, then focus on receiving instructions. Understood. They quickly moved toward the second moving gate right ahead, and Mihai suddenly stopped, turning around to look back at you. Hanzu, noticing her hesitation, asked nervously what was wrong, why she kept staring, which startled her. The problem was, Mihai hesitated, then remained silent, and the two just looked at each other for a moment before she forced a shy smile and apologized, saying she had forgotten what she was about to say. Hanzu hesitated, his eyes opening slightly with a hint of suspicion. All right then? Mihai walked away decisively, her posture straight and strong, her voice exuding seriousness and urgency. Don't worry, Hanzu, let's go now before it's too late. She turned her head back amidst the movement, her long hair gently flowing with the wind, giving a sense of softness but also determination. Mihi jumped down without hesitation, raising her hand to keep her balance, her gaze lowering as if deep in thought but not saying anything. Hanzu seriously reminded her to activate it exactly half an hour later. Sophia focused but still responded politely, "Yes, I remember." She looked down with a faintly sad, slightly trembling eye, her lips pressed lightly, her expression showing a hint of hesitation. "Mihi," Sophia thought with deep understanding, a silent empathy. Sadness, but gentle. I could feel her mood. The vast sky was filled with shining stars and floating faint lights. He quickly swung forward with incredible speed, a bright yellow sword slash tearing through the air close to the ground, and I immediately sensed the terrifying energy of that alpha. Both of them froze in place, with Hanzu standing protectively in front of Sophia, as the giant monster appeared, its glowing eyes burning fiercely. She opened her eyes wide, showing confusion and tension. After this, it was clear she recognized the alpha's energy, but his gaze was cold, inner turmoil evident, as he assessed the threat and analyzed the alpha's situation. He had only recently awakened. A strong red energy radiated from the monster, yet it had already set a trap, making the temporary chaos a serious matter. A voice rang out, "You are looking for me," drawing attention from Hanzu. Tekaron appears from above the monster. I knew you would show up immediately. Gada's face looks extremely terrifying with sharp teeth. It's been a long time since I faced an opponent like this. Tekaron exudes a cold and ruthless aura, but using weaklings to break the core is not his style at all. It's too crude. Stay calm but coldly face your opponent. Are you done talking yet? Gada said arrogantly, arms crossed behind his back. So proud. It's that arrogance that will be your downfall. Hanzu raised his sword to the sky and struck down with such force that a huge beam of light was created. The monster was shattered and the remaining body collapsed on the ground with many wounds. Sophia reports worriedly that if Tekaron isn't here, it means he's targeting another team. Is it okay? Your face looks calm, so we need to destroy the core quickly and then move immediately. Hanzu focused, calm as if what just happened was nothing. We've opened the neural core and are moving in. She looked at you seriously, but with a hint of worry. Got it, understood. Unchea hesitated, looked up in surprise. This place is a glowing crystal. A neural hub. Team 1, report to the front desk. Kai, looking both tense and surprised, said, "This area is much larger than I thought." She immediately objected. "It's not that big after all." He just pointed ahead with a cautious look. "Unchea, over there." Unchea followed the direction he was pointing, eyes focused. "I see it." The giant crystal shard emits a cold blue light, resembling a Ouroboros portal. They were amazed and exclaimed, "It's huge," which makes sense given the size of the Ouroboros. Unchea, holding the potion with a serious and determined expression, says, "Everyone, prepare the Kanghan Suda items. We must destroy the core in 30 minutes. She suddenly lifts her head, eyes wide with suspicion. "Did you hear anything?" Everyone looked confused, their faces showing clear panic. "What did you hear?" From the depths of the dark tunnel, a muffled sound echoed. They could no longer stand steadily on the ground. The earth suddenly trembled. Unchea looked up with a frightened expression, sweat pouring down her face. She immediately warned, "Look up there, chiggers are appearing from above. They are surrounded by monsters." Unchea turned back alertly, her eyes cold but with a hint of worry, as the chiggers all rushed forward at incredible speed. She looked straight ahead, her eyes sharp and full of determination. "That's right. They've left us alone long enough this time, and now you're bringing the whole crowd." They appeared densely, with glowing red eyes shining through the purple mist. Two warriors hurriedly take their positions, you on the left, you on the right. "I will handle the center," Unchea warned. "Don't hold back your arrows." Kai focused on drawing his bow as he responded. "The group of warriors is holding their ground against a giant swarm of monsters," she reassures them. "We only need to hold for 30 minutes. Understand? 30 minutes. The enormous locust approaches with a terrifyingly huge form. Unchea quickly turns around, her body leaning sharply with the momentum. She throws a powerful punch from above, her entire body engulfed in orange-yellow flames. They struggle to resist the monsters. 28 minutes remaining. A sharp weapon flies toward the hole. 20 minutes left. Unchea grimaces from exertion, turns to reassure everyone, "Hold your ground, do not retreat." They are all surrounded by thousands of monsters. We must persevere until the end, with 15 minutes before the attack begins. On the other side, Hanzu and Sophia are facing giant monsters. She closes her eyes as if preparing to unleash her own technique. Sophia opens her eyes, her gaze becoming extremely serious and focused, as the 3 jewel dew cloud seal inscription glows. The horde of monsters with glowing red eyes rushes forward, densely packed in the darkness. His eyes turned cold, a half-smile curling at the corner of his mouth, both amused and challenged. Now they are no different from sitting on a chopping block. Hatsu's sword gleamed with a dazzling blue light, and he acted decisively, attacking without hesitation. Each of Hatsu's sword strikes brought unstoppable power. In an instant, the chattering insects were defeated, leaving nothing behind. Some others peeked out from the hole above, while Hanzu looked up with a scrutinizing gaze. The parasitic insects just watched silently, not daring to jump down. Then he turned back to look at the notification board. Just 30 more minutes of holding on and everything would be fine. Yet I still can't believe he abandoned the first central core. Hanzu assessed the situation. "It seems Tekeron used a projection as bait," he said at that time, "but sending the weak ones to destroy the core was a truly reckless strategy." "You're nothing like him, I realize. Someone who even deliberately avoids me to protect another core." Hatsu's brows are furrowed so deeply that the lines are visible. "I will make him regret choosing that path." Shapea hurriedly ran over to warn you about her thoughts. "This situation seems suspicious. No matter how you look at it, there's definitely a trap. Otherwise, why would they just stand there and watch?" "You agree too. You're right, Shopia. Think it over and make a decision. Cancel the core destruction plan in 30 minutes. I will do it now, then continue to eliminate the remaining cores." She clearly shows her tension and worry. Is the situation so serious that he has to go and destroy the core himself without explanation, which could only make things more chaotic? Shopea hurriedly asked John Dupp if destroying the core of Ouroboros would make it start to act, and whether Tequila was even more dangerous than Ouroboros. However, contrary to her attitude, he calmly closed his eyes, saying, "Han is dangerous, but Ouroboros is far more superior." Shopea felt something was wrong. His words were unclear, so maybe I should just trust them once. Hanzu was confident in his opinion. "It's not that I didn't trust them. I had my own plan." She slightly lowered her eyes, feeling anxious and worried because he still hadn't told her everything. She thought he trusted her, but the information system, shattered soul fragments, dividing the user's soul and enabling communication, sharing control over the mind of the host. Junichi's expression is terrifying with wide eyes as he declares, "I will take over your body, Shopia." Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized something, then slowly closed as if accepting everything. Inside Unchea's body is his soul, the one who thinks I will die so easily. The more Hanzu, whether a little or a lot, seems to believe in this woman, which is why he dares to turn his back on her. Junichi embraces his bloodied shoulder, his face full of terror, and someone will pay for what they have done to me. Hanzu, with one hand holding a glass vial and the other on his hip with confidence, his eyes cold and eyebrows furrowed. "I'm waiting for you, Miyamoto." Hanzu rushed straight at her, grabbing her shoulder tightly so she couldn't react in time. The ring on his finger was a powerful namaha of destruction, and it began to glow. Shokia's body is filled with energy radiating outward, her eyes somewhat dazed. He supports her, closing his eyes in frustration. As allies become enemies, and enemies inevitably turn into allies. Hanzu coldly responded, "As long as he wants to drag me down, I won't let him survive. I have located the person. The lords must be very hungry. The system notification, temporary administrator privileges of the world tree after capturing Miyamoto, transfer him to the lord's nest. At a stone altar, a bright light shines from within. Junichi is badly injured, clothes torn to shreds, standing amidst a glowing magic circle. What is this? A massive formation carved with countless circles, symbols, and white lines shining brightly, because the monster, shaped like a giant creature, is rushing down from above, his face distorted with fear. Eyes wide open, sweat streaming down. Junichi's eyes snap open, emotions a mix of panic and despair. This place, impossible, bathed in red light, turning everything into a sea of blood. His face was covered in blood and wounds, eyes wide with fear, mouth open as if screaming in pain. I, the ruler of the red zone, how could this be? Hanzu held Sokia tightly, seeming to have lost the soul fragment skill. Now the demon lords are full of mana, and they are definitely very excited. The neural hub begins to water and release energy. You notice this. Look up calmly but tensely. We don't have much time left. Then Hanzu looked down at her, who was closing her eyes with a pale face, daring her to wake up now. We could leave, but it seems difficult. Using the divine armor also provides some protection, but system notification actually. Hanzu currently has less than 50% of his magic capacity remaining. Do you want to use the world's tree magic? He looked ahead with a determined and cold gaze, ready to risk everything if the world tree were to die. I must control it very carefully. Hanzu slightly bowed his head, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Sorry. World tree. System notification. The authority to use the world tree's magic has been approved. In fact, Hanzu has connected to the world tree's mana flow. The energy surrounds both of them, and with this amount of mana, we can use it freely. In a moment, Hanzu, dressed in divine soldier armor, looked incredibly powerful. He knelt down, drawing his gun, ready to move. Hanzu suddenly leapt up. The spot was left completely empty. He soared straight into the sky with a serious gaze and intense determination, as more watermarks appeared on his nervous system. Ouroboros is overflowing. Blue light envelops everything. A powerful explosion of light occurs. Golden wings burst out like rays. Vines or tree branches wrap around, giving the impression that the creature is subdued or captured. The giant monster with a bloodied open mouth screams in pain, head thrown back. The green slit eye of Ouroboros slightly opened, its cold gaze like that of a giant reptile. It widened its vertical slit eye. Blue light burst forth intensely, and streaks of light extended outward. The giant Ouroboros charges forward through the pouring rain, its bright blue eyes fixed and mouth wide open roaring. Hanzu looks up at the massive dragon body right in front of him, calm but alert, as if it's moving but without awareness. If it had consciousness, it would have attacked us from the start. His serious gaze contemplates. For now, instead of destroying Tekuron, I should focus on restraining him. The system notification confirming the temporary administrator command of the World Tree has been received, and the World Tree's guard will begin to move. A massive part of Ouroboros coils tightly around the cliff face, its mouth wide open, revealing razor-sharp teeth like blades, its roar echoing fiercely, filled with rage. The entire giant Ouroboros wraps around the ancient tree, each coil squeezing so powerfully that the bark is crushed. Hanzu is floating in the night sky under the bright full moon, looking down with a calm yet serious and deep gaze. Soon we will meet again, my friend. Tekuron's face is calm and cold, giving the impression of someone extremely powerful. It's time to wake up, Tekuron. Elven too. Your wind will follow my path. Hanzu tilts his face slightly down with a cold and confident gaze. Wait for me at the Royal Road. I will see you soon. Ouroboros with its dark blue glowing scales stretching like a living wall, the space around it twisting as if the creature is constricting everything, while the beast with blazing red eyes erupts from the darkness at terrifying speed. It has been defeated, its body falling to the ground, its red eyes still glowing as they gradually fade. Hanzu stands in the darkness, a sinister purple glow emanating from his palm, making his face appear even more grim and shadowed. The Lord of Spirits. You issue a cold command, signaling the resurrection of a death warrior to join the battle. As Hanzu faces off against a horde of giant monsters in the dark, a bright purple explosion flashes, releasing a surge of magical energy that feels powerful. The swarm of giant worm-like monsters lifts their heads as if drawn to something above. They quickly rush forward, leaving streaks of red light behind their movement. They move in unison, creating the sensation of a spreading wave of attack. Sanjin turns back, his face tense and alert, wondering what that explosion was and what is really happening. His face is full of worry mixed with determination. No matter what, if those creatures get up, Hanzu will be in danger and I have to stop them with my spear. Sanjin clenched his teeth as he lowered his sword under the cold green light, showing he had made a decision. His face twisted in anger, his eyes wide with fierce determination. As the master, I order you all to exterminate the parasitic locusts climbing up ahead. Stop them. Sanjin rushes down from above at incredible speed. Sorry, Hanzu. I have to kill them all again. I didn't think I could stop them all. You stand in front to protect Shopia. Tense and dangerous atmosphere. Hanzu looked at her with her eyes closed, her breath weak and steady, exhaustion clearly visible on her face. Miyamoto's skill aftershock was worse than he thought. He had expected her to wake up soon, but given her current state, she probably wouldn't make it. His gaze was calm to the point of being frightening, sharp as a blade. System notification, temporary administrative rights of the host entity, Shopia, have been transferred to the entity Michael. Sangjin's blue aura surrounds Hanzu's hand, with prominent veins and scales on his arm. Stand there, you damn soldiers. Hanzu turned back, his sharp yet calm eyes. Sanjin faces the monsters with a teasing voice. Fearless, don't run, come here and fight me, you bastards. He lightly smiles with confidence, his sharp but calm eyes just in time, Sanjin. Hanzu dives straight down from above, his hand turning into a sharp claw, his wings blazing fiercely. The two of them, one descending from above and the other rushing straight toward a single point. Sanjin lifted his head and recognized him. It was Hanzu. He furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if he came to save him. No, more importantly, why does he look like that? Hanzu swung his hand, unleashing a powerful attack that fell straight down. The monsters were knocked down in panic, their faces filled with terror, and the powerful energy forced Sanjin to raise his hand to block the wind. He rested his hand on his hip and looked down with a calm expression, noticing Hanzu, which made him extremely surprised. What had happened? The wings and the forest. His cold gaze responded, I'll explain later, but right now I need you to do something. Sanjin, he smiled softly. The feeling was joyful. What do you want me to do? Your serious face makes a request. Chia's team is in danger, so join them to destroy the core. Sanjin bows slightly, eyes half closed in a contemplative look, not quite like himself, and personally asking for help. Then he opened his eyes, his expression serious, but a faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. I told you. Just use me the way I want. Just give the order. Hanzu half smiled with a hint of meaning, slightly arrogant and teasing. You raise your hand as if wielding your power. I'll send you straight to Team 1. I'm entrusting them to you. Hanzu's blue eyes gleam with confidence and a teasing hint. Don't die. That's an order. Sanjin smiles confidently. Don't worry. The Lord of the Dead won't die that easily. A giant magic circle glows in the sky with intricate patterns spinning around. Hanzu lowered his head, his gaze cast downward with a contemplative yet proud expression. I knew it. Choosing to entrust the Lord of the Spirit Realm to Sanjin was definitely the right decision. I will take you to the next area, Sanjin. As a pair of large wind wings spread out, unable to stay still after seeing your determination, Hanzu rushes forward at incredible speed. I will support immediately. Team 2, you must survive. Over there, Wun Qiang stands ready to fight with his weapon in hand. Tekiron, with eyes sharp as stars and a calm yet amused expression. Why haven't you given up yet? Look at the people behind you falling apart. Do you really think you can do anything alone? He smiled painfully, but bravely, his eyes fearless. Do you really think we would die easily? He smirked slightly with a cruel smile. Strange? Why are you all so loyal? Do you think a ruthless man like Kong Hanzu would care to save you? You're already abandoned. Tekiron simply gestures downward as if giving an order, with a smug attitude. Instead of showing loyalty to such a king, why not become my soldier and serve me? Wun Qiang smirks defiantly, exuding a resilient aura. What, are you really that afraid of Kong Hanzu? He grits his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with fury. Lowly beings like you only drive me crazy. Tekiron raises his hand with commanding authority, and a fierce red aura coils around his sword like tangled wires. He charged forward at lightning speed, willing to die that easily, so let me lend a hand. Wun Qiang widened one eye, his pupils trembling in utter shock. He clenched his jaw tightly, his jawbone stiffening, and his lips curled into a smile that was both angry and defiant. Wun Qiang roared, then immediately spun around, raising his weapon high. He is in the ultimate rage, eyes wide open, pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his temples. Wun Qiang's lips tighten, teeth clenched so hard that his facial muscles twitch. He swung his weapon powerfully forward, spinning with the momentum to create a large, sweeping strike around himself, blocking Tekiron's attacks. His jaw clenched tightly in anger, as he was preventing all attacks from hitting his teammates behind him, a commendable act to protect his allies. Tekiron's gaze is full of murderous intent, and with that spirit alone, he deserves praise. He can no longer wait, but I cannot waste more time fighting you. I am sorry I have to use such cowardly tricks to defeat a warrior like you. Wun Qiang's bloodied face suddenly pales in shock as a barrage of swords pierces through him, his eyes widening in surprise. Wun Qiang, bleeding heavily, his eyes darkening from severe wounds, leans his sword against the ground to create a water channel. He collapses from the attack and can no longer stand. Tekiron raised his hand to the side, having witnessed someone trying to protect their comrades, and out of respect for that nobility, I will personally end him. Suddenly, from behind, a sound of someone running at full speed. It was Hanzu with a face full of cold determination, attacking. You cut through like a powerful wind, your body sharp as a sword, and Tekiron was struck down in pain. Hanzu seems regretful. Senzata is late. Rest now. I will handle the rest. He stands among a swarm of Chow Chow still waiting to attack. And sure enough, within a second, they all open their mouths and roar together. Hanzu's hand opens, a beam of light escapes from his finger, and suddenly it transforms into a delicate sword. He swung his arm forcefully forward, pressing the magic circles to push the Chow Chow back. After a moment, only corpses and skulls scattered on the ground remained. Seeing this scene, Wun Ki-ung was stunned. What kind of crazy destructive power is this? You also turned your head back, your eyes calm as you focused on Hanzu, who moved in front of your opponent. The sword in her hand gradually disappeared. Then he transformed into a large stone and handed it to Wun Ki-ung, who was already badly injured. Hanzu reached out and took it, feeling it was truly ridiculous. This bond would definitely be repaid. As soon as the stone was in Wun Ki-ung's hand, a dazzling light burst forth, and the wound on his abdomen also glowed, the flesh gradually closing up. Meanwhile, after a moment of unconsciousness, Hanzu's vision opened again. Jomihi suddenly woke up, staring at the current scene with a look of despair on her face, unable to hide her disappointment. Clearly having weapons, but still, Jomihi bowed her head and whispered an apology, saying she had become a burden again. Hanzu didn't mind much and reassured her, "Don't worry, it's my fault for not confirming Tekeron's presence here." Next, he created a magic feather and instructed them that inside Ouroboros, he couldn't use the power of the world tree, so they had to go outside and use the feather to move. Before leaving, Jomehai returned the vial containing her heart to Hanzu and said, "Here, take it back." He comforted her and assured her that she had done enough just by not breaking the potion vial. And as soon as the first team successfully destroys the core, I will join your group. Although she wasn't blamed, guilt still kept Jomehai from raising her head. Is it because that monster transformed, right? Those eyes narrow, showing a hint of malice. Ignoring that, I know very well how much you cherish them. He raised his hand to summon a stream of magical fire, determined to destroy his opponent. So I will kill them in his place. The magical sphere between Tekeron's hands curled up, ready to strike. He charged straight ahead, Hanzu's cold eyes narrowing without any fear or hesitation, the ring on his left index finger gradually glowing, and in the next moment, an invisible spirit armor appeared to protect him from the attack, causing Tekeron's strike to be deflected aside and crash into the ground, while Wun Ki-ung carried the woman in his arms. And amidst the chaos, Nui Cap lingered to say to him, "I owe you a lot. I will leave here as quickly as I can." Hanzu just glanced at him briefly and reminded him that surviving this long only to die because of something like this would be a waste. You still have many things to do in the future, so you must survive. Wun Ki-ung and Jomehai passed by him lightly, responding softly, "Thank you for those words. I will see you below." After those two left, only you and Tekeron remain in the space, and he, in disbelief, couldn't believe what just happened. That attack was the limit of my ability, yet you didn't even blink during those strikes. Instantly, he was filled with rage. "How much more do you plan to humiliate me? I am a warrior of Akaran, the last hope of my people." Hanzu's face remained completely expressionless from start to finish. Don't make me laugh. Hope, what a joke that. Mimic Rat keeps trying to provoke me, every word like an insult to my pride. Tekeron can't help but wipe his mouth in disgust. Who are you to dare spit out such crazy words? You carefully observe each expression of your opponent, this transformation in battle. If an experienced Akaran who has undergone body enhancement surgery finds it difficult to... Seeing Tekeron wiping quickly, Hanzu calculates that he can withstand a direct hit without issue. Then, his thunderous punch slammed straight into you, but Hanzu remained unharmed, leaving Tekeron utterly bewildered. "This is my racial secret." He gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring at your shield, yet it left not a scratch. What is going on here? At this moment, a stream of thoughts flooded Hanzu's mind. Realizing that controlling his power in this transformed state was not easy, he assessed the current situation and an idea arose. Killing Tekeron now wouldn't be difficult, but, however, Liu Min's actions would surely bring a series of consequences. If I kill him without controlling my power, I would have destroyed the body I was meant to use as a vessel for Zane. But I also can't casually unleash Longma Qigong. This is the first time I've used my racial transformation to this extent. I don't know what will happen after I release it. If I faint by mistake, all plans will be ruined. Thinking it over, Hanzu helplessly muttered, "The one who causes all the trouble." His whole body suddenly radiated a surge of aura. Jiap Tianbin's attack was too weak, but in this current state, this is all I can do. Tekeron maliciously looked up at the enormous invisible armor before him, his iron fist clenched with contained power. Suddenly, I was choked and suffocated, my face contorted in pain as the Scorpio armor effortlessly lifted Tekeron into the air. Hanzu remained standing still, steady as a mountain, ready to sweep away the remnants. And it didn't stop there. Jiap Tian Bin continued to attack Tekiron. Before he could regain his composure, he was hit by a punch that sent him flying far away. Severely wounded, Tekiron spat out a large amount of blood. Hanzu looked down on his fighting ability, easily knocked away. Truly, the original form cannot compare to the clone. Even though he just woke up, he is still too weak compared to the demon. You flow forward toward the opponent. I should hand over this body to Shuin as soon as possible. Just then, the entire space suddenly trembled. Hanzu stopped his movement. A look of surprise first appeared on his face. This sound. You turn your head back, a fleeting look of relief and joy in your eyes. I did it, Sanjin. Meanwhile, Tekiron is still lost in his own thoughts. I even used my clan's secret technique, so why am I still no match for him? He struggled to lift his hand. I only dream of my race's revival. But where did I go wrong? Tekiron used his last bit of strength and stubborn willpower to try to break free, just because of a lowly subordinate, and my dream, that's right. The arrogant hand placed on the glowing stone nearby, he thought to himself. The more Hanzu, because you stole everything from me, I will also take what is most precious to you. You're rushing too much, trying to wake him up. Stop, Tekiron. Are you really going to abandon the bigger plan for this? But at this moment, half of Tekiron's body had already merged with that stone. He's truly a bastard, but it doesn't matter anymore. A crazy thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If the core is destroyed, then I will become the core. Tekiron's lips curled into a slight smile. Let's see how you react when that idea enters your mind. As Hanzu finished speaking, his entire body vanished into the stone, emitting a powerful light. Hanzu stood there, watching the glowing stone as it swallowed Tekiron. Seeing that scene, I fell silent for a moment. Tekiron, I've heard you were quite hot-headed in your youth. And it's true. Winning against me seems more important than the prosperity of your kind. The stone absorbed another source of energy, causing the surrounding cave to tremble violently. Strange blue liquids appeared from the corners, and the outer armor of the celestial guardian began to be coated with a layer of strange substances. Faced with this situation, you still maintain a calm demeanor. If you're going to create that monster, you should let it be at an appropriate age. The cold eyes only emphasize Hanzu's strictness because it was made too young, so it just irritates me. At the same time, a creature with a long snake-like body appeared on the cliff wall, crawling everywhere. Unchia was so worried she curled up. What is this? Why is this thing moving on its own? Sanjin immediately spoke calmly beside her. You're not a child, but she still couldn't shake her worry. How can you be so calm? Falling from this height would be deadly. He smiled confidently. Because I have something to rely on. Lift your head up. Unchea struggled to open her eyes and see what was on it. Then suddenly, her eyes shrank and she looked up at Hanzu, unable to hide her surprise, as Hanzu floated in midair after another person. The system displays the information temporarily managing the world tree, using authority to transfer entities to Unchea, Sanjin, Li Chezon, Li Taihun, and Lai Taijun to the entity Michael. A magic circle suddenly appears beneath her body, and both of them are heading toward his location. In the dark space, a few bright spots continue to stand out. From afar, a group of people are watching attentively every event happening around Hanzu. Michael stands with his hands on his hips, lost in thought. The more he observes Hanzu, the more he wonders what he wants from me. I understand, Sophia, but you Wenkyung, Mihi, even Sojong, after dumping everything on me, he was a bit helpless. If you're going to command me, at least explain to Jango Jiakwai before giving orders. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Michael. Michael turned around in surprise. You're awake now? Sophia asked weakly. How long have I been unconscious? Have I been? He shrugged in response. Not long ago, but... Hey, what's going on over there? She looked very annoyed. I don't really know either. I fainted in the middle, so my memory is blurry. Michael rubs his forehead and says, I'm also annoyed because I don't know what's happening. Then he gives a command. Ouroboros is now moving. It's very dangerous here. Let's retreat for now, Sophia agreed immediately. You're right, I will inform the Sea Lantern clan. A magic circle appears behind him, so I worry about the Demon clan and our clan. Both of them are surprised by this aura. This magic power is immediately after Unchea and Sanjin with their team moved in. Feeling helpless inside, I must be the babysitter. Since he sent everyone here, I don't know what to do. Michael's gaze is fixed on the distance, and although I trust his decision later, if he covers me completely and then dies alone, it will be a big problem. He quietly sends a blessing, because my life is also on the line in his battle, so please win, and then I will be truly relieved. At the same time, far away, Hanzu is facing a giant monster alone. It glares at him, silently calling out his name,
But suddenly the monster roars loudly, and no matter who you are, you can't escape this fate. It closed its mouth, pausing for a second, before the monster opened its jaws and launched a full-scale attack with a massive burst of fire. I avoided it, but Hanzu isn't complacent. If I had taken that hit, I wouldn't be alive either. I can dodge, but the damage would be too great. I decide to use a countermeasure. There's no other choice. The system displays a notification confirming the recall command for Ichid Lan's Orbi. It also confirms the adjustment of the defensive position of Jiap Tian Din, now switching to equipment. Ichid Lan's sphere. Seeing your actions, the monster seemed to have anticipated it. Just as I thought, you would try to block it. Both sides clash, but there is one point you overlooked. Wood, because even if you block the fireball, that skill will still wear down your life. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the middle of the Jiao Hai Maluk section, causing Hanzu's face to flicker with surprise. Before he could react, a huge explosion occurred, and fiery meteorites shot everywhere. He struggles to dodge and protect himself from injury, as large wings embrace Hanzu's body, while falling rocks rain down like a storm. After a while, he couldn't avoid getting hurt, with scorched marks all over him, and Hanzu coughed up a little blood. He narrowed his eyes and looked down below where the land had turned into jagged patches, and the trees were gone. Not only the tree, but also everyone was burned by the fire without leaving anyone behind. Hanzu's hand clenched tightly and trembled slightly. If I use all my strength right here, the damage will be too great. I have no choice but to try my best and use all my magic power. The system appears, and the temporary management of the world tree is using a total of 469,011 people. It continues to warn that personnel have confirmed that moving even lightly wounded and severely injured will consume more magic power. Do you want to include them? Hanzu nodded and replied, yes. Everyone is being moved without exception. The temporary management system of the world tree quickly responded, approving the authority, and is now transferring all personnel to the intersection. In everyone's fearful silence, it announced, listen everyone, from now on, you will all be moved to the intersection area. There you are free to leave. But if you aim your bows at Ouroboros, you will surely die. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle expanded to cover the entire area, shifting from the red zone to the diagonal zone. The port, then from the red zone to the diagonal zone again. The residential port area. And finally, the red zone to the diagonal zone. The lighthouse. After some adjustments, the system confirmed that a total of 469,011 people had been successfully relocated. It issues a red warning to Hanshu, alerting that overusing magic has reduced the world's remaining mana to 40%. The monster has witnessed everything from start to finish. It roared in fury, wasting magic just to save those useless fools. Yet you still intend to face me, the one who has merged with Ouroboros. You are weak and look down on me. Just wait and see. Hanshu's hand gently raises, forming a small spark. To kill that giant monster, I need a fatal blow, a weapon containing the king's power, lightning. To get it, I must meet Tekaron on the king's path, but I can't leave here right now. If I leave without defeating him, humanity will be doomed. Hanshu closed one injured eye and thought to himself, there's no other way, I have to fight to the death. Here the system displayed a notification activating Kang Hanshu's unique skill. Despair, Kang Hanshu's entity skill, the Heart of the Sky has reached maximum mastery and can evolve. Do you want to upgrade? Hanshu's lips curled into a faint smile, and with a commanding voice, he ordered, proceed! Immediately, a notification appeared. The heavenly armor, currently using Heart Chi, will be merged and upgraded into the divine form of the dragon god. Truly incredible. The ring on his finger suddenly glowed brightly, and Hanshu's body immediately underwent strange transformations. The system notification kept sounding, confirming that the divine body of the dragon god, Shangtian, had been activated. The divine dragon body has replaced the current flowing transformation state. Hanshu has entered an extremely strange state. Your body is covered with fragments of flowing energy. The system continuously updates information about the new form. A high-level skill has been created in the form of the holy body of the divine dragon, Fang Tian, the holy body of the divine dragon. Burning fiercely, it concentrates a large amount of magic power to explode inside the target's body to suppress them. The divine form of the dragon, after blazing fiercely, creates a vast area like a volcano in the sky and burns everything to ash. The divine form of the dragon must merge with the armor of the celestial general to form an energy shield. Tekaron almost went crazy, damn it. You're still hiding your skills. But he is confident with his enormous size, yet if I swallow him whole, it would all be meaningless. The monster opened its mouth to face Hanzu's small body directly, but he didn't back down. He reached out his hand to block the attack. Tekaron immediately widened his eyes. Impossible.
How could he block it with his bare hands? Hanzu softly said, "Burn." And in an instant of silence, everything froze. The flames erupted, transforming into a beast wrapped in fire, facing the dragon monster. Its power is so great that the reverberation even reaches the mouth of the cave, where others are safely hidden. When everything has calmed down again, Hanzu's group gathers together. Michael looked at the scene in disbelief. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Is he even human? Unchia shrugged. I also don't understand why he brought me here when our abilities are so clearly different. If he could have done this alone from the start, I really don't understand him at all. Shapia suddenly spoke up, saying he's trying to prevent us from getting involved, and Ouroboros is only unconscious temporarily. Everyone looked stunned, staring intently at Shapia with the book in her hand. Mihi appeared worried. If Hanzu kept attacking like before, it would definitely... She immediately interrupted Mihi. No, I don't think he can use it again yet. Then she analyzed. That's right, isn't it? Hanzu has a way to kill it if Hanzu keeps attacking like before, definitely. Hanzu's long chi technique skill, the divine dragon's body, causes the user to transform, consuming a huge amount of magic power. He has nearly exhausted his magic with the attack just now. As she spoke, Shopia's face suddenly showed worry. Moreover, he didn't rest at all on the way here, not even a sip of water, and given his condition, even his combined strength wouldn't be enough. Unchea suddenly rushes forward. Wait, then what will happen to us if he can't do it alone? Why did he bring all of us along? Shapia said matter-of-factly. To keep us safe. Of course, Sanjin doesn't like this kind of arrangement. He glances back irritably, listening to what you all are saying. He places absolute trust in Hanzu. I know Hanzu has never failed. He never has, and surely never will. After the monster ate and used that move, it remained still for quite a while. Just as everyone was most alert, the beast, with its sharp teeth, responded with a swift and vicious counterattack. The system detects trouble and immediately issues a warning, using too much magic power, with the world tree's mana remaining at 17%. Hanzu also knows this. I have extended the time, but there is no more time left. The system displays a warning that if the world tree's mana reserve drops below 5%, the mana link will automatically break and the world tree may disintegrate. The boy frowns slightly. I must end this with a decisive blow. Hold on until then, world tree. He glides along the giant body of the broken monster, searching for something. Hanzu spots a swarm of locusts gathering together. He swiftly flies past them, realizing the target is close, and the appearance of locusts here means the Locust King's path is near. Hanzu looks back with his eyes, silently calculating something. He realizes the condition of the chattering locusts earlier. Now, only the battered locusts remain, and the number must be at least 10 billion, but as the world tree weakens, its power seems to diminish accordingly. Another one of the battered creatures from before suddenly appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at Hanzu from behind. He faintly said again, I guess you don't like the meal I prepared for you. The third brother replied, It's a disaster. I've counted countless people. But this meal full of magic power is the best. So many, this old general looks up to the sky. I am very grateful. He straightforwardly stated the current difficulties. However, human warrior, the magic power of the world tree is nearly exhausted, and if it runs out completely, the red zone will fall into destruction. He bowed his head, looking proud. Are you planning to destroy the red zone? Hanzu said without showing any emotion. I have no intention of fighting him. On the contrary, I plan to save him. I need to enter the King of the Bees path a second earlier. So if you want to fight, start now. Kaoba sneered. You are really funny, human warrior. Even if you are only temporary, you are still an administrator, right? An old general on a sickbed, would he be happy to be your opponent? Hanzu honestly acknowledged, but you did deliver a fierce blow. He immediately admitted fault, saying it was his mistake and he was too agitated, and he wanted to see the hidden skill behind your deadly strike. Then he turned away. We have no more time. I've spoken too long. Sorry for dragging this out. I will take you to see King Elvin too. Follow me. Kaoba said. This is the king's residence, and the last time he appeared so close was over 500 years ago, so I don't know if he will answer you or not. The boy replied casually, That's not something to worry about. I have a plan. I think I have come to keep my promise. Then I step forward and say, We don't have much time, so hurry up and use mind's eye. Hearing that, Kaoba immediately panicked. The eye of the mind, a royal skill that allows one to see into another's inner world when permitted. He even knew about it, revealing who this human warrior really was. Hanzu opens the system panel, silently calculating. It seems he still doesn't trust me. You sigh. With no other choice, I have to bait him. You place your hand on that giant sack. With a determined look, reading the lines you've prepared, Tekiron, the human boy, seen is waiting. So if you want to bring him back, answer me now. The bag immediately emitted a light in response, and an alert appeared, indicating that Tekiron's mind's eye ability had been activated. In an instant, thousands of images flooded his mind. Scenes of the disaster zone appearing, people falling into chaos, and looting spreading across the region. Hanzu saw Sign sitting there, clutching his head in panic, and bowed his head to say goodbye. Suddenly, the scene changed, and an image of him standing face to face with Tekiron appeared. Hanzu spoke first. Even a fairy can't interfere with someone else's inner world, so I'll be direct. Summarize the situation quickly. A variable has appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years the abyss will open. You said that to fight the abyss, I will need an army, so Hanzu proposed we will form a grand alliance including all species, humans, and all other races. To do that, I need your support, Tekiron. Now, the old man facing him finally spoke. So I have confirmed that you are not lying. He muttered, if you want to destroy Ouroboros, you will need a powerful weapon. A weapon will grow with you. A weapon that proves its strength even in the lands above. Hanzu nodded, parted ways. Yes, I need the Loicham. Give it to me. Tekiron's attitude slightly changed, but as you can see, the water at his feet ripples gently, and even the space around them turns into a white void. He calmly said, I don't know if you're under someone else's influence, so how can I entrust the legacy of my race to you? This statement makes Hanzu uncomfortable. It's a harsh thing to hear. Do you think I am being controlled by someone else? Tekiron seems indifferent exactly from what I see in my memories. He said firmly, you were once a predecessor of the Vankiri clan and a hero of the Abyss. If the future must be entrusted, it should be placed in the hands of a hero. I cannot believe in a puppet. Tekiron nodded. Yes, that's my hypothesis. But answer me. Have you ever truly rested since coming to this world? He asked, frowning in my eyes. You are no different from a mad beast running endlessly in that state. You will collapse soon with a future like that. How could I entrust the divine thunder and divine beast to you? Hanzu half closed his eyes, a look of realization on his face. So this is how everyone sees me, yet I never noticed it myself. He honestly said, consider that as sincere words from an old man. You want me to lift the curse seal for you. You right? I'll start now. The boy replied, yes, go ahead. Then Tekiron clasped his hands together and slowly muttered, call my name once more. Pray that the peaceful sleep of the one you seek is broken, and that breath of life returns. A gentle ripple moved through the water behind him, accompanied by a stream of light along his hand, forming a surrounding aura of energy around you. Then, a giant sphere of light appeared above Tekiron's head, with concentric rings stacking upon each other. During the ritual, Tekiron couldn't help but recall the past, remembering the ritual of Akaran, an elven 2 stars that only I recognized. Ha, Kenyon, even though I haven't met you in person, I really want to see you once. Hanzu looked a little impatient. There's no more time. If you want to break it, hurry up. He calmly said, don't rush. I have confirmed that this original statement was intentionally created to be solvable, so now I will remove it entirely. He stretched out his hand, reading each prepared line, his breath breaking all restraints. Now, cut this righteous chain. At the critical moment, Tekiron shouted release, and suddenly Hanzu felt his heart shatter. Back in reality, a furious man keeps shouting, Hanzu, get up, and now is not the time to lie there. Do you want to abandon the sacrifice of 6 billion people? Hanzu remains still. Showing no sign of waking up, the man says urgently. Something's wrong, the light in his eyes has disappeared. This girl directly made the furious man grit his teeth, saying it's not just him who lost loved ones, so what is he lying there for now? Kenyon activated the ring on his hand with a look full of remorse. Sorry, Hanzu, what we need right now is a warrior. Almost immediately, Hanzu opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and a dark aura surrounded him. Inside the mind world, Hanzu was unaware of the chaos outside. I was lost in my thoughts. He's right. If it had been me back then, I probably couldn't have kept fighting. I didn't realize Kiriel's feelings, the one who sacrificed himself to save me. Kenyon, with a serious expression, said that my thoughts might have reached you, meaning you have always persistently pursued your goal. It was surprising to see him appear in the mind world, dressed in gold and carrying a large staff. Hanzu exclaimed, Kenyon! Tekiron nodded. So you are the wise one I didn't expect to meet so soon. Kenyon chuckled and responded with some polite words. The one who was once the king of both Elven II and Akaran, the one who deciphered that spell, is indeed the great mage. Tekiron's face changed, his tone somewhat sarcastic. Enough with the flattery. Isn't it true that you are the one who crafted the original spell using our art? He seemed unfazed, slightly bowing as a gesture of greeting. Yes, I designed it so that only you could decipher it. And so the original spell was broken, and I was able to convey my message. I just want to thank you. Tekaron grinned broadly. Then I accept. It's an honor to remember such a beautiful magic. Hanzu also added a few words, surprised to see someone who knows how to praise. Has your personality changed after becoming a consciousness? Kendian opened his mouth to praise. I am grateful that you carried out my plan without needing an explanation first. You must understand that I couldn't send you back to the past without warning you first. Hearing that, Hanzu smirked with a sarcastic tone, pointing out that the conditions you set are already contradictory. Everyone, but if they block the way, I always see it as fate. Kendian tilted his head slightly. If you're too extreme, it will fail. If you involve too many people, it will also fail. Everything is just part of the plan, I hope you understand. Hanzu is no longer a guest teacher, and you tell him that sometimes people can be truly cruel to others, but now that he has appeared, it means I can proceed in my own way, right? He nods. Yes, you have come this far with your plan. Now I trust you enough. Kendian emphasized, but you still have to prepare for that day. Don't worry about gathering all of humanity's hearts into one, Hanzu replied softly. Don't worry, from now on, I will follow my own path. The mental space can no longer hold. The cracks begin to spread to the three of them. Tekaron says his final words. Time is running out. There's no more time for regrets. Say your last words. Hanzu turned to look at Kendian, softly smiling. Wait for me. I will come back and restore everything as before. Kendian also bowed his head, a hint of trust on his face. Yes, just like before. Returning to the present, Hanzu stands before the white cocoon, now blossoming, while Tekaron sits at the center. He raises his hand and light immediately appears around his palm. Tekaron surrenders the tribe's treasure. The Thunderbolt sub-elemental beast. I give you the rest of my life. Hanzu immediately takes it, and the system updates the weapon information, transferring ownership of the Thunderbolt sub-elemental beast from Tekaron to Hanzu. Tekaron asked, the strength of the heavenly thunder-dividing beast depends on the user's endurance. If you charge it in its current state, the divine tree will die. How do you plan to handle it? You said without hesitation, I will use the divine tree's magic to sustain the dragon's body, and for charging energy, I will use my own life combined with the sacred shard. Kaopa now speaks up, saying not to use the life force of others, and the two immediately remember his existence and turn to look back. Kaopa continues, if there is enough magic power, Ouroboros can be destroyed. In that case, use the shard of the divine crystal in my body. If that's still not enough, let the remaining 600,000 members of my clan also sacrifice themselves. Hanzu wondered why you would go that far. Do you really want to sacrifice your entire race just to kill Ouroboros? He immediately shook his head. No, it's the opposite. You frown the opposite? I don't understand. What does that mean? He said, I see hope in you. Kaopa explained, the divine tree is withering. Its sap is running out. Without sap, there are no nutrients. Without nutrients, our queen cannot give birth. We attacked humans just to compensate for the missing magic power? His voice grew heavy, but we discovered that the one draining the most sap was Ouroboros. He gradually sank into anger. We fought Ouroboros to protect the sap of the sacred tree. In that battle, we lost the queen, and although she sacrificed herself, all we could do was... Hanzu listened, a bit unsure of what to say. Kaopa explained that it was just to put Ouroboros into sleep. Before dying, the queen entrusted me with one last hope, a fragment of divine crystal representing catastrophe. But with the sap depleted and lacking resources, detonating it was impossible. Hearing this, you nodded, showing you understood. I get it now. If we can destroy Ouroboros and restore the divine tree, a new queen can be born. Kaopa suddenly shouted, help us complete our mission, then knelt directly before Hanzu. Kaopa's voice echoes with regret. We failed in our duty to sacrifice for our queen, so please use us to complete the mission. Hanzu nods in agreement. All right, I will ensure the new queen is born. The mark on your glove is glowing, accompanied by a system notification. Entity, King's Commander, Kaopa, 578,418 king entities, excluding the divine crystal shard, will be transformed into energy for the celestial thunder, dividing the celestial beast. All the soldiers behind emit a faint yellow light, gradually transforming into energy. Kaopa thought to himself, I thought he was just a warrior, but he actually has quite a meticulous nature. Then he turned and said with a smile, Tekaron, my friend, I am truly glad to see you again. And you as well, young human warrior. I will entrust you with the queen and the future of our race. Hanzu replied immediately, don't worry, I always keep my promises. Tekaron says, you don't need to worry, Kaopa. He's probably so stubborn, he's about to drive you crazy. He will make your greatest wish come true. He nods. She's awake now. Right? I have no doubt at all. I will leave the rest to you. The light converged on the weapon. Hanzu thought silently. Thank you, Kaupa, for letting you go. I will save a lot of time. The system's voice sounded. The king has been subdued, for he possessed a shard of the divine crystal that is now dead. The man regarded as the king has been subdued. The heavenly thunder part of the heavenly realm is at 98%, and the heavenly thunder trial storm skill is now available. You don't turn back, and you tell Tekaron, let the queen's proof stay with me for a moment. He nods. I understand. Do as you wish. He readies his newly acquired weapon, silently calls the system, and announces to the entire area, I will kill Ouroboros right now. His form shifts again, taking on even more of his traits, as the system warns him to prepare for what comes next. The tip of the thunder slash pointed toward the ground, surrounded by a few strands of divine energy. Hanzu thought to himself, an unimaginable regret. I understand very well the deep resentment toward Ouroboros, the pain of losing something precious. I understand all too well. You silently declare, future queen, look carefully. This assault carries the power of your entire race. You raise your hand and a tremendous energy from the thunder cleaver erupts outward, aiming to probe Ouroboros in front of all the creatures present on the battlefield. The power of the containment spread everywhere around, causing a massive shockwave, and Ouroboros no longer moved. Its head was struck by the lightning blade, burned to a blackened crisp, and its giant body disintegrated, leaving behind a huge psychic crystal that hovered in the air for a moment before falling straight to the ground. The moment it touched the ground, the figure inside the crystal gradually revealed itself, and the system announced that Ouroboros had been subdued, and all the chaos in the area was under control. Just one containment like this drained all of Hanzu's energy. Chiron's voice rang out, full of admiration. You must be in a hurry. I didn't expect you to even destroy the king's territory. You struggled to say, I need to finish it as soon as possible. Please understand that. He nodded naturally, I understand, but now that you've defeated Ouroboros, why not rest for a bit? The bow set is a technique that only those unaffected by physical enhancement can use, and it doesn't seem to be beneficial for you at all. I don't plan to rest here. I will keep going. I still have work to do before the lake opens, so I will rest until then. Chiron looked at the fading figure's back and couldn't help but sigh, wondering how much strength he had left. That guy's body must be in excruciating pain, even though the seal has been lifted. What could possibly have brought him to the corpse? He muttered to himself, I have to follow him. Hanzu approached the mental crystal and examined the situation for a while. When you touch it, the system announces that no life is detected. You furrow your brow, thinking that if you use medicine, you could easily break the core. But if you do that, Tekaron's body will be thrown out, so you have no choice but to do it slowly. You immediately use your energy, the dragon god's body, and the nebula of fire to dissolve part of the psychic crystal, revealing the body inside. Hanzu smiles softly. That's enough. You reach out and grab that body, then forcefully pull it out of the crystal. Hanzu takes out the fragment of memory, thinking to himself, with this, I will be able to keep my promise to him. You press the memory fragment onto the left side of the body. The two objects immediately harmonize, with the memory fragment reacting to the entity's body, Tekaron. Hanzu breathes a sigh of relief. I have successfully implanted Sane's soul. Now, I just need to keep my promise to the Lord. The body quickly regains consciousness and speaks its first words. You kept your promise. You nod slightly. I know you're confused, but I have successfully preserved your soul, so don't worry. I will take you to see your father, so now just rest. At that moment, Hanzu's heart alarmed, blood pouring from his mouth in a panic. Sign also looked shocked by that face and said, Sir, you are bleeding. The system quickly appeared and began restoring the magic of the world and linking magic to the entity. The remaining time until the magic link is restored is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, and Hanzu's body will return to normal. You are coughing violently, blood flowing non-stop because of the lack of magic. The divine dragon's container will be destroyed. Sign is flustered and nervous, sir. What's wrong? Hanzu covers his mouth with his hand, knowing that now the magic link is broken and the backlash is unbearable. He immediately falls to the ground. I predicted this, but now I won't be able to keep my promise to the Lord. Sign hurriedly ran over, frantically shaking Hanzu's body. Your Excellency, you are so brave. Sign's voice was filled with anxiety. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave me behind? At this moment, Tekiron appears, shouting out, Apnis Tin. His shining sword aims directly at Sane, forcing him to retreat, and the sword cries out, separating Sane from Hanzu. Tekiron looks down from above, with a disdainful tone, avoiding blame and calling him a filthy beast.
He grits his teeth and says that man is the savior of the world. If you intend to take revenge on him, I will kill you. Just a few words like that were enough to plunge Sane into unbearable suffering, and he cried. Giving control to the Ouroboros master, yet he dares to use Ouroboros to destroy the red zone. He shows no fear and simply says a word, the one who makes me feel sick. Below on the ground, Sane kneels down, staring blankly at Hanzu lying motionless in front of him. Tears keep falling, each drop flowing with the sound of hopeless sobs. I have waited so long, in a place where my heart is completely empty. He cried even louder, tears streaming down his face, knowing that someday he would be taken away by him, waiting in the darkness for him to come and save him. But now that he has met him, he smiles fiercely. Are you going to kill me again? You hold your head, looking in disbelief. I thought that when he met me again, he would call Sane and say tender words, but it turns out I was wrong. Hearing such a scene full of sorrow, Tekaron also begins to move. No, Sane. Suddenly, he embraced Hanzu with an indifferent look. I don't care what happens to me, but please spare him. Tekuron also cried, trying to hold back his sobs. Junrei said, I have wronged you. This father has failed to recognize you. He stepped closer to the two, gently comforting them. You don't need to hold on so tightly. I will treat your wounds. Don't worry anymore. Tekuron reached out and softly spoke, the Elysian circle of life. Sine thought there would be no more miracles, but now he's standing right there, softly whispering, Dead. Tekuron's voice echoes, feeling the guilt of raising his own child. How can parents see their child suffer so much? He touched his tear-streaked face and truly apologized. Tekuron held him close and whispered words of love hidden in his heart for a long time because he had to say this. Dad and even Mom love you more than all the words in the world combined. Tekuron was about to say, I miss you very much, my son. This moment, Sane seemed to finally shed his burden, holding Tekuron tightly and crying like a child father. Outside the forest, the sky gradually darkened. Hanzu was taken into a tent and rested there for a while. He gradually wakes up, his eyes still a bit hazy. Hanzu suddenly sits up, showing no emotion on his face. He gently moved his hand, checked his body's condition for a moment, and confirmed that his mana connection had stabilized and recovered. At this level, he could move immediately. You get off the bed, quietly put on your shoes, ready to leave at any moment. Then you suddenly say, I know you're here. With a look as if you had predicted this, go now, fairy. She grinned, revealing sharp teeth just as you suspected. It seems to care about you. I was worried when I saw you lying there all this time, but I didn't expect you to be still healthy. Hanzu scoffed dismissively and said indifferently, worrying is really pathetic. Aren't they hoping I suffer pain? I have already eliminated all disasters. Now give the reward to the one holding it. The deep zero skill seems fine. Hearing that the goal has been achieved, Fairy shows happiness. Truly our hope. You know what you want, right? It immediately offers the reward. Because you have strived to entertain us, I will make the reward especially what you desire. It reads through the skill details and then says, you chose a skill with a history of destroying the world in the past? The fairy smirks, its eyes full of extreme excitement. Perhaps from the orange zone onward, you intend to bring even more violent pleasure. Hanzu looked annoyed, but Fairy didn't seem angry at all. In fact, it was more excited than before. I see. Suddenly, it rushed forward to question, are you planning a mass slaughter? Then switched to a teasing tone. Hanzu, your overly gentle approach is displeasing your superiors. If you show them more provocative actions, I will support you wholeheartedly. Hanzu showed no concern, speaking in a steady tone as he made his decision. I have no intention of mass slaughter. Isn't imposing on travelers a violation of the rules? Clearly, Fairy was not pleased with such an answer, frowning in annoyance. It turned away, pretending to be upset. I said that because I was thinking of you, Hanzu. So disappointing, I already gave the reward. Hanzu responded perfunctorily, up to you. After saying that, Fairy disappeared, leaving you alone in the hut. Hanzu fell into deep thought. Indeed, Deep Zero is a skill suitable for mass slaughter, but when focused on weak points, it becomes a deadly assassination technique. You sit back on the bed and quietly analyze. In the calm area, you can't use the World Tree's magic because the mana source is scarce, and using the Dragon God's body recklessly risks failure. You look at the gem in your hand, but with Deep Zero, it's different. It has an efficient mana finishing skill, so from the calm region onward, I will take the shortest path. At this moment, Hanzu announced that T had sent a message, asking if he could talk to Tekuron about their kin. Tekuron spoke first, hesitating slightly, as he had not been able to finish explaining earlier due to urgent circumstances. In his memory, he faintly saw the shadow of Akarin in the calm area where our kin still live.
The boy honestly replied, yes, Akarian is alive in the calm region, but Nagaharu's original tribe cannot adapt to the calm area, which has become a desert. Hearing the news he wanted, tears began to flow again down his aged face. So it was true, I wasn't mistaken, our fellow tribe member Ekarin is still alive. You also asked your question. The person I knew before didn't provide much information. What happened? Why did Akarin become Elven too? He continued with a trembling voice. The one who didn't tell me about that. I will tell the Hidden One everything without hiding anything. He recounted that one day, Lazar the Golden Lion bestowed upon us a land that experienced a catastrophe, where the vast forests once nourished us but now turned into a desert. Each sentence like a return to the distant memory when the divine gift of the Golden Lion Lazar disappeared, and entire tribes perished in starvation. He continued, to preserve a glimmer of hope for the dying clans, I decided to use the soul transfer device to another world, to revive Akarin's soul from a different realm. At this point, Takiron's voice softens. Luckily, the soul transfer device is functioning normally, and I was reborn as the Prince of the Elven Two clan. He recalls the tiring days studying by candlelight, and although my body is that of the Elven Two Prince, my spirit remains Akarin. The image of Takiron appears, transferring Akarin's soul into the body of Elven Two, fulfilling my deepest wish, and that longing of mine was brought to life by Takiron. His voice rises with hope, and upon hearing that Akarin was extinct, I chose to live as Elven Two. As you know, disaster struck, the world tree fell ill, and even Elven Two was wiped out. Guilt began to overwhelm me, abandoning my sons twice, unable to save any tribe. It was all failure. That is my curse. He bowed his head and spoke, but the person who appeared had helped me regain everything, even believing that Akarin's tribe was still alive, and no matter how many thank yous I said, it wouldn't be enough. Hanzu showed no concern. If those words of gratitude are to be spoken, say them after you save the entire Akarin tribe. Takiron was stunned what to save their race. You nod. Yes, there is a way, but to do so, you need his knowledge, the location of the cursed relic, and the place of his soul transfer device. He was hesitant. I know the location of the soul transfer device, but the main issue is Lazan is sick. Can you handle that? Hanzu understood the problem. Yes, I plan to treat Lazan, but there isn't much time. 2 years later, Grand Tazor grass will cause a catastrophe of extinction, and at that moment, both the calm region and his own clan will come to an end. This time, Takiron looked even more panicked than before. What? Why would the Grand Strategist cause a disaster in the calm area? The Grand Strategist is the protector of the calm region. Why would he bring destruction upon it? Hanzu bowed his head. Those who knew the full story had all died, so the details were unclear, only certain that it must be stopped. Takiron gradually accepted the truth. It was unbelievable, but since it was spoken by him, it must be true. So I will also go to the calm area. The boy nodded. Yes, I think he will go. Thank you. We need to finish the remaining task. Seen, he's at the Lord Sovereign's nest. Are you going? You agree too? All right, take me there. Not long after, the two arrived at the Lord Sovereign's nest. Stein smiled with relief upon seeing an acquaintance. So father and he can walk again. Hanzu responded warmly. Yes, everything is stable now. He chuckled softly. Maybe someone transferred the magic power to me first. Just threw it in, Scene. Like you, everything gets resolved easily. Hanzu subtly moved his hand, and a notification appeared immediately. The World Tree Manager, Hanzu, transferred the World Tree's magic to the Queen Lord. In an instant, the eggshell shattered, and the Lord burst out. And as she touched the ground, she quickly expressed her respect, Master Manager. I thank you. Then she performed a final salute, slowly and gracefully, but the day will come when we have the chance to stand up again. In the name of the High Three, your enemies are now our enemies, Lord of the World. Your will crush all enemies. Hanzu nodded in satisfaction and said yes. If we share the same goal, it will be easier to talk. He thought to himself. The one approaching human form, perhaps during the hatching, my magic has fused into him. Then he turned to Sane and said, Sane, I have a personal matter to ask of you. Sane was surprised. Her? The command from Hanzu, the system notification immediately appeared. The Galadriel sword, the silver steel, Kim, was transferred to Sane, the Ahidlan pearl. The magical orb was transferred, and Fabian's ring had also been transferred. After everything is settled, you then said, from now on, you are the administrator, and work with the Queen Bee to make humans stronger. Sane then paid attention to something else. Uncle, are you really leaving? If Takiron's mission still remains, can they treat humans with such cruelty without consequences? You calmly said, that is exactly what I was hoping for. Even if you go to the next level, make sure they become strong warriors who can stand their ground. He immediately filled with determination and said, yes, sir. I will do my best. At this moment, the Queen Bee Queen finally spoke.
and Hanzu has something to give you. Then he flew over and dropped a shining pink gemstone into your hand, with information about the gem appearing right before your eyes. Shards of 7 souls, embedding fragments of one's own soul into others to communicate remotely and share memories and skills. Hanzu looked at the gem, surprised. This is a trait Miyamoto left behind when he died. I was about to retrieve it before leaving, lucky me. He silently calculated that if he inserted this into Sane, he could even communicate from the orange zone, which would be much more convenient. Suddenly, he pondered quietly. The only problem was that if I sent Tekeron to the orange zone, it would ruin the reunion after 500 years. He had said he wanted to leave himself, but even so, I could tell he wasn't happy. Seeing Sane's serious expression, I feel sorry for him, but the gate of the lake is about to open, so if there's anything you want to say, you need to say it now. Hanzu immediately said, besides transferring the management rights to Sine, I also have something important to discuss. He tilted his head. The disaster has already been lost completely. Is there still something serious, uncle? Hanzu hesitated for a moment and then nodded, yes, Sine. I am truly sorry, but to end the disaster in the orange zone, I really need your father's help. Can I take him with me? Sane nodded softly. So that's it. Take your father to the orange zone. He hurriedly tried to reassure Sane. It's not forever that you'll be apart. If you accept this shard, we can even communicate with you from above, and I will try to keep you updated about him. Please accept this trait. Sine understood more than you thought. He just smiled softly and said calmly that although he was sad to part so quickly, he was willing to accept if he could hear news about his father. He sighed in relief, thanking you for understanding. And although he took his father along, it wouldn't be long before the two of them would meet again. Sine saw that Hanzu still felt a bit guilty, so he smiled to reassure him. It's okay, uncle. I've waited 500 years already. The system has just sent a new notification. The 7 soul shards have been inscribed onto Scene. Hanzu decided to spend the remaining precious time with his father and son. So Tekeron, once everything is ready, call me at the lake. Until then, I won't disturb the time of the two of them. Of course, Tekeron is extremely grateful. You are so considerate. Thank you. He suggested I take you to where the humans are. It would be more convenient for you. You nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. Hanzu was taken back to the good tent earlier, and he immediately issued a recall order and cast the spell. The little bird flew to your hand and delivered messages to Sanjin, Guanqiang, Sophia, Mi-He, Unchia, and Michael. Meet at the camp before 6 o'clock. I have something to discuss. After receiving the order, the bird flew away. Once everyone was gathered, Hanzu stood in the center and said, Michael, thank you for mediating between me and the tribes. First of all, I must acknowledge your great contribution. Without you, many of the Red Zone travelers would have died even more. In the future, continue to help humanity as the Red Zone trader, Mi-He. Since I started guiding her, I have been watching. You continue to comment that her rate of growth is more than twice that of other travelers. Keep going like that, and she will become a powerful figure who rivals anyone, I hope. In the end, she will grow into a ruler among rulers. After this person, you keep talking about others. Unchia, if it weren't for the support of the tribe, I wouldn't have been able to destroy the lie. The credit for capturing Ouroboros belongs to your tribe. Now that you are a ruler, make your tribe strong and support Mi-He so she can move forward. Hanzu looked at the 3 people standing together with Shobya, Sanjin, and Wun-Kyung, and we know you intend to follow me upstairs. You change your attitude, but from the orange zone onwards is a place where death can come at any moment. If you follow, you can only act according to my orders. I will not accept questions or objections. So, do you want to come along? Sanjin chuckled and said, Of course, if it's your order, I'm always ready to obey. Shobya replied, naturally. Isn't that how it's always been? So? My brother can pass through the first floor easily. I want to lead the way, so I will go up first. Wun-Kyung hesitated not, and I feel the same. I want to go ahead so my daughter can pass the first level easily. Hanzu smiled softly. Since everyone has decided, then it's fine. Tomorrow we will head to the orange zone. For now, rest up. Wun-Kyung turned to hand over to those staying behind, so Michael, leave the girl to you, Michael sighed. Since everyone wants it that way, then so be it. I can only wish her safety. You must be careful. When it's time to depart, surrounded by a crowd seeing them off, the 4 members of Hanzu were ready. Tekiron has a few questions. You are Kang Hanzu's teammates, right? Nice to meet you. I hope we can work together. Wun-Kyung was the first to panic, that is. Hanzu quickly stepped forward to explain, he is the guide of the Orange region, so you can consider him a teammate and not worry, he knows there was a misunderstanding. Scratching his head and ear, I see. Got it? But that last scene seemed to shake his resolve quite a bit.
It seems he already has a bad fate with the clone. I don't know what happened here, but I apologize. Hanzu didn't want the chat to last any longer, so he said, "That's enough talking," and quickly explained to the others, "As soon as the gate opened, we go in immediately." Tekeron spoke up. Everyone prepared to move, then fell silent, focusing on the main matter, the kingdom's laws, as the giant gate opened right before their eyes. Hanzu led the way, and then, into the Orange Zone, the gate transported everyone to the withered royal land of the Orange region. The gate takes you first, and the others follow one after another into the giant mouth waiting below. Hanzu immediately orders, Shabia use the flying divine technique to shield us. Falling into the snow mouth would be disastrous. Shabia hurriedly obeyed the order, using the flying divine path just in time to save everyone from becoming prey. That single moment was enough to turn the tide, and the beast was caught off guard by Hanzu's strike. Each slash cut so deep that the flesh was torn apart, blood spraying everywhere. In the final blow, I cut off its giant tongue, which fell to the ground with a heavy sound. I frowned, reflecting on the previous battle. Being new, I couldn't deal enough damage, but this was enough for a test. Hanzu thought to himself, if he can cut off Magos's tongue, it would be considered a moderate wound according to the Orange region travelers. If Magos gets injured, it becomes berserk, howling loudly, and its screams successfully attract a few more creatures. Shabia shouted, "Hanzu, what are you doing? Come up here no matter how strong you are. That monster is still too much right now, you know that too." Shabia, I was right. The library skill performance is really reliable. 1 is not enough. 5 are too much. He quickly decided to deal with the Magos after the physical enhancement spell was finished, then flew away, temporarily leaving them alive. Magos. Hanzu soared high, watching the giant Magos lost in its frenzy. He gently raised it higher, then suddenly rushed toward Hanzu's position to attack. I immediately dodged, remaining calm as if nothing happened. Shabia, raise the sky bridge to an altitude of 1 kilometer. You order, go up high and scout, quickly. Shabia understood clearly and immediately took action. All right, let's go. Hanzu flies up high, out of reach of the Magos below, now in the Orange Zone. The move just now was witnessed from start to finish by someone else. Has the soul already awakened again? No, wait. The guy with the telescope has been lost in thought all this time. And besides Shabia, I've never seen these guys in the red zone before. Maybe because no travelers have come here for a long time. He is Simarakan, the squad leader of reconnaissance in sectors 12 and 1, now showing a passionate look. Once he confirms Shabia, he can't just finish the reconnaissance mission easily, but it seems he doesn't know anyone else besides Shabia, not even Hanzu. But what the hell is this bastard really doing? Just starting out and already understanding the blind spots in the Magos rules. How did Hans manage to do that? Amidst the many questions in his mind, Ken chose the quickest way out. Screw it, kill them all. As long as we catch Shabia, it's over. He told the person behind him, "Hey, give me the monster gun. I'll fix those guys." The other guy saw the captain acting strangely and also looked eager. "Yes, but we abandoned the reconnaissance mission to gather supplies. It seems Shabia is there now, and the team leader once confessed his feelings, but was cruelly rejected. Now you're planning to take revenge, right?" Ken immediately snatched the gun, visibly annoyed. "You damn bastard, do you want to die?" His target is too obvious. Kill all the men and capture that woman Shabia. He left a message for the guy earlier and then ran off. "This time, I'll give you a chance. Be careful with your words and don't reveal yourself like last time." Hans seized the chance to save himself. "Thank you. I will follow you for life." He aimed at the target, looking quite confident in his abilities. "I've been in the Orange Zone for a year, facing Red Zone-level travelers, and with the beast gun that took down Magos, 1 shot is enough." Suddenly, Ken jerked away from what he saw, while Hanzu stared straight into his eyes with his own. He immediately shuddered. "He's crazy. When did you stay here more than 700 meters away? So what? Forget it. If you have no way to attack, what's the point of just watching?" Ken saw you suddenly point your hand at him and was confused about your intention. "What are you doing now?" Hanzu looked at the 2 black dots on the ground and softly spoke. "Dive 0. You clenched your fist, activated your awakening, and the black smoke escaped through your fingers. At the same time, the black smoke surrounded Ken, causing the lizard to scream in shock, his body trembling. As Ken's eyes gradually filled with fear, the black smoke had already corroded holes all over his body. Just a moment later, he completely disappeared, leaving only the gun and a few scattered spirit stones. Hanzu didn't bother to comment on their slow speed, these useless fools who dared to point guns at Magos and others. Shabia turned back and asked Hanzu, "Is something wrong?" He shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's go. Hanzu's group will continue their journey, right?" You looked down at the ground, estimating the distance from the previous spot. The Magos probably lost our trail. You turn to Tekaron and say, use Tekaron Frostzing. From now on, use skills to move. Tekaron immediately responded, okay, I understand. The formation quickly appeared on the duplicate stage. Shapia saw the formation and looked puzzled. Why not use this skill earlier if you have it? He explained that my skill isn't the kind you can use freely anywhere like her, and couldn't resist teasing her a bit, saying she's a library user and should understand, so don't complain too much. Tekaron found the target, muttered softly, well, here is my homeland. Then he sighed. The once vast forest is now a desolate desert. Truly a pity. Shapia was very surprised and approached Han to ask, your hometown is in Kamsao area. He nodded. That's right. Tekaron pointed into the distance. What do you all think it looks like? Shapia didn't understand. Isn't it just a desert? He smiled softly. People who don't know our homeland would see it that way, but I tell you, what you see isn't everything. After finishing, Tekaron turned to Hanzu and said, Kang Hanzu, I've returned to my homeland and want to see Lausanne for a bit. Can you raise the altitude to about 10 kilometers? The boy nodded immediately. Sure, I also need to confirm the location. That way it's better. Faithian Singlu immediately soared up and swept through. The group was overwhelmed by the pressure and the incredible speed, feeling dizzy. Unlike them, Tekaron still looked calm and composed, and introduced to you all, this is my homeland. He whispered softly, carrying memories from distant days, the land of Lausanne. Wun Qiong was the first to speak. That vast desert is full of star creatures. Shapea also covered her face in amazement, so could the horizon earlier really be a tail? Sanjin couldn't believe how huge it was to come all the way here and only see half of it above the ground. Wun Qiong rested his chin on his hand, gradually calming down, and although he had seen the giant snake and the trees, this was truly astonishing. Tekaron chuckled softly, far inferior to Ouroboros, then bowed his head to the golden lion Lazarus. His voice was filled with sorrow. That is the name of the divine beast supporting this land, drinking the sea of Hyringtian lava to create its divine form. Tekaron was lost in memories, transforming the lava of Hyringtian into immense energy, nourishing countless creatures, including Akaran. Now he looked back at the harsh reality, but everything had turned into a barren desert, and no one knew how long Lazarus's blessing could sustain this land. Hazwan, I brought you here to handle that matter. You know what to do now, so don't worry. Just lead the way and I'll take care of the rest. He pointed towards the distant city, but nearby there was a town that didn't look like our architecture. Could it be your human city? The boy nodded. That city is our target. Then he ordered Tekaron to descend, and on the way, Famzun would walk into the city. Tekaron obeyed, understood. The whole group descended to the ground not far from the city, and as soon as they touched down, Hanzu immediately assigned the next task. For the next 6 hours, focus on Famzun, the monsters to be eliminated as I designated. He rushed ahead, continuously slicing apart giant scorpions twice his size, while I took down the Scorpius around the city. Each strike cut through the beast's flesh as he shouted loudly enough for the others to hear, "Kill the basilisk!" Sanjin mustered all his strength and punched the monster right in the middle of its head, knocking it over instantly. The three of them coordinated to take down the long basilisks. Hanzu finished his task and reached the gathering point. Everyone had been working hard for 6 hours. You said you've gathered enough runes to equip the city. Today is rest day, and tomorrow you'll depart. Everyone looked at you with disbelief. Hanzu didn't understand what was happening, so Lian asked again, why are they all looking at me like that? If there's something to say, just say it. Tekaron spoke up. I was just surprised because you said rest. I even thought you would insist on a rapid march. Hearing that, Ryan understood and explained his personal intentions. Basically that fighting is about eating, resting, and sleeping well. It's not that he didn't know, but in normal situations, he didn't intend to push everyone beyond their limits. He laughed and said, you're right. They say the faster you go, the more you need to take a detour. Then he quickly changed the subject. That's why I said Akaran has a secret recipe passed down through generations. The basilisk meat is very special, so if you like, I can prepare dinner. Hanzu didn't mean to oppose. All right, sorry to trouble you. The 5 of them returned to the battered basilisk and began to rest and regain their strength. At this moment, at the Onban church base, things there are not as peaceful. The group has arrived below the church base. Shapea shouted loudly, the red illusion Shapea has arrived. Open the door. Contrary to their expectations, Lingard on the wall showed a surprised expression. What? It's really Shapea, the other person wondered aloud. How can an illusion from the red zone come here? Only later did Lingard reply from above, wait a moment, we are busy right now and can't open the door immediately. Just throw a message. We will report to the clan leader and inform you later. Stay still. And then there was no more movement. The recent events made Hanzu think deeply. It's strange. The guards who should have supported us are now only guarding the base. You started noticing strange things on the way. Normally, they would stop the Magos travelers. But now, what awaits us are the bastards from the Danghahe tribe, posing as travelers. According to past life memories, the Larolaron tribe shouldn't have existed yet. But now they have formed and are trying to destroy us. You frown, looking annoyed, as if your rebirth has accelerated the flow of time. I don't know how far the decay has spread, but I need to confirm. Inside the base, someone received the information and quickly jumped over the wall. A Magos charged straight at the wall, snapping Hanzu back to reality instantly. Oh my god. The young girl with a bold style standing on the wall, smiling like a flower. Isn't that Shopeya? Shopeya stared in surprise at the old acquaintance, Envy Arene. Hanzu also knows her. Envy Arene, the enforcer of Eris, a teammate who fought alongside him 50 years ago. Now she is the leader of the Guard Clininian and commander of Tanas City Guard. Currently, Irene is busy exchanging greetings with Shopeya after a long time apart. It's been ages since they last met. The way, how is her younger brother doing? Has he been seen yet? Shopeya smiled softly and calmly answered each question. No, but I've already taken care of the Red Zone's troublemakers to make the path easier for it. Hearing her story, Irene looked shocked. Wait, you've killed them all. How could you? Shopeya was a bit confused. There's a lot to tell. It's hard to explain everything here, but more importantly, why are you so tense? Is something wrong? Irene looked bored. She didn't know the situation. To put it simply, she then recounted the recent situation in the Orange Zone, involving the Emperor who established the Larolaron clan. And that bastard and his gang of thugs confirmed anyone who breaks city laws and uses them to attack our fortress will not stop. As she spoke, her voice gradually became helpless, the strength of their forces growing terrifyingly in just a year, leaving us now only able to defend. Irene bowed her head, even feeling guilty for the tribe's delay. We should have upheld the era's rules she left behind. I apologize, you came from the Red Zone, yet we, as a guardian tribe, couldn't do anything to help. Hanzu realized everything. No wonder they attacked us. If security is unstable, traveling together is dangerous. He quickly devised the next plan, trying to ensure everyone's safety. Sanjin, Wun Ki-ung, and Shopeya should stay here to train. Tekiron and I will go to the temple. Irene sighed in relief, glad that you all made it here. With the caravan from the Red Zone arriving now, it would have been a nightmare. Irene stared at you suspiciously for a moment, as Shopeya's words seemed to confirm her suspicion. She excitedly pointed at you. I sensed a strange aura, but it seems you're more formidable than I thought, so let's fight. Hanzu has no intention of causing trouble and immediately refused. I just came from the Red Zone yesterday. I'm not a worthy opponent. Hanzu's reaction was different from what she expected, which made her a bit disappointed, thinking that only a combative person could eliminate all disasters. Isn't that right? I explained that I'm not the type to enjoy fighting, even if I know I'll lose, then changed the subject. So how's the prison in town? When I mentioned the prison, Irene's eyes darkened again. I'm not sure what she's thinking, but since only a few grasshoppers appear now and then, we didn't let anyone go there. Then she explained about the operation range. Since you're now in the Orange Zone, you can explore freely. Just go ahead. Hanzu looked much happier. Understood. Thank you for the quick approval. Irene chuckled softly. No problem. If they're Shokya's allies, then they're also mine. Just ask if you need anything. Of course, how could you pass up this opportunity, right? Yeah, I'll ask for help if needed. Don't let a small, strangely blue bird fly over while everyone's just exchanging a few words. It landed on Irene's hand, and she immediately understood. Wait, there's a message. Clan leader. The voice rang out. K. L. Dawson's location has been confirmed. Coordinates. As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed. Irene gritted her teeth and said each word clearly. I am coming right now. Wait for me. She no longer maintained her earlier friendly attitude, her cold face signaling trouble ahead. Before leaving, she remembered to turn back and say a farewell. Sorry, I have urgent matters. Let's talk later, Shokya replied, indifferent. Irene jumped over the city wall, shouted orders to the guards to open the gates, and led them to the resting room. This is my guest. Treat them carefully. One of the guards loudly announced as usual, Shokya and his team have arrived. Welcome to Tanas. It is our honor to host you. Then immediately after, the iron gate leading into the city slowly opened, and the group passed through Tanas, the city's large marketplace. News spread quickly, and they even met an old acquaintance in the Orange Zone, a girl who looked at Shokya with sparkling eyes. The Red Zone representatives didn't get a chance to speak. Very pleased to meet you. Shokya awkwardly looked away. Yeah, same here. Hanzu stepped closer and asked about the location he needed. The resting place is also near the central temple, right? The girl nodded. That's right. Did you already know? He said goodbye to her and asked for help. saying it's fine since they're in the market area. He wants to buy new gear first and asked if she could lead the way or at least lend them a map. She immediately rummaged through her bag to find something, of course. Wait a moment. Then she handed him a small device smaller than her hand, containing the map inside. Here it is, Hanzu took it. Thank you, it's very useful. She then clasped her hands together, bowed, and wished everyone a happy shopping, hoping to meet again. Hanzu nodded politely, saying, if fate allows, we will meet again. He turned to the others and said, now everyone prepare fully, and we will regroup at the abandoned prison at 5 p.m. Everyone understood their tasks. After Dongthan confirmed, they dispersed to prepare their gear. Sophia went with the girl she met earlier, while Sanjin headed to some blacksmith shops. Wun Ki-ong hesitated over the dark blade that contained some kind of shadowy energy. Hanzu also went to prepare his gear, stopping by a clothing store. Each item equipped comes with a system notification, a flying device, or a magic tool that allows for flight by channeling internal energy into the soles of the feet. The newly worn cloak, unfortunately, is windproof and dustproof, covering against sandstorms. And the new gloves are finally ready, supporting internal energy transfer. Hanzu smiled softly, appearing satisfied and quite confident. That's enough. He stepped outside looking sharp and different from his usual self. Tekiron looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, you look good in that. I haven't seen items like this in the Red Land. Do humans really trade such things? Hanzu answered his question, of course. Before coming to the other world, that was normal. Maybe down there he doesn't see this life because of Miyamoto's influence. Until now, he still hasn't fully adapted to the current state of the Orange Zone, but it's still quite strange. One of the 10 months has turned into a human city, Hanzu casually said, implying there's even more to be amazed at. Don't be so easily surprised, or all the effort we've put into humanizing him will be for nothing. Tekiron nodded in understanding. All right, I will be careful, but unfortunately, you asked the shopkeeper, how much is it in total? At first, he still looked down on us, judging by the equipment. You just came up from the red zone not long ago. Do you still have enough funds? Hanzu said nothing, and immediately took out a bag of spirit stones, pouring a bunch onto the table. The innkeeper instantly changed his posture and sat back, silently staring at the pile of spirit stones. Hanzu opened his mouth and asked, I have enough, right? The old man immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully and thanking them, hoping for their return. It was already midnight, and near the sign leading to the dungeon, Hanzu and Tekiron waited for the others to arrive, and he looked up, noticing you had come. The others gradually approached. Sanjin spoke first. So you called us here because this is a simple dungeon, suitable for starting, right? We're ready anytime, just give the order. Hanzu smiled faintly. A simple dungeon. He didn't explain further. You'll see once inside. Hanzu and Tekiron moved closer to the three of them. He turned to Tekiron and said, Tekiron, I will start explaining and show them the items I prepared. He nodded. All right. He reached out his hand and light immediately appeared around his hand, with digital sparks floating in the air. Hanzu explained that when you enter the dungeon, a monster called Baladi will appear. He emphasized that compared to the parasitic locust we encountered in the red zone, they are a bit more dangerous, but since their numbers won't be large, they won't pose a major obstacle. You said that step by step, after dealing with all the Baladi and moving about 500 meters deeper, you will reach a large room starting from its center. Then, Hanzu widened the view, revealing that tile 21 is the entrance to a secret dungeon. And once you step inside, a wave of Baladi will pour out. Hanzu looked at Sanjin. Now is the time for you to act, Sanjin. You will lay out the next strategy, using the death god to control the dead Baladi. And within 3 days, you can gather about 30% of the dun we need. Hanzu continued, once you reach 30%, advance into the deepest part of the dungeon and eliminate the Baladi king. He said that afterward, the dungeon would become your property once you become its owner. You will be able to control the number of Baladi, making the hunt and harvest of dun much easier. Hanzu emphasized the key points to pay attention to, but if you lack insect manipulation skills, it will be nearly impossible to defeat King Baladi before reaching 30%. So don't touch it until that condition is met. He nodded slightly, encouraging the whole group. With all of this, I believe you understand clearly that I will send the next plan at the appropriate time via a messenger bird. Until then, focus on harvesting dun. Shopea realizes something and seems to understand that he doesn't intend to go with us. Sanjin has no doubt and turns back to tell her Hanzu he probably has something urgent to take care of. Hanzu nodded. That's right. I didn't go with you guys. As Sanjin said, I had something to handle. You take out the food pouch and hand it over to everyone. Carrying this makes managing supplies much easier, but of course, it doesn't come for free. Sanjin understood it immediately, so the deal was quite clear. Hanzu nodded. Yes, I won't let you work for free. While you gather supplies for me, I will provide information and this special food bag. However, Wunkyung had a different thought. Don't you think you're being a bit too strict about following the rules? Considering what we've done in the red zone, it's okay if we don't get anything in return. Hanzu clearly stated his position. Following the rules is very important, especially as we move to higher levels, because without rules, all social order will collapse. Shapia felt a bit worried, but Hanzu, with almost no runes left, wouldn't it be better if he stayed behind to gather some while he was out? It seemed Hanzu didn't really care about collecting runes. He casually replied, I guess she saw the guards' guns, right? Especially those half-arcane guns they have. So hunting for runes isn't really worth it. I can gather enough during battles and don't need too many for now. You hear that and you smile lightly? All right. I'll wait. Hanzu leaves the last words, see you later, good luck, then turns to walk towards Tekuron to start his own task. After a while, Hanzu and Tekuron sat on the magic formation, flying toward the predetermined destination. Tekuron turned to ask, the nearest bone temple to the city is in the east. Should we head that way? You said it doesn't matter. He expressed his concern that we would need 2 pontiffs to learn the physical enhancement technique. But since it's just a small shrine, there might be no pontiff there, making the trip pointless. Hanzu was a bit confused. I already knew that, and besides, we don't need 2 pontiffs, just someone who used to be one and one more person. He bowed his head, his voice filled with concern. I appreciate your trust, but 500 years have passed. I don't know if my people still accept me as a pope. Hanzu immediately reassured him, don't worry, you've seen my memories, so you know that. Even in the darkest times, your people have always remembered you and held on to their faith in you. Tekuron smiled softly. I see. His face showed a hint of calmness, with eyes filled with sadness, probably because the thought of meeting his people again after 500 years had overwhelmed me. Old and full of unnecessary thoughts, Hanzu also sat down to share his feelings. I understand your point. I also lived 60 years in another world, but overthinking is a kind of poison. I hope you focus on the immediate goal. He nodded. You're right. Thinking alone is useless. I will do my best to support you. The boy smiled. Good. I count on you. Hanzu no longer chatted with Tekuron and thought about what he was about to face. The closest holy site to the Jolian Ranger tribe is the Leroleron tribe's base. He briefly glanced at the current situation of that tribe, and the leader of the Leroleron tribe quickly gathered strength and took control thanks to their physical enhancement techniques. There are still some troubling him, but what puzzles me is why a Pope of Akaran approached him from the very beginning. Hanzu frowned. No one could explain why, so if he could find even the smallest clue, it would be worth it. Suddenly, he saw a strange scene on the ground, 2 figures running swiftly below. The one in front clenched something tightly, with claws on their feet and a tail flicking behind. Suddenly, the girl tripped and fell to the ground. In her hand, she holds a jade gem emitting a faint green glow. The girl whispers, Mom, Dad. The girl remembers the image of the woman desperately pushing her away, shouting in despair, Elton, take that and run. Dad and Mom will stop them here. You shouldn't follow them. Elton burst into tears. You shouldn't follow them, Mom, Dad. The pursuer behind him chuckled loudly, pushing the girl's nerves to the limit. Do you want to see your parents again? Elton turned to look at him with an angry glare. He was carrying several heads, one hand holding a knife pointed at the girl, his eyes full of cruel satisfaction. He threw the skin forward, and the 2 heads rolled to the girl's feet. Elton covered her mouth, trembling and crying out, Mother and Father. She crawled forward and touched the 2 cold, lifeless heads. The moment the girl touches her father's head, her spirit suddenly erupts. Elton screams in pain. Elton muttered softly, Why is this happening? What did they do wrong? The other person saw the scene before him, still smiling happily, and indifferently said, You don't understand. I just wanted to see you nobles cry and despair. He reached out his hand, speaking in a relaxed tone. Your intuition is impressive, kid. What should I do to make you sink even deeper into despair? In this dead-end moment, Elton could only hold the blue gem in his hand and pray for a miracle. O great Tekorona Kalusi, your bloodline ally, please save your descendant from danger. Just then, a sword from the sky plunges straight down, aiming at the beast keeper. The sword pierced straight into his back, blood dripping onto the snow. He stared in confusion, not understanding what was happening. What is this? Who is this? As he looked up, a sword stopped right above his head, then a series of swords suddenly lunged down. Stabbing repeatedly into the beast's body, when everything was over, Elrond saw the shadow of someone floating under the enchanting moonlight. Tekorona quickly moved closer to examine the wound, while Hanzu stood with arms crossed, watching for danger. Elrond held a green gemstone in his hand, and the girl thought emotionally, "My prayer, has it really been answered?" Tekorona frowned sadly as she looked down at the child, Elrond tightly clutching the stone, knowing it was something precious. Below, there seemed to be two bodies lying motionless, perhaps lifeless, and Tekorona said nothing, only placing her hand on one of the nearby bodies. Then he raised his hand towards Elrond, and a strange light emanated from it. Tekorona looked closely at the beam of light below him and regretfully said, "Akarin's child, I am sorry. I should have found you sooner." Elrond, trembling and crying, the girl responded, standing to save, "If you came because of my prayer, then I have a request, my parents' duty, my duty." The girl tightly clenched the stone, reacting with despair as Elrond shouted loudly, "No, I cannot. My parents failed to fulfill their duty because of me." Elrond, crying and trembling, grabbed his sleeve and begged, "Please, hear my plea. Take me to Creole Gorge." Hearing this, Tekorona asked again, "Creole Gorge," he suddenly realized one thing. It turns out this child is fulfilling the duty of a pope. Tekorona held Elrond's hand as a blue aura of moonlight radiated around them. The girl, now calmer, looked with unfocused eyes as he gently embraced her and whispered, "Don't worry. Dream, sweet dreams, what you wish for. No, Akarin's prayers called me here, and I have crossed 500 years for that." Hanzu stood for a moment, tears in his eyes as he thought, "Creole Gorge, the situation at the temple is clear now. The next step is best to take this child away." A minute later, he frowned in annoyance, setting a goal in his mind, but at this moment, I must prioritize eliminating the pursuers. From afar, in the dust and smoke, dark figures are approaching you, 6 in total. Perfect for testing the dragon god's vial in close combat. Hanzu, with a calm expression, turns back to report, "We have uninvited guests. Get ready to move." "All right, I see them too." And with a furious frown, Tekoron added, "The grassy tribe people are cursed. They have done what Akarin must never do. That corruption is beyond words." Without saying much, Tekoron, filled with rage, drew his Agnesar sword. Hanzu, carrying his own weapon on his shoulder, divided the tasks, 3 Akarin and 3 humans, with one handling the 2 in front, and I will take care of the ones behind. He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Understood, as the person said. In Hanzu's eyes, a different form appeared, and he charged forward toward the divine dragon's pond, the usual sky. Those people not only show no fear, but also rush forward aggressively. One of them asks, "That move looked like Agnes' sting. Could it be that a bishop has appeared? If so, we..." One of the leaders replied, "Impossible, those noble popes would never leave their cathedral." The other responded, "That's right. The leader trying to analyze the details to prove it wasn't true. There's no way that skill belongs to the Pope. If so many have fallen, forget it. The entire canyon must have been destroyed already." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and thought, "I still lack strength. I need to confirm." Ahead is a faint blue light approaching the crowd. Hanzu quickly moved in and eliminated one of them, causing the man to stare in shock and wonder, "What the hell is that?" In just a moment, Hanzu had eliminated almost all the enemies with his strength. Only Taras managed to withstand the attack. He looked at the man in front with cold, sharp eyes and thought, "This man, he must be." The sharp spikes from Hanzu's weapon seem ready to pierce Taras's throat, but after a long moment of thought, he decides to let go of his weapon and collapse to the ground, wondering where someone like him came from. Hanzu returned to his normal form and ordered him to go and do what he was supposed to do. Taras's face was drained of color, sweat pouring down as he wondered what was wrong with him and what he was saying. He ruffles his hair, looks down, and says again, "Don't make me repeat myself. Go." Once he hears it, Taras quickly gets up, doesn't wait long, and jumps over the rocks and disappears. Hanzu slung his weapon over his shoulder and looked toward Taras, pondering how former enemies of Tanai had become allies, while allies turned into enemies. On this side, Taras was desperately trying to escape in panic, but you quickly recognized him. Taras, an agent planted by Enviarin. Stay true to your role. Gungu quickly prepared to fight as Magos, an absolute ruler of the Cam Zone, and a level Magos with power far beyond an ordinary traveler, approached the giant monster without a hint of fear. Magos didn't wait long and stepped on him, but he quickly used his shield to block it, then stepped onto the iron wall. Gungu also began to tense up and unleash his power, which is the basilisk's gaze. Magos reacts as if choked, then taking advantage of the moment, he disappears and reappears above Magos, stabbing his sword down into it, while Gungu quickly follows up with toxic blood. The sword then released a purple liquid called poison. and Magos howled in pain, creating gusts of wind. After finishing, Gungu slumped down and didn't rush to draw his sword. From then on, both hands reached out as the voice echoed, just as Gungu expected. He was sweating all over, his face tired as he turned to put on his glasses and look. Kofin, unbothered, clapped his hands and said, "A true Magos, the one who defeated it, the Emperor's death sentence, leader of the Leraleron tribe." Suddenly, the Magos' eye opened, still alive and roaring loudly. Coffin saw this and reached behind to draw his weapon. Then he aimed straight at the Magos' throat and shot him down easily. The wound left behind was as large as a small cave, with Coffin standing there, gun in hand, admiring his work. Is there someone like that? On a sandy beach with all the monsters taken care of, Coffin's voice deepened. This battle seems to be quite interesting. Hanzu didn't hesitate and threw the green fail down below, which instantly fell and caused a few small ripples. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared from that place, illuminating the entire river, and Elwyn softly whispered, "Thank you. Truly, thank you. Because of that, my parents..." Out of nowhere, a hand placed on Anui's shoulder. The mission was complete. They could rest now. Tekeron also felt a bit sad. Their sacrifice to protect this laser land will be remembered forever. He slowly approached and spoke. Maybe the kids' parents took on this mission regularly. Even if it was only a temporary solution, it allowed the laser to survive until now. Hanzu was still curious and asked, "By the way, Tekeron, were the Gratia tribe always enemies of everyone?" He immediately denied it, saying no, they were originally commoners maintaining balance, not our enemies. At this point, Tekeron's expression clearly showed resentment. But since they dared to kill children, I can no longer consider them kin. If they keep this up, extermination is justified. Yulon suddenly broke out in sweat suspiciously. Tekeron kin? This old man. Could he be? The little girl couldn't hold back and tugged at his sleeve, asking, "Sir, are you really Tekeron, the one who left another world to save Akaran back then?" Tekeron turned kindly and replied, "That's right. I forgot to introduce myself. Tekeron Akaru, that is my name. See how you react. It seems I am still remembered here." Hearing this, Yulon's ears suddenly perked up. "Tekeron Akaru." The little girl remembered her mother's words, that the spirits of ancestors always watch over us, that one day they would return to save us, and now he has appeared before her. Yulon couldn't hold back and immediately burst into tears. "Thank you. Truly thank you for coming to be with us." Tekeron softly reassures the girl. "It's okay. From now on, everything will be fine." He smiles kindly and asks, "I have introduced myself. Now I want to know your name. What is it?" Yulon replied honestly, "I am Yulon Akaru, descendant of Ma Long Akaru." Tekeron suddenly felt extremely shocked. "What? Ma Long Akaru?" He suddenly shivered. "So that's it. My family line still continues to exist." Tekeron looked back at the 2 stone graves. Are these children also my descendants? He continued to reassure the girl, "Thank you all for growing up so well. I am here to restore the laser land. You no longer need to worry." Yulon also smiled happily and said thank you. Still, Tekeron wants to keep his identity a secret. In the village, can you keep the secret that I am Tekeron? The girl obediently agreed. "Yes, I will do that. Meanwhile, Hanzu simply watched everything from the side. The name Tekeron, meeting again after a long time. Full of vitality. His eyes held a cunning glint, but anyway, we saved Yulon, and the Nagaha tribe will surely welcome us. However, Hanzu is somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Although it was a bit roundabout, starting with the orange zone isn't too bad. While in the Anban Cross Hall, only 3 people are in a meeting, yet no one is there. Everyone is out on reconnaissance against the Lerolaron. Anna was the first to speak. "They are causing a shortage of scouts, and now even bringing monsters to attack the wall. The security situation is chaos." Aaron calmly replied, "Monsters just stand on the wall and shoot magic guns. What's there to worry about?" Bai immediately objected. "There's not much magic gun ammo left. If we keep using it all, dealing with Magos later will be a problem." She also mentioned a few other risks, and moreover, the bigger issue is that criminals fleeing from multiple villages to join Lerolaron's side could cause serious trouble, and if things continue like this, our organization's reputation will be at risk. Bai will go. After all, they are all criminals. He remains calm and continues the meeting, the chieftain knows. But due to regulations, he can't. Only when the chieftain says we must maintain peace can it truly end. She still wants to take a risk. You have to try to know. If we fight seriously, we can win. Anna quickly dismisses that idea. Who knows what those criminals are willing to do in a fair one-on-one fight? Bai also disagreed with Aaron. If anyone intends to rush out and fight alone, please give up. Fighting means knowing you can soon at least we need enough information. She suddenly stood up excitedly and slammed the table. Having enough information can solve everything right away. Sophia's library skills can easily gather information. Aaron looked around for Sophia, but she was nowhere to be seen in the resting room. She quickly reported that Sophia had gone into the abandoned dungeon, which surprised Aaron a bit. 5 people went along, but there's nothing in that dungeon worth 5 people risking. She happily said goodbye to the 2 of them. I'll go meet Sophia now. Everyone stay cautious. He couldn't accept it and left, leaving everything to us and going alone. She simply replied casually, I'm not good at thinking. Luckily, you guys are smart, thanks to you. Now the workload is too heavy. We can't handle it either, but the 2 of you still can't keep Aaron here. Meanwhile, inside the secret dungeon ruins, Sophia keeps unleashing attacks on the monsters. In a short while, a few have been defeated, and she is now starting to run out of water. They keep appearing non-stop. Sanjin, with Junjun still holding off the monsters, instead of complaining, use magic. He immediately jumps back to keep his distance, then quickly rushes in again and swiftly finishes them off with Heart Slash. Wunki-ung asked while fighting monsters, Sanjin, can you use your skill now? Sanjin replied anxiously, Not yet, I need to wait another hour. He is now exhausted and planning to retreat. Just 1 more hour, maybe I should withdraw for now and come back later. Sophia also had the same idea immediately. No, let's retreat for now and come back in an hour. Meanwhile, more monsters keep appearing, and suddenly a monster presses its foot on a tile on the floor, causing the tile they are standing on to disappear. She didn't have time to react to this situation. Damn it, these bugs triggered a trap. Sword Cat Chap teleports directly to the boss room. Sophia felt a deep sense of unease inside, knowing that the boss room in this situation is the worst. Luckily, someone activated the skill, Heavenly Step, and she was urgently thinking of a way to escape. Must get out quickly. The bugs above are still staring at them, and then the way up is also blocked. Sophia gradually lost hope. This is truly a disaster. She immediately warned her teammates to be careful. This is the boss room, and we don't know where they might come out from, so stay alert. Suddenly, Sophia's eyes widened in terror as the boss appeared. King Valady, the bizarre boss formed from the cannibalism of Valady creatures, is vulnerable to magic resistance and can be poisoned by its tentacles, leading to severe injuries. The creature awaiting them below is the King Valady boss, which immediately attacks upon sensing intruders. All 3 quickly reacted to defend against the attack, but Wen Chung's sword couldn't withstand it and was shattered in half before his eyes, and as he watched it fly toward him, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it. He was immediately struck hard, feeling a terrible pain, as King Valady's head continued to press Wen Qiong into the ground. He used all his strength to resist its head, and only now did Wen Qiong remember Hanzu's words. Now I understand why Kang Hanzu told us not to face it until our strength reaches 30%. Meanwhile, Shang Jin keeps dodging, and I'm also in a deadlock, damn it. If we keep running like this, we won't solve anything. Shang Jin focused on the main body of King Valady La and must find a way to destroy its core. He quickly countered the attacking head, then launched a distraction to pierce through the darkness. He immediately aimed at King Valady Allah's core and stabbed, but Shang Jin's dagger broke upon contact with its body. King Valady La roared, knocking him back, and had also destroyed Shang Jin's clone. He is extremely worried inside. This should be the finishing blow, but he's completely exhausted. Shabia immediately loudly warns him, Are you still alert? With this kind of stats, how can you win? Better to find a way out than to stay. King Valady La suddenly opened his mouth, followed by a barrage of thorny spikes aimed at the 2 on the 2nd floor. Over here, Wen Qiyang was encouraging himself. He promised to pave the way for his daughter, so what is he doing now? Li Wen Qiyong, keep going, no matter what. Suddenly, a seal appeared in his hand, activated by his awakening as a monarch, with a unique trait, awakening indeed. Immediately after, Wen Qiyong unleashed his power, his unique trait and rage intensifying, with his stats increasing by 25%. He instantly tore off the head attacking him. Not only that, Wen Qiyong also gathered his strength into his fist. He immediately punched away the Rey Leo, attacking the 2 of them, continuing his assault on them. He shouted to her, I will try to stop it at all costs. Shabia, please use the library to find a way out. Shabia, upon hearing the command, quickly flipped through the pages of the book, understanding now. Wen Qiyong continued to encourage himself, shouting and launching attacks, and in a flash he pierced through Jin. Even he couldn't escape, and both of them collapsed exhausted to the ground. King Vidila then turned towards them, slowly approaching with the intent to end their lives. Shabia King Hai couldn't accept it. No. She kept searching and praying. If things go on like this, everyone will die. Please, God, anything will do. Shabia is in a rush. Please give me a miracle to change the situation. Suddenly, there was a noise on the stone door, and then Aaron appeared out of nowhere. I found it. She saw Shabia and smiled. Shabia, are you hiding here? She was very surprised. Aaron, why are you here? King Vadila suddenly stops attacking Aaron, who doesn't hesitate and continues to press forward. Aaron suddenly smiles and activates her skill, the dance of the deadly shadow, instantly cutting down the tentacles targeting her in a dark wave. Aaron continues to strike, blood splattering in a deadly dance. In an instant, she has closed in on King Vadila's true form, the final act unfolding. Aaron suddenly appeared again, and a series of slashes suddenly appeared on King Vadila's body. She nonchalantly ignored its body falling apart, easy. Along with that, a notification announced that King Valady had been defeated, and control of the Valady line now belonged to Aaron, the new Master Donjian who can adjust the Valady count at will. Meanwhile, Wen Kyung was holding back his sigh, realizing that this opponent was so formidable even Kang Hanzu had to hold back. Sanjin also agreed, it was too easy to destroy. Suddenly, rare crystal shards appeared on King Vadila's corpse. Aaron approached us and asked Han how everyone found this place. Sophia happily went over to thank him sincerely. Thank you. Aaron, thanks to you we survived. She quickly took the opportunity to ask for help. It's a small matter, Sophia. Can you help me with this? She suddenly turned to Stern. What do you mean? Aaron immediately made a request, saying her tribe was short on scouts. With your library skills, gathering information will be easier, so she wants you to support the role of scout. Sophia also agreed with her. It wasn't too difficult, but Sanjin had an opinion. But if we go now, we might get crushed. Even the boss could kill us easily. We can't handle it either. Aaron hesitated a bit, which was understandable, but of course she already had a suitable plan. So this is how Danyan was formed, discovered by you. I grant you the chieftain's privilege for exclusive exploitation for a week, so you can grow stronger, right? You probably didn't come here without a plan. Sophia has a small proposal. To maximize efficiency, control over Danyan is needed, and the ownership rights can only be transferred for 1 week. Aaron also generously agreed. If necessary, she would give up, but the deal must be clear after the transaction. Remember to help me with thorough reconnaissance, she happily agreed. Yes, whatever it takes. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hanzu was observing from afar. That is, in front of him was a small village. Elwyn's village, right? As the afternoon sunlight dips down over the collapsing houses below, the remaining people are probably preparing to evacuate. Aaron must love their homeland so much to leave their home behind. The situation must be very serious. At this moment, Elwyn, who was sitting on a floating magic platform high in the sky, suddenly pointed straight down at Danyan below. Over there, that is my house. The girl's outstretched hand points to a simple, unremarkable home inside. We must leave immediately. All the villagers' warriors have been mobilized for battle. We can't stay any longer. Old Uso said, I know where I must go now. I've sent my child and even my nephew to the battlefield. How can I leave this village behind? Just then, the door of the room suddenly opened. Followed by the voice of a child, Elwyn happily smiled and reached out her hand towards the two of them. Sir! The girl threw herself into Chuanglang's arms despite Lao's scolding, happy to see her beloved niece return safe and sound. Tears streamed down her face as Lao held her tightly. Elwyn, I thank heaven. You're alive. I waited so long without any news. I thought I had lost you too. Immediately, Master Lang was terrified and pointed at the two of them, shouting that they were humans. How could they be like that? But Elwyn quickly spoke up. It's okay, sir. They are good people. Knowing that her granddaughter trusted them so much, Chuanglang had nothing more to say. I understand now. Then the old man wiped away the tears from his eyes and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Anyway, thank you for saving my granddaughter. I would love to hold a celebration, but given the circumstances, I must apologize for not being able to. This is Hanzu speaking now. We are not here for a celebration. I understand your situation, so I will get straight to the point. I want to ask about the body enhancement ritual. Please spare a moment. Chuanglang also did not hide anything about this and honestly replied, I don't know how a person could know our clan's secret techniques, but matters related to the ritual must be discussed with the elder. In response, Hanzu showed a cold, emotionless face and said, I understand. Can you take me to see him? Because we are about to evacuate, and I want to meet him immediately. Master Lang understood the urgency of your situation, but I also have my own concerns. However, I will send Elwyn with the evacuation team first. Please wait for me a moment. At this moment, Tekaron, standing beside Hanzu, kindly offered, If you're worried about leaving your girl behind, I will stay inside. I've brought her here safely.
You can trust me." Hearing that, Elwyn also looked up at her grandfather as if agreeing. "Don't worry, he's as strong as your brother Tahun." But still, deep down, the old man was filled with doubt. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to Tahun, the third seat of the Getabaron Holy Palace Guard. Thinking this, the old man sadly lowered his eyes, meaning the girl was just trying to comfort him, but he still stood up and ruffled her hair. "All right, I'll be back soon. Wait for me." Elwyn obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Then the elder looked at Hanzu. "So, please follow me, 2 people." You just replied briefly with a short answer. "Okay." Inside a room, the 3 elders. The elder and Hanzu are sitting facing each other. At that moment, the elder finally spoke, saying that he wanted to receive the body enhancement ritual. "But humans are capturing and attacking us, so what do I have to believe in you in this situation?" Hanzu had already anticipated this. The humans controlling the Cho are under the influence of the one called Concho. I plan to eliminate Concho, and once he disappears, humanity will have no reason to attack you. After listening, the elder pondered for a long time, and then nodded slowly, saying that if Concho must be eliminated, he would agree to let him receive the ritual, and with his recommendation, entering the Great Holy Temple would not be difficult. "But I want to ask one thing. Why are you so determined to accept the body enhancement ritual?" Hanzu also honestly revealed his long-held secret. The Cho has accepted the ritual from the Grass tribe, and to confront the one with that power, I need it. In exchange for the ritual, Concho has allied with the Grass clan. Concho has its own reasons, but that is a matter for humans. No matter what, I will bring benefits to the human race. The elder nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. "I see no deceit in your eyes. Very well, I will request a meeting with the elder." Suddenly, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out outside, causing all 3 of them to turn their heads and look. Even the elder anxiously looked over and asked the other elder, who was just as panicked. "Elder, what's going on here?" The old woman quickly supported herself with one hand on the ground, hoping for an answer. "I don't know either. Go outside and check," the elder responded quickly. "All right." They quickly stood outside the room, all looking up at the streaks of light falling from the sky. The elder blocked the door with one hand. Ngok paused and asked, "What is that?" The elder immediately recognized what it was. The blazing torch of the high priest. And those numbers, who could they possibly be? Under their gaze, countless people lay scattered on the ground, surrounded by flames and screams of terror. Seeing the disaster unfold, Hanzu clenched his fist and charged straight into the chaos without hesitation. "Everything happening is sooner than I expected. Perhaps my rebirth has altered the entire course. I will need to revise my entire plan. The growth rate since leaving has averaged around 20%. At this moment, Hanzu's strength stats are displayed on the interface. Kang Hanzu has a strength of 22%, stamina of 25%, agility of 23%, perception of 11%, magic power of 17%, physical resistance of 13%, and magic resistance of 18%. Hanzu rushes forward at an extraordinary speed, his jaw clenched tightly. My physical and magic resistances are too low to fight a soul duel if I want to defeat them all. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. I fear he must be surpassed by my rank. 30 minutes ago, beneath the giant ancient tree with towering branches, the woman from earlier was advising the village chief who was standing here. "The Ragnar tree is this way," Yulan asked confusedly. "Sir, do you really want to see this tree again?" Tekeron, holding the little girl's hand, replied calmly, "It is a sacred relic that has lived for 3,000 years. I want to see it once more." They all looked up at the massive trunk before them. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and a faint sadness from a distant past. "I thought everything had changed, but Vapnus remains the same as it was in the beginning." Hearing that, Yulin widened her eyes and looked up at Tekeron. "This tree existed before I was born. Don't tell me it's been here since you were young too." Tekeron also smiled and recounted, "Yes, when I was a child, I used to run around this area. Back then, it still bore fruit, bright blue and incredibly delicious." Yulan looked up at the ancient tree and softly expressed her wish to taste Vapnus's blue-green fruit once. Then she turned around and asked him, "If Lhasa is healed, will we see Vapnus's fruit again?" Tekeron placed his hand in front and prepared to answer, "Of course. Then you will see a lot. I hope that day comes soon." Yulin happily clasped her hands together and wished, "Yes, I also hope it comes very quickly." But the girl was completely unaware that the sky above Yulan suddenly shone with a blinding light. Above in the sky, thousands of fiery arrows are blazing as they descend below, and both Tekeron and the woman quickly cast magic to protect Yulan. "Yulin, get down now!" Luckily, just as those arrows were about to hit them, the magic barrier he created protected the 3 of them below. However, the ancient tree and the houses behind it were quickly burned to ashes by the flames carried by those arrows.
Seeing this scene, he was delighted. Tikaron clenched his teeth again. Hit again. Those damn rascals and humans. From the treetops, hundreds of thousands of people descended from nowhere, with Weijun directing the fire. He ordered those people to capture anyone they could, kill all who resisted, and force the evacuees into the crowd. Along with his shouts, the bandits and humans rushed toward the rustic village below. Let's get rid of Weijun, the Mago's level mage, and wipe them all out. One by one, they fiercely slaughter all the evacuees, then tie them up and lift them high into the sky. The village harbor is now a wreck, and they quickly surrounded the group. One of them drew his sword to threaten them. Hey, old man, it's best to hand over the women quietly, unless you want your head to fall. Tikaron is now filled with rage to the extreme. You monsters, do you dare to cause chaos here? Do you even know where you are? Then he cast a spell, and around Tikaron, golden-edged swords with sharp blades, Ednit sting, quickly appeared. In just a moment, the sword swiftly moved forward at his command, and before the others could understand what was happening, one of them was struck by an attack from the old man, leaving him battered and broken. Seeing that, the others also hesitated a bit. What, that's the skill of the high priest, after an old man, who isn't even from a Kurin, can use that skill. Tikaron clenched his teeth in anger. You won't leave here alive. I will make you pay for the crimes you committed in this village. Before he could finish speaking, another guy suddenly jumped down from above onto the open ground in front of Tikaron. Weizhu sneered dismissively, showing no respect for anyone, saying, Hey, old man, I will kill him myself. Tikaron quickly recognized his identity, clenched his staff in anger, and saw that he was a high-level Magos. Before him, the man casually removed the cumbersome outfit from his body, calmly facing hundreds of flying swords heading his way. Weizhu was able to deflect all the swords created by Tikaron with his bare hands and kicked Tikaron away. Tikaron collapsed on the ground, pain spreading through his body, his teeth clenched, ribs broken. Weizhu enjoyed the sight before him, sneering, What, they still survived after these hits? This old man is pretty tough. He ordered the guy behind him, Hey, let the two prey behind be led forward by you guys, the other replied. Yes. They circled around the waist. Weizhu looked on with interest at the two embracing and trembling, and he left a comment, I need to find out how that old man managed to wield the deadliest spear. Anger boiled over as Tikaron shouted, How dare you touch there? And in an instant, he unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Tikaron summoned hundreds of sharp weapons of all kinds. The travelers I've met so far are all righteous people. He is too close, but you bastards are different. Just a bunch of greedy and cruel scum. Weizhu laughed, his eyes crazed. Righteous travelers. Has this old man been possessed? Those kinds of travelers have been wiped out long ago. Suddenly, his voice turned sinister. Besides, don't you want to save the hostages? If you keep firing wildly like that, the hostages behind them will die. But Tikaron did not waver. I only need to adjust my aim so I won't hit them. Do you think I don't have that level of skill? He didn't hesitate for another second, and immediately launched his weapon straight at the enemy. The guy standing next to little Ellen was riddled with holes, and the other one wasn't much better. But Weijun didn't seem to have any luck, he thought to himself. There's definitely something strange. Only looks impressive, but nothing special. Seeing that the opponent in front of him was not as strong as he thought, he cheered loudly, Ancient bloodline. Tikaron frowned, ancient bloodline, and also using Magos-level skills. Even if he couldn't maintain it for long, his defense and attack power had definitely increased significantly. Weijun's body begins to change slightly as he slowly approaches Tikaron. Hey, old man, your attacks are useless now. Tikaron faintly smiles. That's right. With my current attack power, I can't deal damage to you, but just wearing down your magic resistance will be enough. He kept attacking Weijun with all his weapons, no matter how many times they were knocked away, some even flying back and stabbing into the ground at his feet. Tikaron silently thought that his mana was almost depleted, and he had probably reduced his opponent's magic resistance quite a bit. Weijun kept fighting back without changing his expression. This old man's mana pool is truly enormous. It's really frustrating. He charged forward, closing the distance instantly. Then Weijun vanished, and he lunged, grabbing Tikaron's throat and leaving no time for him to react. He threw him to the ground, laughing loudly. Got you now, old man? He asked, Hey, old man, why would a traveler like you be able to use the Agnes needle? Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Tikaron didn't bother to care, and even smirked provocatively. Still curious, despite being about to die. I have nothing to say to trash like you. Weijun snapped in fury. This old fool doesn't realize what's happening. The fury of the fox blinds him to what is approaching from above the sky, something rushing through and directly slicing off Weijun's right arm. He screamed in pain as Hanzu arrived, transforming into a dragon in the mist, then charged down and kicked him again, sending Weijin flying far away amidst a cloud of dust. Hanzu didn't let him rest, rushing forward to kick him again. In just a short moment, Weijin collapsed unconscious. Hanzu looked around briefly, then relaxed his face. All the missiles following Weijin have been dealt with. The scene is a chaotic mix of destruction and the smell of blood. She and Elwyn are holding each other, their faces full of shock. Tekiron casually says, "I told you I had worn down his magic resistance, but he's a Magos rank, so it might not be that easy." You nod and say, "I understand. Leave the rest to me." He reached out his hand, activated the skill to pursue the void, and energy burst out from Weijin's body. He was drained to the point that he could no longer maintain his ancient bloodline form, and immediately afterward, his body began to dissolve. Hanzu looked at the remaining remnants, a traveler who had dropped many ancient languages. It seems he has killed quite a few people. Just then, a few more enemies arrived from above. One boastful guy said, "We can't let the vanguard take everything. We should hurry and check it out." The two hurried over to support Tekiron. "Are you all right, sir?" he immediately reassured. "Thank you. I've been healing with magic continuously, so it's nothing serious." Hanzu glanced up at the sky, looking annoyed. About 20 reinforcements. They really need to improve their sensing skills. Suddenly, your expression turned serious as someone was flying toward you, emanating a fierce aura, yet they dared to come here. Then a dragon appeared, with someone riding on its back, slowly approaching the group around the fire. One of them recognized who was approaching, panic-stricken, blocking the Baron. And the man beside him was confused, asking who that was and if he was really that strong. But before he could explain, he hurriedly shouted, "It's not good, let's retreat." This action has directly angered Baron again. He thinks, "How dare you turn your back and run in front of a warrior? Do you think I will let you traitorous trash of Volium scum go so easily?" He clenched his axe tighter because of the excuse to collect essence from Lada. "As you have cornered members of my tribe, I know this very well. Baron is too powerful. With trash like you capturing children to extract essence, there's no need for mercy. Your names are not worth remembering." He swung an axe straight at the fire guests, the White Tiger's deadly strike, this incredible force rushing like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Everyone is covered in wounds, without a scythe for legs or arms. They are heavily injured. The fire guests are critically wounded and can no longer stay airborne, falling freely downward. Hanzu has been watching all along, thinking that this energy was not dangerous, but with this power, it seems Baron has arrived. He jumps down from the dragon's back and the Baron lands on the ground with a grand stance. "You're safe. That's good." The Baron turns to her, ready to ruffle the little girl's hair. Then he looked at Hanzu and said, "Wait a moment. I just have a few questions. You, horned human, are you human? Why are you helping us?" He thought to himself, so you have no hostile intent. His voice faltered slightly. "I respect the will of the great prophet." But his hand clenched slightly. "I can't trust someone who only talks about salvation. Prove yourself. Be a hero." Immediately after, Baron bent down into a fighting stance, whether he's just a crazy person spouting nonsense or someone who can help find and prove your resolve. Hanzu, hearing that, quickly assumed a stance and thought to himself if he fought him directly, he might die. With no other choice, he swiftly spun around, electricity crackling around him, and charged straight at the Baron. Seeing that, he remembered the prophecy of the great general, that the horned one would be the savior, and Baron muttered to himself, "Is he talking about that guy? Fine, I will see what kind of person he really is." As he finished speaking, Hanzu charged forward to strike Baron. He quickly blocked Hanzu's attack while thinking that he was quite skilled in combat and in how to attack an opponent wielding a weapon. "Baron, full of arrogance, but his skill isn't enough to meet my standards." He swung his weapon forcefully, knocking you back. Hanzu didn't have time to react before Baron charged at you with rapid attacks, forcing Hanzu to fall backward. Baron saw that and immediately asked, "What's that person's name?" The boy replied coldly, "Hanzu." He also politely introduced himself, "And I am Baron." Then he continued, "I was only going to stop at this level, but with you I can upgrade the fight even more." At this moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed. It was the village chief rushing over. She asked, "If he is so serious, does that mean he has already believed?" "It doesn't matter. He was just testing, according to the high priest's words about the savior with horns, and you also said from the beginning that he never intended to kill him." Hanzo here is deep in thought, wondering who the savior of the previous life with talent and virtue was, and who helped me. The image suddenly appeared in Hanzu's mind. Could it be Kenyon? Could it really be him? As he thought this, he broke out in sweat. Impossible. But Hanzu reassured himself that anyway, it's a good thing. Chief Lang asked Baron, "So you're here to take him away?" He nodded. "That's right, ma'am." Baron pointed at Tachiron and said, "There's also someone using magic, so I will take Kang Hanzu and this old man with me." She also asked Tachiron curiously, "Why don't you use a Karin but still manage to use magic?" At this moment, he was helped up by a close aide of Elwyn, and he replied softly, "Even if I tell the truth, it will be hard for you to believe me. Just go to the Holy Temple, and you'll see. Put your doubts aside for now." The head of the guard smiled gently. "I understand. I just asked out of familiarity. But if you say so, I won't pursue it further. Let's not keep things waiting. We don't know when we'll be attacked again, so everyone should leave quickly. Since we're heading to the Holy Temple, I'll take responsibility for escorting." As they walk, Baron turns back and says to Hanzu, "Kang Hanzu, if you want to undergo body enhancement, come with me." The boy nods in agreement. The sky is gradually darkening as Hanzu and Tekiron sit on the magic circle. The messenger bird delivered the letter into your hand. Then he asked if there was any news from Ding Qi, to which Hanzu, with a passionate look, replied that Wun Qiyung had awakened as the ruler, Sophia was on a reconnaissance mission, and Sanjin was still obsessed with fighting, with the overall June stats averaging over 50% as expected. Tekiron lowered his head and began to understand. "So you are right. They are indeed your comrades." Then he turned his face away, feeling insecure and worried about his abilities. "Ama, Kang Hanzu, and the team are doing fine, but the problem is me. If I keep going like this, I will become a burden to everyone. Compared to my peak strength, I haven't recovered more than 10% of my power." Tekiron's tense face continued the story, "So I need to gather my relics from the Grand Temple. But suddenly you interrupted to calculate the exact timing. Anyway, while I was enhancing my power, I had some time, so I should use that to regain my peak strength." Hanzu turned to Sang, who had prepared a detailed plan. "Don't worry, I've called Sanjin to the Grand Temple. Going together will be fine." Tekiron finally agreed and continued to ask another question. "Yeah, I understand. Since we're traveling with refugees, we have some time, see if we can get in touch. I want to report the situation. You also quickly agreed to cooperate with that request, all right? Let's try to establish the connection." The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion within the cross-family estate of Aaron. Inside, everyone had gathered in full. Aaron narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to his chin, feeling strange. Only a week and it's already this far. Normally, 30% would take more than 5 years. Shabhia smiled and rubbed his face to emphasize the point. "Once over. 50% the runes of Baladi are hard to increase. Now we can transfer the dungeon ownerships." Aaron lowered his head and, based on his experience, confirmed that run above 50% was hard to increase. "It took me a long time to reach 95%. When Aaron saw it approaching the threshold, he immediately made a proposal. "Above 50%, you can challenge the Magos. We call that level Magos. Want to try hunting a Magos?" But Sanjin, who was nearby, immediately refused because he had plans, so I will withdraw. Then Wun Ki-ung also tactfully announced he wouldn't join. "I still owe Kang Hansu. I want to focus on run, so I won't participate either." Shapia turned back suddenly, remembering something, and expressed her wish. "Isn't he busy with personal matters? I want to handle it first." Aaron, after hearing that, also no longer insisted. "I understand. I respect everyone's opinion. So Shapia and I will join the intelligence team." She also smiled happily, showing her determination. "I will complete the mission, don't worry." Aaron also smiled warmly and said, "Let's trust each other." Suddenly, outside, swallows kept flying in, and Wun Ki-ung was so startled when one landed on his arm that he opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing his reaction, she immediately turned to ask, "This is the first time I've seen you panic like that. What's going on?" He, with a sweaty face, leaned in and whispered, "Be quiet and listen carefully. Hansu told me to infiltrate the Lero Lero tribe and rescue their members." But the 3 others just stood there in silence after hearing that. And right after that, Aaron burst out laughing, saying that saving the tribe members wasn't about volunteering, but rescuing which is a war among the A monarchs, an impossible request. Seeing her carefree attitude, Wun Ki-ung looked downcast and emphasized, "Aaron, this is no joke. They asked for my help, so I can't just stand by." She wiped away her tears and then eagerly asked, "Sorry, what can I do to help?" After hearing that, Aaron's face turned serious as he warned, "That could get you really wanted by the authorities. Is that okay?" He hesitantly rubbed his forehead with his hand, feeling exhausted and uncertain. But since he received the order, he couldn't ask questions. Why was this mission assigned to me? Sanjin turned his face away, pointing casually as if joking, probably because his face was the most heroic in all of A. Aaron still remains confident and enthusiastic. "Anyway, I will help. I will go around looking for Thex, my secret snake. He will support you." Wun Ki-ung sighed, only able to rely on her now, unsure if it would succeed, but but had no choice but to ask for her help. His face, still covered in sweat, remained uncertain, truly unsure if it was the right decision. Woon Ki-ung has no more way out and can only focus on the task. But at this point, he has no other choice. He has to do it. Aaron stands on a tall building shouting to rally everyone. The tribe's treasure stash has been robbed. He heard the shouting and quickly became serious. It's starting then. Woon Ki-young's weapon, judging by its worn-out condition, is likely to be the final blow. He swung his weapon forward with a powerful strike, a fatal blow, and then a huge explosion erupted right there.